Chapter 331. 5 snow wolves retreated, digging at the powdery snow with their mouths and claws. Jian Yan's brow furrowed. These wolves are actually capable of deception. Have they grown up? Snowflakes filled the sky, and their silhouettes gradually faded and disappeared. Jian Yan, are you okay? Yi Qing jumped down from the snow wolf's corpse, pulled down the scarf covering its mouth and nose, and looked at Jian Yan. He was splattered with blood, including on his tactical backpack and snow goggles. The scarf covering his mouth and nose even had 2 braids resembling wheat ears. Jian Yan recognized it immediately. It was the same scarf she had given Song Qian for warmth in the Shangyun Cliff Cave. No, what about you? Jian Yan shook her head and glanced at him. She saw that his clothes were torn at his arms, revealing small scarlet spots on his exposed skin. You? That's the voice of the snow wolf. Yi Qing's brows furrowed slightly. But it shouldn't be serious. After saying this, Yi Qing squatted down and wiped the blood off the axe and steel plate in the snow. Jian Yan had already thrown the axe and sword in her hands into the space. The stains on the 2 blood-stained cold weapons vaporized and disappeared in a second upon entering the space. Yi Qing, according to your understanding, could these mutant snow wolves also be laboratory-bred species? Not likely, but it's hard to say. Jian Yan, it's too cold outside. Why don't you go in first? I try to deal with the fur before dark. Yi Qing put the axe in his bag and pulled out a small dagger from his tactical backpack. The 7 snow wolves' white fur was mostly stained with blood and had long since frozen. However, the remaining intact parts, if removed and slightly processed, could become a superb natural fur blanket. The weather was extremely cold, and at night, it would only get colder. What about the meat? Jian Yan glanced at the snow wolf carcasses. If she remembered correctly, before the apocalypse, wolf meat itself was a traditional Chinese medicinal herb, nourishing the 5 internal organs and strengthening the stomach. Unless absolutely necessary, it's not recommended for consumption. These mutated snow wolves, unlike those mutated snow rabbits, contain a deadly virus. I should be fine, but Song Qian and the others might not be able to tolerate it. I processed the fur, claws, and fangs first. Jian Yan thought for a moment and nodded. The wolves were outside anyway. With the temperature so low, it was like a natural freezer. We really needed food, and there was still time to get it. Then I go in first. Call me if you need any help. By the way, this is for you. After Jian Yan finished speaking, she conjured an ethanol-fueled saw from her space with a flicker of her mind. Thank you. A flicker of surprise flashed in Yi Qing's eyes, and he reached out to take it. Jian Yan's ability to pull things out like magic was no surprise to him. However, the fact that she even prepared an ethanol-fueled saw was truly thoughtful. Ethanol-fueled saw? Yi Qing glanced at the English label on the side of the saw, secretly surprised for a second. Regular gasoline freezes at -75 degrees Celsius. Ethanol-fueled gasoline, with a freezing point of over -110 degrees Celsius, is perfect for such extreme cold. Jian Yan nodded yes. I hadn't thought of this just now. Killing those snow wolves with this should be much easier, she said. Then you truly be a chainsaw killer, Yi Qing joked. Jian Yan also chuckled. Okay, you go in first. Okay. Jian Yan said nothing more, and went straight back inside. Jian Yan. Seeing Jian Yan approach, Song Qian, who had been shivering at the doorway, finally retreated inside. The doorway was so cold that even a strong man like him was flushed with cold. Kong Wu and the other 2 soldiers were injured to varying degrees, and were receiving treatment from Lin Xiaowei. It was icy outside, and everyone was extremely nervous and excited, thinking they had hallucinated being thrown in earlier. Jian Yan, thank you for what happened earlier. Jian Yan smiled. You're welcome. She could have easily let Hua Bao out to wreak havoc. But then, she would have been completely exposed. Chapter 332. Jian Yan, I take the men to other areas to gather some supplies. This firewood won't last until tomorrow morning. Song Qian stood up. The temperature outside was too low, so they couldn't help Yi Qing much. But they could do some of the work inside, like collecting supplies. Jian Yan nodded. Okay. Brother Song, we go with you, Qin Lang and the other soldier said. Song Qian nodded slightly. Brother Song, wait for me. I go too, Kong Wu said, and was about to struggle to get up, but Jian Yan pushed him back down. Heal your wounds first. His back and arms were lacerated by the snow wolf's bites. Although Lin Xiaowei had applied medicine and bandaged him, full recovery would still take some time. Jian Yan had just given her some stitch-free tape and sterile dressings, which covered the soldier's lacerated wounds like centipedes. Sister Yin, Kongwu said, a little aggrieved. I don't want to hold you back. Jiang Yin glared at him in feigned anger. We checked the other areas and found no major problems, but no one can say for sure. If you actually go there and can't protect yourself when danger strikes, you'd be holding us back. Heal your wounds, and then you have your chance to shine. Okay then, Kongwu said, his head drooping. Outside, the sky darkened. The temperature dropped. Several soldiers recovering from injuries huddled together, huddling for warmth. I have some Snickers bars the leader gave me. Let's share them all, Jiang Yin said, reaching into her bag and pulling out a pack of Snickers bars. She gave one to each person present. These Snickers bars are great for keeping warm. Of course, they weren't given by Mo Jingxing. She was just making up an excuse. The soldiers were all shocked. Kong Wu, Zhao Yugong, and Lin Xiaowei were also shocked. But beyond the shock, there was also surprise. Thank you, Jiang Yin. Thank you, Sister Yin. You're welcome. Jiang Yin retrieved the pink thermos from Kong Wu. She walked to a corner and, while no one was paying attention, placed the thermos into her space. She then retrieved another of the same type, filled with hot water. Then, she peeled 2 Snickers bars, placed them inside, screwed them shut, and shook them in her hand. Opening it, a puff of white steam mixed with a sweet aroma filled her nostrils. Jiang Yin took the thermos, and walked over to where Mo Shirya was resting. She unscrewed the thermos, and let the hot water cool naturally. She hadn't lived much in the north. But she had heard that on particularly cold, snowy days, the human mouth's temperature perception was distorted. There had been cases where someone, thirsty and eager to drink, gulped down a hot tea steeped in water without feeling much, ultimately scalding their throat. After cooling the water naturally, Jiang Yin squatted down and gently called her, Mo Shiryao. Mo Shiryao had already woken up. But she remained silent, her eyes glazed over, her head lowered, as she sat there. Lin Xiaowei and Kong Wu had gone to look for her earlier, but seeing she showed no interest in speaking, they gave up. Lin Xiaowei and Kong Wu, observing this, sighed silently. Shiryao, I'm Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin reached out to grab Mo Shiryao's hand, but she quickly withdrew it. The speed of her movements alleviated her worries. Jiang Yin took a deep breath. Remember, last time we competed you lost? Mo Shiryao shuddered as she finished speaking. A reaction, that's good. Jiang Yin deliberately continued, and then, in the competition before that, you also lost. This time, Mo Shiryao's shoulders trembled, and she slowly raised her head. A hint of emotion crossed her dim eyes. An indescribable emotion. No, I didn't lose. You had a gun, you were cheating, she finally muttered. Jiang Yan's lips twitched. Then, dare we find another time? Heh, Mo Shiryao sneered, her eyes darkening again as she lowered her head. Your brother asked me to bring this sugar water. He said that after you finish it, he'd watch us compete in person. Jiang Yin said, picking up the cup of water, which had become much less steamy. She didn't hand it directly to Mo Shiryao, but poured it onto the lid and took a sip herself. The temperature was just right. Not cold, not hot either. The sweetness was just right. Mo Shiryao slowly raised her head again, her eyes red and moist. My brother, where is he? Chapter 333. Jiang Yin said nothing, simply handing the pink thermos to Mo Shiryao and saying sincerely, Shiryao, drink this first. Mo Shiryao remained unmoved. She looked at Jiang Yin silently, a flicker of despair in her eyes, and murmured, my grandfather doesn't want me anymore, and neither do my 2 brothers. She then hugged her legs and let her head droop again. Only then did Jiang Yin notice that Mo Shiryao's fair, delicate hands were covered in red, swollen spots from the cold. It was frostbite. She took off her backpack and pulled out a box of cooling oil and a pair of fur gloves. Shiryao, apply this, then put these on. Lin Xiaowei saw she was patiently talking to Mo Shiryao, but she ignored her. She approached and whispered, Jiang Yin, she must have been traumatized. She needs some time to recover. She glanced at the Tiger brand cooling oil in her hand. Let me do it. Okay. Jiang Yin handed the oil to her, and glanced at Mo Shiryao again. For someone so proud, the betrayal of her family and her current situation were truly a significant psychological blow. Jiang Yin suddenly recalled her own past. Back then, she learned her mother had been betrayed and murdered by her stepfather, and then, after the apocalypse, imprisoned in the basement, a pawn in the hands of Song Dimming and his mistress. At that time, she felt even more devastated and hopeless than Mo Shiryao. However, her hatred clearly outweighed Mo Shiryao's inner confusion. After all, on one side were her unrelated, heartless stepfather and his mistress, and on the other were her 2 brothers and grandfather, who had doted on her since childhood. Jiang Yan took a deep breath and collected her thoughts. Miss Mo, I'm a doctor. I apply the medicine for you. Be good, okay, Lin Xiaoyi said softly, as if coaxing a child. She placed the frozen cooling oil by the fire, and heated it briefly before reaching out to take Mo Shiryu's hand. This time, Mo Shiryu didn't withdraw her hand. The room was dimly lit, filled with smoke and only 2 charcoal fires. Lin Xiaoyi applied the medicine slowly, blowing gently on her palm as she went. Jiang Yan's eyes casually glanced at Mo Shiryu's palm, and she felt a second of fear. Her eyesight was excellent, and she saw that, besides red chilblains, Mo Shiryu's fair palm also bore numerous crescent-shaped marks covered in bloody scabs. Clearly, they were caused by her own fingernails. Dr. Lin, if it's okay, have her drink this glass of water later, Jiang Yan said, standing up calmly. Okay, Lin Xiaoyi said, subconsciously glancing at the pink thermos. A hint of doubt welled up in her heart. There didn't seem to be so much hot water in the cup earlier. Jiang Yan glanced around the room and heard footsteps and voices coming from another entrance. It was Su Dai, Sun Jingtao, and 2 other soldiers. Jiang Yan, look, what did we find? Su Dai walked in with a look of joy. Jiang Yan glanced at her hand. A helmet? It was a rather unusual metal helmet, silver gray in color, looking more like a collectible. That's not a helmet, it's a pot, Su Dai said happily. Old Sun said all we need to do is remove the padding inside. We can have hot water. We can even make goose soup. Rabbit soup. Oh wait, I'm hungry. Jiang Yan, we also found a lot of furniture in the next room. But it's all fixed to the floor and walls. We need to go back and get old Zhao's axe, Sun Jingtao said happily. With those furniture, I should be able to hold out for a while in such cold weather. Chapter 334. Old Sun, I go with you. Zhao Yugong grabbed the fire axe from the ground. The remaining soldiers also stood up, grabbing their guns, and said, Brother Zhao, Brother Tao, let's go help too. Finding wooden furniture that could be used to make fire was one thing, but transporting it all back was also physically demanding. Not to mention, everyone present, except Jiang Yan and Yi Qing, was injured to varying degrees and exhausted. Sun Jingtao glanced at them. Anyone with wounds longer than 1 centimeter, stay. The rest of you follow me. Kong Wu just stood up, but upon hearing his words, he curled his lips and sat back down, feeling aggrieved. Brother Tao, here, there's still some left. Jiang Yan stood up and distributed a Snickers bar to Sun Jingtao, Su Dai, and the others. 1 bar for each person, not one missing. Oh my! Jiang Yan. You too. Su Dai's eyes lit up. Before she could utter the words amazing, Sun Jingtao coughed softly. Thank you. Thank you, Su Dai said, swallowing her words with a quick, sheepish smile. Jiang Yan smiled. You're welcome. Outside, a rustling sound could be heard on the snow. The people who had just experienced the mutant snow wolf's attack froze, their eyes filled with alarm. Sun Jingtao and Zhao Yugong hurried to the door, but before they could even step out, they were driven back by the biting cold wind and heavy flakes of snow. The air was filled with a pungent smell of fish and blood. Xiao Yi, do you need help? The 2 men said, suppressing their discomfort and raising their hands to their mouths in a trumpet-shaped gesture. Yi Qing turned to glance at them. No, it's almost done. Jiang Yan turned and walked to the door, only to see Yi Qing rubbing large chunks of snow wolf fur, the flesh-stained side, against the snow. Gradually, the bloodstains and flesh scraps from the fur were cleaned away. The red bloodstains on the ground were quickly covered by falling snow. The heavy, goose feather-like snow fluttered in the wind. Yi Qing's hat, shoulders, and the scarf covering his face were all covered with a thick layer of white snow. It also covered his eyelashes and eyebrows. But he didn't feel the slightest bit of cold. Jiang Yan guessed that the SNP Lab's research on evolving humans, like her own space, had likely enhanced people's 5 senses and physical fitness, but it hadn't completely transformed them. However, Yi Qing was different. She was only in better shape, but Yi Qing's size had changed. Those snow wolves had attacked with great method, but their meat was unusable, and their breath was corrosive. Could they also be products of the SNP Lab? Jiang Yan didn't know. Yi Qing, do you want to rest for a while? She trudged over through the snow, handing him the Snickers bar. Thank you, I'm not tired. Yi Qing leaned forward slightly to take it, his chapped lips raised. Look, it be healed soon. He tore open the Snickers packaging, took a small, hard bite, and then carefully placed it in his bag, continuing to wrap his scarf around his face. You go in first. Yi Qing pointed to a clean wolfskin at his feet. Once you finish this, it be healed. Okay. Jiang Yan nodded, and then she could see clearly that there was a large snow pile not far away. That snow pile looked very much like the igloos she had seen outside the blazing base. That snow wasn't just ordinary snow, it had been specially pounded and looked very solid. Next to the snow pile was a large ice pit. It was a large rectangular shape, deep, and very regular. Yi Qing, what is that? Jiang Yan's eyes were slightly startled. Yi Qing paused, the light in his eyes dimming a little. I want to give those fallen soldiers a place to rest. Chapter 335. An hour later, it was completely dark outside. The wind and snow were howling, and the temperature continued to drop. The bodies in the house and the corridor were cleared out and neatly buried in the ice coffins dug by Yi Qing. The corridor, outside the conference room, was packed with wooden artifacts that Sun Jingtao and his team had chopped and collected. Yi Qing also brought in all the snow wolf furs he had processed. Although he handled them very carefully, a lot of snow still clung to the fur. The temperature inside the house rose, and the ice and snow melted, making it somewhat damp. Also, the smell was unpleasant. But gradually, everyone got used to it. Jiang Yan took a quick look and saw that the white fur was over a meter long. No wonder the snow wolves could withstand temperatures as low as -70 or -80 degrees Celsius. However, she suspected that the snow wolves' cold tolerance was also related to the evolution and mutation of their bodies. Inside, a makeshift barbecue grill was built over one of the two previously burning fires. The mutant snow rabbits and geese Yi Qing had hunted earlier had been cleaned of their fur, gutted, and their entrails removed. These mutant rabbits and geese were so large that they were cut into face-sized chunks, pierced with iron rods, and slowly roasted over a low fire. These cold-resistant mutants possessed a wealth of fat, and drops of fat dripped onto the fire, fanning the flames. Soon, accompanied by a sizzling sound, the enticing aroma of barbecue wafted through the room. Several soldiers swallowed and whispered, "How about we bring those snow wolves in and roast them too?" "Yeah, the colder it gets, the more we crave meat. Leaving all that meat uneaten would be a bit foolish. But I heard from Yi Qing that these snow wolves have a virus. If ordinary people eat them, they easily become ill. If there's a virus, there's a virus. Death from illness is better than starvation." A soldier glanced at the roasted rabbit meat swallowed, and fished out the Snickers bar Jiang Yan had given him. He licked it vigorously a few times before carefully returning it to his bag. Song Qian, skillfully slashing the rabbit meat with a dagger, overheard their discussion, turned his head, and said sternly, "Don't even think about targeting those mutated snow wolves for now. Some viruses are highly contagious and lethal. We have a food storage room here. We deal with it tomorrow, if we're sure we can't find anything. This detached metal house has several floors. They only discovered one floor today. However, reaching the upper and lower floors is a problem." Also, when he and Qin Lang returned, they unexpectedly found several boxes of smokeless charcoal and a large first aid kit in the duty room, where they had first discovered the map. There was also a brand new stainless steel basin and a well-packaged bag of salt. I wondered if the on-duty staff member used the basin to wash their face or feet. They brought everything back. The first aid kit contained numerous anti-inflammatory drugs and frostbite creams, as well as other wound care items like bandages and tweezers. Both were astonished. After all, the collapse of the metal structure had severely impacted the bodies and internal organs of several people, yet the smokeless charcoal, including the bag of salt, remained completely intact. It was truly astonishing. Song Qian even suspected that Jiang Yan had most likely contributed the materials. Although he wasn't sure how she was able to get these supplies out, he couldn't ask in detail in the crowd, so he could only silently accept her kindness. As for the medicines they had found in Dr. Song's room, they weren't many. They were mostly medical instruments and equipment, as well as anti-allergic products and tourniquets. Elsewhere, a simple stove made of a few wooden boards had been set up on the fire in front of Mo Shiryao. Because Song Qian and the others had found the stainless steel basin, the 3 helmet pots Su Dai had retrieved were temporarily unused. Yi Qing was constantly busy, never pausing for a second. After stacking the snow wolf pelts, he picked up the stainless steel basin and stood up. "I get some powdered snow in and boil the water. The rabbit and goose will be roasted soon, and the carcasses will be perfect for making soup. It's too dangerous out there." "I go with you," Jiang Yan said, pulling a pistol and a rechargeable hand-crank flashlight from her backpack. The area around the house, nearly 100 meters away, was contaminated by wolf and human blood. The two could only go further afield. It was too dark outside, and even though Yi Qing was skilled and courageous, he had to be cautious. Be careful, Song Qian said, holding his submachine gun and standing at the door, enduring the cold. Yes. Yi Qing and Jiang Yan nodded, one taller than the other, and slowly walked out through the snow. The biting cold wind was like a dagger, scratching their faces painfully. Jiang Yan subconsciously glanced at the dark sky in the distance, her brows furrowed. Chapter 336. Yi Qing, look, what's that? Does it look like a flock of birds circling in the sky? Jiang Yan pulled out a pair of night vision binoculars and peered into the distance. Afterward, she handed the binoculars to Yi Qing. The sky was as dark as ink, but in one corner, a black vortex could be seen. The vortex was constantly moving, appearing quite regular amidst the chaotic blizzard. Unfortunately, the temperature was too low and the distance too far, so the thermal imaging display wasn't working. Yi Qing took the binoculars and examined them carefully for a long time, seeing nothing but black. It might be clouds. The chances of birds right now aren't very high. With that, he returned the binoculars to Jiang Yan. When the apocalypse arrives, the first natural disaster to occur is heat. There are only a handful of birds that can survive temperatures of 70 or 80 degrees Celsius. And most of them are the product of laboratory research. The chances of them being raised outdoors like this are low. Jiang Yan frowned. I hope I'm overthinking it. Being careful is always a good idea, Yi Qing reassured her. After a moment's hesitation, he finally extended his arm. Do you need help? The wind and snow were so strong that even his tall and heavy frame struggled to keep his balance, fearing that Jiang Yan, who was frail, would be blown away by the sudden gust of wind. No, let's go. Let's get it quickly, and get back quickly. Jiang Yan flatly refused. She was slender, but with Hua Bao following her closely, several vines and a safety rope protecting her, she didn't have to worry about anything. Okay. Yi Qing didn't hesitate and quickly walked forward. He soon placed the basin on a clear patch of snow and quickly filled it with pink snow. Fill this one too. Jiang Yan pulled out 2 oversized non-woven shopping bags from her bag. Now that we have a fire and snow, we don't have to worry about water. However, at night, visibility is poor, and the wind and snow are strong, so going out to collect snow isn't so safe. It's best to try to get as much as possible at once. Yi Qing quickly reached out to take it. Okay. Inside the house. Watching Yi Qing and Jiang Yan's retreating figures, a soldier was secretly surprised for a second. He reached out and poked his comrade, saying, Is Jiang Yan also an evolved person from the S&P lab? Why does she seem to be immune to the cold? And she looked so impressive when she killed those snow wolves earlier. I don't know, but I know she's awesome. Otherwise, Elder Mo and Chief Mo wouldn't have specifically. Another soldier choked mid-sentence. What Elder Mo and Chief Mo? They're clearly 2 traitors. The only base leader I, Zhang Lulu, recognize as Mo Jingxing. Another soldier clenched his fist in anger. Okay, now's not the time to discuss this. Song Qian, who was helping Yi Qing and Jiang Yan guard the door, glanced at the others and said sternly, We be on night duty tonight, in 2-hour shifts. You guys should discuss this first. Okay, brother Song. The soldiers quickly fell silent. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. The people present quickly raised their guns. It's Qin Lang. Song Qian frowned for 2 seconds, then relaxed. The next second, Qin Lang appeared before them, a wrinkled bag in his hand, his face brimming with surprise. Everyone, guess what I found on my treasure hunt? Everyone looked at him in confusion. What? Dried tofu skin. Tofu skin. Red dates. And a bag of sugar and tea country fragrant rice. Everyone stood up in shock. Tea country fragrant rice? So many goodies. You're so lucky. I go take a look. Qin Lang smiled triumphantly. Not only are they good, they're all vacuum-packed. Let me see. Zhao Yugong strode over, took the fragrant rice, and examined it in the dim light. However, aside from the words vacuum-packed and tea country fragrant rice, there was nothing else on the packaging. He frowned. That's strange. I never seen anything like this. A soldier asked, puzzled. What's wrong, Captain Zhao? It doesn't look like it comes from the base. Logically, this area is the base's upper-level residential area, so finding these goodies isn't uncommon. However, all base supplies, especially food, have a simple description of their origin. Zhao Yuang finished, handing the fragrant rice back to Qin Lang. No matter where it comes from, with our luck, we definitely make it back to Yaobin base. A soldier said. Yes, Zhang Lulu is right. The hearts of everyone present surged with excitement. In the apocalypse, natural disasters and man-made calamities are frequent, and only the last vestiges of hope and faith in survival sustained them. Sun Jingtao glanced at the smokeless charcoal and salt on the ground, then at Jiang Yin, who was returning from fetching snow in the distance. He understood. His so-called good fortune was simply Jiang Yin's silent dedication behind the scenes. But in the apocalypse, just knowing her was already good enough. Chapter 337. Seeing Jiang Yin and Yi Qing return to the door, Song Qian gritted his teeth, enduring the cold, and came out to help Yi Qing take the stainless steel basin filled with snow. Qin Lang also came over to help. Sister Yin, is the snowstorm picking up again outside? Yeah, it might get even worse soon. Jiang Yin reached out to smooth her hair, subconsciously glancing at Mo Shiryao in the corner. Her face, perhaps from the firelight or the warmth of her body, seemed to have a hint of color. Sister Yin, Yi Qing, look what I just found. Qin Lang placed the bag away from the fire, and immediately began to show it off to the two of them. Sister Yin, don't you think I'm incredibly lucky? Jiang Yin feigned surprise for a second, then laughed. Yeah, great. I want some too. Yi Qing also laughed, but glanced at Jiang Yin casually. Not long after entering the house, they both gradually warmed up. Song Qian placed the stainless steel basin on the fire. Soon, the snow began to melt, and gradually, a thick white mist rose into the air, and the basin began to simmer. Off to the other side, the roast goose and roast rabbit were ready. Yi Qing and Sun Jingtao skillfully removed the skeleton with a few daggers, and then placed the mutant goose skeleton into the basin. The mutant rabbit skeleton was carefully set aside, reserved for later use. Soon, an alluring aroma spread through the room with the steam. The low temperature meant that the roasted meat was quickly distributed. Jiang Yin wasn't hungry, so she only ordered a small piece of roast goose. The goose meat was roasted to a golden brown. Although it was mutated, the goose meat was very coarse and tough, comparable to turkey. The only seasoning was salt, but Jiang Yin felt that it tasted better than the roast goose she'd bought at the 5-star hotel in her space. The others didn't dare devour the food whole, instead tearing it apart slowly with their hands. Lin Xiaowei, well-rested, volunteered to act as chef, adding a small amount of the wood ear mushrooms, dried bean curd sheets, and fragrant rice that Qin Lang had found to the pot. Dr. Lin, is that all you're going to put in? Kongwu asked, swallowing. The remaining soldiers nodded hopefully. Dr. Lin, would you mind adding more? No, we need to save some for later. Only the boss knows how expensive firewood, rice, oil, and salt are. Lin Xiaowei said, stirring the pot with a long-handled dagger as a spoon. They say a good cook can't cook without rice, and today I felt that more clearly. The clatter of the dagger against the pot was a bit harsh, but to the starving crowd, it was nothing. Yi Qing smiled. It sounds like Dr. Lin is making bone soup. With these words, the room, previously buzzing with chatter, suddenly quieted down. Xiao Yi, don't tell horror stories so late at night, Sun Jingtao said with feigned anger. Yi Qing was a bit confused. Jiang Yin suddenly realized. You? Lin Xiaowei's face faltered for a second, and she gently rested the dagger on the edge of the mixing bowl. She smiled. You're not mistaken for a character in a horror movie, are you? A doctor, a dagger, simmering bone broth, and the sound of sharp weapons clashing, it all sounded a bit creepy. However, the people present were mostly battle-hardened warriors, familiar with the sea of blood and corpses, and they were no strangers to it. The silence just now was subconscious. Objectively speaking, only Jiang Yin and Mo Shiryao might have been frightened. Mo Shiryao was still in a daze, so everyone's eyes instinctively turned to Jiang Yin, who smiled calmly. Speaking of bone soup, most of the bone soup we had before the apocalypse was enhanced with technology and ruthless labor. Tonight's bone soup is guaranteed to be made with genuine ingredients. The topic was abruptly changed, and a soldier couldn't help but say, indeed, at least there's no soup concentrate. Sister Lin, you haven't added salt yet, right? Just some Sichuan peppercorns, Seoko, and star anise will be fine. On the first night after leaving Yaobin base, the survivors were filled with joy over a bite of barbecue and a bowl of hot soup. After dinner, the dozen or so men arranged their shifts and divided up a rest area. The inner area was reserved for the 3 women, while the remaining men remained outside, near the door. Yi Qing, standing next to Jiang Yin, saw her brows furrowed slightly and said, Jiang Yin, if you want to rest inside, I bring you a wolf's skin. Chapter 338. No thank you. Jiang Yin politely declined his offer. I go check on Dr. Song and the others. Okay, then be careful. It was soon Yi Qing's turn and one of the soldiers shipped, so he couldn't walk too far. Yes. Jiang Yin, I go with you. Lin Xiaowei, carrying the first aid kit, volunteered. Jiang Yin nodded, fished out a short dagger made from materials at the base, and handed it to her. Dr. Lin, keep this for self-defense. Thank you. Although Lin Xiaowei knew the house was relatively safe, having an extra weapon was helpful. Seeing his wife leave, Zhao Yugong followed, axe in hand. Song Haitao, Jiang Yi, and the others were still in the house they found earlier. A round-faced soldier was guarding it. Since they were revisiting an old spot, the three of them arrived in just a few minutes after a few detours. A soldier, leaning against a table, dozing with his rifle in his arms, quickly stood up when he noticed the light. Captain Zhao, Sister Yin, Dr. Song, and the others are still asleep. He rubbed his eyes, a flicker of embarrassment in his eyes. Sorry, the oxygen's a little thin here, and I accidentally fell asleep. It's okay, Jiang Yin said, removing her backpack and pulling out a mountaineering oxygen bottle. If you really can't take it anymore, just breathe. Okay, thank you, Sister Yin. The round-faced soldier, surprised and delighted, quickly reached out to take it. Zhao Yugong and Lin Xiaowei were stunned. Jiang Yin, your backpack is incredibly spacious. It felt like a treasure chest. Not only could it hold a lot of things, but whenever she needed something, she could pull it out like magic. The two took advantage of her flashlight to examine it carefully, but couldn't discern a brand. But they could tell the material was somewhat similar to the Oxford cloth bags favored by President Obama of Gale Nation. It said that briefcases made of that material are not only lightweight and durable, but also bulletproof. Fortunately, after spending so long in the apocalypse, I gotten used to carrying everything with me. Jiang Yin smiled, dimming the flashlight, and scanning the faces of Song Haitao and the others. Lin Xiaowei pulled a pair of gloves from the medicine box, put them on, and squatted down, examining each of them one by one. The pulse is stronger. If nothing unexpected happens, they should wake up tomorrow. Dr. Lin, have you noticed they grown beards? Jiang Yin frowned. Song Haitao, Jiang Yi, and the others, especially the younger men, had a slighter more color in their faces than yesterday, and a small layer of dark blue stubble grew around their lips. By comparison, young people's stubble is longer. Lin Xiaowei nodded. It's probably metabolic recovery. She was just a surgeon, so she didn't really understand the specific reasons. After confirming that the vital signs were normal, Jiang Yin finally relaxed. The three of them left the room and headed back. After a few steps, Jiang Yin paused. Captain Zhao, Dr. Lin, you guys go back first. I go check out the room next door where Qin Lang found the supplies. Zhao Yugong and Lin Xiaowei were stunned for a moment, then asked worriedly, how about we go with you? No need. Jiang Yin smiled calmly, waving her submachine gun. I have this fully loaded. The couple stared at each other, understanding the message in each other's eyes. Jiang Yin was capable of protecting herself. After all, they had heard of her fame back at Lion Base and Yaobin Base. Today, they witnessed firsthand how she and Yi Qing defeated a mountain of mutant snow wolves with a few moves. If they were here, they might not be of much help and might even hinder us. Then be careful. Okay. Watching the two men walk away, Jiang Yin headed towards the room where she had found the map. The bedding and mattresses on the two camp beds had been removed by Song Qian and his men, and the wooden planks that supported them had also been removed. Only two metal frames remained. Jiang Yin scanned the area with her flashlight, then pulled an anti-surveillance detector from her backpack. After checking it, she closed the door. Mom, I stay outside and keep watch, Hua Bao said. Okay. Jiang Yin nodded, and with a thought, she entered the space. From the dark, cold, and oxygen-starved outside to the bright, sunny, and oxygen-rich space, Jiang Yin felt like she had returned from hell to heaven. Chapter 339. Chirp chirp. GGGA. The space was in turmoil. The vegetable seeds she had sown earlier were now a vibrant green. Jiang Yin didn't have time to harvest them, so she simply let them continue to grow wildly. She couldn't take the fresh vegetables out of the space, but she could quietly store some dried vegetables and fruits in a corner. After all, Lin Xiaowei and Zhao Yugong were trapped here just to rescue her. As for Song Qian and Yi Qing, they were well known to her. Jiang Yin would be on guard when necessary, but she would also offer assistance when necessary. Thinking this way, Jiang Yin headed towards the apple cabin. She had come in to find a map of Dongshan and its surroundings before the apocalypse on her computer. Although the area was currently covered in ice and snow, she believed that once Song Haitao and the others woke up, they could use these original maps to locate the coordinates of Yao Ben's base. A white reindeer not far away noticed her presence and, with a cry, leaped to its feet and galloped towards her. As it neared her, the reindeer slowed down, lowered its head, and gently rubbed its antlers against Jiang Yan's body. "Ah!" the reindeer cried softly. Jiang Yan reached out and touched its head. It said that all things possess spirits, and this reindeer seemed to possess a stronger spiritual energy. Although she couldn't understand its language, she could sense that the snow-white female was grateful to her and somewhat attached to her. "Little dear, are you still adapting to the cold?" Jiang Yan stroked the reindeer's head, her mind racing back to the bitterly cold weather outside. Reindeer are supposedly extremely cold resistant. Before the apocalypse, freezing temperatures of -50 degrees Celsius were no problem. This reindeer was the one she had rescued and brought into her dimension during those icy times. And it had stayed in her dimension for so long. The dimension had a physical effect on her, and it likely had the same effect on these animals. After all, this reindeer was visibly growing larger and stronger, even showing its muscles beneath its fur. It looked like a completely different deer from when they first met it. In addition, after several upgrades to the dimension, mountains, rivers, and seas had appeared. She suspected that snow-capped mountains would appear later. But for now, Huabao had to be on guard outside. Otherwise, she really should have brought it in to continue feeding on gold bricks. That way, the reindeer's living environment would be closer to the outside world, making it easier for it to adapt. They were trapped here, and sooner or later they would have to return to Yaobin Base. Finding the coordinates of Yaobin Base would be a problem. But how to get back was also a big problem. Jiang Yan's space was filled with a variety of vehicles, most of which ran on fuel and were completely incapable of withstanding the current extreme cold. They could only rely on primitive tools. Looking at the reindeer before her, which was still growing in size, Jiang Yan felt that it was the most suitable means of transportation for extreme cold weather. Of course, they could also patiently wait for the extreme cold to pass, until the ground was covered with floating ice and stagnant water, and then retrieve the speedboat from the space. However, Jiang Yan felt that they would not be safe here for long. After all, Mo Zhongqing and Mo Shuifeng, who had suddenly disappeared, would most likely not give up the search for them. Even if such a large metal building would soon be covered in snow, it would still be very conspicuous on the vast snowy plain. Besides, the apocalypse had been here for so long. Perhaps, there were more than just the 5 private bases of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. It was also possible that new bases and forces had emerged in secret. Jiang Yan had been wondering where the missing Mo Jingxing had gone. She suspected Mo Shiyao might know the answer, or a clue, but given her current state, she could only wait. Chapter 340. Mom, Song Qian is here. Hua Bao, guarding the space outside, stared blankly in the room. 2 vines guarded the area Jiang Yan had left, while the remaining 10 vines stretched outward in the darkness. Like 10 real-time surveillance cameras scattered throughout the corridor. As soon as Sun Jingtao and Song Qian appeared at the end of the vines, Hua Bao quickly alerted Jiang Yan in the space. Jiang Yan found a pre-apocalyptic topographic and satellite map of Dongshan on her computer, printed it out, and placed it in a waterproof bag in her backpack. At the warning, she quickly donned her down jacket and, with a thought, left the space. The temperature inside the metal house was currently around -20 degrees Celsius. Even though she was wearing the finest down jacket and had been well trained, the extreme temperature difference still made Jiang Yan shiver subconsciously. Song Qian and Sun Jingtao heard that Jiang Yan hadn't gone out with Zhao Yugong and his wife, but had stayed in the duty room where Qin Lang had found the map and food. They couldn't help but feel a little worried, so they went to check on her. Sun Jingtao was halfway there when he realized Jiang Yan had suddenly chosen to stay in the inner room. Could it be that she was experiencing one of those days when women have trouble with their periods? The apocalypse had changed people's lives and habits, but as Su Dai saw, her period would still come. These 2 grown men weren't afraid of danger, but there were some words of concern they couldn't bring themselves to express. Thinking of this, Sun Jingtao paused, his expression awkward for a second. I forgot to ask my wife to come along. What's wrong? Song Qian's mother had been alone for so many years, having experienced so much of the apocalypse, so she hadn't thought about the details. The word slipped out of her mind, and then she realized what was happening, her face flushing. How about we ask for general information first, and then go find Su Dai for details? That's fine. The 2 walked to the duty room door, and saw it was closed, exchanged glances. Jiang Yan, are you in there? Sun Jingtao knocked, while Song Qian raised his gun, standing guard. Regardless of Jiang Yan's safety, this was a common practice among soldiers in the post-apocalyptic world. The door creaked open, and Jiang Yan yawned, covering her mouth with her hand. She glanced at the 2 men sleepily. You haven't rested yet? Sun Jingtao made up a random excuse. Yi Qing was on duty outside, and he saw you hadn't returned in a while, so he asked us to come check on you. Jiang Yan, are you okay? Song Qian looked at Jiang Yan, his face flushed. Hua Bao had overheard their conversation, so Jiang Yan naturally knew about it. She smiled, pointed to an aluminum foil blanket on the floor, and said, I'm fine. I'm just not used to resting in crowded places. I stay here for the night. Sun Jingtao stared at the wrinkled blanket, his eyes fixed on the floor. I forgot you were used to that. If I'd known about the beds here, I wouldn't have taken them down. Well, I get you a wolfskin. This blanket is too thin and uncomfortable. Song Qian said, turning to leave when Jiang Yan quickly called out, Brother Song, there's no need. I have a thinner blanket in my backpack. Besides, I'm not used to the smell of wolfskin. Song Qian paused. If it were someone else, in this situation, this would have been pretentious. But in his opinion, Jiang Yan had the resources. That's fine. We're just worried you might be feeling unwell. If you have anything, just message us on the intercom. Sun Jingtao finally understood. As long as she wasn't feeling unwell, that was all. He believed she could handle the rest. Okay, you rest first. We be leaving, Song Qian said. Yes, Jiang Yan nodded. You guys should get some rest too. If anything happens, just call me on the intercom. Okay. After watching the two men walk away, Jiang Yan closed the door again and entered the space. She grabbed a steak, ate it, and fell asleep. She had a good night's sleep. The next morning, just before 6, Jiang Yan was awakened by her alarm. She quickly washed up, ate something, and left the space. As she returned to her room, the intercom buzzed. Everyone, all the snow wolf corpses outside are gone. Chapter 341. Jiang Yan pressed the intercom, grabbed her backpack, and strode out. What do you mean all disappeared? Hua Bao quickly shrank the 12 vines and leaped onto Jiang Yan's shoulders. Sister Yan, the snow and wind were so strong we couldn't see clearly earlier. Yi Qing and Brother Song are checking outside now. It was Kong Wu who answered. Jiang Yan. Sister Yan. As Jiang Yan walked outside, the group of people who had been huddled in their snow wolf fur, slumbering, had all woken up. Each of their hair was disheveled, like they had just emerged from a chicken coop. The sight was both amusing and a bit sad. Jiang Yan. Zhao Yugong saw him, walked over quickly, and briefly explained the situation. Last night, the snowstorm was severe, and Yi Qing and a young soldier had initially been on guard duty. Yi Qing wasn't afraid of the cold. While on duty, he would occasionally go outside for a round of inspections, but he didn't notice anything unusual. Later, those on duty were all men of average physique. Even Song Qian and Qin Lang could only stand at the door and peer out for a few seconds at most. They couldn't have endured any longer. Additionally, the wind and snow grew stronger, reducing visibility and causing the temperature to drop rapidly. The piles of snow wolf carcasses, piled like a hill, were quickly covered by ice and snow, blending seamlessly into the white world outside. After that, no one paid much attention to the situation outside. It wasn't until early morning, when Yi Qing woke up and subconsciously went outside to inspect, that he noticed something unusual. Although the disappearance of the bodies was extremely strange, it was certain that it had occurred in the latter part of the night. Furthermore, the sudden disappearance of so many corpses, piled like a small mountain, without a trace. While the on-duty personnel couldn't see them, they also didn't hear much noise. This was quite bizarre. Unless someone else had, like her, stored the snow wolf carcasses in a space. Aside from that, she couldn't think of another way to make such a behemoth suddenly vanish. I go take a look, Jiang Yan said. After pulling out her snow goggles and putting them on, she stepped into the snow, 1 foot deep, 1 foot shallow. The snow was falling heavily, though thinner than before, but the ground was noticeably thicker. The bloody battlefield, strewn with blood and shredded flesh yesterday, was now covered by a new white carpet. Even the graves Yi Qing had dug were now much barer. Yi Qing, Song Qian, and Qin Lang were scattered in a small area, carefully digging at the ground with crowbars and ordnance shovels. Jiang Yan, you're awake. Yi Qing's hearing and vision were far superior to Song Qian's. Seeing Jiang Yan approach, he paused. Qin Lang and the others, their heads covered in snow, also looked up. Sister Yan, look what we found. The three of them weren't as cold-resistant as Yi Qing. After spending so long in temperatures below 70 or 80 degrees Celsius, their hands and feet were already showing signs of freezing. Her lips trembled noticeably as she spoke. Jiang Yan leaned over and looked at the small area she had dug out. She was startled for a second. What is this? On the white snow lay clumps of translucent objects, some flocculent and some gelatinous. There were a large number of them. They looked like solid objects, but in reality, the low temperature had condensed them into ice crystals. Jiang Yan, we suspect the snow wolf carcasses disappeared because they dissolved themselves. Dissolved? Jiang Yan was stunned for a second, then realized, are you saying that after death, these snow wolves produce strong acids or bases in their bodies? Chapter 342. That should be it. Yi Qing nodded. Jiang Yan was shocked. If I remember correctly, dead animal carcasses produce alkali when they decay. But it's freezing cold right now, and the entire snowfield is like a natural refrigerator. If there's no external force acting on a dead body, it won't change even after hundreds of years. Not to mention, producing strong alkalis or acids probably requires a chemical reaction, right? That's true, but we're encountering more than 1 or 2 instances of anti-scientific behavior these days, Song Qian said, breaking off a crystal with a military shovel. He then gently scooped off a small piece, removed his scarf, and sniffed it. It doesn't have any odor, but it's a little pungent, not very noticeable. Then those snow wolf pelts Yi Qing brought into the house yesterday seem fine. How do you explain that? Jiang Yan turned her head to glance at the metal house, frowning. Qin Lang, not only are the snow wolf furs fine, but so are the blood and flesh that fell to the ground when you killed the snow wolf yesterday. Yi Qing pondered, there's only one explanation. This process of producing strong acid begins in the internal organs. Jiang Yan, I agree with Yi Qing, Qin Lang said, carefully picking up a broken crystal and examining it. The weather was so cold that everyone was wearing leather gloves, so they weren't in direct contact with the crystals. Be careful. Jiang Yan still felt something was amiss. She was about to pull a glass bottle from her backpack to put a sample in it, when she saw Qin Lang's pupil shrink, and he quickly tossed the crystal away. The 4 of them simultaneously glanced at his hand, gasping in surprise. This? 2 thumb-sized holes appeared on Qin Lang's leather glove, where he pinched the crystal. A faint wisp of white smoke rose from the holes, barely noticeable in the wind and snow. Looking back at the crystal Qin Lang had thrown back into the snow, the part of the crystal that had been stained by the fur initially had a light soy sauce-colored hue. But soon, that soy sauce color faded until it became transparent and invisible. This scene and image was truly eerie. A wave of fear washed over the 4 of them. Luckily, Yi Qing had stopped a soldier from wanting to eat wolf meat yesterday. Otherwise, the consequences would have been disastrous. Jiang Yan and Song Qian asked in unison, concentrated sulfuric acid? It could also be aqua regia. Aqua regia is more corrosive than concentrated sulfuric acid. As Sun Jingtao finished speaking, the remaining men's brows furrowed, a sense of foreboding welling in their hearts. The only explanation for something so unbelievable, so contrary to reality and science, is that it originated in a human laboratory. After all, when animals and plants evolve, they initially change in ways that benefit their own survival. It's unlikely that they would achieve this so quickly. Why don't you 3 go back first? Xiuya and I will stay here and see if we can find any new clues. Jiang Yan glanced at the 3 of them. He, Song Qian, and Qin Lang's faces were almost red. She knew it was due to the freezing temperature. If they stayed any longer, she feared they would suffer extensive frostbite. Song Qian stood up. That's fine. Call us if you need anything. Be careful yourselves too. It's best not to get involved, Sun Jingtao added. He truly couldn't stay any longer, his breathing was already becoming rapid. Watching the 3 people trudging into the house, Yi Qing retracted his gaze and glanced at Jiang Yan. Back when we were at the Flame Base, the research conducted by the S&P laboratory wasn't just focused on the evolution of humans and animals under natural disasters and extremely harsh weather conditions. It also secretly involved a small amount of biochemical experiments. Chapter 343. Biochemical experiment? Jiang Yan frowned, a thought suddenly coming to mind. Did you know Shuiqian Meishua when you were at the S&P lab at the Flame Base? Although Yi Qing was surprised by Jiang Yan's knowledge of Shuiqian Meishua, he answered truthfully, yes, she's the only female doctoral student at the S&P lab, her cousin Shui Miaomiu. She was also a test subject, one of the first and most perfect. Test subject? Jiang Yan was startled. Do you know Chu Hui too? Dr. Chu? A hint of doubt flashed in Yi Qing's eyes. I know him. He was also one of the test subjects. He was already in his 60s, and suffering from a terminal illness, so he didn't have much time left. But he used the latest technology developed in his lab to replace the organs and skin of a 19-year-old athlete with his own. That athlete was his brother's grandson, a close relative. That technology sounds incredible, but it was indeed a success. However, even if the replacement was with a close relative, there would still be tissue and blood type compatibility issues, and the lifespan wouldn't be very long. Jiang Yan was stunned for a second. No wonder when she saw Chu Hui, she thought he looked like a grandson in his body, a grandfather in his heart. To her surprise, it turned out to be true. However, he died in an avalanche on the way back to the flame base. He finished his explanation, but he still held back the question he wanted to ask Jiang Yan why they knew each other. Jiang Yan took a deep breath. They're using themselves as test subjects. Aren't they afraid of immediate death if the experiment fails? Before the apocalypse, when new research was first published, the first subjects to undergo experiments were almost always mice. Later on, most of the research involving humans was clinical research. After the apocalypse, all kinds of animals would become experimental subjects. Even lower-class humans would be included. But directly using oneself as a test subject was truly cruel. The people in the lab at the fiery base, like that pervert Shui Miao Miao, are fanatical and critical, not a single one of them normal. So, as soon as some previous research was successful, they used it all on themselves. It's not that they're particularly dedicated, but rather that the experimental products are scarce and expensive, so they rather make mistakes than miss out. In the final analysis, compared to fear of death, they're more greedy. Jiang Yan nodded, picked up a small crystal with tweezers, placed it in a glass sampling bottle, covered it, and tossed it into the space. She stood up. Let's go back to the house. Okay. Yi Qing reached out to brush off the thick layer of snowflakes from his hat. After a moment's hesitation, he called her Jiang Yan. What's wrong? Jiang Yan paused and glanced at him. If you ever run into Shui Miao Miao again, be extremely careful, Yi Qing said, his fingers curling fiercely at his sides. I know, Jiang Yan nodded. Not only will I be extremely careful, I make him suffer a fate worse than death. It's just a pity that we never had the chance to encounter him at the flame base. Later, after the flame base was struck by a meteorite swarm and partially destroyed by the Yaobin base, he and his core team disappeared without a trace. Jiang Yan privately questioned Mo Jingsheng several times, but he remained evasive. He simply said that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, and that the flame base was merely the most superficial outpost of Shui Miao Miao or the forces behind him. Shui Miao Miao was merely the face of a hidden power. And the power behind him, the faction that controlled the natural disaster simulator, was far more ruthless and vicious than they had imagined, powerful, and difficult to deal with. Furthermore, not every Reborn possesses the same spatial abilities and Piranha plant cheats as Jiang Yan. But not every Reborn is a good person either. If other unknown Reborns with special abilities join the enemy camp, they will pose a significant threat and challenge to the survivor standing on the front line. He's no longer the simple devil he was before the apocalypse. Yi Qing took a deep breath and spoke. Killing him now will be even more difficult than before the apocalypse. He was wearing snow goggles, and had his mouth and nose covered. Jiang Yan couldn't see his expression, but she could sense the hatred and anger within him. But sooner or later, I will kill him myself, he said. Chapter 344. Jiang Yan glanced at Yi Qing. What do you mean? She had the impression that, aside from the recent grudges and their opposing positions, there shouldn't have been any significant old animosity between him and Shui Miao Miao. But now, Yi Qing's tone made Jiang Yan sense something amiss. It's nothing, Jiang Yan. Let's go. The snow's starting to get heavier again. Let's go back to the house. Yi Qing gritted his teeth and forced a smile. Since he didn't want to talk, Jiang Yan didn't want to ask any more. She felt as if Yi Qing had suddenly taken on something, but it was hidden very deeply. The two of them returned to the room, one after the other. Zhao Yugong and the others had long heard from Song Qian and Sun Jingtao about the self-disintegration of the snow wolf's corpse, and they were all somewhat terrified. But soon, beyond the fear, everyone was filled with a greater sense of gloom. The gloom of impending food shortages. After all, having guarded so many snow wolf carcasses, most people still harbored a sense of hope. If all else failed, they could just eat the wolf meat. Now, aside from the northwest wind and snow water, they had no other options. The food Qin Lang and his companions had found, along with the mutant snow rabbits and snow geese captured by Yi Qing, would only last for 2 or 3 days. What about after 3 days? Xiao Yi, can we still catch those snow rabbits and snow geese? It's so windy and snowy right now, we can't go far. Hunting nearby is like waiting for a rabbit to appear. Then we can only wait for a rabbit to appear. What else can we do? Captain Song, how about we check the other floors today? The crowd chattered. Everyone's brows furrowed, their hearts trembling with anxiety. Jiang Yan frowned as well. But her concern wasn't about food, but about the self-dissolving mutant snow wolves she just encountered. If they were truly released by the S&P lab or a similar laboratory, then their whereabouts would likely be exposed. After all, it was unknown where Mo Shuifeng and Mo Zhongqing, who had parachuted out of the metal house mid-fall, had gone. In apocalyptic circumstances, the greatest dangers and difficulties lie not only in the living environment and food, but also in the isolation and scarcity of information. As for food, she did have a lot in her space, but she needed to find the right place and opportunity to store it somewhere, then wait for someone to find it like a treasure hunt. Jiang Yin, what do you think? Song Qian instinctively glanced at the dazed Jiang Yin. They knew Jiang Yin had some special abilities. However, many of the warriors present, including Xiao Yugong, Lin Xiaowei, and others, were considered newcomers. So, he didn't want Jiang Yin to reveal too much. After all, in apocalyptic circumstances, no one can guarantee they always be good. As for the soldiers currently in the house, even Xiao Yugong and Lin Xiaowei, he believed he could control them. But if hostile forces or new bases joined, many things would become unpredictable. Daytime is relatively safer. I suggest we divide up the work and search separately. Since this area can be independently ejected from Yaobin base, it must have been carefully planned, taking into account all possible natural disasters. It's more like a safe haven for the base's higher-ups. I believe if we search diligently, we'd definitely find food. So, Sun Jingtao and I will be responsible for breaking down the door. Yi Qing, who is acclimated to the cold, has hunting experience, and can handle snow wolves, will be responsible for the area outside the door. For the remaining personnel, I suggest, excluding those who remain behind, we split into 2 teams, 1 for each floor. What do you all think? Jiang Yin said, glancing at the group. Jiang Yin, the engine for breaking down the door is very heavy. Should we assign a male colleague? Zhao Yugong suggested quickly. No need, Brother Tao will be enough. Jiang Yin smiled and glanced at Sun Jingtao. Her best partner was actually Yi Qing. But Yi Qing's current physique was special, and he was a hot commodity, so she couldn't let him stay by her side all the time. After all the calculations, Sun Jingtao seemed more trustworthy. Breaking open the doors of these metal houses would require not only a new power source, but also a new drill bit. It would be difficult to do it without anyone noticing. But with Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing around, such a task would be easy. After hearing this, Xiao Yugong said, "Oh then, if you need anything, we be there anytime." Chapter 345. Okay. Jiang Yin handed the walkie-talkies she had collected yesterday to several people. If you notice anything unusual, contact us immediately. Okay. The captains of the impromptu rescue teams reached out to take them. Each team was equipped with a walkie-talkie, 2 submachine guns, and 2 cold weapons made of a special metal that Jiang Yin had found in the ammunition depot. This walkie-talkie battery is really durable. Zhao Yugong reached out to take it, subconsciously pressing a button and checking the remaining battery. He was shocked for a second to find that it was full. The remaining people were also surprised. Jiang Yin smiled and said casually, "I changed it. I found some batteries in the house yesterday." Oh, no wonder. It seems that not only Qin Lang, but also Miss Jiang are incredibly lucky. Zhao Yugong couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Xiaowei glanced at Jiang Yin after hearing this, and then thought of the thermos cup she had seen before, and a hint of doubt emerged in her heart. Seeing that everyone and their equipment were in place, Song Qian glanced at everyone and ordered, "Let's go," according to our earlier division of labor. As soon as he finished speaking, a soldier suddenly said with an embarrassed expression, "Captain Song, Dr. Lin, my arm seems stiff, and I can't move it." "Captain Song, me too." "It's my right leg," another soldier said. "And me too. My arm is itchy and burning." "Could it be poisoned from eating the mutant rabbit yesterday?" another soldier asked. Because of the snow wolf's autolysis, everyone was vaguely afraid. The sudden situation made Jiang Yin and Song Qian pause. "Let me take a look." Lin Xiaowei quickly stood up and walked over. The soldier, with an itchy arm, struggled to pull up the sleeve of his combat uniform, causing everyone to gasp. His right arm was covered in redness and swelling, and covered in a patchwork of startling blisters, as if he had a viral infection. Jiang Yan's brow furrowed. These symptoms were very similar to those Yi Qing had experienced previously. But he clearly hadn't been genetically modified, so how could he have such a side effect? Just as she was about to ask, Lin Xiaowei said, "You have 2nd-degree frostbite. If there's no secondary infection, the blisters will dry up in 2 or 3 weeks, forming black scabs. Once the scabs fall off, new skin will grow back." Lin Xiaowei said, taking out a tube of frostbite cream and applying it to him. Everyone was stunned. Second-degree frostbite? Dr. Lin, can you give me this frostbite cream directly? The soldier took a look at the cream. No, Lin Xiaohui said, realizing her tone was a bit harsh. Supplies are scarce right now, so we have to centralize management. Your condition is still treatable, don't worry too much. The soldier uttered an "oh," glancing at his right hand with lingering fear. This is 5th-degree frostbite. Lin Xiaohui examined another soldier whose right leg was stiff and blackened, and sighed. Dr. Lin, what does 5th-degree frostbite mean? Jiang Yan was puzzled. Lin Xiaohui stood up, glanced at the soldier with sympathy, and whispered, it's the most severe type of frostbite. If it were before the apocalypse, with available medical care, it could still be treated, but now amputation is likely the only option. Jiang Yan. Dr. Lin, is my leg going to be useless? The soldier didn't hear what Lin Xiaohui and Jiang Yan said, but he could tell from her expression that the situation was serious. Besides, the weather had been extremely cold, and some basic training had been conducted within the Yaobin base. There's probably still hope. Don't lose heart, Lin Xiaohui had to reassure him. Okay, is anyone else seriously unwell? Song Qian glanced at everyone. As for feeling unwell, everyone was. After all, they all carried some old injuries. A few soldiers pursed their dry lips and shook their heads, saying, no more. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Not only were they now facing food shortages, but they also had to contend with frostbite and the possibility of a second attack from those mutated snow wolves. Zila, Zila. At that moment, the intercoms on several of them began to chime simultaneously. A surprised, hoarse voice rang out. Sister Yin, Brother Song, Dr. Song, they're awake. Chapter 346. Dr. Lin, Xiaoya, shall we go in first? Song Qian said, glancing at Lin Xiaohui, who was gently applying frostbite cream to a soldier suffering from 2nd-degree frostbite. Wait a moment. Lin Xiaohui calmly applied the cream before rising with the first aid kit. Jiang Yan glanced at the scene, catching a glimpse of Mo Shiyao, who had just woken up in the corner. I'd be on guard outside. You go ahead. Call me if anything happens. If those mutated snow wolves attacked again, the people outside would be completely unable to resist. So, Shi and Yiqing tried not to leave the house at the same time. Besides, Yiqing had been in the S&P laboratory at the Lion base, and might have some information about Song Haitao and the other situation. He would be much more useful going in now than her. Song Qian understood. Okay, then, be careful. If anything goes wrong outside, let us know. Then we stay too. Sun Jingtao and Song Qian stayed. The two men helped the severely frostbitten soldiers toward the fire, and added more wood. The room suddenly filled with smoke and fire. Jiang Yan glanced at Mo Shiyao, who was coughing and covering her mouth, and walked over to her. Shiyao, this is for you. She pulled a pink thermos from her backpack. This time, however, it wasn't filled with melted Snickers water, but slightly heated treasure porridge. Jiang Yan had prepared it in advance while she was in the space. Because she feared the porridge would be too thick and difficult to drink, she added a little water. Mo Shiryu's eyes froze for a few seconds, then she slowly moved towards her, and shook her head woodenly. Jiang Yan didn't force it. She reached out, grabbed a wooden plank, and placed it under her hips, then sat down beside her. My father died in a car accident when I was very young, and my mother raised me alone. Jiang Yan paused, glancing at Mo Shiryao from the corner of her eye. The latter's fingers, which were wrapped around her legs, moved slightly. Later, her business grew, and around that time, a man entered my mother's world. Seeing her face once again filled with happiness, I thought she had found her true love. Although I refused to admit that man was my stepfather, deep down I was happy for her. Then, one year, it was my mother's wedding anniversary with him. The man said he wanted to give my mother a special anniversary underwater, and my mother happily went to Country L with him. In the end, I didn't get to see their underwater romance. Instead, I got the devastating news that my mother had a diving accident and was killed by a shark. I was devastated. In my desperation, I sought help from everyone, and ended up being framed by that scumbag and his mistress's brother, imprisoned in a dark basement. Jiang Yan choked up, her eyes red. Is that scumbag still alive? The girl beside her looked at her, with a clenched fist, a hint of hatred in her dull eyes. Jiang Yan took a deep breath. No! I will not let go of anyone who betrayed or harmed my family. She paused. But the prerequisite is that I have to move on first. If I continue to wallow in heartbreak, in the betrayal of those I know, then these wicked people and events will be like a bottomless pool of mud, only sinking me deeper and deeper. Not only will I not be able to seek revenge, I will lose myself and even destroy myself. Sure Yao, many times, running away won't solve any problems. If you're unwilling to move on, even a deity can't save you, Jiangyan said, handing the thermos cup to Imo Shiryao. This time, she didn't refuse. Chapter 347. Jiangyan, I apologize for my earlier arrogance and disrespect. Imo Shiryao pursed her lips, squeezed the pink thermos in her hand, and raised one hand awkwardly. Jiangyan's lips curled up, and she reached out to remove her gloves, then shook his hand back. There's an old saying, no fight, no friendship. She knew Imo Shiryao was just a bit arrogant, with a bit of a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Otherwise, when she encountered Qin Lei picking a fight at the entrance of the base mall, Imo Shiryao wouldn't have had to intervene to help. Yes, no fight, no friendship. Imo Shiryao took a breath, her eyes calming down and gleaming. Jiangyan glanced at her hands. Put on the gloves later. To survive in this apocalypse, you need to protect your hands. She had asked Lin Xiaowei to get Imo Shiryao a pair of fleece-lined leather gloves, but she hadn't worn them. Now her hands were cold and swollen. She held it for a brief moment, like a lump of ice. Okay. Imo Shiryao nodded, then paused for a second before speaking. Jiangyan, do you have any extra weapons? Yes. Let me look. Jiangyan removed her backpack, rummaged through it, and pulled out a pistol with a full magazine. Keep this for self-defense. Do you have any cold weapons? Imo Shiryao had barely asked when Jiangyan handed her a tang sword made of base metal. Here. In such icy conditions, firearms, like pistols, could only be used to save their lives. After all, for them, ammunition was limited, and each use meant it was gone. Cold weapons, especially those made of base metal, were not only sturdy and durable, but could also cut through metal like mud. Thank you. Imo Shiryao held out her hand to take it. Imo Shiryao didn't question Jiangyan's ability to retrieve this weapon from a backpack shorter than a tang sword, nor did she question it. As for Jiangyan, she was happy for her, and the entire team, that Imo Shiryao had regained her spirits. Half an hour later, Song Haitao, Jiang Yi, and the others, supported or carried by Song Qian and his men, arrived at the outer room. They had been in the hibernation chamber for so long, and the temperature outside was so low, their limbs were stiff. According to Lin Xiaowei, they needed time to adjust. Zhao Yugong and Kong Wu hurriedly chopped up some large pieces of furniture, and, using the smokeless charcoal they had found, they increased the fire. The already crowded room suddenly filled to its limit, but the temperature inside also rose slightly. Seeing Jiang Yan and Imo Shiryao, Song Haitao and Jiang Yi were both shocked and delighted. Seeing the vast expanse of snow outside, and learning that the entire AS zone had been independently ejected from Yaobin base onto the snowy plains, the group was even more shocked. You really didn't parachute, and you still survived? That shouldn't be the case. Based on the acceleration of gravity, this metal house would likely have ripped a gully into the glacier. The wind is blowing hard outside. Did they land against the wind? Even if it was against the wind, the drag and friction wouldn't be able to offset gravity. A large group of people, except Jiang Yi, were scientists from various fields, talking at once. Song Haitao didn't join in the discussion. He slowly inched forward, glancing outside, his brow furrowed slightly. Everyone, this isn't the time to discuss this. A sudden silence fell. Dr. Song, why are you in that room? Jiang Yan asked, seeing him recover. Song Haitao frowned, scanning the scene before turning to Jiang Yan and saying, Jiang Yan, I want to speak to you privately. Chapter 348. Jiang Yan, I want to talk to you privately too. Unshaven, Jiang Yi raised his hand to ruffle his tangled curls, then abruptly stood up. Yi Qing, standing at the doorway, turned and stared at his face for a few seconds. Jiang Yi's face was instantly recognizable. Even in the apocalypse, he stood out in the crowd. His high nose, sunken eye sockets, and thick, long eyelashes gave him an exotic air. Jiang Yan glanced at him and nodded calmly. I finished talking to Dr. Song first. Okay, I wait, Jiang Yi said, sighing and sitting back down. Dr. Song, are you still here? Jiang Yan looked at Song Haitao, her gaze pausing at his feet. Song Haitao understood instantly. Fighting back the discomfort, he shook his legs. Don't worry, I can walk. Let's go somewhere relatively quiet. Okay. Jiang Yan recalled the room she had entered earlier. Sun Jingtao approached. Do you want me to escort you? No need, Jiang Yan said, pulling 2 flashlights from her backpack and handing one to Song Haitao. Dr. Song, please follow. Okay. Xiao Jiang, you lead the way. The two of them entered the small room, one in front of the other. Jiang Yan closed the door, as usual, and then sent Hua Bao outside to keep watch. Dr. Song, Please sit down, Jiang Yan said, pulling a small folding stool from her backpack and placing it on the ground. Lin Xiaowei had previously said that Song Haitao and the others were suffering from muscle weakness and should minimize their standing time. Jiang Yan also didn't want such an old man, who had made outstanding contributions to the country, to sit on the cold ground. Although Song Haitao was very surprised that she would take out such a stool that was not even a war reserve from her backpack, he still sat on it and said thank you. Jiang Yan, was the AS unit receiving any external assistance during its descent? He asked directly. Jiang Yan didn't shy away from the question. Yes. Then can you recall approximately how long it took for the AS unit to eject from the base and land? It doesn't have to be exact, just a rough estimate will do. Also, was there excessive crosswind resistance? Jiang Yan frowned, thinking for a moment. Sorry, Dr. Song, I can't quite remember. As for crosswinds, there probably weren't any. She recalled the scene when Hua Bao deployed his parachute. Also, there were strong winds, the blizzard hadn't stopped. But compared to this massive, heavy metal building, that little resistance was nothing. Song Haitao stared into the void, his brow furrowed slightly, his fingers occasionally gesturing in the air, as if calculating something in his mind. After a moment, Jiang Yan asked, Is Dr. Song considering our landing site? Yes, Song Haitao recalled. Actually, the AS section of Yaobin Base is also part of the overall secret space program. However, the SSS section's ejection destination is Mars, while the AS section is merely a near-Earth escape. If the AS section encountered no resistance during its ejection, it should have ultimately landed on Phoenix Mountain, home to the Dongshan Observatory. There's a dedicated fixed receiving tower there, and it's located at a very high altitude. Jiang Yan frowned. Dr. Song, what's the point of going there? As for an observatory, there's one near Yaobin Base, also at a very high altitude. Send a distress signal to the nearest survivor base. Song Haitao pondered for a second before speaking slowly. The nearest survivor base? Jiang Yan was stunned. Song Haitao glanced at the door and lowered his voice. That base is called Musen Base. Jiang Yan was stunned. Musen? If she remembered correctly, the first 5 bases established after the apocalypse were those representing the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Of these, Lian Base represented fire, Yaobin Base represented earth, and this Musen Base, obviously, represented wood. Chapter 349. Jiang Yan had an idea, but she decided to confirm it with Song Haitao. Doctor, is this Musen Base also one of the 5 major bases of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth? Song Haitao nodded, not at all surprised that she knew about the 5 major bases. Yes. Doctor, what are the names of the remaining 2 bases, gold and water? And why are they set up that way? Jiang Yan pressed. He had previously asked Mo Jingsheng about the 5 major bases, but he was very secretive. That's not entirely clear. Construction on several bases began before the apocalypse, but their final names were given afterward. However, I heard that the leader of the water base is a decisive young woman. Song Haitao finished, glancing at Jiang Yan. Little Jiang, Mo Jingsheng left so abruptly. Didn't he leave you any information? Jiang Yan was startled. She had been about to ask Song Haitao about Mo Jingsheng, but she was surprised that he didn't know either. No, doctor, I just wanted to ask you. Song Haitao's frown deepened. The scar on his face, due to the rapid aging and wrinkling of his skin, appeared even darker. He sighed deeply and began, that day, Mo Jingsheng suddenly called us to assemble. As soon as we entered a room, we all collapsed before Mo Jingsheng could even reach us. When we woke up again, we were right here. Jiang Yan frowned. So, it was Mo Zhongqing and the others who put you in the hibernation chamber? No. Song Haitao was silent for a second. Song Qian just told us that Mo Zhongqing and Mo Shuifeng betrayed the base and the country. Something unexpected must have happened, and Mo Jingsheng took us into his protection. Among their group, Jiang Yi and his assistant were the only young men, while the rest were middle-aged and elderly, in their 50s and 60s. Some, like him, were military veterans and much more robust than the average scientific researcher. But the majority were practically helpless, some even suffering from underlying medical conditions. However, as the remaining scientists in various fields, their importance was self-evident. Thus, the people in the hibernation chamber seemed to have been protected in advance. As for Mo Jingsheng's sudden disappearance without informing Jiang Yan, there was only one possibility. The situation was too urgent. Besides, Jiang Yan was quite capable of self-preservation. Mo Jingsheng is the leader responsible for destroying the space disaster simulation laboratory. If he simply suddenly traveled to another base or met with someone higher up, it would be fine. I'm worried that hostile forces, colluding internally and externally, could have put him in danger. However, I believe him. Since he's risen to the position of base leader at such a young age, besides being a member of the MO family, he also possesses special abilities. So Xiao Jiang, don't worry too much. Our priority now is to seize every opportunity to return to the base or reach the observatory. Also, Song Qian told me about the autolysis of the mutant snow wolf corpses you encountered earlier. Song Haitao changed the subject. Those should be the nanoviruses recently developed internationally. Jiang Yan was stunned. Nanoviruses? Yes, nanoviruses are very small. 1,000 nanometers equals 1 micron. Viruses can be as large as a few hundred nanometers, or as small as a few nanometers. Nanoviruses are pre-implanted into the animal's body, and will automatically spread as long as conditions allow. Jiang Yan suddenly realized, so, can we understand it this way? These viruses require certain conditions to activate, similar to a drop in body temperature. The biggest difference between a dead animal and a living one is the cessation of tissue and organ function, and the rapid drop in body temperature in such extreme cold. Yes, Song Haitao nodded slightly, a hint of worry suddenly appearing in his sharp eyes. Xiao Jiang, nanoviruses can't be created by animal mutations, they can only be man-made. Since you were able to kill those invulnerable snow wolves with your bare hands, it's very likely that the experimenters behind this have already set their sights on us. Chapter 350. Even worse, they might be targeting you or Xiaoya. Song Haitao said, raising his hand to the wall beside him and shakily standing up. He looked at Jiang Yan and said, Xiao Jiang, rather than just sit and wait for death, I suggest we move out of here as soon as possible. If my calculations are correct, the distance from here to the observatory is much shorter. There's special communication equipment there that can contact Yaobin Base or Musen Base. If we can contact either of them, we'd be saved. Song Haitao finished his excited speech, then suddenly sighed deeply. Ah, I'm getting old and confused. It's freezing outside, and we're like a half-crippled person right now. Same, how do we go? How about you and Xiuya go first? I know you both have abilities. Don't worry about us. If those hostile forces find you. Song Haitao was mid-sentence when Jiang Yan raised her hand and interrupted him. Dr. Song, don't worry. There's always a way out. We definitely find a solution. Song Haitao's face flickered with shame upon hearing this. Ah, they say you stay calm in times of crisis, but I wasn't like that before. On the other hand, Xiao Jiang, you're calm and composed, brave and resourceful. You accomplish great things in the future. Thank you, Dr. Song, for the compliment. Jiang Yan pursed her lips and smiled, temporarily easing the somewhat oppressive atmosphere. She knew that Song Haitao was worried about her and Yi Qing's ability to withstand the extreme cold. Furthermore, killing those powerful snow wolves would surely attract the attention of hostile forces. Perhaps they could even be sliced up for research. After all, one of the purposes of those hostile leaders in turning the entire planet into a natural disaster simulation test site is to allow humans to achieve self-evolution in such a harsh environment. In the eyes of these people, she and Yi Qing were nothing more than successful experimental subjects. It all depended on when they'd be pulled out for study. But now wasn't the time to discuss that. For her, it was a matter of just getting things done. She took off her backpack and pulled out several maps wrapped in waterproof bags. Dr. Song, I have some maps of Dongshan before the apocalypse. I wonder if they'd be of any use to you. Dongshan maps? Song Haitao's eyes lit up, and he straightened his back a little. Yes. Jiang Yan handed him the maps and pulled out an emergency light from her backpack. This time, Song Haitao opened his mouth in surprise. Xiao Jiang, is this your treasure bag? Almost. Jiang Yan smiled, turning on the light. Doctor, let me help you illuminate it. Okay. Song Haitao half knelt down, placed the maps on a stool, and carefully unfolded them. He quickly scanned them with his eyes, and roughly measured them with his knuckles. Jiang Yan did have a ruler and pen in her backpack, but now wasn't the time to take them out. After a moment, Song Haitao's solemn expression softened slightly. Our chances of finding the observatory or returning to base are still relatively good. Jiang Yan was puzzled. Doctor, what do you mean? In principle, the ejection path in the AS zone is fixed. It's just that resistance during the process can cause the landing point to be advanced. However, as long as Yaobin Base, the observatory, and our current location are in a straight line, then deriving the location of the observatory or Yaobin Base becomes a piece of cake. If I'm not mistaken, This area used to be the center of Dongshan City. There was a 68-story building there, a former landmark of Dongshan. It shouldn't have been completely covered by ice and snow. But if the AS zone encountered significant resistance during the ejection process, then... Song Haidao glanced at Jiang Yan with a somewhat awkward expression. Dr. Song, do you want someone to confirm the existence of this building? Jiang Yan looked at the map and secretly estimated that the closest straight-line distance between the ejection path and the landmark building was less than 2 kilometers. Before the apocalypse, 2 kilometers would have been a matter of a foot on the gas pedal. But now, in the icy snow, even 50 meters away can cause disorientation. In addition, the strong wind and snow made visibility extremely poor, and telescopes were almost useless. If that were possible, it would greatly improve our next steps. Song Haidao nodded. When the Yaobin base was established, we considered the possibility of natural disasters. We can detect the signal source within 1 kilometer of the building. However, the problem now is that I don't know if this AS zone has signal detection equipment. Furthermore, how to return safely after leaving is also a problem. Song Haidao's brows didn't relax for a minute before they furrowed again. As Jiang Yan listened, a picture quickly formed in her mind, an obtuse triangle, with the building at its apex, and their current position as a small, nimble dot on the longest base of the triangle. If they could determine the location of the apex, they would also know the location of the observatory and the base. After figuring it out, she said directly, Doctor, I can go take a look. Chapter 351. Are you alone? Song Haidao glanced up at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan nodded, yes, just me. Facing those dangerous situations alone was far easier for her than having someone with her. To put it bluntly, without anyone around, she and Huabao could let loose and slaughter everyone. If someone else were around, even Yi Qing, whom she trusted extremely highly, she would inevitably feel restrained. As for transportation, she remembered that there were several ethanol-fueled snowmobiles in the space, which would be perfect for her. Besides, whenever Huabao passed a place, its eyes would automatically create a map in its mind. Following the map, she could return the same way, and she wouldn't have to worry about getting lost. How about having Xuya go with you? It would be better to have a boy with you. Song Haidao thought about it, and decided that Yeqing would be better with her. After all, Yeqing was not only not afraid of the cold, but also had better agility. No, doctor, it's just me. Yi Qing is a skilled martial artist, and can handle extreme cold, so it would be better if he stayed with the team. Also, don't let too many people know about my trip to the building, Jiang Yan added. There are nearly 40 people left here now. Being a little cautious isn't a bad thing. Okay, Song Haidao nodded. Then be careful yourself. Also, wait until we check the AS area and find the signal detection equipment before we set off. Jiang Yan shook her head. No, I leave tomorrow. The advantage of having detection equipment is that it can detect the building from a distance, saving a lot of energy and time. But for her now, none of this was a problem. Then, Song Haidao frowned slightly. You better be careful when the time comes. The Yunding building used to be a landmark commercial office building. After a heavy rainstorm, it was requisitioned for a period of time as an official temporary base. Later, after the rainstorm subsided and earthquakes occurred frequently elsewhere, the base was dismantled. Dongshan had never experienced a high-magnitude earthquake, and the building was extremely resistant to wind and earthquakes, remaining virtually intact. After the extreme cold weather hit, it's unlikely anyone would be there, but there's no telling. The basement, in particular, could very well have been converted into a temporary base. If possible, return immediately after confirming everything outside. Okay, Jiang Yan nodded. The reason she chose to go the next day was because she realized the space was nearing its next upgrade. However, she had been keeping Huabao outside with her, so she couldn't go in to devour the gold and jewelry. She would have to wait until later to put it back inside. After confirming their plan and discussing other matters, they got up and returned to the outer room. Huabao, as usual, clung to Jiang Yan's shoulder. Hearing that they were going on a solo adventure together, he was incredibly excited. Jiang Yan, Dr. Song. Seeing the two, Jiang Yi quickly stood up. Before he could even open his mouth to talk to Jiang Yan, he heard a scream, and 2 loud thuds from another corridor. It was the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. What's going on? Everyone present suddenly became alert. Song Qian glanced at the group. Excluding Yi Qing and Sun Jingtao, who had gone outside to hunt snow rabbits, there were exactly 2 people missing. Hey, where's Zhang Lulu? Kongwu glanced nearby. It seems he helped Hu Wei to the restroom, a soldier said. Hu Wei was the man whose right leg was severely frostbitten and facing amputation. Zhang Lulu also had minor frostbite, but it was less severe than his. The temperature outside was so low that even hot water would freeze instantly if spilled into the air, forcing everyone to take care of their groin indoors. To avoid disrupting their daily lives, they chose a passageway far from their current home. Based on its original location within the Yaobin base, that passageway was right near the center of the base. Dr. Song, you stay where you are. I go check it out, Song Qian said with a frown, striding into the passageway. Jiang Yin and Kong Wu also drew their pistols and flashlights and followed. The passageway darkened. Not long after, they caught the faint scent of urine, feces, and the rich, fresh smell of blood. Jiang Yin frowned, raised her flashlight, and glanced at the ground. Her pupils suddenly shrank. Chapter 352. On the ground, covered in feces and urine, lay the bodies of two young soldiers, their bodies lopsided. One, with large bloodstains covering its waist and chest, still held a dagger clenched in the other's heart. They were Zhang Lulu and Hu Wei, who had just come to deal with a physiological problem. Zhang Lulu's zipper was halfway unzipped, while Hu Wei's had fallen down, revealing his dark, black right leg. Their crotch was also bright red. It was likely that Zhang Lulu had attacked him first in a vital area before stabbing him in the chest. This, Song Qian and Kong Wu saw it and instinctively loaded their guns. Song Qian frowned, walked over, and gently kicked the soles of their shoes. Zhang Lulu? Hu Wei? The two men remained motionless. I go get Dr. Lin. Although Jiang Yan didn't know if they were dead or alive, she instinctively turned and went back to the house. Hu Wei's dead. Song Qian checked Hu Wei's breath, his eyes widening. Just as he was about to check Zhang Lulu's, he saw the corners of Zhang Lulu's mouth twitch, and a cloud of bloody foam gurgled out. The temperature in the corridor wasn't as cold as outside, but it wasn't much colder. The blood foam began to solidify within 2 seconds. Song! His mouth parted. Song Qian, ignoring the stench of feces, grabbed him and, along with Kong Wu, carefully dragged him to the side. The movement caused the previously healed wounds to ooze blood again. Zhang Lulu, in agony, opened his eyes again. Seeing Song Qian, the murderous intent in his eyes instantly faded. Brother Song, you must return to base immediately. Song Qian hurriedly said, don't say anything yet. Dr. Lin will be here soon. Zhang Lulu smiled bitterly for a second. I can't survive. Zhang Lulu, what's going on? Kong Wu sensed something was wrong. He's a traitor, Zhang Lulu said, straining his lips to the side. After a few painful breaths, Shasha exhaled before continuing, there will be a massive meteorite rain soon. Only by returning to base can we escape. Song Qian's brows furrowed. What do you mean? Zhang Lulu didn't answer, but instead looked at Song Qian with a pleading look. Brother Song, please. Burn me later. Don't bury me in the ice cave out there. I don't want to become a floating corpse in a few months. Zhang Lulu. Jiang Yin and Lin Xiaowei arrived shortly after, carrying a first aid kit. They saw his neck twist, and the light in his eyes dimmed. Song Qian reached out to check Zhang Lulu's breath, his brows furrowing even deeper. He took a deep breath and said nothing. Back inside, Song Qian shared Zhang Lulu's words with everyone. A moment of silence fell. Zhang Lulu and Hu Wei had never met before. So, there was no way to verify the claim that he was a traitor. Zhao Yugong, however, said that Hu Wei did indeed stay at the Flame base. But that doesn't mean anything. He and Song Qian had also spent some time at the Flame base. Of course, they went there with a mission and a purpose. But that didn't mean there weren't ordinary soldiers sent to the Flame base. The dead are great, and whether he was a traitor or not is impossible to verify. However, regarding Zhang Lulu's story about the meteorite landing, Song Qian frowned and glanced at Song Haidao and the others. It can't be ruled out. Song Haidao pondered for a moment before speaking. A meteorite swarm attacked the Flame base before. Now it's Dongshan's turn, so it's not impossible. A scientist named Fu Lei, a pair of glasses with a half-shattered lens beside him, continued, these natural disasters are originally caused by natural disaster simulators. It's reasonable for multiple disasters to occur simultaneously, or for a primary disaster to trigger secondary disasters. Mo Shiryao spoke for the first time. Even if there's no so-called meteorite swarm, we have to return to the base. After all, the further we wait, the more passive we become. If we keep wasting time here, we just sit there and wait for death. A soldier bit his lip and questioned her, Miss Mo, don't you know anything about the access control and layout here? No. Mo Shiryao glanced at him, a cold glint in her lost eyes. Grandpa and eldest brother's betrayal is fine. Why is second brother also wary of her? The soldier's eyes flinched, and he closed his mouth. Su Dai felt like crying. How are we going to get back? It's all ice and snow all around. I can't just lie there like a corpse in an ice sculpture. Leave, and you die. Stay, and you die too. Death, like a shadow, loomed over everyone's hearts. Bang! Kongwu clenched his fist and slammed it against the metal wall. His eyes suddenly reddened, whether from pain or helplessness. Fuck. Is God trying to wipe us out? No, not God, but them. I'm going to tear the heads off these bad guys. Kongwu's voice trailed off. At the end of his shouting, he curled up on the ground and began to sob. Jiangyan looked at him, her brows furrowed. When they first met Kongwu in Anming, even though he had experienced several natural disasters, he was always cheerful. Sometimes, he would even joke with the serious-looking Song Qian and others. The passing of several months brought not only endless natural disasters, but also the last shred of people's faith. She subconsciously glanced at Song Haitao, only to see him looking back. Song Haitao shook his head slightly, his eyes hinting clearly. He was suggesting that she keep her visit to Yunning Building a secret for now. Chapter 353. Jiangyan nodded slightly. All subsequent plans were agreed upon between her and Song Haitao, and didn't necessarily need to be disclosed to everyone. However, the pessimism among the crowd was so strong that she felt she needed to say a few words. Just as she was about to speak, Song Haitao stood up, his hand resting on the shoulder of his assistant. Shaking off his previous frail appearance, he glanced at the crowd with a dignified air, raised his fist, and spoke loudly, Everyone, confidence is more valuable than gold. There are always more solutions than problems. Especially at this time, we must cheer up. Of all the people present, Song Haitao was the oldest, had a distinguished past, and was officially designated as the future captain of the Shuilong. His appeal and authority were undeniable. However, this scene, this environment, and these words only brightened everyone's eyes for a few seconds. Many people's eyes were even dimmed from the beginning. Doctor, confidence alone won't keep you fed. A young soldier glanced at the blizzard outside, head bowed, and slowly stroked the gun in his hand. This gun still had one last bullet. He saved it for himself. If death truly was his fate, he hoped it would be quick and dignified. Not like his former loved ones, mutilated or disfigured beyond recognition. Song Haitao glared at him fiercely. Yes, I can't keep you fed, but can you survive by just staying here, sighing and complaining? The young soldier bit his lip, biting back his words. Oh, if I had known earlier, you would have left us alone and just let us lie in the hibernation chamber, an old man sighed, giving Song Qian, Lin Xiaowei, and the others a reproachful look. Lin Xiaowei bristled at this. That hibernation chamber needs power to keep the feeding and oxygen lines flowing smoothly. If the backup power runs out, you won't be able to adapt to the outside environment and will suffocate to death. If you, old man, feel it's a mistake to come out, how about I help you stuff it back in? She couldn't help but ask. She emphasized the word stuff. Everyone was so consumed by emotion that they didn't bother to worry about politeness or respect. Xiao Yugong, noticing this, reached out and tugged at her sleeve. All right, wife. You young people. The old man wasn't good with words either. He was about to call her unsportsmanlike, but Song Haitao gave him a glare, and he choked and stopped talking. Unlike them, Song Haitao wasn't just a scientific researcher, he was a soldier with a bar and a star, and the chief officer of the space base. When he lost his gentle demeanor, he exuded an air of oppression. Add to that the scar on his face, and it instilled a sense of awe. I agree with Dr. Song. Jiangyan glanced at the tactical watch on her wrist. It was already 9:30 in the morning. It was a shame to waste over an hour like this. She glanced at the group. I suggest that everyone stick to the previous division of labor, and quickly get a clear overview of both the upstairs and downstairs. Jiangyan's voice grew more serious. Also, we're a team now. What's a team? It's a team with many people, and a united mind. Otherwise, it's just a gang. If anyone continues to blame each other and create negativity, then, sorry, they're not welcome in this team. Su Dai looked at Jiangyan, her eyes sparkling. Song Qian and the others were all staunch supporters of Jiangyan, knowing her abilities. Seeing her finally step forward, they felt a sense of relief. The older researchers, however, had met Jiangyan several times before. Being suddenly addressed in this way by a young woman in her early 20s still made them feel a little embarrassed. However, their forte lies in their brains. Even though they were once as valuable as pandas at the base, They now rely on the young people around them to survive in this environment. So, they stared at each other for a second, but ultimately held their words back. Song Qian stood up and called a few people. Jiang Yin, we go first. Okay, Jiang Yin nodded. Jiang Yi approached her. Jiang Yin, I want to talk to you privately. Jiang Yin frowned. How about we talk later? We caught him. Sun Jingtao's delighted cheer echoed through the snow outside. Chapter 354. Caught them? Everyone looked bewildered, but they jumped to their feet like startled birds. Several soldiers instinctively grabbed their submachine guns. Song Qian's brows furrowed, but then he realized what was happening. He turned to Jiang Yin with joy and said, it must be Yi Qing and the others' hunting trap. They got something. After saying that, he straightened his collar and scarf and strode out of the house. Jiang Yin and Qin Lang followed closely behind. The rest of the group wanted to go out and take a look, but as soon as they reached the door, they were frightened back by the biting cold wind. The snowflakes falling outside were no longer heavy snow, they were palm-sized. Even 1 or 2 flakes landed on my face, causing a stinging sensation. Watching the backs of the heavily armed men trudging through the snow, 1 foot deep, 1 foot shallow, an old man couldn't help but sigh, youth is still good. It's not just about being young. Jiang Yi thought thoughtfully, observing Jiang Yin's back. Soon, Jiang Yin and Qin Lang disappeared into the snowstorm. A short while later, the figures reappeared, becoming increasingly clear. Everyone stood up again, excitedly gathering around the door. Song Qian walked in front, each holding a mutant snow goose. Qin Lang carried a rabbit. Sun Jingtao held nothing but an ordnance shovel. He must have been outside too long, his gait seemed stiff. As for Jiang Yin, wearing snow goggles, she held a pile of Yi Qing's weapons. Wow! What a bounty! Great! As expected, there's always a way. Although it wasn't clear what they had taken, it was clear they had reaped a good harvest. Honey! Seeing Sun Jingtao's steps staggering, Su Dai braved the cold and rushed out. What's that on Yi Qing's shoulder? A soldier holding a telescope looked at Yi Qing's shoulder in surprise. He looked like he was carrying a snake, but it was almost as thick as a bucket. To be more precise, it should be called a python. Let me see. The person next to him reached out to grab the telescope, stunned and speechless. He was shocked by the python's size and Yi Qing's strength. After the apocalypse, many animals mutated, each one more terrifying than the last. But what they usually saw were mice, leeches, and the like. Snakes were rarely encountered. The reason was simple. Snakes are cold-blooded, their body temperature changing with the external temperature. Because of this characteristic, at the beginning of the apocalypse, many research institutes secretly collected snakes for a fee, and only accepted live snakes. This also caused the snake population to plummet. Giant pythons like the one Yi Qing had just captured were rare and precious. But now, in everyone's eyes, this wasn't just a python, this was their food, delicious and nutritious. Several men entered the house one after another. The previously oppressive atmosphere suddenly brightened with the appearance of these foods. Brother Yi, you're amazing. A soldier cast an admiring glance at Yi Qing. This giant python, my goodness. Another soldier stepped forward, stunned for a moment by the python's slightly triangular head. Lin Xiaowei, terrified of snakes since childhood, flinched at the sight of the barrel-like body, and said with lingering fear, this snake won't dissolve like those mutant snow wolves. Everyone gasped at this. Indeed, with the experience of those mutant snow wolves, they suddenly felt less greedy. Doctor, what do you think? Song Qian looked at Song Haidao and the others. Since these scientists are being protected, it's not just power and aerospace scientists who are involved. I imagine there are also botanists and zoologists. Time was tight, so everyone didn't have time to introduce themselves. An old man had also heard about the snow wolf's autolysis. He frowned slightly and said, I suggest we wait it out tonight. I'm afraid the nanovirus has been implanted in these animals. Kongwu cursed again, these people are so damn vicious. They actually developed such a virus. I cursed them to death. Actually, the original research on nanoviruses was for detoxification. The old man rubbed his frozen hands. Everyone was stunned. Detoxification? The old man sighed. Nanoviruses spread quickly and have bacteriophage properties, so they are most effective in detoxification. It's a pity these people have such bad consciences. They don't deserve to be researchers. Chapter 355. Yi Qing did not participate in the discussion. He placed the giant python on the ground, his gaze fixed on several silver metal helmets in the corner. Sister Dai, please help me get those helmets. Thank you. Okay. Su Dai and the others hurried over and returned, each holding one. Hold it steady. Put it here. Yi Qing pulled a shiny scimitar from his leg, pointing the tip at the python's midsection. Su Dai glanced at the snake with trepidation. Xiao Yi, is this giant python completely dead? He wanted to go back to Sun Jingtao, but then he remembered that Sun Jingtao, supported by Kong Wu, had gone into the passage to attend to a personal matter. Yes. The snake's blood should still be warm. We need to release it quickly, Yi Qing explained, pressing his fingertips gently against the python's body. The python's body was still relatively soft, not stiff. As for Song Qian and the others' concerns about the snow wolf's body dissolving on its own, he thought it could be observed. However, bleeding it could also be observed. If the giant python had also been infected with the nanovirus, then the snake blood would also dissolve. But if not, it would be a shame to lose a pot of fresh malkshuang. Let me do it. Song Qian, who was chatting with Song Haitao and the others about other things, heard their conversation, turned away, and walked over. He took the helmet from Su Dai and placed it safely under the giant python. Puff! Yi Qing gently raised the scimitar, and a pungent, fishy-smelling red liquid instantly splattered into the metal helmet. Thanks to the low temperature, the blood was nearly half coagulated, so it didn't splash out. One helmet was quickly filled, and Song Qian replaced it with another. Soon, the snake gallbladder, resembling an ostrich egg, was also extracted. A pungent, fishy odor filled the room. The veteran scientists paused their discussion. Sun Jingtao and Kong Wu also returned. The temperature inside was high, and after drinking the hot water Su Dai had brought him, Sun Jingtao's complexion looked a little better, a rosier complexion. I'm thinking, leaving this giant python in the room isn't a good idea. We better dissect it, he said. The python was about 7 or 8 meters long. The snake's head was inside the room, its body piled up, and its tail was almost reaching the door. It was white with patterns, but the patterns were very light. Even curled up in the snow, it wouldn't have been noticeable. But inside the room, it was very conspicuous. The room was already crowded, and leaving it lying sideways was not only inconvenient, but also a bit creepy. Especially at the snake's head, with its scarlet tongue drooping, it gave the illusion of resurrection. That's right. Why don't we dissect it now? If it hasn't metabolized by tomorrow, we have grilled snake meat. If it does, we consider it exercise. Okay. Xiao Yulong sharpened his axe, and walked over, axe in hand. An old man sighed, this snake's skin is a good thing, but it's a pity you don't know how to dissect it. How about I give it a try? Lin Xiaowei flinched as she gripped the scalpel. When she was in school, she dissected frogs, mice, and even insects. There was even a time when the teacher, to strengthen their mental fortitude, had them eat lunch right next to the dissection table. She'd been there too. Although she had developed strong mental fortitude, she had a natural fear of snakes. Seeing his wife bravely confront the giant python, Zhao Yugong exclaimed in delight, "Wow! You're quite capable, my dear." Half an hour later, Lin Xiaowei's forehead was covered in sweat as she peeled off the entire snake skin bit by bit with the scalpel. Afterward, Zhao Yugong grabbed an axe and chopped the bloody flesh into 1-meter-long pieces, placing them neatly outside the house. Song Qian also led a small team to explore the unknown area upstairs. Soon, several people returned excitedly, carrying items marked aerospace. Chapter 356. Where's Jiang Yan? Jiang Yi glanced at the team, but didn't see her. Song Qian placed the large aluminum foil box next to Song Haitao and instructed, "Doctor, please take a look. Can you open it?" He then turned to Jiang Yi and said, "She and old son went downstairs." Downstairs? Everyone was startled, then suddenly realized, this AS area, independently ejected from Yaobin base, wasn't just the one floor they were currently on. According to Song Haitao, the entire area resembled a pyramid or a rocket, with a pointed top and a wide base, and a rounded shape. There might be danger downstairs. I go find her. Mo Shiryu's eyes flashed with anxiety, as if a sudden thought occurred to her. She had only been to this area once or twice before. However, she often heard that Grandpa would go to the floor downstairs. As for why he went there, she didn't know. But every time Grandpa emerged from there, he looked much better. She had never been to the Blazing Flame base, but she had heard about the SNP laboratory there. Recalling the frequent smell of formaldehyde from her grandfather's helicopter, she felt a strangely bad feeling. Especially now, having learned that her grandfather and eldest brother had betrayed the base. "Miss Mo, perhaps it would be better for you to stay here," Song Qian called out to her. Jiang Yan can protect herself. He couldn't directly tell her about Jiang Yan, and Sun Jingtao using a cutting machine to cut open the area below. Mo Shiya was indeed skilled, but nothing compared to Jiang Yin. Mo Shiya knew this too. It was just that she had previously been unwilling to face the reality of it. Mo Shiya's face paled, and she glanced at him. Then lend me your walkie-talkie. Okay. Song Qian handed her the walkie-talkie from his waist. This is actually airline food? Song Haitao skillfully opened the aluminum foil box at his feet, his eyes filled with shock and delight. The box was 1 meter square and a perfect container. That's why Song Qian didn't resort to violent demolition. Food? At the mere mention of food, everyone's eyes gleamed like hungry wolves, their eyes blazing. Heads scrambled forward. Song Qian, where did you find this? Do you have any more? If I had known, I would have joined the treasure hunt. Song Qian, there are a dozen more boxes like this upstairs. I wasn't sure if there was any food inside, so I only brought one down for the doctor to check. In addition to these boxes, there were also some canned goods and compressed foods. But it wasn't a lot. More than a dozen boxes. We made a killing. Everyone was excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Song Haitao removed the anti-collision film covering the tops, revealing bags of thin, long aluminum foil products before everyone. Doctor, let me see. Everyone swallowed, curious and greedy about the food packaged this way. There's mincemeat, jam, and vegetable puree, all for the astronauts. They may not taste great, but they're very nutritious. Captain Song, can you try some of that vegetable puree or jam? Lin Xiaowei blushed, glancing at Song Qian. She hadn't eaten fruits or vegetables in months, and hearing this, she couldn't move her eyes away. Yao Bin Base had canned vegetables and fruits, but she couldn't afford them. Sure. Song Qian took a bunch and handed one to each person. This? Su Dai picked up a valved aluminum tube from the box, and was about to unscrew it when Song Haitao's assistant, Sun Ziqing, quickly stopped her. Don't open it. Su Dai turned and glared at him. That's terrifying. Big brother, could you please keep your voice down a bit? Sun Ziqing scratched his head in frustration. Miss, this is the rehydrated food from the airline food. That valve is for filling it with water. If you unscrew it, you need to find a container later. Chapter 357. Downstairs. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the piercing roar died down, the metal door at the end of the stairs was slit open, wide enough for one person to pass through. Sun Jingtao removed his noise-canceling headphones, and, taking advantage of the moment, Jiang Yin put the plasma cutter into her backpack, illuminated the submachine gun, and slowly swept into the room. Jiang Yin, something strange here, Sun Jingtao whispered, frowning. He took a light step and entered the room. I lead the way. Jiang Yin used her backpack to stow the cutter, engine, and generator away. These 3 large items were quite large, and using a backpack to conceal them seemed like an attempt to hide them. Thankfully, she trusted Sun Jingtao. This habit and action was simply to avoid any accidents. She zipped up her backpack, put it on her back, picked up her gun, and followed Sun Jingtao into the room. The temperature in this area was lower than upstairs, and the light was dimmer. Compared to the densely packed rooms upstairs, this place felt more spacious. All he saw were maze-like barriers. But Jiang Yin didn't dare use the searchlight, so she could only slowly move forward with Sun Jingtao. Be careful, there's a good chance there's a trap here, Jiang Yin reminded Sun Jingtao, recalling Mo Zhongqing's previous escape by jumping down from the ground. Okay. From the moment he descended the stairs, his muscles tensed. Having spent so much time in the special forces, he now possessed a special sensitivity and alertness to unusual environments. The maze-like barriers before him told him this place was anything but ordinary. The submachine gun's light swept across the corner, and Sun Jingtao gasped at the sudden appearance of a figure there. Wait! Sun Jingtao made a fist and gestured. Jiang Yin paused, subconsciously turning her head to glance behind her. Hua Bao, who had extended her vines to investigate, immediately reported the figure's situation. Mom, it's a dead person. There were many more dead people like this in the corner. Although Jiang Yin knew this, she couldn't tell Sun Jingtao directly, but her worries eased a lot. In less than 2 seconds, Sun Jingtao strode back. Dead, probably starved to death. But the temperature is too low, so the skin hasn't changed much. Luckily, Jiang Yin wasn't allowed to pass. The man was in a state of near decomposition, a very creepy sight. Rustle. A rustling sound came from behind the metal barriers. Looking up, they noticed that the tops of the nearest metal barriers were piled with numerous snake-like objects, like a tangled web. But those snake-like objects had a metallic sheen. Mom, It looks like a robot snake, but it's out of power. Little Spy Hua Bao sent another message. However, there are a lot of robot dogs in the house, and they have power. Sun Jingtao was about to approach and shoot when Jiangyan grabbed him, jerking her chin towards the house. The danger is inside. To Hua Bao, those robot dogs were just vines and crackles. Mom, do you want me to take care of them all? No. Jiangyan had already partially revealed the area. As for Hua Bao, she was her hidden weapon. Even from Sun Jingtao and the others, it needed to be kept secret. Inside? Sun Jingtao closed his eyes and listened, his finger already on the trigger. The two of them tiptoed around the last metal wall, and a very empty room appeared before them. A dense mass of red dots of light filled their sight. The two of them gasped at the sight before them. Hundreds of silver-gray robot dogs, dressed in silver clothes and with sharp fangs, appeared before them. But they were moving very slowly. Is it, they're out of battery? Jiang Yin was instantly relieved. In cold temperatures, even the best batteries lose efficiency significantly. Not to mention the ultra-low temperatures we're in now. Sun Jingtao's brows furrowed. No, they're wearing thermostatic robotic suits. They're moving slowly now, but they're just slowly heating up, reducing the lubricant's viscosity. Chapter 358. Giving robot dogs thermostatic protective suits? Jiang Yin was secretly surprised. This somewhat mysterious AS area was truly eye-opening. Something unusual must be wrong. It looked like there was probably some valuable equipment stored here. Or perhaps Mo Zhongqing, who had escaped from upstairs, was still tucked away somewhere inside. Powerful lithium batteries can withstand temperatures as low as -70 degrees Celsius, so the temperature inside the room wouldn't be a problem for them right now, Sun Jingtao said, raising his submachine gun and aiming to fire. Brother Tao, wait. Jiang Yin frowned. Won't we explode if we just shoot at these batteries? If she was right, these robot dogs were most likely carrying batteries on their backs. Even with this thought, Jiang Yin removed her backpack, quickly fished out several compatible magazines, and handed them to Sun Jingtao. The batteries themselves don't contain explosives. It's only when they're hit that the current shorts out, creating a large amount of heat and generating high temperatures that they explode. But with a low temperature around here, the heat will dissipate quickly, so there's nothing to worry about. Sun Jingtao finished his explanation, giving Jiang Yin an inward thumbs up. I hadn't expected her to remain calm enough to consider these potential dangers in such a situation. That's good, then let's begin. Jiang Yin's brows relaxed, raising her gun and firing a barrage of shots. Sun Jingtao also raised his gun, blasting each one in the head. But after all, they weren't real dogs. Even if their heads were shattered, their limbs kept moving forward. Soon, the robot dogs ahead noticeably accelerated, some even sprinting before leaping into the air and lunging towards the two. The transparent Hua Bao, not wanting to show off too much, took advantage of the chaos and unleashed a dozen vines, sending the robot dogs approaching the two men flying with a single blow. Though Sun Jingtao was a little confused, he was concentrating on firing with all his might, not dwelling on anything else. Next to him, Jiang Yin quickly changed a magazine and reminded Sun Jingtao, shoot the right leg. The chip should be there. Once these robot dogs were without their chips, they were nothing more than a pile of scrap metal. Okay. Equipped with ample weapons, the two men showed no fear and launched a furious assault. Bullet casings clattered to the ground, leaving behind a heap of metal fragments. A few robot dogs were shattered, their internal circuitry exposed. A spark flashed, then quickly extinguished. After a while, all the robot dogs present were hit. Jiang Yin suddenly noticed a strange sound emanating from a nearby locked silver container. It sounded like metal rubbing against metal. Mom, they're robot dogs, but they have green eyes. The flower vines, transformed into paper, reached inside. She frowned, thinking and perhaps formed a conclusion. Before Sun Jingtao could react, she had already shot the lock. With a light kick, the door clanged open. Looking at the densely packed robot dogs inside, their eyes glowing green, Sun Jingtao couldn't help but gasp. I see. These robot dogs should have guard mode and attack mode. It's just that the ones outside have been manually controlled to attack mode. After Sun Jingtao finished speaking, he quickly checked the surroundings with his gun in hand. No one. But there's an area ahead where the temperature is very low. The flashlight on his submachine gun was dead, making it very inconvenient. Very low? Jiang Yin frowned slightly, and pulled a powerful searchlight from her backpack. The light illuminated everything, making it as bright as day. The two of them looked at the large white ice wall diagonally opposite them, their pupils suddenly shrinking. Chapter 359. The ice wall is made of countless shards of ice, likely squeezed in by the ice, and ice from outside after the AS zone crashed. On either side are jagged metal walls, seemingly blasted apart by explosives. There's actually a rocket ejection seat here. Sun Jingtao noticed two mechanical slot-like areas on either side of the ice wall, his eyes filled with astonishment. Jiang Yan glanced at him. Rocket ejection seat? So Mo Zhongqi escaped using this ejection seat? Yes, fighter jets usually have them. Generally speaking, they're only used when the aircraft is destroyed or suffers a serious mechanical accident. If I'm not mistaken, this ice-filled area should be surrounded by a circle of detonators. Those two seats, do you mean two people? Jiang Yan frowned. It seems someone downstairs is waiting for them, but to be able to leave with Mo Zhongqi, they must be of high status. Besides, she had previously learned about this during internal training at Yaobin Base. After leaving the fighter, the ejection seat transforms into a controllable aircraft. After a certain distance, the person and the seat separate and the parachute descends. Mo Zhongqi, even at his graying age, can still perform free fall and parachute jumps. His physical and mental fortitude cannot be underestimated. Yes, they probably also use the fighter jet to escape. These two people will eject from two different directions. Sun Jingtao finished speaking, glancing at Jiang Yan solemnly. There are robot snakes and robot dogs here, most likely guarding something important. But it looks like they've taken it with them. Yes, Jiang Yan nodded, sweeping the searchlight around. The room was empty except for some metal grids, and faint metal scratches could be seen on the floor. It looked like Mo Zhongqi had thrown something heavy down before leaving. Jiang Yan, do you smell a strange odor? Sun Jingtao walked around and sniffed. It's formaldehyde, Jiang Yan nodded. Her five senses were much stronger than Sun Jingtao's, so she had smelled it the moment she entered. She just hadn't seen the corresponding container. Why is there a constant smell of formaldehyde at the Blazing Flame base, and here too? Sun Jingtao looked puzzled. Jiang Yan frowned. Perhaps it's all related to organ transplants. Only Yi Qing and him had ever been to Ming's Sky Hotel. So, naturally, Sun Jingtao didn't know much about it. Speaking of organ transplants, Jiang Yan suddenly realized she missed something. When she was with Mo Jingxing, knowing he was trustworthy, she should have told him about what she witnessed that night on the hotel rooftop, regarding the transaction between Mo Zhongqi and Shui Miaomi's uncle, Shui Dazheng. At the time, she assumed Mo Zhongqi, who'd taken several boxes of organs, was feigning his surrender. Looking back, it was her fault for being too optimistic. Jiang Yan, what's wrong? Sun Jingtao asked, noticing her brows furrowed in thought. Jiang Yan collected her thoughts. Nothing, let's go upstairs. Okay. When they returned to the house, Jiang Yan was immediately struck by a pungent, fishy odor. It was snake blood. She couldn't help but utter a yu from her hand. Jiang Yi turned his head to look at her, stunned. He asked, puzzled, Jiang Yan, are you pregnant? After saying that, his eyes subconsciously glanced down at his belly. You're just pregnant. Jiang Yan rolled her eyes at him, and walked over to Mo Shiyao, who was looking at her with concern. Mo Shiyao had almost fully recovered, so it was time to ask her some questions. Chapter 360. Dr. Song wants all of us to return to Yaobin Base. Jiang Yan sat down next to Mo Shiyao, and glared coldly at Jiang Yi, whose gaze remained fixed on her. The latter's eyes flickered, and he scratched his head with a sullen expression before walking away. At the mention of Yaobin Base, Mo Shiyao's eyes darkened. She continued, after all, it's the main base. If what that soldier said yesterday is true, it would indeed be better to return. Jiang Yan glanced at her, her words tentative, your status is special. Don't you want to go back and reorganize the base? In her understanding, Mo Jingxing was the base leader, and the deputy leader, and remaining core members were all members of the Mo family. Now that Mo Jingxing, Mo Shuifeng, and Mo Zhongqi were all missing, the base was likely leaderless. Jiang Yan, the Yaobin base is designed to accommodate a population of several million people, with a comprehensive set of mechanisms to ensure its smooth operation. It's also a highly valued base by the authorities, and it won't become leaderless simply because a few leaders are missing. What do you mean? Jiang Yan continued, pulling two white rabbit candies from her pocket. She handed one to her and tore open the wrapper of the other, popping it into her mouth. The temperature was so low that the candies had become as hard as stone, clinging to her tongue with a slight chill. After holding it in her mouth for a while, a faint milky aroma and sweetness permeated her. Thank you. Mo Shiyao reached out to take it, reluctant to eat it all. She broke it in two with the back of a knife, peeled half into her mouth, and carefully pocketed the other half. As she tasted the sweetness, A bitterness welled up in her heart. Back when she was at the base, even when resources were scarce, she always had these candies and desserts. She even had cheesecake made with fresh cream once a week. She had a hot shower and clean clothes every day. She never lacked perfume and face masks. But now, her fingers, once as white as jade, were covered in scarlet, pus-oozing chilblains. A candy so ordinary it couldn't be more precious to her. Jiang Yin noticed her suddenly staring blankly ahead, so she asked, "So, there's other leadership there now?" "Yes." Mo Shiryao regained her composure, remembering her earlier question. The entire Yaobin base not only has a complete industrial chain, but also a well-organized talent pool. From the base leader down to the lower-level team leaders, there are A, B, C, and even D roles. Jiang Yin was stunned. A, B, C, and D roles? This was the first time she had heard such a statement. It's like this. If something goes wrong with Team A, Team B will immediately step in, preventing a leaderless situation. The same goes for Team C. These are all prepared in advance, just to deal with unexpected situations in the apocalypse. So your eldest brother is the deputy leader, so he can be considered Team B? Yes. Then Team C. Jiang Yin hesitated. As a top secret, she was independently connected to Mo Jingsheng at the base. Plus, the base had its own confidentiality system for many matters. Besides Mo Jingsheng and Mo Shiryao, she rarely saw Mo Shuifeng and Mo Zhongqing. So, she didn't know much about the base's situation. "It's Qin Zipeng," Mo Shiryao said, glancing at her. "The brother of Qin Lei you met last time." Jiang Yan's brows furrowed. Looking at a playboy like Qin Lei, his brother couldn't be much better. Actually, they're half-brothers. Their daily behaviors are different. Qin Zipeng is very much like my brother, upright and unyielding. Mo Shiryao, as if reading her mind, spoke bluntly. Jiang Yan's confusion intensified. So, with such a major incident at the base, Qin Zipeng didn't say anything? I don't know, just like I don't know why my brother suddenly disappeared. Perhaps, Mo Shiryao fell silent for a moment, there might have been a sudden danger, and my brother had no choice but to leave with the key secrets to seek help from above. As for Qin Zipeng, he might have had other considerations. If it weren't for the extreme cold, they would have been out searching for us long ago. What Mo Shiryao didn't mention was that Qin Zipeng was her fiancé. Key secrets? Jiang Yin suddenly recalled the national-level treasure map containing the most important national weapons Mo Jingsheng had given her. Considering his sudden decision to throw Song Haitao and the others into the hibernation chamber, it's likely that he was forced into a situation. My brother wouldn't abandon me alone. I don't know why he did this time. Mo Shiryao pursed her lips, her eyes suddenly reddening. In front of her brother, the interests of family and country trumped kinship. She always known this. But when it really happened, she still felt wronged and distressed. Is there a possibility, Jiang Yin glanced at her, that your brother's destination or meeting with you would be more dangerous if he took you with him than if he stayed at the base? Chapter 361. Toward evening, the blizzard unexpectedly stopped. Su Dai braved the cold and ran to the door. Gazing at the long-awaited open space outside, she exclaimed in surprise, "Could the extreme cold be over soon?" The rest of the group excitedly followed. "Great! We're saved!" Jiang Yin instinctively glanced at Song Haitao, only to see him frown and remain silent. According to what Mo Jingsheng had said earlier, it would take about 3 months for this extreme cold to completely end. Natural disasters are caused by the space station's disaster simulator, which is programmed and runs automatically. It would only end if there were a program error or it had been tampered with. Or perhaps another official team had found the enemy base? Jiang Yin didn't know. But either way, it was good news for her. She only hoped that by the time she set out tomorrow, the blizzard would still have stopped. She walked over to Song Haitao. "Doctor, what do you think? I can't really put it into words, but I have a bad feeling." Song Haitao looked at her and sighed. "Xiao Jiang, if you leave tomorrow, and there's still no storm, remember to wear your helmet. Are you worried about a meteorite landing?" "Yes, the temperature is too low right now, so a fireball is unlikely to form, but the meteorite won't burn completely. This means that if a meteorite lands this time, the consequences will be much more severe than the last time at the flame base." Jiang Yan's brows furrowed. "Doctor, do you know where the core leadership of the flame base was ultimately relocated?" "I'm not sure. Only the Yaobin base has built catapult equipment, and I haven't heard of it there. However, it's possible they have foreign scientists and teams assisting with the construction." Song Haitao finished, pulling out a small waste bag from his pocket and handing it to Jiang Yin. The waste bag was made of genuine leather, but it was badly worn, and the zipper was rusty. Jiang Yan asked, puzzled. Doctor, what is this? This is the spare key and combination card for the core area of the underground air base at Musen Base, where a complete sea-based rocket launch tower is located. If Song Haitao paused, his fingers trembling slightly. If this meteorite fall is more severe, and we can't return to Yaobin Base, I hope you can go to Musen Base and bring back this launch tower and its accompanying equipment. Once the extreme cold weather passes, global oceanization will begin. If an emergency occurs at Yaobin Base, and we can't find a land-based launch site, this sea-based launch tower will become extremely valuable. Song Haitao finished speaking, unzipped the bag, and from the inner compartment, he pulled out a work ID and a handwritten note enclosed in a waterproof bag. This is my work ID and my letter of introduction. He put it away and thrust it into Jiang Yan's hand. Jiang Yan suddenly felt the waste bag heavy. Doctor, I keep it for you. You'd definitely be able to return to Yaobin Base. I hope so. There will be a lot of people tomorrow, so I won't say goodbye to you alone. Be safe, Song Haitao said, glancing at the crowd thronging the door. Okay. Jiang Yan nodded, putting her waste bag back into her backpack, effectively putting it into her space. Yi Qing, standing at the door, had already caught a glimpse of Jiang Yan and Song Haitao standing calmly inside the room. He hadn't known Jiang Yan was leaving and assumed they were just discussing other matters. He only glanced at them casually, then averted his gaze with a sense of distance. Jiang Yi, on the other hand, had kept his inquiring gaze fixed on Jiang Yan whenever she appeared in the room all day. Let's go and take a look. Perhaps there really is a turning point in this natural disaster. Song Haitao finished his instructions, feeling relieved. Yes. Jiang Yan nodded and walked towards the crowd. Just then, she reached over to Jiang Yi, who gently tugged at the hem of her shirt. Jiang Yan paused, glancing at him. What? He grinned and whispered, Jiang Yan, I want to talk to you. We had agreed to talk in the morning, but so much had happened. Jiang Yan had spent the afternoon sweeping upstairs and downstairs with Song Qian, Sun Jingtao, and the others. It was quite fruitful, but he felt ignored by Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan took a breath and pointed to another corner of the room. The two of them walked over one after the other. Let's talk. Jiang Yan, you have a secret. Chapter 362. After Jiang Yi finished speaking, he glanced at Jiang Yan with interest. The latter's hands were casually tucked into her pockets. Her pretty eyes, like those of a deer, were devoid of tenderness, instead shimmering with a hint of coldness. Jiang Yi, what exactly do you want to say? Jiang Yi hadn't expected her to be so calm, and continued to coax her. Jiang Yan, perhaps we can work together. He had shaved early this morning with a dagger in preparation for this meeting with Jiang Yan. He had also washed his face with ice water. His gaze towards Jiang Yan now took on a deliberately deeper depth. Oh! Jiang Yan remained unmoved, continuing to watch his performance. To be honest, I hacked into many official websites before the apocalypse, and I have a lot of information here. If you're willing to cooperate, I'm willing to share it with you, even keeping some of your secrets. When he mentioned a lot of information, his words were deliberately more emphatically pronounced. There was a hint of probing, and a hint of threat in his eyes. Sorry, I don't need it. Perhaps it would be better if you went to Dr. Song and the others, Jiang Yan said coldly, turning and walking away. Jiang Yan, aren't you afraid I reveal your secret? Jiang Yi gritted his teeth and reached out to grab Jiang Yan's arm, but as if she had eyes on her back, she dodged his fingers with a nimble flick of her shoulder. He was just wondering why she moved so quickly when Jiang Yan's right hand, which had been tucked away from her pocket, reached out. Before he could react, the muzzle of a black gun was already level between his eyebrows. You? Jiang Yi gasped in fear, his hands instinctively raised. He had used this gesture of surrender no fewer than 100 times since the apocalypse. But he never expected that this seemingly slender and beautiful girl could possess such agile skills. He had always assumed that Jiang Yan was highly regarded by some of the higher-ups at the base simply because of her status as the daughter of a wealthy man before the apocalypse and her beautiful appearance. Unexpectedly, he underestimated her. Jiang Yi and Jiang Yan were not from the same city. However, this highly paid and glamorous top-tier internet coder had, before the apocalypse, enjoyed following all sorts of influencers. Jiang Yan, a food and travel blogger with a beautiful face, a great figure, and wealth, was one of his followers. He even gave her some gifts using his secondary account. After the heatwave, when rumors of the apocalypse spread everywhere, Jiang Yi, bored and trapped at home, took advantage of the chaos to hack into some systems. He was able to obtain some information about Jiang Yan. At that time, it was just some personal interest. But he never expected that after the apocalypse, on the way to the blazing base, he would actually run into Jiang Yan face to face. But Jiang Yan was fully armed at the time, so he didn't recognize her. Although he had doubted her when he heard the name Jiang Yan. However, back at the blazing flame base, to him, Jiang Yan was just a perfect substitute for his sister, Jiang Nana, whom he could exchange for Shui Miaomiu's hand. The sound of the safety on the Kurt pistol being released brought him back from his thoughts. His pupil shrank, and he stared at the muzzle in shock. What else can you do? The gun was clearly a real one. Not to mention that after joining the Yaobin base, Jiang Yan underwent special training. Before the apocalypse, guns were banned in China, but not abroad. For someone like Jiang Yan, getting training abroad, and even a gun license, wouldn't be difficult. Want to know? Jiang Yan sneered, bringing the muzzle of the gun a little closer to his brow. Jiang Yi felt an invisible pressure, nearly suffocating him. Maybe the bullet will tell you, Jiang Yan said coldly, and pulled the trigger. Chapter 363. Jiang Yan, don't kill me. Jiang Yi stared wide-eyed at Jiang Yan's trigger finger, his handsome, carefully groomed face contorted with fear. I don't want to know anymore. You really don't want to know? Jiang Yan paused, sneering. No, I don't want to know anymore. Jiang Ye's legs softened, his hands raised, and beads of sweat covered his forehead. Jiang Yan glared at him. But I want to know. You want to know? I tell you everything. Jiang Yi nodded his head like a chicken chewing rice. Jiang Yan's brows furrowed. Should such a soft-hearted person really be allowed to stay in the team? But this wasn't her team. In a sense, it was Mo Jingsheng's team. After all, the fact that he was put into hibernation with Song Haitao, and the others meant that Jiang Yi was still useful to Mo Jingsheng, or the authorities. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan took a deep breath. Back at the blazing flame base, you kept hanging around me. Why? I always feel like our paths crossed, it's fate. Besides, everyone loves beauty, and I was thinking. Jiang Yi started blabbering unreliably. Midway through his sentence, Jiang Yan glanced at him sharply. Speak sensibly. I'm speaking from the heart. Jiang Yi's eyes faltered, and he forced a smile through gritted teeth. After the apocalypse began, he had been moved to many places due to a series of natural disasters, including high temperatures, heavy rains, and earthquakes. In the residential area, in the shelter, the elderly and the young, the ignorant, women, and even men, anyone with a little material possessions, were all captivated by his good looks and sweet words. After all, for him, dignity meant nothing compared to material possessions and life itself. The reason he swallowed his pride, endured all the humiliation, and gritted his teeth to survive was that his only relative, his sister Jiang Nana, had been abducted by Shui Miaomiu and taken to the flame base. He had to endure natural disasters and helplessness to survive. In the end, he managed to survive, lingering like a wandering gypsy, until he arrived at the flame base. He had considered kidnapping Jiang Yan and using her in exchange for his sister when the time was right. But with the arrival of Song Qian and the others, such an opportunity never came. Later, he discovered that Jiang Yan was different from ordinary people. After that, Jiang Nana failed to escape from Shui Miaomiu's golden lair. On learning of her humiliation and tragic death, Jiang Yi was completely devastated. Later, by chance, he met some of the leaders secretly stationed at the flame base by the Yaobin base. He felt alive again. Then, they arrived at the Yaobin base. Because of his expertise and skills, he was treated like a red panda. He knew deep down that in this apocalyptic world, if he left the base, especially the Yaobin base where his skills were needed, he would be reduced to his original form in a second. If no powerful base discovered them, he would be nothing. And so would those scientists. Jiang Yan didn't want to waste time on him. She thought for a moment, then uttered 3 words, Jiang Nana. With those words, Jiang Ye's smiling face froze. His eyes, which had been deliberately trying to appear innocent and sincere, gradually dimmed and turned a bit redder. You know everything. He clenched his fists, then honestly explained his situation to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan frowned as she listened. She felt more and more that Jiang Yi was suffering from schizophrenia. And it wasn't just him. Many people who have lived through the apocalypse, especially those before and after it, suffer from psychological problems to varying degrees due to their drastically changed living conditions and experiences, and who are unable to justify their own actions. Some even carry a lifelong scar. Jiang Yan, I apologize for my shameful plan, Jiang Yi said with regret. I later realized that if my sister had truly been swapped out, and learned that her life and freedom had been exchanged for another innocent girl at the hands of that demon Shui Miao Miao, she would have hated me forever. But if I could turn back time, I rather she hated me forever, Jiang Yi muttered, his head lowered. Kurt! The subtle sound of a trigger pull echoed, but the imagined bullet did not fire. This gun, the magazine is empty. Chapter 364. The bullet didn't fire, but Jiang Yi was already sweating coldly. Jiang Yin feigned disappointment as she glanced at the pistol. She fished out a few scattered bullets from her pocket, and loaded them one by one. Remember what you said today? You won't be so lucky next time. She knew that the weight of a pistol could tell if it was loaded. The feint just now was a lesson for the other party. Reloading the bullet in front of him was also a lesson. I swear. Jiang Yi looked at her, his eyes filled with fear. What little strange thoughts he had about her instantly vanished. Jiang Yin, are you okay? Yi Qing walked over. Nothing. Jiang Yin glanced at him. It just so happens that I need to talk to you. Okay. Yi Qing nodded, glanced at Jiang Yi warily, and then followed her to a secluded corner nearby. Are you leaving tomorrow? Hearing she was going to Yunding Building, Yi Qing was a little surprised. Jiang Yin, don't you think Dr. Song's method of determining coordinates is a little unreasonable? It wouldn't matter if the area was smaller, or if it wasn't freezing cold and covered in endless snow. But now, a girl going out naked, just to find a coordinate point like searching for a needle in a haystack, sounds a little unbelievable. Although Jiang Yan's abilities were exceptional, unlike those of ordinary people, but didn't she know that the outside world was full of unknowns and dangers? Jiang Yan, it's a little unreasonable. But I still want to go and see. Then I go with you, Yi Qing said without hesitation. No need. I'm not telling you this because I need help. I'm telling you this, Jiang Yan said, pulling 2 keys from her pocket. Also, I don't want to alert too many people about my going there. Tell Song Qian and the others later. Yi Qing didn't take the key. What's this? When I went upstairs to sweep the floor this afternoon, I found a small storage room, but it only had a few canned goods. I put some supplies in there. You can go get them out after I leave, Jiang Yan said, thrusting the key directly into his hand. In addition to canned goods and compressed dry food, the room also contained a lot of smokeless charcoal, some quilts, and even some feminine products for Lin Xiaowei and Mo Shiyao. There were also some medical supplies. Most of them were purchased before the apocalypse, and their quality was excellent. Finding such supplies in a place like the AS zone wouldn't arouse suspicion. Some of these people were trusted friends who had shared life and death together, while others were drawn into this place to save her. As for Song Haitao and the others, they were pillars of the country. The things she had stored in her space had finally come into play. As for Jiang Yi, she wouldn't judge him for now. Yi Qing, I want to go to Yunding Building too. He gripped the cold key in his hand, his heart filled with worry. Jiang Yan, I'm free. I'm not Brother Tao and the others. I have no reason to stay. Jiang Yan glanced at him. I'm free too. Besides, I like freedom. The implication was that she didn't like people following her. Yi Qing's throat choked, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. I'm just afraid of what happened in Xiangqing before. When the earthquake hit, he thought Jiang Yan was trapped in the collapsed mall. He really didn't want to experience the despair again in his life. Yi Qing, you still need to grow up, Jiang Yan said, turning and walking away without looking back. Chapter 365. The excited crowd, crammed at the door, finally succumbed to the cold and returned home. The pots were lit, and the house was once again filled with thick smoke and fog. Soon, the aroma filled the air. Jiang Yan took a sip of the rabbit porridge and prepared to return home. The others were playing rock paper scissors to determine who would have the right to gnaw on the rabbit head with its 2 large front teeth. Jiang Yan, try my roast goose. Seeing that Jiang Yan had little appetite, Su Dai brought over a piece of roasted, crispy goose wing. The mutant goose was enormous. Although it was only a wing, it was much larger than a whole goose wing before the apocalypse. The bones had been removed and put into the pot to make soup, so the goose wing in Su Dai's hand was a typical boneless one. Jiang Yan reached out and took it. Thank you. She hadn't particularly enjoyed rabbit before the apocalypse. She was even more terrified of snakes and snake meat. She could eat, but with so much delicious food in her space, she hadn't really lowered her standards. I'm a little sleepy today. I'm going to rest. If you need anything, call me on the intercom. Jiang Yan finished eating, and was about to get up when Su Dai grabbed her. Jiang Yan, are you alright? She glanced at her. If you need your period, dress warmly. I have a down vest in my backpack. I get it for you now. No need. I'm just sleepy. Jian Yin smiled. I get you if you need anything. Su Dai nodded. Okay. Watching Jian Yan's retreating figure, Su Dai suddenly realized that when it came to supplies, Jian Yin had far more. But her concern and words just now were subconscious. She glanced away, only to see Yi Qing busy adding firewood to the fire. Xiao Yi, what's wrong? After the snowstorm stopped today, everyone was in a good mood, quacking like 1,000 ducks. But he seemed noticeably less talkative today. Nothing. Yi Qing suppressed the disappointment in his eyes, and forced a smile. Jian Yin returned to her small room, locked the door, and then entered the space with Hua Bao. After taking a pile of gold bars from the storage area to feed it, she headed towards the black Tai Sui statue by the spiritual spring. After not paying attention for a while, the black Tai Sui seemed to have grown a bit. The smell had become stronger. She stared at it for a moment, then opened the lid. With a thought, a pair of nitrile gloves and a sharp knife appeared in her hands. Donning the gloves, she cut off half a palm-sized piece of Tai Sui flesh. With another thought, she retrieved a temperature-controlled, sealed petri dish and placed it inside. Looking again, in just a few seconds, the cut had healed. If she remembered correctly, Tai Sui possessed powerful healing and reproductive abilities, capable of infinite division. So no matter how it was cut, it could still exist and thrive as an independent entity. Jian Yin installed the Tai Sui, closed the lid, and then stood up and walked towards the apple cabin. The space upgrade progress bar above the stream continued to move. Jian Yin knew that Hua Bao had begun to devour the gold. Jian Yin felt that she had been too busy recently and deserved a good rest tonight. After washing up, enjoying a red wine bath, which she hadn't done in a while, and having a simple midnight snack of barbecue and seafood porridge, Jian Yin went to bed early. She didn't let Hua Bao out again. But it didn't rest, nor did it chase chickens, geese, or fish. Instead, it stayed in its little room, devouring gold like crazy all night. It knew that the sooner it devoured the gold, the sooner the space would be upgraded to the next level. That way, it would be more able to protect its mother. That night, Jian Yin slept soundly. The next day, after changing her clothes and fully arming herself, she thoughtlessly led Hua Bao out of the dimension. The temperature difference between the outside and the dimension seemed even greater, and her body subconsciously shivered. Opening the door, she saw Yi Qing sitting on the ground guarding the doorway, holding a gun. Judging from the way his head drooped slightly, he must have just fallen asleep. Jian Yin squatted down, took the black Tai Sui from her pocket, and placed it in his hand. After doing this, she stood up and walked out. Yi Qing, who was sitting at the doorway, opened his eyes only after Jian Yin had moved some distance away. As a top-notch evolver, he was alert the moment Jian Yin took her first step inside. Looking at the black Tai Sui in his hand, Yi Qing was puzzled. When he opened the petri dish and smelled the strange fragrance, he instantly understood. Chapter 366. Snoring echoed from the dark outer room. Jian Yin glanced at the doorway. A soldier on duty, wrapped in 2 layers of white wool fur, was sound asleep. She checked the time. It was just before 7 in the morning. The sky was just beginning to brighten, with scattered snowflakes drifting. Visibility was much better than during the previous blizzard. She glanced around the room before tiptoeing towards the door. The soldier jolted awake instantly and leaped up, rifle in hand. Jian Yin almost jumped. It seemed the alertness and retaliation abilities of the soldiers at Yaobin Base were ingrained in their muscles. Seeing her fully armed appearance, the young soldier was about to ask, but Jian Yin placed her finger to her lips and made a "soo" sound. The soldier quickly stopped himself and gestured, "You want to go out?" Jian Yin nodded. The soldier was startled for a moment, but he didn't hesitate to ask further questions. He quickly stepped aside to make room for her at the door. The blizzard had been so severe that, in addition to Yi Qing's ice wall to block the wind and snow, everyone else had fashioned a curtain out of snow wolf fur to block the entrance. Now that Jian Yin had gone out, there was no sound. As soon as she stepped outside, Jian Yin, wearing her thermal clothing and snow boots, and still lifted by the space, felt the biting cold. "Be careful," the young soldier warned quietly. On both sides of the house, the snake meat, previously frozen, was now largely covered by snow. At first glance, it looked like a row of red blood stains, a bit creepy. "Yes." Jian Yin nodded, put on her snow goggles, and walked out, taking deep and shallow steps. After the apocalypse, compasses sometimes worked and sometimes didn't, so she simply gave up on using them to determine her direction. She pulled out her military binoculars, and the 360-degree view was a blanket of white, with no tall buildings visible. Jian Yin frowned inwardly. Although the map showed the Yunding building landing on one side of the AS zone, she couldn't guarantee she was heading in the right direction. So, she could only use the current as zone as the origin and circle around it, with a radius of about 2 kilometers. If there were no emergencies, and visibility remained the same as it is now, half a day would be enough. However, Song Haidao had specifically warned her that before the apocalypse, the weather in Dongshan varied from 1 mile to the next. Just across the street, there would be a storm on one side, and clear skies on the other. She feared it would be the same now. The blizzard here had subsided, but the blizzard not far away continued. After all, although natural disasters were controlled by the disaster simulator, they would also vary depending on the local climate and environment. Still, Jiang Yan was confident her luck wouldn't be that bad. She had already walked for 7 or 8 minutes thinking this way. After glancing back to confirm there were no living creatures around, she suddenly summoned an ethanol-fueled snowmobile from her space. She started the engine, waited for it to warm up, and then Jiang Yan hopped on. Hua Bao, who had shrunk down and crouched on her shoulder, instantly spread out 12 vines evenly. Jiang Yan mounted the vehicle and began to accelerate. As puffs of snowflakes rose, the snow-covered AS zone completely vanished. "Mom, there's black fog ahead," Hua Bao suddenly warned, about 2 kilometers in, extending his vines to survey the surroundings. "And it looks like the wind is picking up. We should be at the edge of the storm." Jiang Yan was startled. Black fog? As soon as she finished speaking, she saw that the previously white snow in the distance was now shrouded in a thick black smoke. She quickly slowed down and took out her binoculars. "Mom, it's a bit like a black blizzard." Hua Bao quickly reviewed the information she learned on her computer and concluded. Black blizzard? Jiang Yan's brow furrowed, and she immediately decided to turn the bike around and ride the other way. Before the apocalypse, a black blizzard was caused by the appearance of black, granular dust in the snow, similar to coal ash. But the extreme cold had been going on for so long. Where did this dust come from? Jiang Yan's mind inexplicably flashed back to the thick black fog she encountered before leaving for Xiongqing. That black fog was like someone had hurled it down from the sky. Is it the same now? But before she could think about it, Hua Bao warned again, "Mom, rocks are falling from the sky ahead." Chapter 367. Stone? Jiang Yan pulled out a pair of binoculars from the space and peered forward, her pupils shrinking. It's a meteorite. The meteorite swarm Zhang Lulu had mentioned had landed prematurely. No wonder the blizzard had inexplicably stopped earlier. Boom! A meteorite the size of a basketball court, like a scorching fireball, fell from the sky. A deafening roar, and the crackling sound of ice breaking could be heard from the distance. That side was out of the question, so what about the back? Jiang Yan turned her head to glance at the black blizzard behind her, her frown deepening. The black blizzard was approaching her from behind, and to the other side, the meteorite swarm was also approaching. From the sound, the ice could also crack in the area covered by the black blizzard. "Mom, be careful!" Hua Bao swung out a vine, knocking away a huge rock that had fallen from the sky. "Mom, this rock is actually hot!" Hua Bao shouted, waving several vines, quickly weaving a transparent shield over Jiang Yan's head. Jiang Yan hesitated for a second, ultimately choosing between entering the space and remaining outside, choosing the latter. Crackle. The sound of cracking ice drifted closer and closer. Before Jiang Yan could react, the snow beneath her feet suddenly loosened, sending her and her snowmobile plummeting downward. Hua Bao extended a vine to wrap around Jiang Yan, and just as she was falling, Jiang Yan, with a single thought, tucked the snowmobile beneath her into the space. The crack widened, sending large and small rubble and a blanket of snow plummeting into the gully. Slowly, the snowflakes dwindled, but the crackling continued. Jiang Yan switched on the night vision mode on her goggles and glanced down. "Hua Bao, let's go down first." Hua Bao was puzzled. Go down? Yes. There are city buildings below. Let's avoid this meteor shower first. They should be in the city center now. Below them, besides the streets, there were tall buildings. However, it had previously been flooded, frozen over by a thick layer of ice. Now, the ice above had cracked open, nearly 10 meters wide, revealing the buildings below. The water inside the buildings had long since frozen into ice, but some areas were hollow, like honeycombs. Jiang Yan happened to spot a small area that had been cracked open. It wasn't large, but it was enough for her to shelter. As long as there wasn't an earthquake, going there would be much safer than staying on the ground. While Hua Bao could help shield her from some of the rocks, it was only temporary. "Okay, Mom." Hua Bao retracted a few of her vines, leaving 2 above to block the falling rocks. These meteorites contained metal. Although they looked small, they were quite heavy. If they were accidentally hit, they could suffer a concussion at best, or even die from the explosion. Thankfully, with Huabao's protection, Jiang Yan escaped unscathed, save for the sound. From their position to the top of the building, the distance was about 50 meters. A vine of Huabao wrapped around Jiang Yan, and the remaining vines and leaves transformed into sharp metal, darting through the cracks like a spider. In just a few seconds, the person and the flower reached the area Jiang Yan had described. The debris continued to fall. The vines of Huabao wove into a large transparent net, shielding Jiang Yan from view. Jiang Yan retrieved a small stool from the space and sat down on it. She then retrieved a cup of hot chocolate from the space and guzzled it. "Mom, this meteorite swarm won't keep falling, will it?" Huabao fanned the debris in front of her with his left and right hands. "Probably not," Jiang Yan said, her brow furrowing as she squeezed her hot cocoa. If she remembered correctly, almost all meteorites came from the asteroid belt in space. The asteroid belt is the region between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter, home to countless small celestial bodies. When collisions between asteroids alter their orbits, or when fragments are created, they deviate from their original orbits, some flying towards the blue planet and landing on its surface as meteorites. Could the simultaneous arrival of so many meteorites also be attributed to that natural disaster simulator? Jiang Yan had no idea. If so, then an organization with such scientific prowess would be a daunting blow to ordinary humans. Chapter 368. Sizzle sizzle. Jiang Yan finished her last sip of hot cocoa when her intercom began to ring. Yi Qing's voice came through intermittently. "Jiang Yan, we've been hit by a meteorite. How's your situation? Are you alright?" She had given the military intercoms, which could be received within a radius of more than 10 kilometers unless there were any unusual circumstances. But now, perhaps due to the impact of the meteorite landing, the signal was intermittent. "I'm fine." Jiang Yan had just finished speaking when the signal light went out. After a while, it came back on. "Jiang Yan, where are you? I'm coming to find you." Yi Qing's anxious voice echoed through the intercom, along with the voices of Song Qian and Su Dai. "Jiang Yan, are you alright?" The sound of metal clashing rang out from the intercom. "I'm safe." Jiang Yan stood up and looked up. The light above her began to dim. Flakes of black snow began to mix with the falling rocks. She knew the black storm had reached the area overhead. "I'm safe now. Don't worry about me. Hurry inside. The black blizzard is heading your way," she warned. It sounded like the meteorite over there landed later than her area. This black blizzard was most likely moving towards the AS area. The AS area's special materials can withstand a magnitude 10 earthquake. These meteorites would most likely only cause the metal house to warp. Everyone just needed to take shelter inside. It would be the strongest barrier. Black blizzard? Yi Qing had just finished speaking when a sharp bang rang out from overhead. A massive meteorite had struck the AS area. Amidst the tremors, an invisible shockwave swept over everyone from all directions. Everyone in the room felt a tingling sensation in their feet, and their heads darted forward for a moment. Crack! The ice wall Yi Qing had built against the doorway cracked, and the snow outside seemed to surge upwards. Song Qian shouted, "Everyone, get inside. Take cover." Song Haitao, watching the snowflakes sprayed by the falling meteorite, thought to himself, "This is bad." He caught a glimpse of Yi Qing grabbing his hat and rushing out the door. "Xiao Yi, where are you going?" "Get the snake. I'll be right back." "I'm going to help." Sun Jingtao and Zhao Yugong hurried after him. "Those rocks don't have eyes. Get back first." Song Haitao was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead. "The meteorites won't keep falling. Wait until they stop before you go out." But Song Qian and the others rushed out, acting as if they hadn't heard anything. Qin Lang and Kong Wu helped Song Haitao, and the others quickly moved back inside. They hadn't dared go inside before, fearing being caught or encountering an emergency. But in this situation, finding a house with a door was the safest option. Take the snow wolf fur and place it around. Mo Shiyao, who had been silent until then, spoke. The remaining warriors hurriedly dragged the wolf skins from the house inside. Bang! Another huge rock landed on the roof. The people inside felt the snow outside the door rise several dozen centimeters. Strictly speaking, it was the AS zone they were in that was sinking. The 2-meter-high door was now less than a meter tall. Su Dai and Lin Xiaohui didn't go inside. They stood at the door, eagerly waiting. "Honey, be careful." Soon, Song Qian and the others, each holding a few blood-red lumps of ice, jumped in from the narrow passage. "Honey, come in." Lin Xiaohui and Su Dai hurried to meet them. Yi Qing entered last. He frowned and stared outside, his eyes filled with a sense of helplessness. Sun Jingtao knew what he was worried about. Don't worry, Jian Yan should be fine. Bang, bang, bang. The crashing noises grew more frequent. The metal floor began to tremble, and the gap between the doorway and the ice gradually narrowed. Crack! The sound of ice cracking came from outside. Let's go in first, and find cover. Song Qian pulled Yi Qing aside and hurried inside. As soon as the two of them squeezed into the nearest room, they felt a sudden sense of weightlessness, like they were falling rapidly downward. Chapter 369. Everyone, adjust your breathing, bend your legs, and press your backs against the wall. Quick! Song Qian shouted, slamming the door shut. Yi Qing took 2 steps at a time and helped Song Haidao and the others, who were still sitting on the ground, to their feet. If possible, raise your heels as high as possible. Before the old man with black-framed glasses could react, a sharp metallic scraping sound reached his ears. The rapidly falling house seemed to be stuck, temporarily buffering it. The meteorite hit the ground, cracking the glacier. This house is likely to fall rapidly, Xin Lang said, and he also supported the other 2 elderly doctors to his side. Dr. Zhang, Dr. Lu, hold me. Keep your backs against the wall. Xiao Song, I just sit. The old man with black-framed glasses had trouble even standing up, let alone half-squatting. No, the impact of the fall is too great. The spine and internal organs can easily be injured, Sun Jingtao said, quickly moving over to support the man. The remaining young warriors, all well-trained, spontaneously took charge of 1 or 2 people, supporting the older men. Mo Shuriao glanced at Lin Xiaohui and Su Dai, then silently stepped between them and took a horse stance against the wall. If there's no one to hold onto my legs. Miss Mo this. Lin Xiaohui was still a little in awe of her, but Zhao Yugong had gone to reinforce the door, so she couldn't follow him. Thank you, but my core is still okay. Su Dai smiled at Mo Shuriao, then looked at Sun Jingtao and said, Husband, be careful. Okay. Someone whispered, we won't die here, will we? A high-tech metal coffin like this is worth it. In the darkened room, tension quickly spread. They couldn't see what was happening outside, and no one dared to go out. It was like being trapped in a free-falling elevator. Still, trapped in an elevator, they could still call the emergency services or contact property management. Now they could only leave it to fate. After 2 seconds, the tense crowd gave way. Someone asked, is it stable yet? Probably not. There seems to be water beneath the snowfield. We won't fall in, will we? Probably not. The ice is very thick. Even if it's thick, falling in like this would be fatal or crippling. Just think of it as a roller coaster. Hey, didn't you see Miss Jiang? Oh yeah. Where's Jian Yan? She left early this morning. Left? Where did she go in this cold? Oh, I can't stand anymore. Some people's legs were starting to ache from the constant horse stance. How long are we going to stand like this? Everyone's faces were grim. Even the young warriors, who had come to support the old man, were beginning to give out. Song Haidao and the others also looked grave. Everyone, please be quiet for a moment, Yi Qing said. Everyone fell silent. Yi Qing frowned and listened for a moment. The crack is still getting bigger. Everyone was surprised at his hearing. Oh, if only I could become an evolved human, someone said, changing the subject. Do you think you can become one just because you want to? Most people end up as useless or useless. Hush. Everyone's gazes, either envy or sympathy, turned toward Yi Qing. The room was practically dark, but at nearly 2 meters tall, he stood out among the crowd. Yeah, he's not afraid of the cold, and his fighting power is still surging, another person said. His words abruptly stopped mid-sentence as the house began to creak again, and the feeling of weightlessness returned. This time, it was noticeably faster than before. The ground trembled as it plummeted downwards. Ah! Lin Xiaohui couldn't help but scream. The others were also nervous. Bang! Crack! After a series of grinding sounds, the metal house, which had been falling for a while, suddenly stopped. Everyone's faces were pale, and beads of sweat formed on some foreheads. This time, no one spoke. They all looked at Yi Qing until he spoke. It should be stable for now. Even so, everyone gritted their teeth, endured the pain, and remained squatting in their original positions. Brother Zhao, come help me. I go check. Yi Qing handed the 2 elderly men with aching legs to the gatekeeper, Xiao Yugong, and stood up, heading out. Xiao Yi, be careful, Song Qian, Sun Jingtao, and Su Dai said in unison. Okay. In less than 2 seconds, Yi Qing returned. Everyone, we're safe for now, but but some are hanging by a thread. Upon hearing this, everyone sat down where they were. Hanging by a thread? Song Qian frowned. I go check. I go too. I go too. Everyone stumbled out, one after the other. When they reached the door and looked outside, their pupils shrank. Fuck. Are we considered, like, hanging coffins in the air? Chapter 370. Song Qian pulled a pair of binoculars from his tactical backpack and peered down. Our luck is a blessing in disguise. Indeed, Yi Qing nodded. His eyesight was better than an average person's, and he could see the situation below clearly without the aid of binoculars. The snow and ice fragments falling from the surrounding area gradually diminished, and a wide, partially torn, ice-covered jade belt stretched across the vast gully created by the ice crack, about 50 meters below. The AS zone they were in happened to straddle the equally frozen buildings on either side of the jade belt. Having buildings below as support was much better than simply standing on ice. Old Song, let me take a look. Sun Jingtou reached out and took the binoculars, then handed them to Qin Lang beside him. Is that the Nanpan River down there? Qin Lang glanced left and right, quickly comparing his gaze to a map of Dongshan before the apocalypse. To the left and right were shattered buildings, but directly below was noticeably more empty. Although it looked like nothing but ice at first glance, there was clearly nothing directly below. This situation meant it was either a main city road or a river running through the city. Song Qian nodded. It's the Nanpan River. We're here. Song Haidao, his legs sore, walked to the edge with the help of Zhao Yugong and the others. His pupils suddenly constricted, and he hurriedly warned, everyone, come in after you've finished looking. Try not to stand on the edge, it's too dangerous. If it fell again, it wasn't impossible for anyone standing on the edge to accidentally fall through the doorway. Okay. Everyone moved in. Yi Qing found a rope from somewhere and wrapped it around the door several times, providing a basic protection. Is this coal dust? The light was too dim, and Song Haidao only then noticed the black, large flakes of snow falling outside. From what Jiang Yan said, it's a black blizzard, Yi Qing said, glancing at the intercom. Not only was the signal light off, but the power light was almost out too. The temperature was so low, the battery was draining rapidly. His heart suddenly sank. There was a hand crank generator inside. He had to go get it. Why would Jiang Yan just leave without a word? Su Dai glanced at the meteorite and the black blizzard outside, nearly bursting into tears. She felt a little aggrieved, feeling that given their relationship with Jiang Yan, she should have said something, not just left without saying goodbye. Neither Song Haitao nor Yi Qing responded. Ever since Zhang Liuliu's death, everyone had become more or less wary. Sun Jingtao walked over and took her hand. She must have her own reasons. She doesn't say it, but she has her reasons. Yeah, that's true. Su Dai sighed, glancing outside again. If only she were here. The meteorite landings had slowed down, but the black blizzard had already swept in. What do we do now? The remaining people rushed to the outer room. Looking outside, those who had just escaped death fell into despair again. Bad news, good news. Song Qian glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice, bad news, we're temporarily trapped here. Judging from the gully just now, the AS area was about 50 or 60 meters above the ground. It wouldn't be difficult for the core members of the group to climb up. However, bringing Song Haitao and the others up safely would be more challenging. The key is what they can do once they're up there. Besides, there's no telling how long this black blizzard will last. Good news, we're safe for now, Song Qian said, sighing deeply. We found some supplies in the room earlier, and with the prey Yi Qing had captured, they should be able to hold out for 10 days or half a month. Before the black blizzard, they had to be constantly on guard against attacks from enemies or mutant animals like snow wolves. Now, after experiencing the meteorite and the black blizzard, everyone can at least relax for a few days. However, Jiang Yan's current condition remains unknown. Thinking of this, Song Qian's brow, which had just relaxed, furrowed again. Song Haidao glanced around the room and made arrangements. Everyone, their support underneath the building. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the house shouldn't fall any further. Everyone, please clean up first and check for any injuries. We're trapped here, but as Xiao Song said, this is both good news and bad news. We can all take advantage of the black blizzard to rest and recuperate. Perhaps, once the black blizzard passes, we see a new turn of events. Song Haidao still managed to restrain himself from informing everyone that Jiang Yan had gone out to confirm the coordinates. He was concerned about Jiang Yan's safety, but he trusted her more. After all, he had recognized her unique qualities when he tested her physical fitness at the underground airbase. Not to mention that Mo Jingsheng had previously told him that he would be the team leader, while Jiang Yan would secretly be responsible for collecting the powerful weapons of the great powers. So, in his view, Jiang Yan was even more special and powerful than Yi Qing, the evolved human. Everyone listened to Song Haitao's encouraging words, half believing them. But at this moment, they had no better choice than to rest. Song Qian agreed with Song Haitao's words. He subconsciously glanced at Yi Qing and lowered his voice. Did Jiang Yan tell you where she was when we connected just now? No, Yi Qing said, then winked at him and Sun Jingtao. Brother Tao, Brother Song, how about you come with me? Chapter 371. Song Qian and Sun Jingtao followed Yi Qing to the small room to which Jiang Yan had given him the key. Yi Qing opened the door. Looking at the neatly arranged supplies inside, Song Qian and Sun Jingtao were surprised and delighted. This? Xiao Yi, where did you find this? I remember we checked everything here. Jiang Yan left this specifically for us, Yi Qing said, striding inside. Song Qian and Sun Jingtao stared at each other, a warm feeling welling up in their hearts. In addition to canned food, compressed dry food, smokeless charcoal, and so on, there was also a large box. Song Qian opened it and found several bags of salt, several outdoor flints, a barrel of kerosene, and several kerosene stoves. All the supplies were perfectly packaged. Looking at the product descriptions, most of them were imported goods. This? Sun Jingtao spotted an unopened rectangular box in the corner and picked it up. The box was a bit heavy. Xiao Yi, lend me the flashlight. Okay. Yi Qing handed it over. Oh my god, I really love Jiang Yan. Sun Jingtao exclaimed, overjoyed, looking at the ice drill in his hand. With this, I feel like we can do a lot of things. At least, by drilling some steps into the glacial gully, it would be easier for Song Haitao and the others to climb up. Of course, the ice drill's functions weren't limited to this. Song Qian glanced at him, then at Yi Qing, and said seriously, Old son, you're a married man. Ahem. Sun Jingtao reacted with an awkward smile. I was so excited that I made a slip of the tongue. It should be that we all love Jiang Yan to bits. Yi Qing said nothing, his fingers unconsciously touching his breast pocket. There was a black tie sway that Jiang Yan had left for him. Still can't contact Jiang Yan? Song Qian glanced at his walkie-talkie, then at Yi Qing. No, if the walkie-talkie still doesn't work, I go look for her later. Yi Qing frowned, bending down and taking a hand-crank charger from a box. How are you going to look for her in such a severe snowstorm? Sun Jingtao quickly interrupted him. Besides, I'm afraid by the time Jiang Yan returns, you'll be out again. He was worried about Jiang Yan too. However, he had a feeling Jiang Yan had some special life-saving method. As for what it was, he didn't dare ask. It's okay. I have my own plans, Yi Qing said, looking at the two of them. Why don't we move these supplies downstairs first? Song Qian nodded. All right, let's move them next door and keep them under unified management. The entire room was now completely dark. Although they had flashlights and hand-crank generators, they wore out, so they had to be used sparingly. But you can't say these supplies were given by Jiang Yan, Yi Qing reminded him. Yes, definitely, Sun Jingtao said, taking the lead and carrying 2 boxes of smokeless charcoal. The people who remained in the outer room, under Song Haitao's command, quickly restored the scene to its original state. The 2 original fires had long since been reduced to ashes by the previous subsidence and impact. Some supplies and food were also scattered everywhere. Now everything was basically cleaned up. Dr. Song, we found some more supplies upstairs. Song Qian walked over and handed over a box of smokeless charcoal and a box of food. The room was dimly lit, but everyone's eyes widened at the sight of the food packaging. Is this canned luncheon meat? And yellow peaches? Is this oatmeal? Oh my god, it's all imported. The base leader must be eating well. Everyone was amazed and swallowed their saliva in unison. Captain Song, can we eat a little today? Someone asked. Yes. Song Qian nodded, his expression softening. We managed to escape death today. Let's have a snack later. Okay. Everyone's heavy hearts suddenly vanished. Kong Wu volunteered. I be in charge of starting the fire. I help. The others said. Captain Song, you're our god. Several soldiers exclaimed happily. Song Qian smiled, his eyes instinctively glancing out the door. I wondered what had happened to Jiang Yan. Just as he was thinking, he saw Yi Qing come out carrying a coil of climbing rope. Seeing him neatly tie the rope to the doorway, Song Qian was startled. Xiao Yi, where are you going? Chapter 372. Yi Qing reached out and tugged at the rope to confirm its strength. I go check below and above. Below and above? Song Qian glanced at the dark outside, somewhat puzzled. Are you planning to check for fallen or injured animals? Yi Qing nodded. Yes, I have that plan. Mutated animals these days are quite large. Finding just one would be enough to feed a group of people for a day or two. Even if nothing is found, checking the terrain is better than staying indoors. As for going above, it's more about seeing if the intercom signal can be restored. Be careful then. Let me know when you landed safely, Song Qian said, reaching for a helmet and handing it to him. Although the meteorite has stopped, you need to be careful of falling debris. Okay, Yi Qing said, putting on his goggles and mask, grabbing the climbing rope by his wrist, and gliding down with great agility. Oh my god! The rest of the group exclaimed. This is too much. Song Qian was also secretly shocked. After all, the other end of the rope wasn't fixed to anything in the air. Descents at this speed would test one's balance and wrist strength. Bang! A soft landing sounded from below. Brother Song, it's safe down there, Yi Qing's voice came from below. Okay, Song Qian said, then instructed Qin Lang, you stay here and keep watch. If Yi Qing needs anything, let us know immediately. Okay. Qin Lang came over, took out his binoculars, and peered down. In the hazy black fog, Yi Qing began to walk further away. Amazing. Is this the true strength of the evolved humans? A soldier exclaimed in amazement. Getting down is already difficult, and getting back up will be even harder than climbing to the sky. I heard that after leaving the lab, they all undergo brutal training, another soldier chimed in. I also heard that the evolved humans, whose genes have been modified, seem to have a short lifespan, likely no longer than 30. Alas, there's always a price to pay. Song Qian glanced at the soldiers, his face becoming more serious. Are you all free? Everyone was speechless. Captain Song, no. Song Haidao stepped out and looked at Song Qian. Little Song, there's no telling when this black blizzard will end. Now that we're safe and the AS zone has been mostly explored, how about we start internal training starting tomorrow? When people have free time, they tend to daydream. Besides the physical fitness benefits, this arrangement will get everyone moving. Training? The soldiers who had been chatting earlier were stunned. Song Qian nodded. We must continue to prepare for battle and train without ceasing. Doctor, I agree with your suggestion. He glanced at everyone. It doesn't have to be all physical training. Now that we're a team, our training shouldn't be limited to just boxing. We could also invite Dr. Song and others to share some knowledge, and even Dr. Lin to share some first aid tips. Yes. Song Haidao smiled kindly. That's exactly what I was thinking. I suggest having a fixed training time and schedule every day. Beyond that, everyone can participate and share their expertise. Su Dai excitedly raised her hand. Dr. Song, I used to be a fitness trainer. Can I teach you some basic core exercises? That's fine, Song Haidao nodded. A soldier raised his hand and said, Dr. Song, Captain Song and his team are strong in boxing and marksmanship, so I won't try to teach them my lesson. I was bored at the base a while ago, so I read a novel over a dozen times and memorized it by heart. Can I share the contents of the novel with you? Song Haidao smiled, of course. Everyone at the scene was instantly eager to share their thoughts, eager to get started. Qin Lang strode over. Brother Song, Yi Qing said we need to send the ice drill down. I get it. Sun Jingtao, who had just returned to the house, turned around without even asking. What does he need the ice drill for? Song Qian glanced at him. Yi Qing said there seems to be running water beneath the ice. Maybe we can do some ice fishing, Qin Lang said happily. Chapter 373. Ice fishing? Jiang Yi, who had been huddled in silence among the crowd after being reprimanded by Jiang Yan, suddenly jumped to his feet in excitement. He quickly walked to the door, carefully holding onto the metal doorframe and peering out. He then looked at Song Qian and said, Captain Song, my specialty used to be ice fishing. How about I go down and help Yi Qing? Song Qian glanced at him and smiled. It's minus 80 or 90 degrees Celsius outside. Are you sure you can wait for a fish to bite? Jiang Yi choked and chuckled. It seems unlikely. But I can make some bait for Yi Qing with readily available ingredients. An idea flashed through his mind. Song Qian nodded. That's fine. Old Song, the ice drill is here. Sun Jingtao emerged, carrying the drill. Soon, the drill and Jiang Ye's improvised bait were tied together with ropes and sent down. Okay, our training starts in 10 minutes, Song Qian said, sweeping his gaze around the group. Everyone, who had been standing or sitting, came back to their senses. Qin Lang hadn't participated in the training. As usual, He stood at the doorway with his binoculars, keeping a remote watch on Yiqing. An hour passed, and the sky darkened again. Guys, there's a fish! The group, muttering to themselves, paused and gathered around. As Qin Lang struggled to tighten the rope, a strange-looking fish with fangs and a large head was pulled up. The fish was over a meter long, its surface thick with ice, its mouth still open. Wow, what kind of fish is this? Is it a manta ray? It looks like a sea fish. An old doctor, his glasses in hand, leaned over and observed the fish for a moment, exclaiming in amazement. This fish is usually only the size of a palm. It's mutated so drastically. That's normal. The fish we caught were already huge when the rainstorm first arrived, Su Dai said dismissively. The fish were already huge back then, not to mention now that the apocalypse has lasted so long. Don't you find it strange? These animals have grown so large after mutation. They must have a huge appetite, right? So what do they eat? Yes, according to the food chain, many species are disconnected. They can't store supplies like humans. But this fish's teeth are a bit like piranhas. A soldier's face suddenly paled mid-sentence. The scene suddenly fell silent. After the apocalypse, the most abundant thing is corpses. Animal, human, fresh, rotting. People at the Blaze base had eaten and traded two-legged sheep before, not to mention these animals. Then what about the rabbits we've been eating these days? Lin Xiaowei, unsure of what she was thinking, covered her mouth with her hand and made a U sound. A doctor spoke up, don't overthink it. In ancient times, before the invention of fire, people still ate raw meat and drank blood. Even during certain special periods, cannibalism wasn't uncommon. Even so, everyone felt a certain discomfort. Unnoticed, darkness fell. Yiqing brought up 2 fish. Later, Qin Lang noticed him leave the ravine, follow the cracks in the glacier, and use his mountaineering pick to forcibly climb to the surface. When it was completely dark, he returned. Su Dai and Sun Jingtao immediately rushed over. Xiao Yi, did you get through to Jiang Yan on your intercom? Mo Shiryao also walked over. Is there a signal up there? No. Yiqing brushed off the frozen ice from his shoulders and turned to look at Song Qian. Brother Song, I'm going to look for Jiang Yan. I go with you, Sun Jingtao said immediately. That morning, they hadn't felt much, having assumed Jiang Yan would be back in the afternoon. But now, a whole day had passed with no news from her, and they were suddenly getting anxious. Song Haida's face was also solemn, and even a hint of regret lingered in his eyes. No need. It's getting cold outside now. How far can you get? Yiqing said bluntly, looking at Song Qian. Song Qian frowned deeply, saying nothing. Sun Jingtao and Su Dai exchanged a look for a second. What if you go out on your own and get lost? Even though it wasn't night, the black blizzard obscured everything. You can imagine how difficult it would be to find someone. She hadn't gotten far that afternoon when the meteorite and the black blizzard arrived. I estimate she was only 2 or 3 kilometers away. All these ropes, combined, are definitely 2 or 3 kilometers away. Yiqing finished, then added, I tie the rope around my waist. Once I find her, I can just follow the rope back and get back. That's a good method, Sun Jingtao thought, pondering other solutions. Su Dai also looked anxious. Then bring some extra food, just in case. She didn't finish, fearing she'd come up short. I lend you this. You must bring Jiang Yan back safely. Mo Shiryao took the pistol she asked Jiang Yan for from her waist, and handed it to him. How about you go back tomorrow morning? At least the visibility will be better in the morning. Yes, Xiaoya, how about we go tomorrow morning? Song Haida was also getting anxious. No, I go now. I should have been there by noon, Yiqing said, and was about to head to the supply warehouse when Song Qian stopped him. Xiao Yi, wait a minute. He walked over quickly, looked at Yiqing, hesitated for a few seconds, and then said, You're needed here, especially Dr. Song and the others. Brother Song, I always been free. Yiqing clenched his fist at his side. Besides, when I told you I was going to find Jiang Yan, it wasn't a request, just a notification. His aura grew colder. He stood nearly 2 meters tall, yet in front of the 6-foot-tall Song Qian, he seemed to overpower the latter's aura. Song Qian frowned. Jiang Yan and Dr. Song are my most precious left and right hands, and to the base too. We can't do without them. However, he took a breath. Dr. Song and the others need our protection even more now. Jiang Yan is capable, and she's so strong. I'm sure she'd be fine this time. Brother Song, no matter how powerful you are, it doesn't mean you don't need others' care and protection. Yiqing said, and walked away without looking back. Chapter 374. Jiang Yan was unaware that Yi Qing had braved the black blizzard and left the AS zone alone to find her. As darkness fell outside, she left Hua Bao outside to keep watch and fetched a pile of gold bars for it before entering the space alone. After dinner, Jiang Yan, looking for something to do to pass the time, suddenly realized she had forgotten to leave some extra guns and ammunition for Song Qian and the others. With a thought, she unpacked the ammunition from the AS zone's ammunition depot, then pulled out a plasma cutter and carefully began to dismantle the metal mesh securing the magazines and guns. 3 hours later, the metal mesh enclosing the magazines and guns was finally removed. Looking at this pile of valuable weapons and ammunition, Jiang Yan felt a sudden, indescribable sense of fulfillment. This is probably the joy of buying for free. She carefully recalled the weapons Song Qian and his companions usually used, saving a few simple, easy-to-use, and powerful ones. She returned the rest to the storage area. She checked the time. It was almost midnight. Hua Bao, is everything alright out there? She telepathically communicated with Hua Bao, who was guarding the outer space. Hua Bao chewed on the gold bar, his eyes darting around. Well, the blizzard seems to have abated a bit. Don't worry, Mom. I'll be watching over you, so you can rest easy. There wasn't a single living thing around here. It was incredibly safe. Even so, Hua Bao left one vine wrapped around the gold. The remaining 11 vines stretched out in all directions, like octopus tentacles. If there was any sign of trouble, it would be immediately aware of it. Okay, Hua Bao, thank you for your hard work. With Hua Bao on guard outside, Jiang Yan felt incredibly relaxed. She covered her mouth with her hand, yawned several times, and then slowly returned to the house. A good night's sleep. The next day, Jiang Yan was awakened by the crowing of roosters. Yes, there were actually several roosters among the chicks hatched from the incubator behind her. It was daytime in the space, but the chickens, ducks, and geese seemed to have a specific biological clock. During the nighttime hours, they all obediently returned to their containers or hid quietly under a fruit tree. It was only during the daytime hours that they would become chaotic and run around. The space's living area had an automatic waste and feces purification system, and the chickens, ducks, and geese seemed to be confined and wouldn't venture into the apple compartment on their own initiative. So, apart from picking up eggs when she could, Jiang Yan didn't bother to care for them. Just like the reindeer, she simply chose to let them roam freely. The next day, the blizzard continued, so Jiang Yan stayed in the space to recuperate. She figured this black blizzard wouldn't last long. Sure enough, on the morning of the 4th day, it stopped. She finished breakfast, donned her gear, and left the space. The sky was still drizzling with tiny black snowflakes, but the light was noticeably brighter. The spot Jiang Yan chose to rest at was a natural doorway formed by a crack. The outside was now filled with black snow nearly 4 or 5 meters high. If it weren't for Hua Bao, the place where Jiang Yan had emerged from the space would have been buried by the thick black snow. As usual, Hua Bao wrapped around her body, and 12 vines, like nimble, long-legged spiders, quickly emerged from the ravine. Upon reaching the surface, Jiang Yan looked around, her brow furrowing. The once boundless white snowfield now appeared eerily desolate and dark. The ground was covered in black snowflakes. Beneath the large and small black meteorites lay thousands of cracks torn apart by gravity. These cracks ranged in size, and falling into them could be fatal. Some of the enormous gullies, in particular, appeared to be covered in ice and snow. In reality, this was powder snow, uncompacted, and a single step could easily lead to falling into the gullies, which were pierced by sharp icicles. The snowmobile was no longer rideable. Even walking would require caution. Jiang Yan thought for a moment and rejected Hua Bao's suggestion to weave a path with vines. She took out her binoculars and surveyed her surroundings. Then, she retrieved a trekking pole from the spaceship and, groping her way, slowly walked in her chosen direction. After a short walk, a building covered in icicles appeared not far away. Atop the building, a row of inconspicuous characters, frozen in frost, read, Whitey Yunding Building. Jiang Yan was stunned for a second. According to the information she looked up on her computer, this iconic Dongshan building had 68 floors before the apocalypse. There was a helicopter pad on the roof. From the 68th floor to the helipad, there were 3 mezzanines, each about 6 meters high. And now, only about 10 floors were exposed. That meant the area covered in ice and snow was at least 50 stories high. How much is that? 200 meters. Besides, there were plenty of meteorites along the way. There was nothing within a 10-meter radius of the building. Something unusual must be wrong. Jiang Yan's brows furrowed. Mom, Dr. Song was right. Hua Bao didn't notice this detail, but was instead excited. Yeah. Jiangyan nodded, subconsciously taking out her binoculars and peering towards the building. Hua Bao twisted the vines and licked its fangs with his red tongue. Mom, are we going back now? Jiangyan was halfway through her sentence when her pupil shrank, and she quickly dodged behind a massive meteorite nearby. Something's going on. We're not leaving yet. Chapter 375. What's wrong, Mom? Hua Bao, who was lying on Jiangyan's shoulder, suddenly extended a vine and poked its head in the direction of the Yunding building. After a long glance, it saw nothing unusual. It retracted its vine and scratched its head. Puzzled, Mom, you didn't see anyone or anything unusual? It's okay, maybe I'm just seeing things. Jiangyan took a few deep breaths to calm herself, then picked up the telescope and peered again in the direction of the Yunding building. Mom, are you talking about those wooden boards nailed to the glass windows? Hua Bao finally spotted something. Jiangyan tightened her grip on the telescope and scanned the entire building from top to bottom, her frown deepening. Yes. The entire building's exposed surface was covered in wooden boards nailed to the glass curtain walls. At first glance, it looked incredibly strange. Jiangyan had seen this kind of wooden reinforcement on buildings on TV before. Coastal cities, especially buildings near the sea, typically board up windows facing the sea when a typhoon is approaching. This is primarily to prevent strong winds and waves from shattering the glass. After the apocalypse, during the period of heavy rain and frequent flooding, some families in Anming who could afford it also reinforced their windows. However, these wooden boards are also a valuable and scarce heating material in extremely cold weather. The fact that none of them are still around after so long after the apocalypse is truly suspicious. If she remembered correctly, the Yaobin Base's supply search team went out to hunt for supplies, not just mutant animals, but also for stored energy sources. Often, they also searched for survivors and similar supplies simultaneously. Besides, if there was someone inside, had they noticed her before? After all, she was walking alone in the snow just now, quite conspicuous. Hua Bao seemed to sense her inner thoughts. Mom, how about I go check it out? Now that it had been upgraded, it could stay a little further away from Jiangyan. Of course, it still couldn't reach the Yunding building, but it could get close enough to the edge. Okay. Jiangyan took a deep breath and watched the transparent Hua Bao scurry away. Soon, Hua Bao returned. Mom, I didn't detect any human presence, but I smell the scent of gold. It's strong. Gold? Jiangyan's mind quickly recalled the map and layout of the Yunding building. The upper floors were business offices, and the ground floor was a basement store. There were indeed two lesser-known rural banks. The banks weren't large, but it wasn't ruled out that they had vaults or something. However, at least 50 floors of this building were covered in ice and snow. Since Hua Bao could smell it, it was likely that the gold was exposed above the snow. Mom, do you want to go take a look? Hua Bao licked her tongue greedily. Not yet. Let's wait until after dark, Jiangyan said, entering the space directly from where she was. You watch from outside. Tell me immediately if anything new comes up. Okay, Mom, Hua Bao said, and 4 vines vigilantly focused on the surroundings. The remaining 8 quickly formed a cage, isolating and protecting the area Jiangyan had entered. Jiangyan entered the space and pulled out the infrared thermal imager she had used in Xiangqing. However, after checking the instructions, she gave up. Infrared thermal imagers cannot penetrate wood or solid walls. Time flew by and midnight arrived. Jiangyan let down her guard and was about to go to bed when Hua Bao said, Mom, there's someone in this building. Chapter 376. Is there someone? Hearing Hua Bao's words, Jiangyan's doze disappeared in an instant. She casually put on a pair of night vision glasses, then donned her protective mask before shouldering her backpack and leaving the space. The surroundings were gloomy, a sharp, cold wind whipping through the air, sending tiny black snowflakes dancing. From afar, the air seemed to be filled with a thin layer of black mist. Look, Mom, look over there. Hua Bao lifted a vine, and a small leaf pointed like a finger toward the northeast side of Yunding building. Jiangyan pulled out her night vision binoculars and looked in the direction they pointed. She gasped. Not far away, 17 or 18 tall figures appeared in the snow, forming an orderly formation and marching in step toward Yunding building. Did these people come from outside? Jiangyan asked, puzzled. Just as she opened her mouth, Hua Bao continued, Mom, these people seem to have emerged from the field ahead. If they hadn't suddenly emerged from the ground like this, it would have noticed them long ago. Amid the whistling wind, Jiangyan faintly heard a soft whistle. Only then did she notice that there was another person at the end of the group. A short man, but heavily laden with equipment. Jian Yan felt a chill run down her back, and the hairs on her body stood on end. Although she knew there were no gods or ghosts, the scene she saw before her was as eerie as the legendary corpse carrying. And these tall figures, like I Ching, were they evolved humans? The events following the apocalypse constantly refreshed her understanding. Mom, do you want to go take a look? Wait a little longer. As Jian Yan finished speaking, the team had already reached the edge of the yawning building, and the short man strode forward. Something he did to the building opened, and a faint light shone from within. Just as Jian Yan was wondering how those giants had gotten in, a whistle blew, and the giants dropped to the ground, slipping through the tiny door. Soon, the smaller man behind them also crouched and entered. Flat sounds of gnashing, shouting, and lashing could be heard. After a while, the noises stopped, and silence returned. Mom, don't you think there are a lot of giants like that in here? Hua Bao's anxiety faded. It had clearly noticed something strange about the building. Though it didn't know if there were any snipers in the building, it still wove several of its free vines into a fine, transparent web, protecting Jian Yan from all sides. Jian Yan frowned. I don't know either. They say curiosity kills the cat. Should we go in and take a look? After a brief hesitation, she pulled out 2 small pistols, one in each hand, and crouched down as she quickly walked towards the yawning building. Although Jian Yan's footsteps were light, the soft snow beneath her feet still made a rustling sound. Thankfully, the strong wind helped to temporarily mask the noise. Hua Bao, do you remember where those people came from? Yes, Mom. Should we go there first? Yes. Led by Hua Bao, Jian Yan quickly reached the area. Taking a moment's shock at the scene before her, her pupils glared. Beneath the snow, at the bottom of a spiraling, 5-meter diameter pit, a rectangular opening, over a meter high, appeared. The opening looked more like a thick, rectangular pipe, its color very dark compared to the surrounding ice. Jian Yan was stunned. A hole of that size couldn't possibly accommodate someone that tall. Unless these people crawled here. Besides, such a crude pipe clearly lacks oxygen supply. So those people. Jian Yan recalled the small man's equipment and took a deep breath. He carried oxygen equipment. So what about those giants with nothing on their backs? Jian Yan's thoughts were horrifying. She glanced toward the yawning building. Hua Bao, when we get there, go in and take a look alone. If something's wrong, return immediately. After Hua Bao's upgrade, one vine reached over 30 meters in length. With 2 vines spread out, and the distance they could maintain from her, they were basically enough to explore the ground level of the yawning building. Okay, Mom. Hua Bao sniffed the golden scent in the air, and couldn't help but lick his fangs. Chapter 377. Jian Yan slowly approached the yawning building, stopping about 5 or 6 meters away. Hua Bao leaped from her shoulder, and 12 vines, over 30 meters long, leaped across the snow like 12 long legs, easily climbing to the roof of the 68th floor. Jian Yan had seen the yawning building structural diagram on her computer. The mezzanine between the helipad and the top floor had previously been exposed. But now, flush with the helipad, the entire mezzanine was sealed off with wood and metal. Jian Yan didn't think much of it. With the entire city flooded and blizzards raging, it was only natural that a rooftop like this would be completely sealed off to make full use of the space. Hua Bao, whose entire body was transparent, had shrunk, becoming thinner, tapering and tapering. She quickly found an ant-sized gap and slipped through. Although Jian Yan was outside, she and Hua Bao shared her 5 senses through her thoughts. As Hua Bao entered the building, a strong stench, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of snoring, assaulted her. The steel mezzanine on the top floor was densely packed with people. They were of normal height and build, though thin, and almost all of them were men. Their wrists were bound with ropes, their heads drooping, and they were all in a coma. Hua Bao listened carefully and heard weak gasps. They were still alive. Whether it was frostbite or something else, almost everyone's exposed skin was cracked, and the blood and pus from their wounds had frozen into ice. Hua Bao's body could transform into various forms: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and air. Seeing the large crowd, she simply transformed into gaseous form, and swiftly moved through the room. It circled around and finally saw 2 men, guns in hand, dozing against a pillar, one on each side, near the stairwell. Between them was a pile of charcoal fire. Next to the fire lay a few dark objects resembling roast potatoes. Hua Bao leaned forward, her eyes darting as she examined the 2 men. They didn't look like good people. Mom, are we going to get rid of these 2? As she spoke, 2 vines gently reached into their pockets and rummaged through them. Aside from the whistles hanging from their chests, they found no keys or anything like that. Jian Yan, seeing the scene clearly through its lens, froze, goosebumps covering her skin. Don't alert them yet. Let's check the other floors first. This scene of people hanging around reminded her of the people Shui Dajing and his men had captured at the Sky Hotel back in Anming. However, those captured there were both men and women, and most were of exceptional appearance and stature. Here, the skeletons varied. As for appearance, all we could do was ensure the facial features were intact. Okay, Mom. Huabao searched for a long time, but found nothing useful. He quickly retracted the vines, and continued down the Z-shaped staircase. The mezzanine below had the same layout. As usual, it was filled with people hanging around. As usual, there were 2 guards at the staircase entrance. Just as Huabao was about to continue descending, Jiangyan called out, "Huabao, check the back of the guard's neck." Huabao's gaze was Jiangyan's. Okay. He quickly retreated, his head baring his teeth as he peered down at the neck of one of the men, who was nodding like a chicken. The room was pitch dark, pitch black. However, Huabao had night vision, so she could clearly see 3 small red and blue flame tattoos on the back of the man's neck. She then looked at the person next to her, and saw the same tattoos. Perhaps they hadn't showered in a while, leaving them grimy, so the flame tattoos weren't very clear. Jiangyan's brows furrowed. This scene looked incredibly like the work of that pervert Shui Miaomiu from the Lion base. However, according to previous information, Dongshan was Yaobin base's territory. The nearest base, Muzan, was hundreds of kilometers away. Furthermore, from what Song Haito had said, Muzan, like Yaobin, was a proper base. So who could these clearly organized individuals be? But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. She collected her thoughts. Huabao, keep going down. Okay, Mom. Huabao scurried down another mezzanine. Unlike the 2 floors above, the 2 guards here were still awake. One of the men was panting heavily, clutching a hanging body in the corner, engaging in unspeakable acts. The man, with a cloth gagged at his mouth, whimpered in pain. Bao, finding the scene inappropriate for children, quickly scurried downstairs. The elevator from the mezzanine to the 68th floor had long been out of service. He quickly found the fire escape and descended to the 68th floor. There was finally a faint light. But when he saw the scene inside, Huabao was completely shocked. Jiangyan, outside, was also shocked. Chapter 378. The entire 68th floor, covering nearly 3,000 square meters, was divided into 2 sections. One half was filled with densely packed, bloodless corpses. These bodies were naked and overly large and fat. Strangely, none of them had any hair, their skin cracked and covered with fresh blood scabs. At the end of the corpses, a metal conveyor belt was moving steadily, making a soft creaking sound. A fully armed man wearing a gas mask sat in a small forklift, slowly moving the bodies stacked nearby onto the conveyor belt one by one. At the end of the conveyor belt was a black wall. From within the wall, some noises and voices could be heard. The bodies were being transported in through a hole in the middle wall. Mom, there are compartments inside. Go check, Jiangyan said, taking a deep breath. She suddenly felt as if she had stumbled into a horror movie in the middle of the night. The bodies in the dim light just now were terrifying enough, but what about the other side? Jiangyan fought hard to stop her wild thoughts. Huabao shrank again, found a hidden door in the wall, and slid through the extremely narrow crack. As soon as her head entered, Huabao felt a wave of heat, and a strong smell of blood rushed towards her. The temperature in the room was noticeably higher by several degrees, and the light was bright. Several barrels of burning oil were placed on the floor, providing the light and warmth. Huabao slowly expanded from the size of a 3-inch needle tip to the height of a normal person. Taking a clear look at the scene before her, she was completely shocked. Outside, Jiangyan was also completely shocked. The room was ablaze with dark and bright red. If it weren't for the corpses on the conveyor belt, Jiangyan would have thought she had stumbled into a pre-apocalyptic slaughterhouse. From the conveyor belt, there was another one. This one was wider and slower. The conveyor belt outside was chain-like, while the one inside was flat. 4 or 5 heavily armed men, wielding gleaming knives, stood on either side of the conveyor belt. With their deft movements, the corpse was quickly cut into small pieces, each part slid into storage boxes beside the conveyor belt. Their movements were so skillful that they could be described as butchering an ox. No bone-cutting knives were used, yet every joint was easily disassembled. 2 sloping blood grooves remained along the edge of the conveyor belt. Some uncoagulated blood flowed down the blood trough toward the storage box. At the end of the storage box, a man was responsible for packaging the cut parts and the separately removed fat with a laminator and then pumping the air out. Another man was responsible for placing the packaged lamb legs into a large storage basket nearby, sorted by category. Every time a basket was full, he pressed a button next to it. Soon, the basket disappeared from its spot. Another man was inside, responsible for placing the excess intestines and stomachs, along with the waste, into a single basket. Perhaps because they hadn't eaten much, the intestines and stomachs were almost completely shrunken. That basket also vanished at the press of a button. Huabao, go check over there. Jiang Yan's hair stood on end, but she suppressed her fear and nausea and led Huabao to where the storage basket had disappeared. If she remembered the blueprint correctly, that should be the elevator area for the entire building. But at a glance, there were no elevator doors, only a few thick chains. Okay, Mom. Huabao scurried over. Mom, all 4 elevators in the building have been dismantled. Yes. I saw that. Unlike many high-rise office buildings before the apocalypse, the Yunding building's elevators were located at the edge of the building. The area where the elevators and ropes were located was dark, as if a hole had been punched through it. Only one elevator was left, creaking. Jiang Yan's brows furrowed. Building such an assembly line and elevator was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Given such capabilities, what's the point of building the operating room here? Mom, it looks different downstairs than here. Huabao, with his sharp eyes, peered down the large hole and exclaimed in surprise, Do you want to go down and take a look now? My feet are numb from standing. A voice grumbled from the nearby assembly line. Maybe it was because of the mask, but the voice was a little muffled. Without thinking, Jiang Yan said, Huabao, go back first and come back down later. Okay, Mom. Be careful. Jiang Yan was a little worried. She knew Huabao's abilities. But what she had seen tonight was too strange. Don't worry, Mom, I'm invisible. They can't see me. Huabao inched back and stopped at the assembly line operating area. Number 1, this isn't the end. We're going to do this all night. A man said. His voice was equally unclear. I feel like I'm going to collapse. If I'd known we were going to do this, I would have chopped my hands off. The man finished, and with a trembling hand, he tossed the head of a binocular stool aside. Shoo, keep your voice down. What's there to be afraid of? This isn't the base. Hee, just treat it like pork. That's right, number 3 is right. Otherwise, how could you have survived the base? Maybe one of us could be one of them. Listening to the conversation, Jiang Yan frowned slightly. Is it because of the mask? Why does it feel like everyone's speech is a bit lisp? If you don't listen carefully, you can't hear clearly. I'm numb anyway. But how long are we going to keep stealthing around here? It'd probably take a while. There's no way. The pipes are too small to get the equipment in. Those meteorites are terrifying. They might have eyes, but if they really hit us, a building this high would be doomed. It's almost there. Once we finish training the batch above, we can return to base. I think it's good here. If we go back to base, do you think we still be alive? Maybe next time, it won't just be half a tongue that's gone. Jiang Yan, How about we flee to Yaobin base? A man said, cutting a ball of yellow fat from a fat belly in front of him and tossing it into a burning oil drum nearby. The flames in the drum dimmed, probably because they were running low on fuel. Soon, a crackling sound came from inside, accompanied by a pungent odor and plumes of thick smoke. Oh my God, why does this fat smell so bad when it burns? That's what happens when they're injected with hormones and viruses. Otherwise, how could they get so fat in such a short time without eating or drinking? Chapter 379. Injected with hormones and viruses? Jiang Yan's breath caught. This certainly sounded like the diabolical methods of the Flame Base. However, she quickly dismissed her suspicions. The Flame Base and Yaobin Base had long since fallen out, and the remnants of their base couldn't possibly have traveled all the way to Yaobin Base's territory in the freezing weather. Even after the apocalypse, the concept of territory no longer existed. Furthermore, these cut-up and packaged two-legged sheep were clearly part of the base's food supply chain, and were most likely not destined for the Flame Base. Just as she was thinking this, a slightly overweight man said, What do you think? If those survivors we picked up from Xiangqing aren't decomposed, will they turn into zombies? Number 4, you're ridiculous. Have you seen too many apocalyptic movies? Do you want to open your head and see if there's a crystal core inside your forehead and brain? Another man said, throwing a bloody head in his hand directly in front of him. He threw it so casually, as if he wasn't throwing a head, but a ball painted red. Yeah, check to see if there's a crystal core. You might just be the first person to gain superpowers in the apocalypse. Another man interjected jokingly. The man named number 4 had just reached out to catch it when the head was tossed back at him with a thud. What the hell? If these heads are badly damaged, do you think we'd be in any danger? The other man shrugged. Hua Bao, concerned about the horrific and bloody scene and Jiang Yan's discomfort, stood behind one of the men when he returned to eavesdrop. So Jiang Yan hadn't witnessed the outrageous scene just now. However, the content of their conversation surprised her. Xiangqing? The Xiangqing in her memory, all the flora and fauna, must have been completely wiped out in that devastating nuclear explosion. There were actually survivors. Jiang Yan recalled the corpses she had seen earlier, and something seemed to dawn on her, but not entirely. Scientifically, people exposed to nuclear radiation will lose all their hair. The skin and body will ulcerate, eventually bleeding to death. Hush! A man standing at the elevator entrance suddenly turned and gestured to the group. The chattering group suddenly fell silent. He stood noticeably straighter, and the knife in his hand cut through the flesh with noticeably greater speed. There was a creaking sound, and a small man appeared at the dark elevator entrance, standing on the steel plate used to transport the empty storage baskets. The small man was carrying a diving oxygen tank, and his attire was extremely strange. Jiang Yan immediately recognized the man who had been outside blowing the whistle to drive away the giants. It was obvious that this man was quite capable. That oxygen tank must have weighed at least 50 or 60 kilograms. The fact that he could carry it so easily, and with such a straight back, showed that he was no ordinary person. It also showed that he was a bit too vigilant. Hua Bao, follow this man for a while. Jiang Yan thought she might be able to get something out of him. Okay, Mom. The transparent Hua Bao hopped over to the smaller man and leaped onto his shoulders. Little boss. Little boss. Several people spoke in unison, their voices filled with awe. There's a new directive from above. All the goods here must be cleared and packed within 3 days. The short man paused, glancing at them. Although his small stature and the gas mask obscuring his expression made it difficult to see, everyone still sensed a sense of oppression and a chilling chill. A man asked cautiously, Little boss, everything must be processed within 3 days. Does that include the new goods upstairs? Of course. But those haven't yet completed screening and are entering cultivation. The man who had previously thrown his head said in a low voice, completely devoid of his previous liveliness. I'm talking about those upstairs. The short man glanced at him. For these people, the key is organ preservation. Tomorrow, special storage boxes will be delivered, and a doctor will be here to guide you. When you dissect them, you must ensure that the organs are intact in both appearance and function. Ensure they are intact, meaning they can only be removed while they're still hot? The implication was that they were being forcibly removed from living bodies. That's what I mean. The smaller man nodded slightly. As for the rest, just refer to the current classification. A man asked tentatively, Little boss, are we moving 2 and 3 days? Yes, the situation has changed. We can't stay here much longer. The smaller man paused, his gaze fixed on the movements of the men's hands. He said unhappily, You're moving too slowly. We need to speed up. Okay, little boss. Everyone nodded and bowed, then their knives danced like swords, removing a body in a few strokes. The smaller man stood there for a moment, before returning to the elevator platform. Holding onto a chain, he followed the transport platform downstairs, floor by floor. Jiang Yan, following Hua Bao's vision, took in the scenes on each floor. The partitions on each floor had been completely removed, and new fences had been installed. In front of the fence, a gap less than 3 meters wide was left, with the elevator hole as the radius. Every 10 meters or so, a gunman stood guard. Every 5 meters or so, a strange-smelling oil drum stood, maintaining the light and temperature inside. The air inside was not only murky, but also thin in oxygen. When she got a clear view inside the fence, Jiang Yan's pupils suddenly constricted. It was packed with people. All of them were fat. About 200 or 300 pounds. Whether it was due to their obesity or physical condition, they were all sitting or lying on the ground. Because of their increased size, their clothes had long since disappeared, except for a few whose sleeves were still there. The snoring was thunderous. The stench was overwhelming. The further down the floor, the more obese the people, and the fewer people inside the fences. This place looked like some kind of human breeding ground. Some people had hair, some didn't. On the hairless ones, Jiang Yan even saw the dark, large shapes of mollusks. Hua Bao stretched out a vine and moved closer, sending a chill down Jiang Yan's spine. Those mollusks clinging to the bald man were actually mutant leeches. This was the first time she'd seen them since leaving in Ming. She didn't know if leeches could withstand the cold, but at least they could for now. The previous bloody scene, coupled with the current eerie scene, made Jiang Yan feel a surge of acid in her stomach. Still, she fought back the discomfort, mentally directing Hua Bao's head to rotate 360 degrees, carefully observing the surroundings on each floor. From the outside, only a dozen floors appeared above the snow. But from the inside, it wasn't the case. After a while, the creaking sound stopped, and the transport platform came to a stop after descending about 20 floors. The small man jumped off the steel plate and walked towards an area in the corner of the room where what looked like sleeping bags were placed. There were no fences, but it was densely packed with items. Jiang Yan even saw many small sleds and numerous pulleys and other objects. "Mom, the smell of gold is here." Hua Bao, whose body had shrunk and was lying on the small man's body, rolled his eyes excitedly as he looked towards a corner. "Don't worry about the gold for now." Jiang Yan pinched her brows, her mind racing. "First, subdue this person and bring him out quietly." Chapter 380. "Okay, Mom." Hua Bao was about to extend her vines to cover the small man's mouth, nose, arms, and legs when she heard a creaking sound and the elevator descended. Jiang Yan also heard it. "Don't do anything yet." "Okay." Hua Bao quickly retracted the vines. Clang. The steel plate stopped suspended 10 centimeters above the floor, and 2 men, armed with submachine guns, descended one after the other. "Little boss. Little boss. Coming." The small man glanced at the 2 men, then bent down and retrieved a flat rectangular box from a locked metal box nearby. In the corner where he was, besides an oil drum, there was also a brazier with a low charcoal fire. Atop the brazier sat a tripod, upon which sat a covered soup pot, its surroundings blackened by thick smoke. Dense white mist was constantly emanating from the cracks in the lid. "Yes." The 2 tall men nodded and stood politely nearby. The short man walked over to the soup pot, opened the lid, and then picked up a pair of pliers, picked up the flat box, and placed it in the pot. Jiang Yan could see through Hua Bao's perspective that the pot was half full of clear water. Quickly, the short man removed the box, which was emitting white mist. He wiped off the moisture with a very worn but clean towel, quickly opened it, and took out a syringe from the side. Jiang Yan then saw that the flat box contained 3 orange-yellow potions. The short man was already drawing the liquid into the syringes. The 2 men waiting nearby saw this, and walked over. With great effort, they rolled up their sleeves, revealing their dirty arms. The orange solution was quickly injected into the 2 men's arms. "Thank you, little boss. With this shot, we won't be cold for the next few days. We won't have to worry about running out of oxygen." The 2 thanked him and said goodbye. Jiang Yan felt a little strange. What could they be injecting? Could it be some kind of antifreeze agent? However, they were sharing one syringe. "Mom, are you ready?" Hua Bao had barely finished speaking when the short man took another syringe of solution and injected it into his arm. Wait a moment. Unlike the other 2 men, he took a fresh syringe and cleaned and disinfected the skin on his arm before injecting. After putting the syringe away, he stretched tiredly and walked towards the sleeping bag. He still had his oxygen tank strapped to his back, and he made no move to remove it. He simply squatted down against the wall. Soon, a faint snoring sound could be heard from his mask. Jiang Yan's brows furrowed. This guy, he never even took off his mask or oxygen tank when he slept. Isn't he a little too vigilant? After all, in this freezing weather, their area was deserted. "Mom, can we start now?" Hua Bao seemed eager to try. "Not yet. Come meet me at the door, and take me inside." Jiang Yan suddenly realized that letting Hua Bao kill would be simpler and more direct. However, even if it could cover someone's mouth and nose with vines, there was no way they wouldn't make a sound. What she wanted was to capture this person alive and torture him. And there were at least 60 or 70 armed guards in this building. She didn't want to make a big noise. I did notice that when Hua Bao passed the floor with the small door, there were only 4 guards besides the densely packed, neatly stacked 2-legged lamb products awaiting transport. Hua Bao dispatched these guards easily, and without making much noise. Besides, this was one of the only blind spots in the entire building. The other blind spot was the area where the small man was. Okay. Hua Bao retracted the vines, and quickly scurried up the elevator chain. When they reached the floor with the door, the guards, already drowsy and sleepy, felt an invisible force grip their necks before they could react. Their faces were grim, their eyes wide, and they kicked their feet. Their bodies twitched twice before they stopped moving. The door was a very traditional one. However, it had 3 layers. The outermost was wooden, the middle was metal, and the innermost layer looked more like a thick layer of insulation. There seemed to be similar insulation and soundproofing upstairs. Hua Bao listened carefully, hearing no sound from above, so she cautiously opened the door. A chill wind blew in, mixed with rice-sized black snowflakes. Outside, Jiang Yan had already made her way to the door in small, nimble steps, and slipped back inside. Even though she donned her gas mask, the stifling air and the fishy, foul odor instantly assaulted her. Looking at the piles of perfectly packaged limbs and heads, Jiang Yan shuddered violently. She suddenly felt she made an unwise decision. At this moment, she just wanted to knock the man unconscious and get out of here. The oxygen in the room was very thin, and with her gas mask on, she couldn't stay for long. Hua Bao understood what he was saying. She rolled up and, like an octopus, scurried down the elevator hole toward the smaller man's room. That's it. The man in charge of transporting the two-legged sheep down the assembly line upstairs was lowering a storage basket when he caught a glimpse of a slender dark figure, like a puppet on a string, leaping from the dark hole. Strange, truly strange. But it seemed to be the little boss's rest area and supply storage. What's wrong? Another man asked. The man's lips twitched, his eyes wincing. Nothing. After dealing with corpses so much, he must have gone berserk, hallucinating. Jiang Yan's figure had just silently appeared in the smaller man's room when he suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. Unfortunately, before he could speak, he felt someone covering his mouth and nose. Jiang Yan didn't give him a chance to speak. She raised her tranquilizer gun, aimed at the only exposed part of the man's neck, and fired. The tranquilizer gun's effect was rapid and long-lasting. It would take at least an hour for the man to wake up. Hua Bao not only covered his mouth and nose, but also, just as he was about to collapse, she wrapped vines around his body, removed his mask and oxygen tank, and then gently let him go. Jiang Yan then moved her mind and produced several ropes and black sealing tape from a space. Only after the small man's hands and feet were bound, and his mouth and eyes sealed with tape, did Jiang Yan carefully examine the contents of the room. Now that we're here, let's collect the useful supplies before we start interrogating them. Hua Bao had already rushed out, and Vine pointed at several enormous boxes and said, "Mom, this is gold." Jiang Yan put the tranquilizer gun back into the space and retrieved a CZ-805 Bren assault rifle with a 100-round capacity. Then she headed towards the supply area. Most of the piles here were packing materials, boxes, ropes, and a small amount of food. But this food made Jiang Yan a little nauseous. It looked like dried leeches and earthworms, and she couldn't identify the rest. The earthworms were also mutated, about the size of loaches. She gritted her teeth and tucked all the supplies into her space. Those dried leeches and earthworms looked disgusting, but in this apocalyptic environment, maybe they could be used to trade for supplies later. After collecting the gold and the pile of sleds, Jiang Yan returned to the area next to the little man and stored the remaining syringes and a pile of flat boxes into her space. There was a faint bulge on the flat box. She picked it up and took a look, her brow furrowing. MS? Jiang Yan carefully opened it and gasped. There was a faint pattern on the lid. These patterns resembled some strange runes. Runes. Jiang Yan's pupils shrank sharply. She had seen patterns like these on the interior of Shuiqian Meishua's rose-red Mercedes-Benz. Also, at the Lion base, these strange runes were also found on the wall of the core storage area where Shui Miaomia's golden birdcage was stored. The key point was, what did MS mean? Could it be Musin? Chapter 381. Creaky. The elevator sounded again. Someone descended. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow in displeasure. This is endless. After closing the box and throwing it into the space, Hua Bao had already fled, brandishing its vines. Kill them immediately, she instructed Hua Bao with her mind. Okay, Mom. As soon as the two armed guards' feet emerged from this floor, they felt a powerful force wrap around their necks. Before they could react, their heads had already separated from their bodies. Hua Bao's body was completely transparent, so the scene looked like the two men's heads suddenly popped with a stream of blood, and then their bodies and heads were gently placed in a corner in a very strange position. Because they didn't fall to the ground naturally, their deaths were silent. Even though she had been internally shaken by the previous slaughter assembly line upstairs, Jiang Yan couldn't help but twitch her eyelids. Hua Bao's killing methods were becoming increasingly brutal and decisive. However, in this apocalyptic environment, that wasn't such a bad thing. The moment the heads were twisted off, Hua Bao's vines yanked the submachine guns from the two men's hands. Because of her swift movements, no blood stains stained them. Mom, here, Hua Bao handed the two confiscated submachine guns to Jiang Yan as usual. Jiang Yan gently touched them with her fingers and stored them in her space. Check his clothes for any other supplies, Jiangyan said, reaching out to search the smaller man's body as well. Okay, Mom. Hua Bao quickly withdrew from the two decapitated bodies, her two vines shrugging like human arms. Mom, I didn't find anything. Their pockets are cleaner than my face. Jiangyan, who had previously worn a solemn and vigilant expression, couldn't help but smile. Hua Bao, you finally learned to be humorous. However, these people had nothing in their pockets except for their guns, which could only mean two things: either they were of insignificant status, or all their supplies were under centralized management. This person was clearly the short man. This was probably one of the reasons everyone was so wary of him. Humor? Hua Bao's eyes darted around, quickly understanding what he meant and grinning. Thanks, Mom, for the compliment. Only Jiangyan was familiar with him, finding him both friendly and endearing. To anyone else, Hua Bao, grinning broadly at this moment, actually looked quite frightening. The scarlet tongue, sharp, hard teeth, and the whirring sound gave the illusion of swallowing and chewing someone whole. Jiangyan searched the short man's pockets and found nothing but a small Swiss Army knife. There was only a small bag of compressed biscuits in his coat pocket. He was wearing quite a few clothes. Jiangyan didn't bother unzipping each piece individually. She simply pulled out a special dagger from her spaceship, capable of cutting through iron like mud and resistant to low temperatures, and slashed it along the collar. Crack! The dagger sliced through several layers of clothing, making a slight, sharp sound, as if it had struck something hard. Jiangyan frowned, reached out a finger, and lifted the man's innermost underwear. With a swish, she sliced it open. Suddenly, she saw the mini-explosive jacket before her, a small red dot flashing. Her pupil shrank, and she gasped. Mom, this? Hua Bao also saw it clearly. Is this the bomb vest that bad guy Xue Dajing gave his men at Ming's hotel? Yes. Jiangyan took a deep breath, her fingers lifted the small man's clothes, and began searching quickly. Soon, she found a very small remote control with a flashing red dot. It had a single push-pull button, with no other instructions. When Jiangyan had previously gone to Lifeown country to purchase weapons, the middleman had introduced her to this bomb vest, and said there was no deactivation. This button was only used by the person wearing the bomb vest to trigger the explosion. It seemed that things were more complicated than she had imagined. Crackle, crackle. Another person came down. This time, only one person came down. Hua Bao was about to rush out to defend himself when Jiangyan called him. Hua Bao, take him, and then take me upstairs. Jiangyan said, and in a few steps, she walked over to the mattress where the small man slept and stored the mattress, oxygen tank, and mask in the space. Okay, Mom. After collecting the supplies, Jiangyan removed her silencer, installed it, and loaded her rifle. As soon as the person on the elevator appeared, she aimed her rifle and charged up. Ouch! Bang! The building was unusually quiet, but the sound was followed by the clatter of hurried footsteps and the sound of loaded guns from upstairs. One of Hua Bao's vines wrapped around Jiangyan's body, another around the unconscious figure. Two more vines shot upward like legs, weaving 3 vines into a large transparent net to shield her vital parts. The remaining vines swished out towards the guards on each floor. The guards upstairs, all guns drawn, stood at the elevator entrance and fired frantically, only to find their bullets unable to penetrate the transparent barrier. Fuck! Are we seeing a ghost? Oh my god, am I dreaming? He's coming up! That person lying in midair with his belly exposed, couldn't it be Little Boss? Amid the gunfire, a group of people stared in horror at the bizarre scene, their weapons held high, and they could only continue firing. All they could hear were puffs, puffs, and screams of agony. Silence quickly fell on the floor. With Hua Bao's help, killing these people was a piece of cake for Jiangyan. She could even have let Hua Bao do it herself. However, this scene was also a good opportunity for her to practice. When they reached the slaughter assembly line floor, the men whose tongues had been cut off were already shaking like sieves, frozen in place, their bodies gripping the knives. They had witnessed what was happening downstairs from the cave entrance. However, none of them had anything but knives. Jiangyan steadied herself on the ground. Hua Bao, go up and take out those guards, and bring one back alive. Okay, Mom. Hua Bao put the small man aside, and quickly slipped through the crack in the nearby door. Ouch! A scream emanated from the next room. It must have been the man operating the forklift moving the bodies. Bang! The butcher standing there stared in disbelief at Jiangyan, and the unconscious small man appearing out of nowhere before them, their knives dropping from their hands. Their legs buckled, and they fell to their knees with a thud. They cried out to Jiang Yan in horror, "Ghost lady, spare me." Chapter 382. Jiang Yan glanced at everyone coldly, expressionless, and said in a deliberately displeased tone, "Take off all your masks." She was fully armed in black, wearing a mask and glasses, so the others couldn't see her expression, and their fear of her intensified. Okay. Okay. Several people hurriedly removed their masks. Looking at the people before her with incomplete features, Jiang Yan couldn't help but take a deep breath. "Where are you from?" The others stared at each other for a second. One of them trembled, "Your Highness, we are from Musen Base." Jiang Yan was secretly shocked. Musen Base? Didn't Song Haitao say that this base was also a decent one, and that it stood alongside Yaobin Base? Could his information be wrong? But now wasn't the time to think about that. Just as the man finished speaking, a man nearby reached out and tugged at his shirt, whispering, "Fuck. You don't want to live anymore? Even if you don't drag us down with you." The man stiffened his neck and glared at him. "I'm going to die anyway. I might as well follow the ghost lady. Maybe I can live a few more days." "That's right, didn't you see? The little boss has been arrested." "You?" The man was furious and was about to start a reprimand, but Jiang Yan had already raised her gun and shot him in the head. Puff! Warm blood and brains splattered on the faces of several people. Their pupils shrank, and they all dodged to the side. After slaughtering so many two-legged sheep, they had long been numb. But watching the person, who was still talking beside them die bloodily before them, was horrified. The remaining few people hurriedly kowtowed frantically. "Ghost lady, spare me! Ghost lady, spare me!" Bang! Jiang Yan simply removed the silencer from her gun and fired a shot at the ground in front of him. "Speak any more nonsense, and I shoot you." Everyone trembled and shrank back, not daring to make another sound. The short man next to them, who had been tranquilized with a tranquilizer, twitched reflexively, perhaps because of the gunshot. "I ask you a question, and you answer it. If you dare to speak nonsense, you be the next to die," Jiang Yan said, aiming her gun at each of them. "Ghost lady, ask whatever you want." It was the same man from before. The rest of the group nodded frantically, "Yes, yes, yes." One man had a ridiculous thought. They must have committed so many sins that they attracted the demons of hell. The rustling sound of dragging objects came from the next room, and several people were terrified for a second. Bang! The wall was ripped open by an invisible force, revealing several submachine guns piled high in midair. A guard, his eyes covered in red scars, appeared before them, his collar tugged by an invisible force. Several people gaped, speechless with shock. Even more astonishing was the sight of the pile of guns being sent flying in front of the ghost lady. She reached out and gently touched them, and the guns vanished instantly. One man was so frightened that his eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. "Mom, I knocked this man unconscious. Do we need to use water to wake him up?" Hua Bao threw the guard next to a few people and asked. Although Hua Bao was transparent, Jiang Yan could still see it. "Not for now." She pulled a stool from the space and sat down, speaking coldly and condescendingly. Soon, Jiang Yan heard some information from several people. They had been butchers before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, they came from all over Haicheng and took refuge at the Musen base. Because of their superior skills, they managed to secure some butchering work at the base. A month ago, a secret passage through the ice leading to the Musen base was opened by machinery, and they were sent here after being screened. Before arriving, they had no idea they were here to dismantle two-legged sheep. By the time they found out, it was too late. However, they had more or less eaten two-legged sheep themselves during the apocalypse, so they weren't so averse to it. They only knew that these two-legged sheep had been injected with hormones and viruses. As for why they had to be dismantled, it was mainly for easier transportation and storage. It was said that these materials had special uses, and would not only be sent back to the Musen base, but also to other locations. As for why this workshop was placed here, rather than at the base, it was because something like this couldn't happen in public. Furthermore, the passageway from Musen base to here was too narrow to transport the equipment. As for more, they didn't know. As for why the people upstairs had to be hoisted first, there was a special reason. But they didn't understand what it was. "Ghost lady, we told you everything we know. You might want to ask the little boss for the rest," said the man who had been leading the responses. Jiang Yan frowned. As she expected, these people were merely the lowest level executors. She also learned that the Musen base was built on a mountain. It was surrounded by trees. Unlike the Yaobin base, it was enclosed underground. Seeing she couldn't get any more information out of him, Jiang Yan focused her attention on the guard Hua Bao had brought down. Hua Bao understood, and with a vine, he grabbed a nearby basket of human blood and poured it directly onto the man's head. The room temperature wasn't cold, but the blood had already become semi-solid, like jelly. The combined stimulation of the cold and the fishy smell caused the man to shudder and wake up instantly. He wiped his face with his hand, eyes filled with fear, and stood up and ran. As he stood up, his legs snapped. Ouch! The man screamed. The remaining men also tensed up, huddling together in fear like quails. Jiang Yan's eyelids twitched again. This kid was too violent today. Indeed, the scenes she witnessed today were outrageous and disgusting, like hell on earth. Even worse than what she'd seen at the Blazing Flame base. She wished she could tear these people into pieces. Tell me everything you know. Jiang Yan pointed her gun at him. You kill me. I don't know. The man narrowed his bloodshot eyes and glanced at the small man on the ground. His lips trembled as he endured the pain and crawled to the side. Jiang Yan shot him without hesitation. Ghost lady, if any of us here reveal information about the Musen base, we be dead, or worse, dead, the man explained. Every 2 hours, they have to go to Little Boss for a potion. That potion helps them resist freezing and oxygen deprivation. If they don't get it when the time is up, it seems their bodies will suffer. Oh! Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow and glanced at him. What else do you know? Chapter 383. No, I don't know. We're not allowed to leave this work area. I overheard this one night, the man trembled. After saying this, he leaned slightly towards Jiang Yan, his hands planted on the ground, as if to deliberately show goodwill. The small man, who had been tranquilized, groaned suddenly, his bound body twisting in pain like a maggot. Jiang Yan knew the tranquilizer had worn off. She gave Hua Bao a look. Chua! The tape covering the small man's eyes was roughly torn off by Hua Bao. To the others, it looked as if a strange force had torn it off out of thin air. Looking at the stained eyebrows and bloody eyelids, and the bizarre scene, the butchers were terrified. A faint heat rose from their trousers. Ouch! The smaller man screamed in pain, but he quickly calmed down. He looked at Jiang Yan fiercely, his eyes flickering with a glint. This glint was faintly tinged with a hint of inquiring excitement and a hint of evil. Jiang Yan gestured again to Hua Bao to tear off his sealing tape. The butcher shuddered again. The sensation of the tape being torn off along with the skin was painful to them all. What's your name, and where are you from? Jiang Yan fiddled with the button and glanced at the smaller man. The excitement in the smaller man's eyes grew even more pronounced when he heard the voice of a young woman behind the mask. My name is Zhang Xiaoxiao, and I'm from Musen Base. Jiang Yan hadn't expected him to respond so readily. The butchers were also shocked. You know, there are rules at the base. If you fall into the hands of someone outside the Musen Base, you absolutely cannot reveal your true information. They were forced into this, but this little boss isn't usually a coward. He's already giving all the details before the other party has even resorted to any tactics, which is truly baffling. What are these for? She twitched her chin at the packaged two-legged sheep. To eat, of course. Zhang Xiaoxiao said, wincing uncomfortably. Can you let me sit up? Jiang Yan glared at him. No. Zhang Xiaoxiao, eat? How do you eat? This time, Zhang Xiaoxiao remained silent. He looked Jiang Yan up and down, then asked in a somewhat flattering tone, Excuse me, are you Miss Jiang Yan? The butchers nearby were stunned. Does the ghost lady have a name? How could he know her? Jiang Yan was taken aback, but remained expressionless and sneered. So what if I am? And so what if I am not? The fact that he was responsible for the human feeding space in this building meant that he was at least trusted by the core members of the base. However, knowing her name meant that Mo Zhongcheng and Mo Shuifeng had also defected to the Musen base. This would also explain their sudden disappearance, their swift and untraceable disappearance. So, this Musen base, which Song Haitao mentioned as an upright base, had actually been secretly collaborating with Shui Miaomiao, Mo Zhongcheng, and the others for a long time. Miss Jiang, I heard of you. If you could come with me to the base, you would definitely be a guest of honor to the base leader. Our base desperately needs people like you. Even if you want to become deputy base commander, that's fine. Not only that, he could also accomplish a great feat. Not only would he get a promotion and wealth at the base, but he could also remove the bomb vest that had been shackled to him for over a year. Oh! Then can you tell me who the base commander of Musen Base is? Who else is he treating as a guest of honor? Zhang Shishi's throat choked, and she said cunningly, Miss Jiang, these are all minor issues. You and I will find out when we go to the base, won't we? Jiang Yan's fingers brushed the button on the bomb vest. Speak properly. Puff. One of Huabao's leaves transformed into metal and plunged directly into the man's shoulder. Ouch! Zhang Xiaoxiao screamed. Watching the metal leaf suddenly appear and disappear, the butchers were numb with shock. Everything that happened today was so fantastical, it's enough for them to brag about it for the rest of their lives back at base. But can they even return to base? Also, judging by Zhang Xiaoxiao's words, is she trying to persuade Jiang Yan to go to Musen Base? Ghost Lady, our Musen Base is fantastic. They say that extreme cold weather will lead to global oceanization. Our base is located at a high altitude, boasting the best weather and location, and abundant supplies. You're definitely worth a visit. The man who had been answering questions enthusiastically before quickly chimed in. Zhang Xiaoxiao suppressed the stinging pain in her shoulder, composed her expression, and said sincerely, "Sorry, Miss Jiang, I can't say anything more, but I swear to heaven, the base truly needs you." Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow in displeasure. "I don't want to waste time on all this nonsense. If you don't want to die, you better be honest. Miss Jiang, I'm telling the truth. While our base may not boast the high-tech equipment of Yaobin, we do have our own core competencies, and you'd definitely be interested." Zhang Xiaoxiao continued to persuade. "What core competencies?" Yaobin's strength lies in aerospace engineering, while ours lies in genetic and biological engineering. These are the core elements of survival in a post-apocalyptic future. Zhang Xiaoxiao finished, looking embarrassed. "Sorry, Miss Jiang, that's all I can say." Jiang Yan frowned and abruptly stood up. Suppressing her discomfort, she took a nearby basket of packaged two-legged sheep and stored them in her space. It seemed these two-legged sheep, injected with hormones and viruses, had a special purpose. As for what they were, she could only take them back and have them tested by professionals when she had the chance. Zhang Xiaoxiao watched the storage basket vanish into thin air, her eyes gleaming again. "Miss Jiang, please come back to Musen Base with me." Jiang Yan sat back down. "You've been trying to get me to come back with you. You should at least tell me some tangible benefits, right?" I can't tell you. There are many rules in this base that I can't break." Bang, bang, bang. Bullets rang out, and several butchers nearby instantly collapsed with their chests blasted open. Zhang Xiaoxiao calmly observed the blood splatter, saying nothing. "Okay, now it's just you and me. No one else will know what you say to me," Jiang Yan said, pulling out 2 magazines from her spaceship and replacing them. Ding ding. A soft sound emanated from the buttons of her bomb vest. Zhang Xiaoxiao's eyes flinched for a rare moment. The batteries need to be replaced. If they aren't replaced within 5 minutes, the bomb vest will explode. "Miss Jiang, can you help me untie my hands?" "Batteries?" Jiang Yan frowned. "Where are they?" "Downstairs." Zhang Xiaoxiao's face darkened, but she continued, "Miss Jiang, please help me untie the rope." Jiang Yan didn't move. She suddenly realized Zhang Xiaoxiao had been deliberately stalling for time. Chapter 384. Seeing Jiang Yan's lack of reaction, Zhang Xiaoxiao grew anxious. He leaning forward with an effort. "Miss Jiang, please take me downstairs quickly to change the battery. Otherwise, this bomb is extremely powerful, and you wouldn't want to be accidentally injured, right?" Jiang Yan sneered. "Let me ask you one last time. What is the purpose of Musen Base injecting these people with hormones and viruses, fattening them up, and then killing them?" She had clearly realized that Zhang Xiaoxiao was not only stalling for time, but also lying. The mini-bomb jacket's battery was incredibly durable. Even though it would be affected by extreme cold, it could last 3 to 5 years. As for the sudden beeping sound, it was simply because the jacket detected that the control button had been away from the jacket for a certain period of time. The arms dealer from Life's own country had explained all this to her before. She had only casually asked, but he hadn't expected her to speak so readily. I'm telling the truth." Zhang Xiaoxiao tried to argue, but a vine from Huabao slithered through his chest. He naturally didn't notice it. But soon, a piercing pain shot through his chest. It felt like someone had stabbed a cracked knife into his chest, whirling his flesh and blood madly inside. Zhang Xiaoxiao's face turned pale, and he let out a scream. Just as he was wondering if the antifreeze injection had triggered some kind of heart attack, warm, crimson blood flowed out through the slits of his bomb suit. His pupils suddenly shrank, and his previous calm and composure shattered. He glared at Jiang Yan with uncontrollable rage, saying, You witch. I ask you one last time. Will you tell me?" Jiang Yan calmly bent down and reached out to retract the stool into the space. "Ha! Do you think, now that I can wear this bomb vest, I'm afraid of death?" Zhang Xiaoxiao snorted, beads of sweat already beading on his forehead. This place had been discovered by outsiders and vandalized. He had no other way to survive except to bring Jiang Yan back to the base to atone for his mistake. On the other hand, if he died here and could detonate the bomb vest, then the entire truth here would be obscured. At least the responsibility he originally shouldered would be wiped out by the explosion of the bomb vest. His family at the base would also receive a generous pension and enjoy excellent treatment. As long as the Musen base existed, his family would live a comfortable life. Sacrificing his life for the sake of his family's future was worth it. Jiang Yan had previously overheard Shui Dajing's words as he distributed the bomb vests to his subordinates, so she naturally understood what wearing them meant. She didn't bother to waste time talking to him. Huabao, take him with you, let's go down, Jiang Yan said, and with a thought, she pulled out a pack of explosives from her space. This pack of explosives was from the AS Area Ammunition Depot, and there were quite a few of them. What are you going to do? Zhang Shishia's eyes flinched, but she quickly realized there are still many people alive upstairs and downstairs. Are you sure you want to blow up the building? Jiang Yan ignored him and glanced around. However, she didn't see anything that could be stored in the space. The laminating machine, conveyor belt, storage boxes, all covered in blood, it was disgusting to look at. As for the people upstairs and downstairs that Zhang Xiaoxiao mentioned, some had been exposed to nuclear radiation, while others had been injected with unknown viruses and hormones. These people were like ticking time bombs, she couldn't keep them alive. Hua Bao rolled up Zhang Xiaoxiao, then Jiang Yan, and began walking downstairs. Jiang Yan took out a pack of explosives and placed them every 2 floors. With the power of the bomb vest, there was no need for a fuse. The shockwave from a single explosion downstairs would trigger a chain reaction that would detonate all the explosives upstairs. Zhang Xiaoxiao was shaking like a sieve and tried to beg for mercy, but Hua Bao slapped him with a vine. His teeth shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood and several broken teeth, suddenly realizing something. Jiang Yan had a magical object secretly helping her. He hadn't been told this by his superiors. This meant he knew the other party's secret and ultimate weapon. The other party would definitely kill to silence them. Begging for mercy was useless. Zhang Xiaoxiao, realizing the reality, drooped his head. Reaching the floor with a door, Hua Bao threw him to the ground with a bang. Jiang Yan then had it wrap around another explosive pack and placed it downstairs where Zhang Xiaoxiao had lived. After doing this, Jiang Yan opened the door and, braving the blizzard, hurried out. About 10 meters away, she stopped and retrieved the button on her explosive vest. Hua Bao, come up and enter the space with me. Jiang Yan knew Hua Bao was powerful, but she was also worried about the potential damage to him. Don't worry, Mom. I be keeping watch outside, Hua Bao said confidently. What if it followed in too, and the ground where Jiang Yan was standing collapsed and buried her? Are you sure? Yes, sure. Then be careful. If anything goes wrong, immediately crawl into the underground crevice. Okay. The moment her fingers slid and pressed, Jiang Yan's mind moved, and she entered the space. Hua Bao quickly twitched her vines, weaving them into a circular frame that enveloped the area where she was standing. Boom! A deafening sound echoed. The ground shook, and the entire building instantly turned into a pile of rubble. Snowflakes and smaller meteorites were blown away, and the ground, centered on the yawning building, crackled rapidly. The sunken tunnel also broke and collapsed in the explosion. Hua Bao's body transformed into a gaseous state the moment the explosion began. The powerful shockwave only pushed it back. When the outside vision cleared slightly, she said, Mom, the explosion is over. Okay. Jiang Yan, entering the space, did not immediately remove her clothes, which were stained with the stench and blood. She simply took off her gas mask. Standing by the garden, she took a few deep breaths of fresh air, then patiently waited to see what would happen outside. Hearing Hua Bao's words, she relaxed and headed towards the apple cabin. Hua Bao, look around carefully to see if anyone's coming near tonight. It was getting late, so she decided to rest where she was. She could wait and see. This place had been bombed, and she wondered if the people at Musen Base would notice. Okay, Mom. Halfway through, a reindeer came running towards her. As if it had smelled her stench and the scent of blood, it paused warily, hesitating for a second before coming closer to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan reached out and stroked its head, saying gently, Be good, go back now. I'd play with you later. As if the reindeer understood, it rubbed its head against her palm before turning and leaving. It was almost 4 in the morning. Jiang Yan had barely had a drop of water all day. She wanted to get something to eat, but the sight of the stains on her body instantly lost her appetite. She stripped off her filthy clothes, grabbed a glass of kumquat lemonade, guzzled it, and headed straight to the bathroom. Chapter 385. Hua Bao, is there any noise out there? Jiang Yin washed off the blood and dirt from her body, sorted her dirty clothes into several washing machines, and then filled the jacuzzi with hot water. She added a herbal bath mix of safflower and pu'er tea, supposed to relax the meridians and activate the joints, and then slowly lay down. Speaking of which, it had been a long time since she had taken a herbal bath. Mom, not yet, but the black blizzard seems to be getting heavier, replied Hua Bao, ever so diligent in her duties. Jiang Yin, The black blizzard swept in again, far beyond her expectations. However, the intensification of the blizzard was not a bad thing for her. This natural disaster would prevent her from venturing out, but it would also prevent others from venturing out. It was like a natural barrier, and with Hua Bao on duty outside, all she had to do was rest peacefully in her space. Before she could think twice, she slowly fell asleep, massaged by the warm water. The bathtub had an automatic heat-keeping function, and it was an hour later when she woke up again. After a comfortable bath, and the healing effect of the space, Jiang Yin felt a surge of strength. After drying her hair and changing into clean house clothes, Jiang Yin realized that her stomach had been growling with hunger for a long time. She felt like she could eat a whole cow now. After seeing so many bloody corpses, Jiang Yin had a certain aversion to meat. She simply took out a simmering hot pot, added water, and put half a packet of spicy hot pot seasoning in half. For the other half, she took out a young coconut and added the clear coconut milk and tender white coconut meat. While the water boiled, she pulled out a bunch of hot pot side dishes from the storage area. Fresh bamboo fungus, matsutake mushrooms, morels, tribute vegetables, bean sprouts, pea tips, bok choy, kelp nuts, potatoes, lotus root slices, and frozen tofu. The bok choy and pea tips were all grown on the black soil of the space, still fresh from the day they were picked. The table was soon filled to the brim. Jiang Yin pulled out her iPad, opened a variety show, and slowly began to enjoy her hot pot. This episode of the variety show happened to be set in several famous scenic spots in Anming. Blue sky, white clouds, flowers, and clean, tidy streets. A bustling crowd, waiting in advance at the scenic area entrance for the star's arrival, each face beaming with excitement and joy. The atmosphere was incredibly lively. As Jiang Yin watched, a sense of inexplicable depression and loneliness suddenly washed over her. She probably wouldn't see a scene like this again in her lifetime. After the apocalypse, she felt she had become much more hardened. But she knew that somewhere deep down, she still retained a hint of tenderness and warmth, a hope and longing for the apocalypse to end. After dinner, Jiang Yin left the apple cabin. Looking at everything in the space, then at the upgrade progress bar above the stream, she suddenly had a premonition that this space would continue to upgrade and bring her some surprises. But what exactly these surprises would be, she still didn't know. It was already 5 in the morning, but she hadn't felt a shred of sleep at all. She wandered around the vegetable garden and orchard. Jiang Yin returned to her study. She took out the National Treasure Hunting Atlas that Mo Jingsheng had given her specifically for her, and glanced at it briefly. Only then did she realize that, besides the sea-based rocket launch platform Song Haitao had mentioned, Musen Base also contained some powerful national equipment that she needed to store in her space. If the previous relationship between Yaobin Base and Musen Base had been the same, it would have been a matter of waiting for the extreme cold weather to pass, stopping by for a visit, and then storing it in her space. But now, things had clearly changed. Furthermore, from Zhang Shishi's words, it was clear that she had been targeted by the higher-ups at the other base. So, even if the passage hadn't collapsed in the explosion, she didn't need to take the risk now. After much thought, Jiang Yin decided to return to the AS area and find Song Haitao and the others first. However, with the meteorite landing and the black blizzard, there was no telling how they were doing. A rooster crowed outside the apple cabin. Jiang Yin knew it was daybreak outside. The blizzard outside had intensified again, and Jiang Yin simply didn't feel like going out. She went inside and fell asleep. That sleep lasted 12 hours. When she woke up again, it was already a day later. Jiang Yin wrapped herself in a down jacket, carried a pile of gold bars out of the dimension, handed them to Hua Bao, and then re-entered. After harvesting all the vegetables and fruits from the vegetable garden, she pulled out a small automatic tiller and studied it for a while. She used the machine to till the soil, then took out some more seeds and sowed them. Jiang Yin felt she desperately needed help. At least she could have someone to help with the planting and harvesting. However, the dimension contained progress bars, spiritual springs, and black tie sway, things that could not be shared with outsiders. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to find an opportunity to cultivate the flower treasure. After all, it has 12 vines, so its efficiency is undoubtedly much greater than that of an ordinary human. Most importantly, it's highly confidential and safe. A week passed quickly. The black blizzard finally subsided, replaced by rice-sized white snowflakes. The sky brightened, and visibility improved significantly. Jiang Yan, who had been waiting for this opportunity, had waited in vain. She suspected it was because of the black blizzard. Of course, reopening the collapsed passage would take time. She didn't leave immediately, but stayed there for another week. 2 weeks later, still unsuccessful but fully recovered, Jiang Yan left the space, fully armed. The temperature outside seemed to have risen slightly, only around 50 or 60 degrees below zero. The wind was still strong and biting. Jiang Yan increasingly felt that what the scientists had said before, that the extreme cold would end in a few months, was true. Following Hua Bao's lead, she unloaded her snowmobile and quickly rode toward the AS landing zone. The cracks previously caused by the meteorite's impact and explosion were now filled with layers of compacted snow. Even so, Hua Bao remained vigilant at all times. Halfway back, a strange mound of earth formed from several meteorites appeared in the distance. The stones looked as if they had been split by some sharp weapon, stacked in a regular pattern, clearly man-made. Jiang Yan paused for a moment, then, with a flick of her mind, folded the snowmobile into her space. "Mom, I go take a look," Hua Bao volunteered, gazing at the house. The distance between Jiang Yan and the meteorite mound was only about 50 or 60 meters. The Hua Bao vine stretched out, more than enough space. "Okay," Jiang Yan nodded, retrieving a pair of binoculars from her space. Hua Bao quickly darted out, soon exclaiming in delight, "Mom, it's Yi Qing!" Jiang Yan was startled, but quickly realized, that's right. Those meteorites are incredibly iron-rich. It would be difficult for anyone other than Yi Qing or an evolved human to gather so many rocks together. "But he looks injured," Hua Bao added. Chapter 386. Injured? Jiang Yan's brow furrowed. "Only him?" "Yes, Mom, only him." "Oh no, there was also a mutant cobra, but it's dead," Hua Bao said, leaning in front of Yi Qing and the cobra to take a look, then quickly retracting his head. Yi Qing's left arm was venomous. He sat on a small rock, untied the rope tied around his waist with one hand, cut it in two with a dagger, and then carefully rolled up his sleeves. 2 bloody holes, the size of little fingers, were visible on the swollen skin. Black blood oozed from the holes. The skin around the holes had begun to turn blue and black. Using his right hand and his teeth, he bound the wound together with a rope, then pulled a small flamethrower from his backpack and disinfected the dagger. Hua Bao's eyes darted around, wondering what he was going to do, when Yi Qing bit a small ball of cloth in his mouth, then slashed the wound with a sterilized dagger. Black blood spurted out. Hua Bao's eyes widened instantly. I didn't realize Yi Qing was such a ruthless person. After releasing the poisonous blood, Yi Qing quickly took a piece of cloth and bandaged the wound. Just as he had tied a tight knot, he heard light footsteps in the snow. Yi Qing frowned, pulled on his warm mask and snow goggles, then slung his backpack over his shoulder. He quickly pulled out a pistol and stood close to the stone house's door. Jiang Yan, as usual, held a pistol in her hand. Although she knew Yi Qing was alone in the stone house and had seen the situation from Hua Bao's perspective, she remained vigilant. When she got closer, she finally spoke. "Yi Qing." The voice wasn't loud, and despite the whistling cold wind, Yi Qing, with his excellent hearing, recognized her immediately. "Jiang Yan?" He stepped out of the stone house and spotted Jiang Yan, fully armed, walking through the snow. Glancing up and down at Jiang Yan, seeing her intact, Yi Qing's tense expression relaxed. Entering the house, Jiang Yan paused subconsciously at the sight of the decapitated mutant cobra in the corner. Yi Qing remembered that her biggest fear was snakes, especially a large one with its head cut off. "Wait a moment, I move it out." "No need." Jiang Yan took a breath and sat down on a nearby stone. After spending so much time in the Yunding Building's corpse workshop, her heart was noticeably stronger. "Are you injured?" Jiang Yan asked knowingly. She couldn't expose the secrets of Hua Bao. Yi Qing nodded, a flicker of embarrassment in his eyes. "Well, it was a snake bite, it shouldn't be serious." What he had done earlier didn't actually expel all the venom. However, as an evolved being, there are some unexplained substances in his body that can slowly absorb these toxic substances. However, this would take a very long time. Especially for mutant cobras, whose toxicity and other properties have also changed with genetic changes. Jiang Yan took off her backpack and, in reality, searched through space with her mind. She pulled out a tube of snake serum and handed it to Yi Qing. Here. She had stored tens of thousands of tubes of this serum before the apocalypse, but she never imagined she would ever need it. Jiang Yan curled her lips. I'm most afraid of injections. Can you do this one-handed? This? Yi Qing was once again stunned by her treasure chest for a second before reaching out to take it. Thank you. After the serum was injected, Yi Qing's complexion noticeably improved. Jiang Yan glanced outside. It's a bit snowy right now. Sit down for a while before going back. Yi Qing knew Jiang Yan was just giving him an excuse to rest a bit, so he simply nodded. Okay. By the way, how have you been these past few days? Is everything okay in the AS area? They both spoke simultaneously. Jiang Yan chuckled. You go first. Okay, Yi Qing nodded. Everything's fine in the AS area. After the meteorite landed, the AS area sank along the ice cracks. He briefly explained the situation in the AS area to Jiang Yan, but didn't mention that he had come alone to search for Jiang Yan. He also didn't mention that he had gotten lost in the snow. After all, the current outcome made him feel somewhat ashamed. It seemed he needed to grow even more. He had originally tied a rope around his waist, but for some reason, it snapped during the second black blizzard. Yi Qing naturally couldn't sit still and wait for death. While braving the wind and snow, he unfortunately fell into a ravine. Thankfully, the ravine was covered with a thick layer of powdery snow, so he wasn't seriously injured. There were many meteorites around, so he simply collected them and built a temporary shelter for himself. But unexpectedly, while moving the last stone, he was bitten by a mutant cobra that had hibernated beneath it. Thankfully, his hands were quick, and he killed the cobra with a single cut. Jiang Yan briefly explained the situation at Yunning Building to Yi Qing. This was all something she would have to share with Song Haitao and the others sooner or later, so she had already prepared a pretext. After all, she couldn't expose Hua Bao, nor could she reveal the fact that she could enter the space. After hearing this, Yi Qing clenched his fists. This Musen base has most likely been infiltrated by the Lion base. Or, in other words, infiltrated by a hostile force. Jiang Yan nodded. Jiang Yan, how about we head back? Yi Qing glanced outside. The wind and snow had clearly subsided. In extremely cold weather, the days were short. If night fell, he feared Jiang Yan would find herself in the same situation as him. Besides, Jiang Yan had returned from Yunning Building, so she had a reference point. If they followed the path straight ahead, they would probably find the AS area. Even if there were some deviations, they would be roughly accurate. Are you okay? Jiang Yan glanced at him. Yes, that serum is very effective. Yi Qing leaned over, preparing to tie the cobra to the rope and drag it back to the AS area. Even if they got lost on their way back, this snake meat would be enough for them to eat for a long time. Let me do it. Jiang Yan walked over and, with a flick of her finger, she collected the massive cobra into her space. Although he knew of her miraculous abilities, Yi Qing was still secretly shocked to see the item vanish into thin air. Then, he asked in confusion Jiang Yan, can you get into that place? That place, of course, was where he had smelled the faint aroma of Tai Sui after being blindfolded. Clearly, the snake had probably gone there too. Jiang Yan understood his meaning and didn't try to hide it. Yes. After that, she retrieved a folding trekking pole from her space. She glanced at his hand, which was still swollen like a bun, assembled the pole, and then handed it to him. Thank you. Yi Qing took it. By the way, can you go in there anytime? Yes. Jiang Yan glanced at him doubtfully, only to see him grin. That's good. As long as she could go in anytime, she could hide there whenever she encountered danger. Yi Qing's worries completely dissipated. The two of them left the stone house. Jiang Yan took the lead and walked forward. Follow me. Chapter 387. Okay. Yi Qing strode after them. The flower, its vines spread out like a serpentine navigation system, directed Jiang Yan in the right direction, based on her memory of previous journeys. The wind and snow whipped against them, forcing them to move forward against the wind, while also wary of cracks in the ground. They both stopped talking and focused on moving forward. Yi Qing glanced at Jiang Yan, wanting to say something but stopped. In the vast snowy landscape, with a compass out of action, it's difficult to follow one's own path in a straight line. But Jiang Yan, as if using a navigation system, never paused to check her direction, her head focused on moving forward. He glanced at her backpack and ultimately suppressed the urge to help her carry it. Partly because he trusted Jiang Yan's stamina, and partly because he understood the importance of a fully stocked backpack in such a desolate wilderness. The two of them walked for nearly an hour, and as the sky gradually darkened, a massive ravine appeared before them. Jian Yin, we're here. Yi Qing spotted the AS zone, wedged in the air above a ravine not far away, and a warm feeling welled up inside him, as if he returned home. However, a thought occurred to him. If Jian Yin could find the AS zone, then perhaps she could also return the same way and find the Yaobin base. Jian Yin, can you find the way back to the Yaobin base? No. Hua Bao could only remember the route he had personally walked. When they left the Yaobin base, they were thrown parabolically from the metal house. Hua Bao naturally couldn't remember. Yi Qing uttered an "oh" and didn't ask any further questions. The brims of their hats were now covered in white ice crystals. In the distance, the metal house stuck in midair looked like a mousse cake. Black, white, black again. Jian Yin knew it was because of the intermittent black and white snowflakes. The constant falling snow would condense into ice due to gravity, which was not good for the house stuck in midair. In the past, they would have cleared the snow from the roof to reduce the weight. But now, they lacked the necessary tools, and since they needed to leave some snow on top to hide the house, they did nothing. Jian Yin glanced around, her eyes pausing at the edge of the ravine. Why are there 4 ropes there? Yi Qing followed her gaze. Maybe someone went out. The rope he had used earlier was broken in half, probably buried under the ice and snow, and he hadn't seen it on his way back. No one should be out at this hour. And there were 4 ropes. Could that be for 4 people? But now wasn't the time to think about that. We know once we got inside. Thinking of this, Yi Qing smiled at Jian Yin and said, it's getting dark. Should we go inside first? Su Dai and the others would be so happy to see you, he added. Okay. Jian Yin nodded, then glanced around. How do you usually get in and out? The entire area below the AS area was completely empty. No means of entering the house could be found. Here, Yi Qing led her to a slightly sunken area nearby. We carved an ice ladder. The ladder was partially covered in ice and snow, with only half the steps visible. Perhaps the excavators anticipated the effects of ice and snow, carving each step deep and wide. Jian Yin looked at the ice ladder and sighed. This is a bit like the stairs in the ice and snow world I used to see on TV. A southerner who was always thrilled by the sight of snow, she had lost interest in all snowflakes after the apocalypse. But at this moment, looking at this man-made ice ladder, she still felt a little excited. This path is very slippery. I be at the top, you go down first, Yi Qing said, removing the remaining half of the rope from his shoulder and handing it to Jian Yin. I don't need it, Jian Yin said, smiling and waving her hand. She lifted her legs and ran down the stairs. Crack! 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 The sound of footsteps hitting snow echoed, and she reached the bottom of the ravine with her light steps. Once Jian Yin had steadied herself, Hua Bao finally pulled the vines away from her. Yi Qing was stunned for a second, remembering how she had leaped into the air and slew the snow wolf. He wondered if Jian Yin had acquired some kind of lightness skill. He hurriedly followed. Doctor? Xiao Yi is back. Oh my god! Sister Yin is back too. Kong Wu, who was guarding the door, suddenly saw the 2 figures and jumped up in surprise, waving frantically at the 2 below Xiao Yi, Sister Yin. The people who had been quietly training in the room rushed out excitedly upon hearing this. Even a few elderly men followed Song Haitao out. Stand a little further in. Be careful of getting squeezed out. Kong Wu hurriedly warned as he watched the crowd rushing towards the door. Everyone was standing at the door, so Jian Yin naturally didn't let Hua Bao escort her up. But before she could ask Yi Qing how to get up, a simple iron plate with a rope attached was lowered. Sister Yin, hold on to the rope, we pull you up. Okay. The 2 were dragged back into the house. Su Dai, overjoyed, rushed forward and gave Jian Yin a bear hug. She then examined her from head to toe, front to back, and after confirming she was alright, she sobbed, Jian Yin, you're finally back. Oh Jian Yin, I really feel like such a loser. She sighed. I've been worried for almost a month, yet there was nothing I could do. Well, you're back now, aren't you? Jian Yin smiled gently. Looking up, she saw Song Haitao and the others, looking at them with radiant eyes. Dr. Song, she walked over. Song Haitao nodded slightly, his eyes moist. Jian Yin, I will never let you do something so dangerous alone again. The weather is ever-changing, and new natural disasters crop up from time to time. This meteorite and black blizzard were far beyond his expectations. Thinking about it now, he still feels a little scared. If anything happened to Jian Yin, he wouldn't be able to explain it to his superiors, nor to himself. It's nothing. Jian Yin smiled. Isn't it safe for me to come back? Besides, I learned something. I tell you later. Okay, rest first. There's no rush. Lin Xiaoyi brought 2 cups of warm water with sugar and handed one to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, drink it first to warm yourself up. Thank you, Dr. Lin. You're welcome. As she handed the other cup to Yi Qing, her eyes froze. Xiao Yi, is your hand injured? The crowd then noticed Yi Qing's left hand, which resembled a steamed bun. Now everyone had to wear gloves when going out, but now his hand was bare. Not only was it bare, but it was also swollen. Yi Qing felt that he was no longer feeling unwell. He had even received serum, but he didn't know why it was still swollen. It's okay. It'd be fine after some rest, he said. Jiang Yan sat down, surrounded by the crowd. She glanced at everyone, wondering, hey, where are Brother Song, Brother Tao, Qin Lang, and Mo Shiyao? No sign of the 4. Sister Yin. Kongwu hesitated. The Calabash brothers went to rescue Grandpa. After saying that, he glanced at Yi Qing and Jiang Yan. Ahem, Song Haido coughed lightly. Look, you left and didn't come back that night. We couldn't get through to you by walkie-talkie, and there was a meteorite and a black blizzard. Yi Qing was worried something might have happened to you, so he went looking for you that night. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Yi Qing. Everyone's eyes suddenly turned to him. Yi Qing scratched his head, his ears reddening. Chapter 388. Jiang Yan took a sip of warm water and looked at Song Haitao. Doctor, what happened next? After that, Yi Qing didn't return overnight. We pulled the rope back and found it was broken. A few days later, Sun Jingtao left when he saw you two hadn't returned. Then, Song Qian, Mo Shiyao, and Qin Lang also left one after another. Song Haidao's assistant, Sun Ziqing, took over. Jiang Yan was a little amused. It's really like what Kongwu said, the Calabash brothers saving Grandpa. Looking for someone in such an environment is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Without navigation or communication tools, they could only communicate with each other through the most primitive means. But they were also worried about Yi Qing and him. Doctor, it's getting dark. Kongwu glanced outside with a telescope and saw no signs of anyone returning. Pull all the ropes back. Okay. Hopefully, it won't break again. Several young soldiers chatted as they divided their efforts to pull at the ropes. They soon felt resistance. The fact that the ropes hadn't snapped was a good sign, but no one dared to be complacent. Hopefully, it's not tangled with rocks or anything like that, Zhao Yugong said. Su Dai stood at the doorway, enduring the cold, her eyes red as she stared out. The temperature was too low, and she dared not let her tears flow. Brother Tao and the others will be fine, Jiang Yan walked over and whispered to her. I hope so. Su Dai reached out and took her arm, as if she had found support. An hour later, Song Qian and Mo Shiyao appeared at the icy steps leading down to the ravine. Thinking through Kongwu's night vision binoculars, they could see the 2 men supporting each other, likely injured. I go down and help them. Yi Dan, holding the rope with one hand, slid down smoothly, Zhao Yugong following closely behind. Song Qian and Mo Shiyao, looking disheveled, were brought up. Both men wore vests and knee pads made of snow wool fur, their bodies stained with blood, and their backs were laden with a variety of odd supplies. Jiang Yan, did they get robbed and then rob someone else? But since they weren't in good shape, she naturally didn't ask. Song brother, Shiyao. Mo Shiyao's lips were frozen purple, and her eyelashes and hat brim were covered in thick snowflakes. The blood on the dagger in her hand had already frozen into ice. Jiang Yan. Seeing Jiang Yan, a glimmer of light flashed in their exhausted eyes. Having seen Yi Qing return from below, they felt much better. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yan had returned as well. And she was intact and in better shape. Sit down first. Jiang Yan pulled 2 bars of Demifu milk chocolate from her backpack and handed them to the 2. Take a bite. Her milk chocolate, unlike the one stored outside, was hard as stone. Instead, it melted in your mouth, like room temperature chocolate. Lin Xiaoyi also brought 2 cups of warm water and began to examine and treat the 2's wounds. There were knife wounds and some lacerations. After the 2 men recovered a little, Jiang Yan asked, What happened to you? We were attacked, Song Qian explained, removing his half-blood-soaked gloves and warming his hands over the charcoal fire. Attack? Everyone was stunned. Human or mutant animal? Human. Everyone gasped. The blizzard was almost constant. Surviving was considered a blessing. And someone was out robbing. They were tall and incredibly strong, seemingly immune to the cold. However, they seemed more like they were being manipulated, Song Qian said, glancing at Yi Qing. They're a bit like evolved humans, but incompletely evolved, lacking intelligence. Then they can't be considered evolved humans. Evolution only moves in a positive direction, not in one's intelligence. They should be considered mutants, an old man said. We heard a very regular whistle sound. Those attacks followed the whistles, Mo Shiryao added. But that person hid behind a rock, and the wind and snow were so strong that we couldn't find him, and he eventually escaped. Snow wolf fur is invulnerable to weapons. The raw snow wolf vests and knee pads they wore were likely manufactured later. Also because of the first protection, Song Qian and Mo Shiryao's injuries were largely unprotected. The knife had ripped through several layers of clothing on her shoulder, leaving her skin and flesh exposed. It was a shocking sight. Lin Xiaowei took out the hydrogen peroxide and was about to disinfect her largest wound when Jian Yin stopped her. Use this, Dr. Lin. Jian Yin handed her a bottle of iodine. Both have disinfecting properties, but iodine is significantly less irritating than hydrogen peroxide. Okay. Lin Xiaowei took it, then paused for a second. Iodine's freezing point is around -10 degrees Celsius. Logically, the room temperature should be freezing right now. But the bottle Jian Yin handed her was as if it had been taken from room temperature. She didn't ask any further questions, but instead dipped a cotton swab in some and began disinfecting Mo Shiryao's wound. The previous topic continued. Everyone's expression was solemn. Natural disasters are distressing enough, and if some bad guys show up. Su Dai glanced at the dark outside, then thought of what Song Qian and the others had experienced, and she couldn't help sobbing. Qin Lang and Sun Jingtao hadn't returned yet. Could they have also encountered mutants like these? She wanted to go out and look for Sun Jingtao, but she knew that in this icy and snowy weather, at night, she might not last an hour. But even if she died, she wanted to die with her husband. Thinking of this, Su Dai secretly made up her mind. If Sun Jingtao didn't return in another half hour, she would follow the rope to find him. By the way, Jian Yin, how have you two been doing during this time? Song Qian finished his water and looked at Jian Yin and Yi Qing, wanting to say something but stopping. Yi Qing briefly recounted his encounter with Jian Yin today. Your luck is truly terrible. Hearing that the rope tied around his waist had snapped and that he had encountered a mutant cobra, Kong Wu couldn't help but jokingly remark. Not bad, Yi Qing merely smiled. If he had been less lucky, he probably wouldn't have stayed where he was, and wouldn't have met Jian Yin. Jian Yin briefly explained her situation. Hearing that the Yunning building had been transformed into a breeding ground and slaughterhouse for other humans, everyone was stunned speechless. So, the mutants we encountered are the same kind you saw? Song Qian breathed inwardly. After the apocalypse, many things, or rather, sinister research, were quietly underway, far exceeding their expectations. Song Haido frowned. Jian Yin, this information you have is crucial. It's not just about the mutants. The most crucial thing is that their most trusted mutant base had long since secretly defected to the opposing forces. Song Haitao pursed his lips tightly and clenched his fists. But no matter what the situation, we probably can't stay here any longer. We must leave as soon as possible, he said, glancing out at the dark outside. Chapter 389. Jian Yin nodded, very much in favor of Song Haitao's proposal. With the AS zone now half fallen in midair, if hostile forces truly arrived, it would undoubtedly be a trap for everyone. And the Dongshan Phoenix Mountain Observatory that Song Haitao mentioned earlier was probably one of the higher elevations in Dongshan. There were some houses there. Going there, whether for temporary rest or as a base, would be a good option. Even if mutants or bad guys approached one day, they would have a commanding position from their high ground. As for weapons, the last thing she needed right now was weapons. In addition, the observatory not only had equipment that could connect to the mutant base, but also a secret seed vault in the basement. This seed vault was discovered by Jian Yin that night while she was carefully studying the national treasure map. For everyone, their main goal was to withstand natural and man-made disasters and do their best to survive this apocalypse. But she was not. I feel like the temperature has risen a bit today, another scholar said, then sighed. According to our previous deductions about the progression of the natural disaster, during the extreme cold phase, the temperature will initially continue to drop until a critical point occurs, and this turning point will be the first day the temperature rises by 5 degrees or more. A soldier asked in confusion, this should be a good thing. Doesn't it mean the extreme cold is about to pass? Dr. Zhang, why are you sighing? If Xiao Song and the others hadn't encountered the mutants today, I consider it a good thing. After all, rising temperatures would increase our chances of returning to Yaobin base. But now? Dr. Zhang's expression turned grim. The extreme cold will trap us, and others too, Sun Ziqing interrupted. Everyone understood instantly, their faces thick with worry. The AS area now had plenty of supplies, and they had recently improved a fishing net, catching plenty of fish. At least there were no worries about food. Everyone had even grown accustomed to the comfortable and awful life of daily classes, training, and a good night's sleep. They had almost forgotten the enemies lurking in the shadows. As for Song Qian and Song Haitao, they had never forgotten their ultimate mission. But Sister Yin and Dr. Song, where can we go in this icy snow? Another soldier asked. Finding the Yao Bin base buried underground in the vast expanse of snow is like looking for a needle in a haystack. They didn't understand Song Haitao and Jiang Yan's suggestion to prioritize the observatory. Let's go somewhere we can go, Song Haitao said mysteriously, glancing at Jiang Yan, who nodded. Doctor, I'm always available. The two had known each other for a short time. But the old and the young seemed to hit it off quite well. From a glance, Jiang Yan knew Dr. Song was confirming the coordinates and route with her. Jiang Yan, on the other hand, was clearly confident. Now we just wait for Xiao's son and Xiao Qin to return. If everyone agrees, we set off tomorrow, Song Haitao said, glancing outside again. Su Dai hadn't participated in the discussion, standing at the doorway, practically like a human-like figure waiting for her husband. Across from her stood Kong Wu, his eyes throbbing with staring, but he barely lowered the binoculars. How about I go look for them? Jiang Yan checked the time. It was already around 7 in the evening. I go too. There are 2 ropes, so each of us can handle one. Yi Qing also stood up. His double-shaped hand had finally returned to normal, and he finally had some strength. Before, his 5 fingers had been limp and weak, as if they weren't his own. Wait a little longer. Song Haitao glanced at the ropes that had been pulled back on the ground and called to the 2 of them. These ropes are shortening, and there's resistance, which means they're on their way back. Yeah, if you go out, you become the Calabash brothers saving Grandpa again. What should we do? Kong Wu curled his lips. If I wasn't afraid that I go out looking for them, get lost, and they come back, I would have gone out looking for them. Song Qian and the others nodded. Jiang Yan was a little amused. The 2 vines of Huabao, connected together, would be equivalent to a detection radar with a diameter of 60 or 70 meters, covering a considerable area. How about this? Wait another 15 minutes. If you don't come back, I follow the clues and find you. Don't worry about my abilities. As for Yi Qing, stay here. Jiang Yan finished, glancing at Yi Qing. Everyone needs you too. Yi Qing, Okay. He curled his fingers secretly, without objecting. That's fine. Song Haitao frowned slightly, and breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, Jiang Yan, didn't they notice you at Yunding Building? Song Qian asked again when Jiang Yan returned. No. Then where are they still? Jiang Yan nodded. Yes. Everyone was stunned, their eyes flashing with shock and fear, but Jiang Yan smiled faintly and said lightly, however, their evil deeds have been so severe that they turned to dust and entered the 18th level of hell. They can never leave there. Everyone couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Everyone knew Jiang Yan was both powerful and mysterious. Since Song Haitao and Song Qian didn't ask for details, the others didn't dare ask. Song Qian couldn't help but laugh along. What a cold joke, but Jiang Yan was indeed quite powerful. Hey, why do these 2 ropes feel like they're connected? Kong Wu, who was guarding the door, suddenly asked in confusion. Everyone looked towards the door. There were 2 large coils of rope piled on the ground, caused by Kong Wu and Su Dai constantly pulling in and out the ropes from Qin Lang and Sun Jingtao. Logically, with the 2 heading in different directions, the angle formed by the ropes on the other end should be large. But the angle between the ropes on the outside was very small. Could they have gone together? Everyone suddenly became excited. In such an environment, acting as a team is far more effective than acting alone. My brother Tao and my brother Lang are blessed with good fortune, and this time is definitely no exception. Kong Wu's eyes flickered with joy. Su Dai, on the other hand, crouched down and burst into tears. This was the second time she felt this terrified since the apocalypse. The first time was when Sun Jingtao went out with the base personnel to search for heavy oil and supplies. At other times, the 2 were practically inseparable. Her tears fell to the ground, and the cold wind blew them into chains of ice. Your tears are like pearls. It's a shame to let them fall to the ground. Jiang Yan walked over and helped her up. Don't worry, Brother Tao will be fine. I have a feeling. She glanced at her watch. If they don't show up in 5 minutes, I go find them. Jiang Yan, can I go with you? I promise I won't hold you back. Su Dai clutched at a lifeline, as if grasping at a straw. No. Jiang Yan smiled, saying nothing more. But when I can't see old son, I'm so anxious, like hundreds of thousands of ants are gnawing at my heart. It's so suffocating and uncomfortable, I feel like I'm almost suffocating. Su Dai said aggrievedly, glancing at Yi Qing. She seemed to finally understand why Yi Qing had resolutely gone out to look for Jiang Yan that day. Why don't you help prepare dinner? Maybe when Brother Tao comes back, he'd be able to enjoy your homemade meal. Jiang Yan glanced at the two soldiers preparing dinner nearby and offered comforting words. When people are worried and anxious, it's best to find something to do. Never let yourself be idle. Hey! Brother Tao and the others are running back, aren't they? The soldier who had taken over from Su Dai to collect the rope suddenly noticed that his rope had been quickly retracted. But, with all the snow and darkness, it seems like they can't escape. Kong Wu, upon hearing this, quickly retracted the rope in his hands, and surprisingly, it was easily pulled back. So they must be together. He almost jumped up in excitement. Song Qian grabbed him. Are you going bungee jumping? You're risking your life. No hee, I'm just too excited. Kong Wu's head shrank back, and he squatted down obediently. Chapter 390. Kong Wu had just picked up his night vision binoculars when he exclaimed, I think I see Brother Tao and Qin Lang. Everyone looked outside, only to see snowflakes dancing in the dark sky. Let me take a look, Song Qian said, taking the binoculars. It's them. Captain Song, let me see too. Su Dai excitedly snatched the binoculars and patted her chest. It's old son. It's Xiao Qin. I go down and help. As he spoke, Yi Qing once again grabbed a rope with one hand and slid down. I go too. Zhao Yugong followed closely behind. Brother Tao, Qin Lang, wait a moment. Yi Qing said, as he walked down to the two men preparing to descend in the dark. Song Qian wanted to go down as well, but his arms and calves were injured, and Lin Xiaowei had just stitched up his wounds, so he was powerless. Jiang Yan stood at the doorway, thinking for a moment, then pulled out a powerful searchlight. She had placed numerous flares in her space, but those flares only covered a 1-kilometer radius. Using them now wouldn't be as noticeable as a searchlight. Yi Qing and Zhao Yugong, having reached the ravine, suddenly felt a beam of light shining on them. With alarm, they raised their guns and quickly turned. It's Jiang Yan, Yi Qing replied belatedly. Zhao Yugong's lips parted in surprise, and a gust of cold wind, mixed with snowflakes, gushed in. Cough, cough, cough. Let's go, Captain Zhao, we have to hurry. Yi Qing said, sprinting forward, and Zhao Yugong quickly followed. Everyone in the room was stunned when they saw Jiang Yan pull out the searchlight. Jiang Yi looked at Jiang Yan, rubbing his chin with his hand, and remained silent. Soon, Sun Jingtao and Qin Lang were pulled up by the crowd. Husband. Su Dai, tears streaming down her face, threw herself at Sun Jingtao. Everyone was safely back inside, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, we talk later, Sun Jingtao said softly, gently stroking Su Dai's back. Yeah. Su Dai wiped her tears, only then realizing there were still many people around. Sun Jingtao and Qin Lang untied the ropes around their waists, and glanced at Song Haitao and Jiang Yan simultaneously. Doctor? Jiang Yan. Sister Yan. Yi Qing had just told them about Jiang Yan's return. Looking at Jiang Yan's clean clothes, hair, and face, they were both secretly surprised. But they also felt it was understandable. Are you two injured? Jiang Yan asked, handing the lamp to Lin Xiaowei. No. But just now, we encountered a pack of snow wolves that looked like they mutated, Sun Jingtao said mid-sentence, when Su Dai interrupted him. Are those the ones that were several stories tall? No, they were just ordinary snow wolves, larger, but not as big as the ones we saw before, Qin Lang said with a wry smile. Brother Tao and I ran out of bullets, and we couldn't engage them in hand-to-hand combat, so we just turned and ran. Jiang Yan frowned slightly. So, those snow wolves we encountered last time, with bodies as big as small mountains, were definitely from the base. Oh, no wonder we were so quick to reel in the ropes. Kong Wu chuckled. Now that everyone's back, I tell you about the next steps. Song Haitao stood up and immediately shared what Jiang Yan had seen and his considerations. When Sun Jingtao heard about the situation at the Yunding building, his mind instantly flashed back to the Sky Hotel in Aming City, where so many handsome men and beautiful women were imprisoned. He raised his hand and asked, So, the Lion base has infiltrated the Yaobin base? Probably, Song Haitao nodded. Not only has they infiltrated, but the Musen base, which we previously thought was trustworthy, is no longer trustworthy. Song Haitao, then told everyone about their plans to leave for the observatory the next day. Everyone present, except Jiang Yi, Jiang Yin, and Su Dai, were mostly soldiers or military veterans. Obedience is a duty, ingrained in their bones. These elderly scientists also had clear judgment on major issues. Leaving the AS area and heading into the vast snowfields was no easy task for them. But none of them showed any intention of retreating. Su Dai, Yi Qing, and the others were Jiang Yan's loyal followers. Wherever she went, they followed. So, even though the AS area was a decent base, with a steady supply of fish below, everyone had no objection to heading to the Phoenix Mountain Observatory the next day. However, how to get there became the key issue everyone needed to consider next. Let's eat first. Afterward, we split up into groups and prepare separately. Song Haitao finished his general introduction and glanced at everyone, his gaze first resting on Jiang Yan's face. First, Jiang Yan and I will be responsible for determining the route and direction. The Phoenix Mountain Observatory is very iconic. As long as we're heading in the right direction, even without precise positioning, we can arrive safely. Jiang Yan nodded. Okay. Second, Song Qian, lead a few people and be responsible for searching and utilizing existing materials to construct something like a sled. We place some of our belongings on it. Song Qian was about to nod when Jiang Yan looked at him and said, as for the sled, I found some earlier, but they need some reworking. I tell you more about it later. The sleds collected by Yunding Building were quite small. However, if they could be connected together like a small train, it would be a good option. Everyone, Sister Yin, how many more surprises do you have for us? Kongwu voiced everyone's inner thoughts. Yes. Jiang Yin smiled. She suddenly realized something. She had forgotten to take out the reindeer while she was alone outside these past 2 days. There was snow in the space, but the temperature was obviously not as cold as outside. But if all else failed, using a snowmobile to pull the sled would also be a good idea. After all, finding 2 or 3 snowmobiles from the AS area is far better than conjuring a living animal from thin air. Simply looking at the map, the straight line distance from the AS area to the observatory is about 12 kilometers. This distance shouldn't be a problem for her, Yi Qing, Song Qian, and the others. However, it might be quite a challenge for Dr. Zhang and the others. So, these sleds are primarily for the elderly. Song Haitao continued. 3. Xiaolin, lead a few people to pack up the supplies we need to take away. The supplies found earlier had already been mostly consumed. Okay, Doctor, Lin Xiaowei, the most experienced of the group, quickly agreed. Then I take a general look at it first, and then, after confirming with you, we sort and pack it. Okay, Song Haitao nodded. Su Dai listened to Song Haitao's arrangements, and suddenly an idea flashed in her mind. She reached out and tugged at the corner of Jiang Yan's clothes, whispering in her ear, Jiang Yan, can you perform magic again this time to pack us up and take us away? Chapter 391. Jiang Yan refused without a second thought. No. She had considered the question Su Dai asked. But after weighing the pros and cons, she ultimately gave up. Exposing part of the spatial function and completely exposing it were two different things. It wasn't that people these days were untrustworthy, but in Jiang Yan's heart, in this apocalyptic world, no one besides herself was completely trustworthy. Not even Yi Qing and the others. So, to put these people into the spatial space, she had to anesthetize them all. But the tranquilizer gun she had was powerful, and had some side effects on the body. While the spatial space had healing properties, elderly people like Song Haitao almost all had complications from old age. Using tranquilizer guns, or simply putting people into the spatial space, were only used as desperate measures. And right now, they weren't in such a desperate situation. Oh! Seeing Jiang Yan's refusal, Su Dai's eyes flickered with disappointment. However, she assumed it was because Jiang Yan's space was limited and couldn't accommodate so many people, so she didn't ask any further questions. Okay, does anyone have any questions? Song Haitao concluded. Everyone raised their hands. Someone asked, Doctor, how long do we estimate it will take to get from here to the observatory? Song Haitao, considering we won't necessarily be walking in a straight line, we estimate the total distance to be 15 kilometers. So how long it will take depends on everyone, especially us old guys. Of course, Phoenix Mountain is the highest peak in East Mountain. My estimate only covers the distance to the base. There's snow everywhere now, so we probably be halfway to the summit, which means we still have some climbing to do. As Song Haitao finished speaking, everyone gasped. Another person asked, then, Doctor, when do we set out? Song Haitao glanced at Jiang Yan. I suggest we set out at daybreak. The temperature dropped about 10 degrees today. If Dr. Zhang is correct, tomorrow will likely be the day with the best visibility and relatively longer daylight hours, Jiang Yin added. Sister Yin, how do you know the temperature rose 10 degrees today? A soldier asked, puzzled. They had thermometers before, but they were mercury thermometers. When the temperature drops to minus 39 degrees Celsius, the mercury solidifies and loses its effect. A moderate rise in temperature can be felt by the body. It might be a bit strange to be able to say exactly how many degrees it has risen. Jiang Yin smiled, feeling. The soldier was about to ask more, but Kong Wu deflected. Everyone, if we encounter another black blizzard or a meteorite on the road, do we have an emergency plan? No, if that happens, we just die, Sun Jingtao said mercilessly. Seeing the solemn expressions on everyone's faces, he couldn't help but smile, but I believe we're not that unlucky. This isn't the first day of the apocalypse. Those still alive today are partly due to their strength and abilities. But who can deny that they also have some luck? No one asked what to do if they encountered mutant animals. After all, with Jiang Yin and Yi Qing around, they didn't seem quite as afraid of them. Everyone chatted about some other trivial matters. Before they finished their conversation, dinner was already ready. It was grilled fish and rabbit leg millet soup. The whole house was filled with the aroma. Because they were leaving the next day, they weren't skimping on food as usual tonight. As soon as they finished grilling one, they took up another. The fire wasn't completely extinguished. The next morning's departure meant that everyone needed at least 2 hours to eat breakfast, get down to the surface, and transport the supplies. After dinner, before going to check the map with Song Haitao, Jiang Yin called Lin Xiaohui aside. Dr. Lin, just bundle up all the supplies you packed tonight, and put them inside. Lin Xiaohui was stunned, unable to react. Doesn't that mean we don't have to move them to the outer room? Yes. Then should I talk to Dr. Song? I follow Xiao Zhang's instructions, Song Haitao said directly, just as he happened to walk over and overheard the conversation. Okay, Dr. Song. The map was quickly confirmed. Jiang Yin had just learned that the AS zone spanned the Nanpan River, a river that runs through Dongshan. It was just that the ice had blocked the ground below, making the exact location unclear. But now Jiang Yin had the coordinates of the Yunding building, as well as the route and approximate distance from Yunding building to the AS zone. Comparing these with the actual distances on the map, Song Haitao instantly mapped out the coordinates of the Phoenix Mountain Observatory. He didn't know how Jiang Yin could remember the route from Yunding building to the AS zone so clearly, just as Jiang Yin didn't know how he could calculate planetary orbits without a high-tech computer. After confirming the route, Song Haitao couldn't help but smile. Before the apocalypse, Xiao Jiang, with your memory, you would have won a national award. Thank you for the compliment, Doctor. You too, Doctor. The authorities need you to win a world-class physics award. Jiang Yin finished, thinking of the research at the Flame Base and the Yunding building, as well as the evolutionary and mutant studies. If these researchers, who were behind the scenes aiding and abetting the evil, were to be found before the apocalypse, they would be doing them a disservice if they didn't win a Nobel Prize for their achievements. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. The two looked up and saw an old man standing at the entrance. The door was open. Jiang Yin recognized him. It was Dr. Zhang Yongyang, whose research focused on biological sciences. Old Zhang. Dr. Zhang. Old Song, are you guys done talking? Zhang Yongyang looked at Jiang Yin with a serious expression. I'm here to see Xiao Jiang to confirm something. Jiang Yin, Yeah, we just finished. I go ahead and talk, you guys. Song Haitao said, standing up. Xiao Jiang, you be responsible for keeping the map. Okay. Jiang Yin asked Hua Bao to memorize the map, then folded it, put it in a waterproof bag, and put it in her backpack. No need, Old Song. You can come too, Zhang Yongyang said, turning and closing the door. Jiang Yin stood up and offered her chair to Zhang Yongyang. Dr. Zhang, please take a seat. Thank you. Zhang Yongyang sat down without hesitation. Then, looking at Jiang Yin and Song Haitao, he spoke. Old Song, I'm worried I won't be able to make it to the observatory tomorrow, so I'm sharing a concern with you. Old Song, you're the leader of our team. As for little Jiang, you're young and promising, so I can only share this with you too. Jiang Yin, Old Song, little Jiang, we humans may face another catastrophic disaster. This catastrophic disaster will be a devastating disaster for all surviving humans. Catastrophic disaster? Jiang Yin was stunned. What could be more devastating than the current natural disaster? Chapter 392. Song Haitao looked at Zhang Yongyang calmly. Old Zhang, continue. Have you ever heard of the term prion before? Zhang Yongyang looked at the two of them, his expression somewhat serious. Jiang Yan nodded. I heard that long-term consumption of two-legged sheep can cause people to contract this virus. It seems that cows with mad cow disease are also infected with this prion. After the apocalypse, there had been reports of people consuming two-legged sheep. She had even researched online, so she had some knowledge of this virus. To be precise, a prion isn't a virus, but a mass of protein, Song Haitao continued. This type of prion protein is highly contagious and pathogenic, and it's also very resilient. Ultrasound and temperatures of 160 to 170 degrees Celsius can't destroy it. Jiang Yan hadn't expected Song Haitao, whose background was in aerospace, to speak so expertly. A sudden thought struck her. Dr. Zhang, are you worried about a catastrophe? Are you afraid that these people who ate the two-legged sheep will eventually turn into zombies? Of course, the zombies she was talking about weren't the kind seen in movies or novels. The two old men listened to her words, their serious expression stifling a momentary chuckle. But then, Zhang Yongliang's expression turned more serious. From a scientific perspective, people or animals infected with prion will have their brains hollowed out, their limbs unbalanced, and they will attack each other. They're indeed very similar to zombies, but they don't have a crystal nucleus. Also, the incubation period for this virus is 1 year. If they were simply infected with prion, these people would at most die on their own. But I heard you say that someone in Yunding building injected people with viruses and hormones, and then dissected them. It's very likely that they were used for other research. In other words, during the virus's 1 year incubation period, it's very likely to undergo 2 or more transformations and evolutions. These individuals, injected with hormones and viruses, are more like human petri dishes, perhaps for the purpose of extracting proteases or other such purposes. Similarly, they could exploit the properties of prion to create individuals who are painless, heat-resistant, and yet capable of following specific commands. After all, given the recent emergence of mutant animals like snow wolves, creating such individuals is not impossible. Jiang Yan had seen a lot of science fiction. Something like super soldiers? Song Haitao raised an eyebrow. Yes. Not only are they creating super soldiers, but these soldiers can also quickly infect each other. Zhang Yongyang finished, then sighed. That's why I said humanity is likely doomed. Jiang Yan was puzzled. But even if they can withstand high temperatures and attack, they're not well trained after all. They're just human shields at best. They're nothing to fear against humanity's high-tech weapons, right? So what's the point of them doing this? Humanity's high-tech weapons are, after all, in the hands of a few. And now it's basically a matter of who has the most ammunition. The weapons and ammunition will eventually run out before the industry recovers. Song Haitao didn't keep her in suspense, continuing, so I guess they're trying to preemptively seize the remaining resources. Or, if you divide us and the enemy forces into 2 factions, and then clarify each party's goals, you have a clearer picture, Song Haitao suggested. Jiang Yan felt her CPU was burning. So, our primary goal is to find the great power's most powerful weapons and gather them. At the same time, we must also destroy the natural disaster laboratory while we have these supplies, especially the rocket launch equipment, to ensure that the natural disaster ends as soon as possible. Third, they will attempt to travel to Mars and discover a more suitable place for human survival. Yes. Their goal, first, is to use the entire planet and humanity as a testing ground for natural disasters, thereby achieving their desired evolutionary outcome. Second, they will destroy all forces opposing them. They will also, like us, seek out or seize these powerful weapons and scientists. After all, this natural disaster caused humanity's science and technology to stagnate for decades, or even centuries. But if they possess these powerful weapons, their future research could be shortened by hundreds of years. As for the third point, even if the plan to migrate to Mars ultimately fails, after experiencing these natural disasters, our planet's resources will only become increasingly scarce. By doing this in advance, they can seize resources in advance. Whether our planet remains the lush green mountains and clear waters of the past, or becomes a doomsday wasteland after these natural disasters, resources are often concentrated in the hands of a few. Yes, Dr. Song's analysis is logically clear. I understand the principle, but I can't necessarily explain it so clearly. Zhang Yongyang said modestly. Jiang Yan seemed to understand, but not quite. Song Haitao, so Xiao Jiang, we must strive to survive, especially you and Yi Qing. It's a pity these are just my guesses. If only I could know what's inside the bodies of these people they feed. Zhang Yongliang's eyes darkened, and he subconsciously punched his right leg. But there's a good chance I won't see it. There was a certain pessimism in his words. Jiang Yan knew what they were worried about. Doctor, we all be fine. And we definitely reach the observatory tomorrow. She didn't mention the two-legged sheep sample she'd taken. After all, in a situation like this, bringing out a pile of bloody severed hands and feet would be quite frightening. The key issue was the lack of testing equipment. No matter how experienced and skilled Zhang Yongyang was, he couldn't identify the hormones and viruses inside with the naked eye. Seeing Jiang Yan's confident expression, a flicker of embarrassment crossed Zhang Yongyang's eyes. He smiled and said, "Well, that's right, old song. You and I are both half dead, yet you're so timid here. Logically, we should be giving confidence to the younger generation, but we're regressing." Sorry. Song Haidao glared at him. "But I'm different. I'm determined to survive." Zhang Yongyang said sourly, Ahem, you've flown fighter jets and been to space. You're made of steel and strong, still strong in your old age. I, with my skinny arms and legs, can't compare. Old Zhang, why do I feel like you've been to space? Let little Jiang judge. I'm telling the truth." Zhang Yongyang touched his nose and aggrievedly asked Jiang Yan for help. Jiang Yan couldn't help but smile. Just as she was about to comfort them, there was a knock on the door. "Jiang Yan, are you ready?" It was Song Qian and Yi Qing. She stood up and opened the door. "Dr. Song, Dr. Zhang. Xiao Jiang, go get busy." Song Haidao and Zhang Yongyang had already finished what they wanted to talk to Jiang Yan about. "Okay, you should get some rest early too. Leave tomorrow's trip to the observatory to us," Jiang Yan said, and she, Song Qian, and Yi Qing headed towards the armory. Jiang Yan thought for a moment. "Those sleds I mentioned, how about I just put them down on the ground early tomorrow morning? Some of this is scientifically based, but some is just random speculation and lacks logic. Don't take it too seriously, haha." Chapter 393. After Jiang Yan finished speaking, she retrieved a red sled from the space. The sled had one person in the front and back, was small, slender, and made of a very light, cold-resistant metal. The logo on it suggested it belonged to a country near the North Pole. Song Qian and Yi Qing's eyes lit up. "Jiang Yan, how many sleds like this do you have?" "Same specifications, 9. Song Qian, 9? That's 18 seats. Plenty for several doctors, plus some supplies. You can even strap cargo to the sides," he said, lifting the sled with one hand. "It's not heavy either. I can pull 1 or 2 by myself." A 15-kilometer distance, according to their pre-apocalyptic special training, would only take 2 hours. Now, with the ice and snow outside, travel was hampered. Not considering the possibility of mutant animal attacks, 4 hours would be more than enough. However, if you include a few elderly doctors and ordinary people like Lin Xiaowei and Su Dai, the travel time would be much longer. Now that they had the sleds, getting to the observatory before dark wouldn't be a problem. "Then I take charge of 6 groups. We can just string them together like a train." Yi Qing also took a sled, confidently saying, "6 groups? Xiao, yeah, sure." Song Qian wanted to punch him on the shoulder, but he was too tall, so he punched him on the arm instead. He turned to look at Jiang Yan and smiled. "Jiang Yan, do you know what image came to my mind when I heard Xiao say he could pull 6 sleds?" Jiang Yan's first thought was the 3 idiots of the snow. Husky? Alaskan Malamute? Or Samoyed? Yi Qing, Song Qian, no, it's a boatman. Look at Xiaoya's muscular body and sharp features. His skin is just a little pale, otherwise he'd be so striking. Jiang Yan chuckled. "Brother Song, I didn't expect you become so humorous now." Not just him, but also Song Haidao and Zhang Yongyang. It felt like after such a long separation, everyone seemed to have regained their optimism upon meeting again. Jiang Yan thought this was a good thing. In the apocalypse, the most valuable thing is an optimistic attitude that strives to survive. Yi Qing's lips twitched. "Brother Song, you've been eating a lot of fat lately. Are you secretly calling me greasy?" Song Qian feigned anger and punched him, then got back to the point. "But speaking of which, Xiaoya, can you really pull so many people and supplies?" "Of course." Except for Zhang Yongyang, the other elders were short and thin. 50 kilograms per person is the maximum. Carrying several hundred kilograms wouldn't be a problem for him. The snow is slippery, and it would help them reduce the load somewhat. Jiang Yan thought about it, and decided to take out the snowmobiles. After all, that would allow them to travel faster. Besides, Song Qian and Sun Jingtao were both injured to varying degrees. They were just ordinary people, and their wounds didn't heal as quickly as Yi Qing's. If there weren't any emergencies along the way, it would be fine. But if there were, the The soldiers would be exhausted, which wouldn't be good. I have 2 more snowmobiles. Let's take them out tomorrow morning when we get the sleds. This time, Song Qian and Yi Qing couldn't help but purse their lips. Jiang Yin, you got it all, Song Qian said, then added with concern. But it's too cold outside. Jiang Yin knew what he was worried about. It's burning ethanol, no problem. Professional. Song Qian gave her a thumbs up. Jiang Yin, you really haven't been to special agent training camp? I think so. Jiang Yin smiled. Remembering that Song Qian and Sun Jingtao were out of ammunition, she said, also, I share some weapons with everyone later. Did you crack that armory? Song Qian thought of the double-locked weapons. Jiang Yin nodded. Okay, let's go find old Sun and the others, and go over tomorrow's plan. Sun Jingtao and Qin Lang, along with several soldiers, were helping Lin Xiaowei pack their belongings. They had just finished packing when the 3 of them arrived. The food they found in the AS area and the food Jiang Yin had left for them had been mostly consumed over the past month. The more abundant of the items was the fish they caught recently. Without exception, they were all large and strange looking. A few had been grilled by Su Dai and the others and eaten straight away. Most had already frozen into icy lumps. Besides the food and some daily necessities, there was also some unburned wooden furniture. In the icy snow, this wood was perfect for making fire, so it had to be taken away. The remaining heavy and space-consuming items were the snow wolf pelts. Jiang Yin looked around. I be in charge of storing the snow wolf pelts. I also take away any items in the AS area that you don't see any use for now, but might need in the future. The sleeping pods used by several doctors also needed to be taken away. Anything that might be needed temporarily, or that's very lightweight should be placed on the sled. Jiang Yin, if you keep these furs, and then take them out later, your magic skills will be completely exposed. Yi Qing frowned, worried. The difference between this time and the last time in the underground tunnel was that there were fewer people there, and they were all trustworthy. This time, besides them, there were also a few soldiers and a few veteran doctors, as well as Jiang Yi, Lin Xiaowei, and Mo Shiyao, and others. They didn't know everything about them. Song Qian nodded yes. They didn't know Jiang Yin had a space, but they knew she could perform magic, probably because she had a special storage device. Although they were also surprised, this was clearly unscientific and too sci-fi. But the facts were there, and they had to accept it. Jiang Yin smiled, it's okay, let's do it this way. Seeing her calmness, Song Qian and Yi Qing nodded. Let's go down and retrieve the sled and snowmobile while they're still asleep. Okay. That night, Jiang Yin didn't enter the space. Instead, she and everyone else found a corner outside the house and rested against the wall. To outsiders, she looked like she was sleeping against the wall. But in reality, Hua Bao had woven a nest for her with vines. The nest was transparent, thin and soft. Around 5 or 6 o'clock, she, Yi Qing, and Song Qian went down to the ground and, under cover of darkness, retrieved the sled and snowmobile. When everyone woke up, they discovered that all the pack supplies had vanished. Oh my god! There aren't any more thieves! A soldier, his eyelids throbbing, pulled out his rifle, and was about to search for the person, but Kong Wu grabbed him. Pan Yifan, don't get excited. My brother Song and sister Yin have already taken all the supplies downstairs. Everyone was stunned for a second before walking to the door and looking out. Sure enough, in the snow not far away, there looked like several figures and a red object. Strange. So many things being carried down and up again, and how come I didn't hear a single sound? Zhao Yugung scratched his head, puzzled. Chapter 394. Xiao Yi and Lao Sun just moved down. They were so quiet they didn't want to wake you up, Su Dai said with a smile as she busied herself preparing breakfast. Breakfast had been prepared last night, goose meat porridge with grilled fish and compressed biscuits. Now all she had to do was heat up the porridge and grilled fish. We were going to be traveling through the snow and ice today, so eating something warm would keep us warm. Lin Xiaowei approached apologetically. Oh Xiao Su, why didn't you wake me? Aw, Dr. Lin, I just put the pot on to heat it up. It wasn't much, so I didn't call you. Su Dai smiled sheepishly. She had to cover for Song Qian, Jiang Yin, and the others, so of course she couldn't wake Lin Xiaowei and the others. But she couldn't say such words. It's over. I feel like my alertness isn't as good as it used to be, a soldier muttered, watching the people busying around outside. Another soldier chimed in, me too. Captain Song and the others carried so much stuff downstairs, and I didn't even notice. Alright, let's eat first. I go get Jiang Yin and the others. Su Dai changed the subject. The others obeyed, scratching their heads before sitting down by the fire. Yeah. Let's finish eating quickly, then go take Captain Song and the others' shift. Outside, Yi Qing quickly tied the sleds together. Sun Jingtao and Song Qian also tied knots, but compared to Yi Qing, who could withstand the cold, their movements were noticeably slower and stiffer. In the end, there were 9 sleds. Yi Qing was in charge of 4, Jiang Yan was in charge of 4, and Song Qian insisted on taking the last one. Transportation is solved, but now there's another big problem. Sun Jingtao rubbed his frozen hands and glanced at the AS area. Song Qian understood instantly. Are you worried about the temperature being too low, and the doctor, and the others being unable to tolerate it? Yes, Sun Jingtao nodded. Although the temperature has risen a bit today, my hands and feet have already started to feel stiff after being outside for a while. I think it will be more obvious for them. Song Qian frowned. Yes, sitting still will only make it colder, but they obviously can't move. Jiang Yan listened to the two people's conversation and realized that she had also overlooked this issue. She searched the space with her mind, and luckily found something useful. I have some heat packs I can give out to everyone. These heat packs usually keep warm for about 10 hours. The temperature is too low right now, but they should be able to last for 5 or 6 hours. Huh? Jiang Yan, you have quite the treasure chest. Song Qian and Qin Lang were once again stunned. Not only did Jiang Yan have a lot of stuff, but it was all good stuff. Yi Qing and Sun Jingtao were also shocked, but neither showed it as clearly as the other two. When Chief Imo returns, I have to ask him to give you a reckoning. You contributed so many goodies to everyone. Qin Lang said bluntly. Song Qian agreed, yes, indeed. And double it. Jiang Yan smiled, you also be rewarded. You contributed a lot. Compared to hundreds of millions of gold and jewelry, these things aren't worth much. But then again, Mo Jingsheng still owed her a lot of gold and jewelry. Of course. Qin Lang said confidently, his head held high. His eyes dimmed a little. Speaking of Chief Mo, I wonder how he's doing. Alright, he be fine. Song Qian punched him and handed him a rope. Here, try it, and see how it holds up. Okay. The supplies on Song Qian's sled were lighter than the ones Jiang Yan and the others had loaded with people and supplies. He finished his tests, and Yi Qing and Jiang Yan also took a ride on the motorcycle to test its pulling power. After all the tests were complete, Xiao Yugong and a few young men came over. Old Song, Jiang Yan, what can we do? Oh my god! You found snowmobiles? A soldier looked at the 2 brand new snowmobiles and rushed over in surprise. Oh my god! This brand used to be my dream car. One of them would buy a basic Mercedes-Benz. These motorcycles are so expensive? Xiao Yugong, not knowing much about motorcycles, asked in surprise. He felt like Song Qian and the others had been avoiding him since last night, and he felt a little uncomfortable. But now, seeing how much they had worked so hard to prepare, his negative suspicions and doubts instantly vanished. With such quietly dedicated teammates, how could he harbor such selfish ambitions? Of course. I'm a motorcycle enthusiast. Even though I can't afford one, that doesn't stop me from learning about it. I never knew our base leader had such good vision and foresight. In their opinion, the sleds and all the items found were all found in the AS area. This was once Mo Jingsheng's core residential area, so no one was suspicious. Plus, it was usually Song Qian and his group who went searching for supplies. Well, whoever bought these items certainly had good vision and foresight. Isn't that right, Jiang Yan? Song Qian and the others, who knew the inside story, laughed and agreed, but glanced furtively at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan smiled, non-committal. Back then, when she was planning to buy these things, she made a special plan and list. The key was, with money, there was little chance of buying cheap, low-quality goods. Half an hour later, everyone was ready to gather. On the sled, besides a few elderly men, were Su Dai and Lin Xiaowei. Mo Shiyao insisted on going on her own, and the others were at a loss to persuade her. Aside from Jiang Yan and Yi Qing, everyone else was covered in heat packs. In the past, wearing so many heat packs would have looked like being wrapped around a ring of explosives. But now, they all knew these heat packs were for the base leader, and judging by the brand, they were imported, so their worries were significantly lessened. In addition to the heat packs to keep warm, Lin Xiaowei had also hastily made some snow wolf fur last night. Without any extra sewing or cutting, Song Haitao, Zhang Yongyang, and the others simply wrapped themselves in the fur. Now I finally understand why those big brands offer quilts and coats, Su Dai couldn't help but remark, watching Song Haitao and the others bundled up like polar bears. The rest of the group couldn't help but laugh. Although it was a joke, Song Haitao, Zhang Yongyang, and the others felt deeply uncomfortable. Zhang Yongyang sighed, "Ah, Jianyan, Xiao Song, it's all our fault for dragging you down. Indeed, if it weren't for us, you wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble preparing." Song Haitao nodded. "And Xiao Jiang, thank you for your hard work." Although he hadn't participated in the entire process, he knew that these supplies, supposedly belonging to the base's top brass, were actually Jiang Yan's personal contributions. Jiang Yan smiled. "Okay, let's not talk about this anymore." After saying that, she and Yi Qing mounted their motorcycles and turned to glance at the group. "Are you all ready?" Both of them had long legs and were fully armed with snow goggles. The crowd was thrilled. Song Qian and Qin Lang also slung the sled ropes over their shoulders. Out of sight, Hua Bao gently extended a vine and wrapped it around the sled. It was so powerful it could carry the entire AS zone's flowers, so even this small weight was nothing to it. The remaining young warriors, some on either side of the sled, others at the rear. Without exception, their guns were fully loaded. It was clearly a journey of fleeing famine, but against the backdrop of the cool snowmobiles and the festive red sled, it felt more like a snowy adventure. The crowd's anxiety instantly turned to excitement, and they all shouted excitedly, "Ready! Okay, let's go!" Jiang Yin and Yi Qing turned around and simultaneously started their engines. Amidst a roar and a cascade of snow, the three sleds slowly glided forward in unison. Song Qian and Qin Lang, who were pulling the sleds with their shoulders, felt the weight suddenly lighten. They exchanged glances, then glanced back. How could this sled be so magical when it started sliding? Song Qian was puzzled. The image of a few huskies pulling a man's sled suddenly crossed his mind, and it seemed quite plausible. Qin Lang, however, didn't dwell on it. He simply nodded and said, "Yeah, Brother Song, this is incredibly light. It feels like I'm pulling air." Chapter 395. The team began to advance slowly. The surroundings were not entirely flat, and there were still many small meteorites not buried by the snow. Jiang Yin and Yi Qing didn't dare ride too fast. Also, the sleds were completely unprotected, so if they went too fast, even Song Haitao and the others wouldn't be able to keep up. Of course, this was also to ensure that Song Qian and Qin Lang, who were pulling the sleds manually, could keep up. Song Haitao sat on the sled pulled by Jiang Yin, clutching a map, a broken compass, and a pair of ill-fitting snow goggles. He warned, "Left, 45-degree angle, go straight." In less than 10 minutes, snowflakes were already clinging to his eyelashes and mask. Jiang Yin had bought a lot of snow goggles, but most were in her own size. She only had a few in various sizes, both men's and women's. One shouldn't look at the snow with the naked eye for too long, as this can easily lead to snow blindness. Therefore, Jiang Yin distributed most of the goggles to the soldiers on foot. As for the elderly men and Lin Xiaowei sitting on the sled, except for Song Haitao, they either lowered their heads to look at their legs or closed their eyes to rest. Even if they couldn't resist looking around out of curiosity, they only glanced briefly before looking away. The soldiers walking around the sled kept a vigilant eye on their surroundings as they walked. Snowflakes were still falling, and the surroundings were vast and empty. The more severe the environment, the more dangerous the appearance of mutant animals or humans. So no one dared to be careless. Jiang Yi walked at the end of the group, carrying 2 trekking poles, and his progress was somewhat difficult. Feeling the sled behind him wasn't very heavy, Song Qian took on the task of pulling it alone. 2 hours later, Jiang Yin noticed that the density of meteorites in the snow had significantly decreased. Yi Qing, Song Qian, and the others had noticed it too. The soldiers on guard had noticed it too. Are these meteorites specifically heading for crowded areas? Probably. These people really should be torn apart. Song Haitao's brows relaxed slightly. But this also means we reached the outskirts of Dongshan. Doctor, doesn't that mean we already reached a third of the way? Yes. Song Haitao breathed a sigh of relief. Being able to successfully walk from the Nanpan River to the outskirts in the white snow at least proved that their chosen direction was correct. Qin Lang picked up his military binoculars and peered into the distance, but unfortunately, all he saw was a vast expanse of white. The wind and snow seemed to be getting stronger ahead, he said. Normal. The altitude over at Phoenix Mountain is higher than the city, and the temperature is also lower, Sun Jingtao continued. Hey, what's that? Kongwu spotted what looked like an animal carcass beneath a black meteorite not far away. The animal was the size of an adult elephant, covered in thick black fur, and what appeared to be horns. The rest of its body was obscured by the meteorite and snow. Jiang Yin and Yi Qing slowed down upon hearing this. I go take a look, said the nearest soldier, rifle in hand, trotting over in the powdery snow. He quickly turned around and excitedly exclaimed to the group, "Wow! Everyone, come on! We're rich!" With that, he took out his shovel and began to quickly dig the snow around the carcass. Jiang Yin and Yi Qing stopped the car and walked over. Hua Bao, seeing this, put down the sled and jumped onto Jiang Yin's shoulders. The people on the sled wanted to get off to take a look, but found their legs were frozen solid. They could only stand there and watch. Seeing the animal's mostly frozen body exposed, Song Qian took a closer look and analyzed. This animal looks a bit like a yak. But isn't it only found on the plateau? How come there are also some in Dongshan? Not surprising. Aren't those snow geese Yi Qing captured earlier also found in the Arctic? Wow! That's a great tonic. We can have an extra meal tonight. But this one weighs hundreds of kilograms. I'm afraid it's a bit unlucky. You're still worried about the food. I drag it back even if I have to. A soldier volunteered, and just as he finished, Kong Wu said, "This yak has very thick fur. Since I spotted it with my sharp eyes, can I apply for a cowhide coat?" The crowd. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Yi Qing and Jiang Yan killed so many snow wolves, and got so many furs, but they didn't keep them all for themselves. Kong Wu's ears blushed, and he was about to argue when Jiang Yan laughed, "We're really lucky. This is a musk ox." "A musk ox?" Kong Wu was stunned. "Sister Yan, I'm socially anxious." Jiang Yan was amused and explained, "No, it's the musk ox. It's said that when the ox is in heat, the male emits a musk scent from glands in its eye sockets." "Musk ox?" Everyone paused digging in the snow. "Jiang Yan, how do you know all this?" Jiang Yan smiled. It wasn't that she knew, but she had found it on Hua Bao's encyclopedia. Musk oxen are the largest herbivores in the Arctic. They have lived on our planet for 600,000 years, an ancient remnant from the Ice Age. If it hadn't been struck by this meteorite, it would have been thriving in this freezing weather. Do you think this is a gift from nature? It definitely is. Although this musk ox had been dead for a long time, in this freezing weather, it was like being in a natural refrigerator, showing no signs of spoilage. Digging this ox reminds me of digging yams back home. A soldier's eyes welled up. This casual remark suddenly dampened everyone's enthusiasm. Zhao Yugong stopped digging, stood still, glanced at his wife in the distance, caught in the snow, and then glanced into the distance with a somewhat bewildered expression. Song Qian, beside him, knew what he was thinking and comforted him. "Old Zhao, Miao Miao is at the base. She be fine." Zhao Yuang said nothing, only sighing silently. Several men took turns digging for a long time, finally unearthing a sloping ice cave beneath the musk ox. Song Qian wielded his ordnance shovel and struck the musk ox several times, sending the massive creature plummeting to the ground with a thud. More than a dozen men, armed with their arms and legs, pulled the massive animal from the ice pit. Song Qian and Qin Lang volunteered. "Jiang Yan, Xiao Yi, your sleds are full. We pull the ox." Everyone was stunned. "That weighs hundreds of kilograms." Kong Wu stepped forward. "Don't worry, I help too." "Me too," Sun Jingtao said. "Old son, forget it. You still need to heal the shoulder wound." Song Qian finished, then addressed Kong Wu. "You won't need it for now. You don't know that this sled has very little friction with the ground. Once it's pulled, it's a breeze." Qin Lang echoed, "Exactly. A little effort can accomplish a great feat. That's us." This made everyone eager to give it a try. However, before that, they had to tie up the musk ox. Because there were so many people, Jiang Yan chose not to store the giant beast in front of everyone. Strength in numbers means strength. This ox was lifted so easily. To everyone's surprise, a dozen or so people effortlessly lifted the musk ox, leaving them all stunned for a second. Jiang Yan watched quietly from the side, smiling silently. "Hua Bao, well done." She mentally praised Hua Bao, who had secretly extended his vines to help them. Chapter 396. "See, I told you, pulling this sled will be a bit strenuous at first, but once it gets moving, it'd be easy." Qin Lang and Song Qian tugged at the ropes, then eased forward, dragging the sled, loaded with several hundred kilograms of musk oxen. Hua Bao, who had secretly contributed 90% of their strength, silently extended a vine and waved its small leaf toward Jiang Yan. Song Haitao, who had previously worried about the massive object, breathed a sigh of relief. "Everyone, hurry up and get going. We try to arrive before noon. The daylight hours are short now. Once they arrive, there's still a lot of preparation to do. They don't have much time." "Okay." Jiang Yan and Yi Qing started their motorcycles, and once again led the team toward the Phoenix Mountain Observatory. the wind and snow picked up again. The biting cold wind, mixed with snowflakes, lashed everyone in the face. At first, everyone chatted a bit, but gradually silence fell, and they focused on walking forward. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Sun Jingtao, taking the telescope from Qin Lang, looked ahead and exclaimed in surprise, "Dr. Song, I see a forest." "A forest?" Everyone was shocked at first, then delighted. A huge expanse of black," Sun Jingtao said, handing the telescope to Song Haitao. "Doctor, does this terrain look like an observatory?" Most observatories in cities have a signature white round dome. Da'Shan was Su Dai's hometown, but Sun Jingtao hadn't paid much attention to it when he accompanied her back. Visibility was poor in the snow and wind, and now the mountaintop was covered in thick white fog, so he couldn't make a judgment. "Yes, those are the black pines unique to Phoenix Mountain. We're almost there." Dr. Song felt relieved. The news of their near arrival instantly rekindled the already exhausted group. "Black pines?" Song Qian took the telescope and took a look. "If they're pine trees, we won't have to worry about heating for the time being." After enduring intense heat, heavy rain, and extreme cold, these trees had long since withered and died. Not to mention the abundance of firewood, pine trees contain oil, making them particularly flammable. "So can we still find pine nuts?" someone in the group asked. "Of course not." Song Qian returned the telescope to Sun Jingtao, grabbed the rope, and continued forward, saying, "We're incredibly lucky to have some tree trunks left. I used to think pine trees were all gnarled and rugged, but these seem to have no branches, only bare trunks. And they were half buried by heavy snow." From a distance, the part exposed above the snow looked like a pile of crooked tree stumps. He knew that without tools, branches would be easily removed. If the temperature had been warmer, the blizzard less severe, or if the enemy had tools or was closer to base, these tree trunks likely wouldn't have been left behind. The team continued their advance. With their goal now within reach, everyone was in high spirits. The journey, originally an hour's journey, had taken just over 40 minutes. However, reaching the edge of the lodgepole pine forest was only the first stage. Now they faced the more difficult second stage, the climb. From the mountainside to the summit, there was still a long distance. It seemed to everyone that the pulling power of the snowmobiles was insufficient to pull the sleds carrying so many people and supplies to the top. But it wasn't a difficult task for Hua Bao. Had already defied the odds once, he didn't mind defying them again. The key point was, asking Song Haitao and the others to get off and climb up on foot was clearly unrealistic. Seeing that Jiang Yan showed no sign of stopping, Song Haitao couldn't help but ask with concern, "Xiao Jiang, do you still have enough gas in the tank?" A regular motorcycle could easily handle 200 or 300 kilometers. But in such freezing weather, and with so much weight towing, fuel consumption skyrocketed. "It's okay, doctor. Just sit back and relax," Jiang Yan said, stepping on the accelerator. Although Yi Qing was skeptical about hauling so much weight up the mountain on a motorcycle, since Jiang Yan said it was no problem, then it was okay. Kong Wu and another soldier tied 2 more ropes to Song Qian and the other's sled and helped pull it up. At the front of the group, Hua Bao extended 3 vines, pulling the 3 sleds slowly forward. Yi Qing felt the weight behind him suddenly lighten. However, the terrain on the snow slope was somewhat complex, and he didn't dare slow down to look back. "Aren't we going to cut some pine trees to take with us?" Su Dai wondered, watching the group leave the pine forest with no sign of stopping. Lin Xiaowei, who was sitting on the sled in front of her, said, "We need to find a place to stay first." Su Dai said "Oh," and glanced back at Sun Jingtao. After Jiang Yan and Yi Qing's motorcycles picked up speed, Sun Jingtao and his companions, who had been walking on either side of the sled, were now left behind. "Honey, be careful." "Okay," Sun Jingtao waved at her. Following the snowy path cut by the forest, Jiang Yan, Yi Qing, and the others quickly reached its end. On a wide platform, several isolated houses, crushed by snow and meteorites, several massive radio telescopes, and a signature white dome came into view. The dome's gate was half buried in snow, and the dome was draped with long, thick ice chains. "Thank God, we're finally here." Qin Lang breathed a sigh of relief after pulling the sled to a stable spot. Song Qian glanced around cautiously. "Everyone, be careful." Jiang Yan and Yi Qing also parked the sled and turned to the others on the sled, saying, "Doctor, don't get off yet. Let's go explore first," Jiang Yan said, removing the submachine gun from her back. According to Song Haitao, since there was equipment here that could connect to Musen Base, it should be heavily guarded. But now it seemed clearly not. In the pine forest near the observatory we just passed, There were noticeably fewer tree trunks exposed above the snow, indicating a high probability of human presence. Anyone who could survive in such conditions couldn't be an ordinary person. Sun Jingtao and the others had already caught up, breathless. "Old Sun, you guys hold down here while we go in and take a look," Song Qian said, removing his gun and heading off with Qin Lang to chase Jiang Yan and the others. Hua Bao, after finishing his manual labor, slumped back onto Jiang Yan's shoulder with a grunt, then slid through the crack in the door. Yi Qing leaned over to the door of the white room, listening for a moment, observing for a moment, then turned and whispered, "It seems nobody's inside." Jiang Yan replied, "There should be. Besides, it's locked from the inside." Yi Qing and Song Qian, Kong Wu, Sister Yin, how did you know? Chapter 397. 6 cents, Jiang Yan whispered, pulling a thin wire from her pocket. She bit it, and inserted it through the crack in the door. This place would become their new refuge, so brute force wasn't an option. In fact, Hua Bao, who had already unlocked the door, had already done so. Her actions were merely a token gesture of cooperation. "Sister Yin, when did you learn this new skill?" Kong Wu asked with surprise upon hearing the kota sound from the lock. Jiang Yan put the wire back into her pocket and gestured, "Shh." Kong Wu quickly shut his mouth. Jiang Yan put her goggles back against her forehead and was about to push the door open when Yi Qing stopped her with a hand. "I do it." They had made quite a commotion when they had come in earlier. There was likely someone inside, but they hadn't reacted. Perhaps they had taken refuge in the shadows with their weapons. As soon as the door opened a tiny crack, a foul odor wafted out. Even though they were all wearing masks, they could still smell it. It smelled like burnt skin, burning plastic, sweat, sourness, and something resembling fecal matter. Although it was daytime, the room was gloomy, and visibility was unclear. Song Qian glanced around with a wary look. "There's a draft in the room, which means there's another entrance or exit. I leave this one to you. I go around to the other side." Jiang Yan turned to glance at Kong Wu. "Do you want to come too?" "Okay." Unable to stay in the same group with Jiang Yan, Kong Wu curled his lips and turned to follow. Yi Qing sidled into the room, and Jiang Yan followed. The snow outside was over a meter high, so the two of them felt like they had jumped into a dark pit. The house was completely empty. Away from the front door, along the edge of the wall, stood a narrow, steep spiral staircase. "Mom, there's no one downstairs." "I go up and check." Hua Bao rushed out. "Okay." Jiang Yan's brow furrowed. A foul odor emanated from a corner, and she knew what it was without even thinking. She suddenly realized that having two strong senses can sometimes be a bad thing. She could see what ordinary people couldn't see. She could smell what ordinary people couldn't. The fragrance doubled, and so did the stench. In another corner, a large, extinguished fire remained. Scattered nearby were some pine branches and plastic sheets that hadn't been completely burned and hidden away. The surrounding walls were mottled, the space brochures on them must have been torn off and used as incinerators. The two men, guns drawn, continued their advance on tiptoe. Jiang Yan suddenly felt something hard beneath her feet. She looked down and saw a small piece of bone, its flesh gnawed clean. Half of the bone had been burned away, resembling a human calf. She reached out and tugged at Yi Qing, who stopped and followed her gesture, looking toward the fire. The two of them then realized that scattered around the edge of the fire were numerous bones of varying sizes. Finger bones, toe bones, even half a skull, a clear sign of bipedalism. Jiang Yan's stomach surged, but she managed to suppress it. "Mom, there's someone upstairs with a gun," Hua Bao, who had scurried upstairs, warned. "Don't come up yet. I disarm them first." Jiang Yan gestured to Yi Qing to stop moving forward. Yi Qing didn't see clearly, and was about to step up when he heard a loud thud, and a dark figure tumbled down the stairs. Without a second thought, Yi Qing raised his gun and fired a bullet. Ouch! Another person tumbled down. "Ghost! Ghost! Mercy, mercy!" Yi Qing was a little confused. Could it be that Song Qian had climbed upstairs from outside? But he remembered that the building was completely sealed, and the outside was covered with ice chains, with no other means of climbing. But if it wasn't Song Qian, who would these people beg for mercy? Jiang Yan knew it was Hua Bao's work, so she said nothing, quietly waiting for it to kick the men down. Hua Bao searched around and continued to report, "Mom, their guns are out of bullets. Their knives are broken." Jiang Yan instantly understood. No wonder this group, despite having such a good position, was holed up there. "Don't kick them down yet," she said, looking at Yi Qing. "Go up and take a look." Hua Bao's attack on these unarmed people was a complete dimensionality reduction attack. Still, for Jiang Yan, this was a great opportunity for practical training. Okay. Yi Qing had just stepped onto the stairs when a sturdy black figure lunged at him. Yi Qing dodged, raising his gun and firing at him. The figure nimbly dodged. The bullet pierced the wall with a puff. You're playing tricks. I fight you. The man pounced like a tiger, turning and lunging at the diminutive Jiang Yan. At the same time, another figure swooped down from above, heading straight for Yi Qing's face. Yi Qing lightly snapped his fingers, grabbing the man's wrist tightly. With a single push, a crack sounded, and the man let out a murderous scream. Seeing the other man's fist headed for her face, Jiang Yan raised her leg at a 75-degree angle and delivered a powerful kick to the man's ear. The other man was stunned for a second, and before he could strike back, a sharp knife had already pierced his chest. Bang! Gunshots rang out from the other side of the dome. 3 minutes later, the people who had rushed down one after another were lying on the ground. 7 dead, 3 alive, and 1 half dismembered. Song Qian, Qin Lang, Kong Wu, Sun Jingtao, Mo Shiyao, and the others walked in. Sun Jingtao must have participated in the battle. Blood was seeping from the wound on his shoulder. Kong Wu was clutching several guns. Song Qian was holding a man. There's another group in the other house outside, and 1 person is still alive. Seeing the fighting in the house over, Song Haitao and the others all walked in, supporting each other. Seeing the several freshly dead bodies lying on the ground, Lin Xiaowei and Su Dai both ducked back. Are you from Yaobin base? One of the people who had attacked Yi Qing glanced at Song Qian and Qin Lang, spat on the ground, and sneered. It's a pity that you are a step too late. The equipment that contacted Musen base has been destroyed by Grandpa. I advise you, you better speak to me properly in front of Grandpa. Kong Wu directly punched him in the head and face. Mom, these people also have small flames on their necks. Hua Bao turned left and right, and on the backs of several people's necks, he saw the tattoo pattern he had seen before at Yunding Building. Jiang Yan raised her eyebrows. It turns out they are the remnants of Lion base. After the words fell, the provocative man's pupils trembled. After seeing her figure in clothes clearly, he smiled. If I guess correctly, you are that Jiang Yan from Enming, right? Boss Shui, we are having a hard time looking for you these days. Chapter 398. Hearing the words Boss Shui, Yi Qing's expression instantly changed. He strode forward, grasped the man's collar, and lifted him up with one hand. Where is Shui Miaomiao? Jiang Yan's brows furrowed. Knowing she was Jiang Yan was fine. But the fact that he specifically mentioned the name Enming made one think deeply. Seeing the man's lips tightly clenched in silence, Yi Qing's tone darkened. Answer me. With that, he lightly tightened his grip on the man's collar, one finger pressing down with a pressure against his Adam's apple. The man's breathing became labored, and he felt like vomiting. Soon, his cheeks, darkened by the cold, took on a liver-colored hue. I don't know. Jiang Yan pulled a sharp dagger from her bag and, with a chua, slashed it across the man's clothes. The tip of the knife sliced through layers of clothing, leaving a bloody streak more than 10 centimeters long on the man's skin below his neck. Ouch! Su Dai and Lin Xiaowei had never seen Jiang Yan act like this before, and they instinctively dodged behind their respective men. Mo Shiyao watched quietly, equally puzzled by her sudden action. Go check on the others to see if they're wearing mini-explosive vests, Jiang Yan said, handing the dagger to Kong Wu. Okay, Sister Yan. The remaining men's clothes were similarly slashed, but no trace of the vests was found. Even further away, Yi Qing employed some interrogation tactics, but the men still refused to reveal Shui Miaomiao's whereabouts. However, they did reveal some information. When the extreme cold first began here, they were stationed here along with the rest of the Yaobin base personnel. After the onset of the extreme cold, they encountered several waves of enemies. They also encountered attacks by mutant snow wolves. Then, another group arrived. They destroyed the radio telescope and other equipment, looted a large amount, and then left. They hid in a secret cellar, thus escaping. Later, as the temperature dropped further and further, they settled down here, somewhat isolated from the outside world. Later, they plotted and secretly killed the people at Yaobin base, and have lived alone ever since. The team originally numbered over 50, but now only a dozen remain. At first, they ate the people at Yaobin base. Later, they drew lots to kill one person every 3 days as food supplies. When they heard that their brothers at Yaobin base had been killed and eaten, Song Qian, Qin Lang, and the remaining soldiers were furious. They attacked and began beating them. If these people hadn't been temporarily useful, they would have simply killed them with their swords. I ask one last time, Where is Shui Miao Miao? Yi Qing's knife stopped at one of the men's eyelids. The man, beaten to the point of vomiting his internal organs by Song Qian and the others, shuddered at the touch of the cold knife. I really don't know. The knife tip slid downward, blood splattering, and the man's body suddenly arched and let out a howl. Although they knew they were unforgivable murderers and cannibals, seeing Yi Qing's cruel methods, the elders and Su Dai instinctively turned their backs. Is there a possibility that they truly don't know? Jiang Yan took out a piece of paper and wiped her hands. The fact that these men didn't have many explosive vests meant they likely didn't have any crucial information about Shui Miaomiu or the flame base. Yi Qing's voice grew even colder. Since he's so useless, let's just kill him. Jiang Yan glanced at him, a flicker of doubt in her heart. Ouch! A scream rang out as the knife slashed, blood splattering. Yi Qing stood up, grabbed a corpse with one hand, and threw it into the corner with a bang. The room was filled with a strong smell of blood. Zhang Yongyang frowned. Old Song, what should we do now? Song Haidao looked calmly at Song Qian, Jiang Yan, and the others. Why don't we go upstairs and take a look? If I remember correctly, there's a radio telescope upstairs. Jiang Yan remembered something. Doctor, where is the device you mentioned that can transmit signals to Musen Base? This is it, Song Haidao said, holding onto the stairs and ascending. Song Qian rushed up first. Doctor, I go first. Jiang Yan was stunned. Can a telescope transmit signals? Jiang Yi, standing next to her, suddenly chimed in, radio telescopes require radar. With radar, they can transmit electromagnetic signals. Su Dai, hearing for the first time that this place could actually transmit signals to Musen Base, was puzzled. But satellites and other things aren't working now. The signal was long gone. Jiang Yi smiled proudly. Radar doesn't require satellites. Radar works by transmitting radio waves and receiving reflected signals, while satellite communications relay signals via satellites. The two are different. Song Haidao, halfway up, agreed. Xiao Jiang is right. Everyone, with a look of understanding, ascended to the second floor. The light upstairs was much better than downstairs. However, within sight, there was a mess. A large pool of blood lay on the ground, and a half-decomposed corpse lay grimacing. Ah! Su Dai and Lin Xiaowei had seen countless deaths, but even at such a horrifying sight, they screamed in fear. Mo Shiryao glared at them. Don't be so startled next time. Even if you're scared, just cover your mouth. After all, what if there are bad guys hiding in the shadows? Su Dai stuck out her tongue and said, Oh! Song Haitao and the other elders weren't focused on the bodies. They looked at the pile of smashed and damaged equipment upstairs, each one heartbroken. Song Haitao reached out to hold onto a telescope with a shattered lens, his fingers trembling so hard he couldn't utter a word. Doctor, the situation at Musen Base isn't what we thought it was. It's okay even if we can't contact them, Jiang Yan reassured him. It's not just for contacting Musen Base. These devices will also be of great help to us in future launches and other tasks. Indeed. In extremely cold weather, many devices fail or malfunction due to the low temperature. However, once the environment is right, some can be put back into operation, another doctor explained. They smash these things, not only to vent their anger, but also to find a backup power source. Jiang Yi volunteered, how about I see if there's any way to fix it? Everyone was stunned, but they quickly realized that before the apocalypse, he was an IT expert. But isn't IT related to computer programming? Su Dai was a little surprised. Jiang Yi, you also know about radar? Not really, but the principles of these things are the same. He then looked at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, do you have any simple repair tools in your backpack? A hint of inquiry flashed in his eyes. Everyone knew that Jiang Yan's backpack was amazing, capable of pulling out items at any time. But mostly, it contained medicine and food. I don't remember if I have it. Jiang Yan took off her backpack and rummaged through it, only to pull out a small screwdriver. This is all I have. She bought a bunch of things for her space-based multi-purpose toolbox. But with so many people here, it was obviously not easy to just take them out. She could see Jiang Yi's probing. And this one too. Even so, Jiang Yan handed the dagger to Jiang Yi. As if his speculation had been answered, Jiang Yi's lips curled slightly, as he reached out to take it. That's enough. While Jiang Yi was repairing, the others dispersed and began searching the surrounding area. They found nothing useful. The plastic, wooden boards, brochures, anything burnable or usable upstairs had been roughly dismantled. After a while, Jiang Yi stood up, sweating profusely. Chapter 399. Song Haitao hurried over. Xiao Jiang, how's it going? Doctor, The transmitter, signal processing unit, and receiver are all destroyed, Jian Yi replied, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Song Haido shuddered, angrily cursing, those beasts. So those guys before clearly came prepared. Song Qian frowned. What they couldn't move, what they couldn't get, they simply destroyed. Su Dai was puzzled. I don't understand. If these devices are so important, why don't the authorities send more people to protect them? Song Haido sighed. Because the natural disaster was so severe, there are more important and more in need of protection than these devices. Even the authorities can't cover them all. Jian Yin nodded. Yes. If the authorities hadn't concentrated their efforts on the rescue, the national treasure map in our hand wouldn't exist. One more thing. The person earlier also explained that Yaobin Base also sent people here. I just didn't expect half of them to be from Lion Base, Qin Lang angrily interrupted. After all this time, the impregnable Yaobin Base has actually been infiltrated by hostile forces. Kong Wu was mid-sentence, when he remembered Mo Zhongqing and Mo Shuifeng, who had also defected, and suddenly stopped talking. On the side of the second-floor dome was a 3-meter-wide window. After the glass shattered, it was frozen solid by ice and snow. A small amount of light filtered through the thick ice. Jiang Yin glanced over and saw that the light was already dimming. She glanced back, glanced at the group, and suggested, everyone, now is not the time to continue discussing this. In another hour or two, it will probably be dark. Why don't we first confirm our accommodations for the night? Yes, Jiang Yan's reminder is correct. Song Haidao nodded, and looked at Song Qian and the others. Xiao Song, you and Yiqing take the others to investigate the building with the beams next door. If I remember correctly, that building used to be a temporary dormitory and cafeteria for the staff. Song Qian, okay, doctor. Xiao Sun, you and Jiang Yan go to the buildings without the beams. That used to be the astronomy museum. The cellar those thugs mentioned is right under the museum. Song Haidao finished, glancing at his arm. Your arm is injured. You're moving. Be careful. Sun Jingtao and Jiang Yan nodded. Okay, doctor. What about me, doctor? Zhao Yugong grew anxious when he saw no assignments for him. How about I lead the team to the cellar? Brother Tao is injured, and we're worried there might be an ambush inside. Song Haidao glanced at the axe on his back and smiled. With Jiang Yan here, we're not afraid. Take Jiang Yi and the others with you, and get some pine branches. Here's the key. Use this to pull it back when you're done chopping, Jiang Yan said, handing him the key to the snowmobile. Seeing this, Yiqing handed him his own key as well. Lin Xiaolui raised her hand and said, Doctor, Mo Shi Yao, Su Dai, we could also do some work. Song Haidao smiled gently. They'd be able to finish their investigation of the room quickly. Lead the rest of the team, and work with Qin Lang and Kong Wu to unload the supplies. Then, once we found a resting place, we move the supplies inside. Although the wind and snow weren't as strong as at night, the supplies outside had already accumulated a thick layer of snow in just a few moments. Lin Xiaolui nodded quickly, okay, doctor. Zhang Yongyan also said, then let's cooperate with Dr. Lin and the others. The remaining elders nodded in agreement, yes, we will. Song Haidao, everyone, take a look. Do you have any comments or suggestions on this division of labor? Everyone shook their heads, no. Song Haidao's arrangement seemed arbitrary, but in reality, each team had 1 or 2 capable individuals. Although the heavy snow made the chance of encountering enemies or mutant animals small, we couldn't afford to be complacent. Mo Shiyao, Doctor, are we staying here tonight? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Dai and Lin Xiaolui glanced at the bloody corpse nearby and shuddered in unison. This place is too conspicuous. If there's a more suitable place inside, we shouldn't stay here, Song Haidao said. After the division of labor was finalized, everyone went about their business. Jiang Yin and Sun Jingtao headed towards the building Song Haidao had mentioned. Song Haidao joined them. Several houses, 4 or 5 stories high, were built on the top of a hill, but they were also half covered in snow. Sun Jingtao found a broken window, and several of them jumped in one after another. Jiang Yin took out an emergency light and scanned the area. Be careful, there's broken glass. The house had long been ransacked. This used to be an astronomy museum, with many wooden display racks and solid wood tables. But now, aside from the shattered glass, all the supplies inside had been looted. After a thorough investigation, they found nothing useful upstairs. After quickly completing their search upstairs, Song Haidao and his men headed downstairs. If the rooms upstairs were empty exhibition halls, the layout downstairs resembled a maze. Only Song Haidao was more familiar with the area, leading them down level by level with ease. We should be at the second underground level now, Song Hainao said. Jiang Yan glanced around. Doctor, is the cellar still down there? Along the way, they saw a lot of garbage. They also saw a burnt-out fire, and a few charred remains. Yes, Song Haitao nodded, continuing down. The seed bank is right under the cellar. Sun Jingtao was stunned. Seed bank? Song Haitao murmured yes, and didn't bother to elaborate. Sun Jingtao understood, and didn't ask any further questions. But he knew that their team consisted of only 3 of them, and it was clearly Song Haidao's intention. They descended 2 more floors, and at the stairwell, a square, black hole appeared before them. Scattered bullet casings lay nearby, and the floor tiles were broken. There must have been something like a square manhole cover before the hole, but it had been destroyed. Jiang Yan shone her flashlight inside before continuing down. The air grew thinner as they descended, and she couldn't help but worry about Song Haidao, the oldest of the group. Doctor, are you all right? I'm fine, Song Haidao said, straightening his back. Don't forget, I also participated in hypoxia training. Jiang Yan smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Doctor, you're still amazing. I can't do it anymore. I have to rely on you young people from now on. Song Haitao laughed heartily. Sun Jingtao suddenly said, Doctor, a man can't say no, no matter how old he is. After saying this, he suddenly realized that his words seemed a bit inappropriate, but it was too late to take them back. Song Haitao choked at the words, and his face, which had been calm for a long time, suddenly flushed. Doctor, is that the entrance to the underground seed vault? Jiang Yan shone the flashlight forward, changing the subject. They were now standing in a large, open room. The room was filled with densely packed metal shelves. Behind a pile of shelves, 2 steel doors, resembling those of a bank vault, appeared. The doors and the floor bore traces of damage from bullets and explosives. But the doors were clearly unmoved. It was clear that the security level here was quite high. Next to them, there should have been a fingerprint or retina electronic lock, but it had also been shattered by a gunshot. Jiang Yan couldn't help but wonder, Doctor, are these really just seeds? Chapter 400. Yes. This is one of only 3 wild animal germplasm resource banks in the country. It's very important and unique, so the level of protection is much higher. Song Haidao walked forward and looked at the badly damaged steel door. He frowned. This is a high-level security door used in bank vaults. It usually requires triple verification, fingerprint recognition, retinal scan, and password verification. Now it's all destroyed. How to open it is a problem. Sun Jingtao suddenly had an idea. Why don't we let Jiang Yi try? Isn't he the best hacker? Song Haidao shook his head. Even if he came, the most he could do is crack the password. He wouldn't be able to solve the fingerprint and retinal scans either. Jiang Yan said nothing, and quietly let Hua Bao out. As usual, Hua Bao transformed into cardboard and crawled through the crack in the door, but soon discovered that the 2 plain steel doors had no cracks at all. Frustrated for the first time, Hua Bao curled her lips. Mom, this place is sealed. There's no way I can sneak in. Jiang Yan was stunned. Doctor, isn't there a gap in this door? Song Haidao didn't understand why she asked that, and instinctively said no. The vault's protective door has a sealing strip. Once closed, it forms a tight seal with the door frame, protecting it from natural disasters like water and fire. After he finished speaking, he took the emergency light from Jiang Yan and inspected the wall. Jiang Yan fished a flashlight from her bag. Doctor, won't all the places we're going to visit be like this? Those are all under official custody. I have access authorization for most of them. However, there are also special circumstances like... Song Haitao paused, habitually turning his head to glance around before continuing. After the extreme cold weather, we will face global oceanization. Aside from the small amount of supplies stored in the mountains, most of the supplies, because there was no time to move them, were left in some underground warehouses. Sun Jingtao reacted quickly, adding, Does that mean we're heading to the bottom of the ocean? Song Haidao nodded. That's understandable. It's even more challenging than heading to the bottom of the ocean. After all, the average underwater environment isn't as complex as an underwater city. That's why the accompanying team includes so many engineers and professionals. Jiang Yan, It seems this national level $0 purchase isn't as easy as imagined. Why do I feel like I'm teaming up to rob a tomb? Sun Jingtao wasn't fazed by the difficulty. Instead, a hint of excitement and anticipation appeared on his face. Song Haidao's expression grew more serious. Little son, although your analogy is a bit off, the treasures found in Tomb Raiding are nothing compared to the nation's most important treasures. Doctor, how about we go upstairs and check from the roof to see if we can find a crack or something? Sun Jingtao, holding a dagger, tried to pry against the wall next to the steel door. After a long struggle, he only managed to remove a small amount of dust. Song Haito frowned. There are also steel plates inside the walls here. They're not as cold resistant as the metal at Yaobin base, but their toughness is better than ordinary steel. Plus, the temperature here is higher than outside, so it might be difficult to damage them. No wonder those guys spent so long at the door, and still got nothing. But it's mainly because they lack powerful weapons. Sun Jingtao finished speaking, and looked at Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin, how about trying a heavy machine gun? If he remembered correctly, the AS area's ammunition depot had an M2HB heavy machine gun. Its pointed stern armor-piercing rounds could penetrate 20 mm thick steel plate. The steel plate here is very thick. After a few shots, once they penetrate the steel door or wall, they can find other ways to widen the entrance. He finished speaking and slapped his head. If the plasma cutter hadn't run out of power, using it should have been a piece of cake. After all, the metal here is very thick, but its strength and toughness are obviously not as good as those special metals. Jiang Yin smiled. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. She took off her backpack and pulled out the plasma cutter. Soon, the sizable generator and engine were also retrieved. Doctor, Brother Tao, put these on. Jiang Yin handed 2 pairs of soundproofing headsets to the 2 men and put one on herself. Song Haidao's eyes flashed with shock. Jiang Yin, you must take good care of that backpack. Yes, doctor, I will, Jiang Yin said, putting on a pair of protective sunglasses and walking towards the steel door with the cutter. Still has power? Sun Jingtao was also shocked. Jiang Yin nodded. Yes. She had so much stuff in her space, but sometimes, she just couldn't remember it all. Especially after rushing through the snow and ice for half a day today, her mind felt a bit fuzzy. If only she had an intelligent assistant that could provide timely reminders. With this thought, she raised her cutting gun and cut at the steel plate. Sparks flew, a sharp sound echoed, and Song Haitao and Sun Jingtao turned around at the same time. Although these steel plates were thick, their hardness and strength had been affected by being in a low-temperature environment for so long. Under Jiang Yan's cutting gun, while not as easy as cutting tofu, it wasn't that difficult either. Soon, a rectangular door was cut out. She gently pushed forward with her palm. Bang! The steel plate fell to the ground, and a brightly lit room appeared before her eyes. This. Song Haitao turned around, taking in the scene before him, surprised at first, then delighted. We're saved. Sun Jingtao had used a cutting gun before, so he wasn't as shocked, but he was still surprised when he saw the bright lights inside. There's actually light here, and it feels quite warm. These warehouses generally have dual-circuit power supplies and backup high-power diesel generators to ensure power supply in emergency situations. Barring any special circumstances, they should last for a few years without any problems. Song Haitao finished, then added, as for the warmth you mentioned, the storage environment in a seed bank is generally minus 20 degrees Celsius. The room temperature is minus 50 to minus 60 degrees Celsius, so when we come in, we're essentially entering a high-temperature environment. This reminds me of going to the north in winter for a beer. If the owner asks you if you want room temperature or refrigerated, you insist on saying refrigerated. Sun Jingtao suddenly remembered a joke. Jiang Yin, a southerner, was puzzled. Why? Because, in the north in winter, refrigerators are kept at minus 6 degrees Celsius, while the ambient temperature outside is minus 20 degrees Celsius. Jiang Yin chuckled. No wonder I used to watch videos and saw ice cream and other things being sold outdoors in the winter. The 3 of them entered the room one after another. There were several locked doors inside. But compared to the vault door outside, these doors were child's play. Hua Bao quickly cleared them. Soon, storage racks neatly stacked with various seeds appeared before them. I'm a little worried. If these seeds leave this ideal temperature, their germination rate might be affected. Song Haitao frowned again, looking at the densely packed seeds. But if they keep leaving them here, there's a high probability we won't be able to come back. Natural disasters are unpredictable. It's not impossible that this land will be completely destroyed and turned into a wasteland. Chapter 401. Song Haitao's worries weren't a problem for Jiang Yin. The flow of time in her spatial storage area was static, and these seeds and plants would only be better preserved there than outside. But of course, she couldn't say such words, so she comforted Song Haitao, Doctor, choose the lesser of 2 evils. You shouldn't be so worried. Song Haitao nodded. That's right. Sun Jingtao pulled out several isolation suits from a nearby cabinet. Jiang Yin, when you go in, do you want to wear these? A thick layer of glass separated the outer room from the storage area inside. It should be a sterile environment inside. Weird like this. Song Haidao glanced at Sun Jingtao and Jiang Yan, both covered in blood, then looked at himself. Never mind, let's put them on. It reduced bacterial contamination, which is better. Sun Jingtao had no intention of following in. After handing the isolation suits to the two, he turned and walked outside. Okay, I guard outside. Call me when you're ready. No matter what kind of security situation, one person must remain outside, and not everyone can enter the room. This has become a habit he's developed over the years. Well, thank you, Brother Tao. Jiang Yan handed him the emergency light, put on her protective suit, opened the inner door, and walked in with Song Haitao. There were many things to collect later, some of which were high-tech equipment and instruments. It wasn't as simple as just throwing them into the space. They needed someone to guide and oversee them. Besides Mo Jingsheng, this person was most likely Song Haitao. So Jiang Yan was prepared to reveal some of her space-based abilities to him. However, Song Haitao was clearly unprepared. Watching the storage shelves filled with seeds vanish completely at the touch of Jiang Yan's fingers, he was completely stunned. Xiao Jiang, your high-tech backpack is truly amazing. Not bad, Jiang Yan smiled, continuing on her way. Can it shrink? Song Haidao's gaze paused on the backpack, which bore no logo, but appeared to be of high quality. No. But it's okay, doctor. Even if someone snatches it, it won't help. Jiang Yan understood his question and explained. Song Haidao nodded. That's good. As a researcher, he was deeply curious about Jiang Yan's high-tech backpack. But his professional ethics and personal ethics told him that some questions were inappropriate to ask. So Song Haidao didn't press the issue. He glanced around and changed the subject. Xiao Jiang, after we collect these seeds, let's also collect the computers, instruments, and the archives. Jiang Yan nodded. Okay. After a while, Jiang Yan, apart from the seeds, meticulously stored everything in the room that could be lifted independently into her space. Song Haitao exclaimed repeatedly, food is the most important thing for the people. If we preserve these seeds, humanity will be saved. After collecting over 10,000 seeds, the two of them arrived at the plant area. Looking at the rows of familiar yet unfamiliar plants on the culture racks, Jiang Yan was stunned. Doctor, this plant looks like rice, but also like a weed. Midway through her sentence, she noticed the numerous labels underneath the bottles. Wild rice? Looking at the other plants nearby, almost all of them had the word wild in their names. She was a bit surprised. How come such a nice warehouse is filled with only wild crops? Song Haitao, who had done his homework in addition to aerospace, explained, this is because wild relatives of crops contain excellent genes for disease and pest resistance and stress tolerance. These genes can be transferred into cultivated varieties through hybridization, thereby increasing crop yields and enhancing their ability to cope with harsh environmental conditions like climate change. However, over time, wild crops may become extinct or difficult to find, so they are specifically protected. So these wild crops can be said to be the ancestors of the crops we grow today. Jiang Yan paused as she gathered the plants. So can I understand it this way? Right now, the Lion and Musin bases are constantly conducting mutation experiments on humans and animals. In the future, ordinary people will be completely uncompetitive against natural disasters and these mutants. But if humans, unmodified in any way, can survive natural disasters, could they also become a scarce species like wild crops? It's possible, Song Haitao said, clenching his fists in anger, a flicker of helplessness in his eyes. It's very likely they're already doing that. Jiang Yan was slightly startled, her mind suddenly reminiscing about a video she'd seen long ago. Long ago, in foreign countries, slaves on farms were required to wear iron masks while working. The reason was that the farmers were afraid they steal fruits and vegetables while picking them. But strong male slaves didn't have to wear them. Because of this, male slaves, in addition to participating in daily labor, were also assigned by the farm owner to breed at night. I wonder how Xiao Mo is doing now. Song Haidao's words brought Jiang Yan back to her senses. Jiang Yan finished packing up the last storage rack. Doctor, I have a feeling he should be fine. She even felt that Mo Jingsheng had likely predicted Mo Zhongqing and Mo Shuifeng's specific bringing of her to the AS area, and their subsequent ejection from the AS area, before Yaobin base. But wasn't it a bit cruel for him to involve his own sister in this? An hour and a half later, Jiang Yan, Song Haitao, and Sun Jingtao returned to the surface. It was already completely dark. Zhao Yugong and his team had returned with a large supply of pine branches. The sled and its contents had been brought into the house. The broken glass on the ground had been swept away. Kong-Wu and Qin Lang had found some broken bricks from somewhere, and built a makeshift stove behind a sheltered pillar. The supplies in the cafeteria and dormitories nearby have been looted, and the wooden doors have been removed, but we found this. Song Qian, carrying a large black pot and a spatula, along with a half-filled bag of salt and chicken stock, said, "We should be able to have a good meal tonight." Salt. Lin Xiaohui's tired eyes suddenly lit up, as if she had seen gold. The housewarming was a complete success today. How about we eat the musk ox tonight? Have some beef, so everyone can replenish their energy? Zhao Yuang said with a smile, subconsciously looking at Song Haitao and Jiang Yin. The entire team didn't specify who was the leader. But when faced with a problem, everyone would subconsciously seek the advice of these two. Song Haitao smiled and nodded, "No problem. Although there's plenty of food now, I suggest we save some. But let's all have a good meal tonight." "Okay, I go slaughter the ox." Zhao Yugong heard this, cheerfully shouldering his axe, and heading towards the frozen musk ox. Lin Xiaohui pulled out her scalpel and said happily, "Honey, I go help you." Su Dai was stunned. "Dr. Lin, you don't need a scalpel to butcher a cow, right?" "I take care of the hide," Lin Xiaohui said with a smile. Zhao Yuang paused. "We need to boil some water first to remove the eyes from the cow." "Leave the boiling water to me." Kong-Wu volunteered, stood up, picked up the cauldron, and headed out. Sun Jingtao followed, flashing his emergency lights. "I go with you. We can't get any of the black snow down there." Chapter 402. Soon, Sun Jingtao and Kong-Wu returned, panting, carrying a large iron pot filled with snow debris. The fire inside the house was also burning, sending crackling sparks flying everywhere. The pine trees Zhao Yugong and his men had cut down were rich in resin and burned easily, but they had become damp in the ice and snow, producing a lot of thick smoke as they burned. Kong-Wu and Su Dai, standing guard over the fire, had blackened faces and hands. The rest of the group was also busy, gathering supplies and preparing their shelter for the night. Soon, the water in the pot began to boil. Kong-Wu found a small basin and scooped up hot water, one by one, to pour over the musk ox, whose fur had been completely frozen. After the 2 large pots of water were poured, the ice and snow on the musk ox's fur had mostly melted. With her experience skinning a python before, Lin Xiaohui quickly cut the musk ox's hide into a single piece. She peeled off a bit, and Zhao Yulong took a bit too. This side of the fur was completely free of blood stains. "Dr. Lin, excellent work." Kong-Wu gave her a thumbs up, then picked up the wet, blood-soaked hide and headed outside. The remaining blood stains needed to be wiped clean with ice and snow, then dried in the shade before further processing. By the time Kong-Wu, his eyebrows and eyelashes covered in white snowflakes, returned home with the hide, Zhao Yugong and his wife had already slaughtered and packaged the elephant-sized musk ox. Inside the house, the second pot of water began to boil with thick steam. "Everyone's tired from walking today. Let's have beef shanks tonight. It's good for your health." Zhao Yugong chuckled and put the chopped beef into the pot. The others then noticed that his fingers were red and swollen. "Captain Zhao, you've been working hard. Apply some frostbite cream later." Qin Lang fished half a tube of frostbite cream from his pocket and handed it to him. Zhao Yugong pushed it back. "It's just a minor injury, nothing serious. Shall we have some?" He was about to stir the beef in the pot with a spatula when Sun Jingtao took it over. "If you get frostbite and then get hot, it'd be really itchy. Let me do it." Zhao Yugong thought, "That's right." Su Dai glanced around but couldn't see Jiang Yin. "Hey honey, where's Jiang Yin?" Kong-Wu turned his head, startled, then chuckled. "Yi Qing isn't here either." "They went downstairs to prepare their quarters," Sun Jingtao said, picking up a packet of hot pot base from the floor with a proud look on his face. "But Jiang Yin left this for me before she left." "Oh my god! So we don't have to eat clear beef soup tonight?" Su Dai was instantly overjoyed. "Well, you don't need to eat anymore." Lin Xiaohui cleaned the blood off her hands, walked over, and took plate over. "Not only do you not need to eat, but you can also have spicy beef noodles." She led the packing of the remaining supplies in the AS area, and she knew exactly what was still available. Quickly, she dug out a pack of 10 instant noodles from the supply box. Based on the number of people, each person would only get half a bag of instant noodles. But for everyone now, being able to eat a hot meal, drink a sip of hot soup, and even enjoy a piece of spicy, delicious beef was already a great blessing and satisfaction. Kong-Wu looked at the meat in the pot, which had not yet changed color, and swallowed his saliva. Brother Song deserves great credit for finding this big iron pot. We got a source for our iron pot braised goose tomorrow. Everyone laughed at this. Downstairs, Jiang Yan retrieved the snow wolf pelts from the space. Yi Qing quickly spread the large, heavy pelts across 2 areas. Jiang Yan and Song Haitao discussed it, and ultimately decided to move back to the seed bank. However, they arranged for shifts at night. That way, everyone could get enough rest. After spreading the last snow wolf pelt, Jiang Yan was about to go upstairs when Yi Qing stopped her. Jiang Yan, did Shui Miaomiao know you when you were at Anming? He had long known of Shui Miaomiao's notoriety. Even his own parents' deaths, he later learned, were secretly linked to Shui Miaomiao. And given Jiang Yan's pre-apocalyptic status, as a beautiful internet celebrity, and a wealthy second generation, few would believe Shui Miaomiao if he said he wasn't interested. Jiang Yan didn't understand why he suddenly asked such a question, and simply said, probably not. She had certainly seen this scumbag in her past life, but her identity as a reborn being was only known to Mo Jingxing, so there was no need to tell Yi Qing right now. Yi Qing's fingers curled slightly. Be careful when you're alone. Jiang Yan, ? That man asked if you were in Ming's. Jiang Yan. I suspect it's very likely that Shui Miaomiao has been targeting you for a long time. Yi Qing continued, do you remember the Anming Sky Hotel? If I'm not mistaken, it must have been a key base for Shui Miaomiao. Although we didn't blow it up directly, it's certainly part of our arsenal. And the group of Ma Longbu we killed in the Repulse Bay neighborhood were all his minions. Jiang Yan narrowed her eyes, agreeing with him. Even if there hadn't been a previous life, Shui Miaomiao would likely have targeted several people based on the events of this life alone. Especially since she had taken the gold and the black Tai Sui statue from the Sky Hotel. It would just take some time for them to find her. And now that Mo Zhongqing and Mo Shuifeng had turned against each other, it was likely that what happened at the Sky Hotel would be revealed. However, she had been searching for Shui Miaomiao herself. But before finding an opportunity to kill her, she needed to complete her cooperation with Mo Jingxing. She knew the difference between the greater good of her country and personal grudges. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan smiled and said, I really hope they just come knocking on my door. But have you ever considered that your situation is unique, and mine is unique too? Someone like him might have other, unique abilities. If it were just his identity, as a reborn being and his ruthless methods, I don't think he could have survived this long in the apocalypse. Yi Qing's implication was that the other party had likely acquired abilities similar to or different from Jiang Yan's. Abilities other than the storage artifact. Of course, this didn't include his ability to control mutant animals and humans. Jiang Yan nodded, I know that. Even if I were alone, I wouldn't be afraid of him, especially with you all here. Seeing the worry in Yi Qing's eyes, she couldn't help but offer comfort. That's exactly what I'm saying. Be careful when you're alone in the future, Yi Qing emphasized. Jiang Yan sensed something was amiss. Are you leaving? Yes. When? Yi Qing looked at Jiang Yan, silent for a moment. Early tomorrow morning. Now that they had moved to the observatory, it was a good base. At least until the extreme cold weather ended, everyone should be safe for the time being. Even if some bad guys suddenly arrived, their scale and numbers would be insignificant. At least Song Qian and the others could hold off for a while. He wanted to take advantage of this opening, while the enemy forces let down their guard, to strike first and kill that scumbag Shui Miaomiao. Jiang Yan was clearly surprised by his decision, but she quickly guessed what he was going to do. You're going to look for Shui Miaomiao? Yi Qing hadn't expected her to guess his thoughts so quickly, but he didn't deny it. Yes. Jiang Yan, then do you know where he is? Yi Qing clenched his fists, determined. I go find him. His body was unfazed by the cold, and he walked through the snow as if it were flat ground. Such extreme cold might stop others, but not him. Don't rush. Jiang Yan couldn't help but smile. Instead of searching for a needle in a haystack, it's better to wait and see, don't you think? Even if Yi Qing found Shui Miaomiao's whereabouts, he couldn't act rashly. If it were anyone else, they could observe secretly. With Yi Qing's nearly 2-meter height and his evolved human form, he would be too conspicuous no matter where he appeared. But if the extreme cold weather passes, then you and Brother Tao. Yi Qing hesitated. Jiang Yan naturally knew he was worried about her. Don't worry, I have a plan. Yi Qing was about to say something when Su Dai's voice came from the stairs. Jiang Yan, Xiuya, dinner is ready. Let's go up first. Jiang Yan smiled and walked forward. Yi Qing took a deep breath, looking at Jiang Yan's tall and slender figure. Then he felt that leaving like that wouldn't be a good idea. That night, everyone ate and drank well, and slept soundly. When Jiang Yan woke up the next day, she could tell the temperature had risen a bit. The snow outside was much less dense than the day before. Zhao Yugong had taken a group of people out early in the morning to chop pine trees. The rest of the group simply divided up the remaining beef broth from last night, then cleaned the pot and resumed boiling water. According to the calendar, tomorrow is New Year's Eve. We should get ourselves dressed, Su Dai said with a smile, pulling a pair of scissors from her backpack. Chapter 403. New Year's Eve. Jiang Yin was slightly startled, glancing outside. She hadn't expected that, not long after the apocalypse, the world outside had already transformed into this state. Su Dai saw her staring blankly outside and approached with a pair of scissors, smiling. Jiang Yin, do you want a haircut? Yes. Jiang Yin nodded, finding a small stool and sitting down. Ever since the heatwave arrived, Su Dai had been cutting her own and Sun Jingtao's hair at home. While her skills weren't particularly impressive, they were passable. The rest of the group joined in. Sister Dai, let's get a haircut too. Su Dai's months of practicing skills finally came into play, and she was instantly delighted. Okay, everyone, come one by one. After your haircuts, everyone wash yourselves too. If you don't, they get marinated. Lin Xiaowei, over there, dug out a few bars of soap and a pair of nail clippers from the supplies pile. These soaps and nail clippers were something Jiang Yin had left for them when she left the AS area. Back then, there was no shortage of water, but there was a shortage of fuel wood. So, aside from Song Qian and Yi Qing, who dared to jump into the ice cave for an icy bath, the rest of the group endured this way until now. Now, with a temporarily inexhaustible supply of pinewood and snow water outside, there was no need to worry about bathing. How's it going, Jiang Yin? Am I okay? Su Dai finished cutting Jiang Yin's hair, then dug out a small, palm-sized mirror from somewhere and handed it to her. Jiang Yin glanced at it casually and smiled. Yeah, it's on par with the hairdresser at the base. As soon as she finished, the rest of the group's gazes simultaneously paused on her face and hair. Sister Yin, your hair is so beautiful, isn't it? Not just your hair, but your skin too. Everyone was surprised, envious, and puzzled. Compared to their frizzy locks, Jiang Yin's hair was a black waterfall, clean and fluffy, with a sleek sheen, as if freshly cared for. A glance at her face revealed no trace of the harshness of the outside world. It was perfectly smooth to the touch. Before, everyone had been busy surviving and fighting, and the lighting in the AS area was poor, so it wasn't as obvious. But today, with the bright light, and their minds more relaxed, they could see the clues immediately. Jiang Yin simply smiled at the praise, remaining silent. Su Dai had a vague idea, but naturally couldn't articulate it, so she changed the subject. Next, Jiang Yin stood up and glanced around. Song Qian and Zhao Yugong had gone out to chop trees. Yi Qing and Qin Lang had gone hunting with a pile of ropes. As for Song Haitao and the others, they were in the seed vault downstairs, concentrating on their follow-up plans. Su Dai, I'm going out for a walk. I'll be back soon. She grabbed her backpack and said hello to Su Dai. Be careful then, Su Dai and the others said hurriedly. She had previously made it to Yunding Building alone amidst the meteorites and black blizzard, and returned unscathed. Everyone knew her abilities, so they weren't too worried. Yes. Jiang Yin nodded, put on her goggles, and walked out. As her back faded, Warrior A spoke cautiously. Sister Yin, could it be? What? Everyone's eyes suddenly turned to him. A bionic robot of the latest technology? Warrior A asked. After so long in the apocalypse, with no place to bathe, her body remained spotless. And then, there was her unfathomable combat prowess, her invulnerability to the harsh cold, and her impeccable appearance and figure. No matter how you looked at her, she looked like a model designed. Most importantly, they had experienced so much advanced technology, although much of it was in biochemical research, that their imaginations had been utterly captivated. For a robot to be so convincing, it had to be a bionic robot. And finally, robots were emotionless. Jiang Yin appeared cold and expressionless, and she didn't show much emotion on a daily basis. Listening to everyone's stories, Su Dai was amused and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Jiang Yin used to be an internet celebrity in Anming City, and I'm a fan." Warrior B said whimsically, "That's normal. Modeling always requires a reference. Maybe that scientist is also a fan. If she's a robot, where is the real Jiang Yin?" Warrior C asked. "The key is, does Dr. Song know? Have you ever seen a robot eat human food?" Su Dai replied reluctantly. Everyone shook their heads. That's not the case. But Sister Yin doesn't really eat much of our food. Su Dai said, that's why she's so thin. It would be better if she were a little fatter. Footsteps sounded, and several soldiers turned to see Mo Shiryao approaching. They immediately shut up. Miss Mo? Mo Shiryao glanced at the others, her gaze pausing on a few soldiers' faces. She spoke with a commanding tone. I don't want to hear any more gossip about Jiang Yan's affairs, especially after we return to base or go elsewhere. Otherwise. As she spoke, she reached for her tactical waist bag. She had a pistol, and everyone else had submachine guns. But as the younger sister of the base leader, Mo Jingxing, she still had some intimidating power. Everyone quickly said yes, Miss Mo. Soldier A, who had sparked the conversation, cautiously defended himself. Miss Mo, I mean no harm. Hearing this, Mo Shiryao raised an eyebrow and glared at him, her voice a little colder. Don't you understand that walls have ears? Don't you understand the principle of confidentiality? Don't tell me you've forgotten all this so soon after leaving the base. Soldier A was instantly mortified by her rebuke. Miss Mo, I know I was wrong. We were indeed negligent in these matters. Lin Xiaowei, who hadn't joined in the conversation, also said, yes, Jiang Yan has helped us so much. The base and the country will need her in the future. We must protect her. Yes, everyone nodded. Su Dai also realized what was happening and couldn't help but cast an admiring glance at Mo Shiryao. Shiryao, do you want a haircut? 1. Mo Shiryao consciously stood at the back of the line. Miss Mo, how about you go first? Everyone made room for her. She glanced at them indifferently. I get in line. Several soldiers and Lin Xiaowei were stunned again. If they remembered correctly, in the old base, while Mo Shiryao wasn't overbearing, she certainly held a special position. In line, and behind the ordinary soldiers? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Leaving the building, Jiang Yan had no idea what was happening next. She only felt a sudden burning sensation in her ears. Mom, where are we going? Hua Bao asked, leaning on her shoulder and glancing at the snow-covered surroundings. Chapter 404. Go treasure hunting. Jiang Yan said, and with a thought, she pulled out a color map from her space. Then, she took out her telescope and looked around. Not far away, a snow-covered hilltop, with sparse dead trees and a few irregular snowdrifts, appeared in the telescope. The hilltop was lower than the one where the Dongshan Observatory was located. Although it looked close, it was still quite a distance away. Treasure hunting? Hua Bao's eyes spun around upon hearing this. Mom, are we going to look for gold? Seeing its greedy expression, Jiang Yan couldn't help but smile. No. Hua Bao's attention finally focused on the color map in Jiang Yan's hand. Not far from the observatory, it saw the words Zhang Sanshan Mountaintop Museum. It was puzzled for a second. Mom, there's a museum here? Yes, it's the only private mountaintop museum in the country, but it's now covered in snow. Jiang Yan put away the map and telescope and slowly walked towards the hilltop. Soon, Jiang Yan felt she had reached the edge of the museum. The mountaintop museum was a 7-story, antique-style building with a brick and tile roof and wooden doors and windows. She wondered if it had collapsed under the weight of the snow. Mom, how about I go explore the path first? Okay. Given permission, Hua Bao quickly darted out. 12 vines stretched out like 12 drills, reaching down in different directions toward the snowdrift. Jiang Yan wasn't idle either. She pulled out a helmet with a flashlight from her space, put it on, and then pulled out an ice drill. Mom, there's a hole in the roof below. Hua Bao quickly replied. There's still ice down there. Should we go down here? Okay. Jiang Yan nodded, holding the ice drill and heading there. To prevent her from accidentally stepping on a collapsed area, Hua Bao retracted a vine and carefully wrapped it around her body. When Jiang Yan reached the location Hua Bao had indicated, the pink snow had been swept away by Hua Bao's vines in a few strokes, leaving only a surface of shimmering ice. Beneath the ice, one could faintly see the shattered wooden frame, bricks, and a black hole. As expected, the antique building had collapsed under the weight of the ice and snow, but the extent of the collapse was unknown. Thinking this way, Jiang Yan quickly began drilling. After drilling a 1-meter square hole, she gently kicked it with her foot, and the cylindrical ice block fell downwards with a bang. Jiang Yan took out her flashlight and peered inside. Fortunately, only a small area had collapsed. Wow! So many ancient calligraphy and paintings. Hua Bao had already stretched her vines inside before her. Mom, should we go in? Yes. Jiang Yan cautiously descended along the collapsed area. When they reached the house, they discovered that much of the 7th floor had collapsed under the weight of the ice and snow. Hua Bao looked at the battered roof and curled her lips. Mom, with this shoddy construction, the calligraphy and paintings here can't be worth much, right? Jiang Yan smiled and glanced at the long-defunct surveillance cameras. Not too valuable, but not worthless either. As for Hua Bao's reference to shoddy construction, Jiang Yan wasn't entirely convinced. Dongshan is considered northern China, but the coldest temperatures in history have only been around -10 to -20 degrees Celsius. It snows, but blizzards are rare. As snowflakes fall, they freeze into ice layer by layer under the influence of gravity. But before the apocalypse, staff were assigned daily to clear the snow, so naturally, there was no chance of it freezing into ice and collapsing the house. As for the safety of this antique building, it largely relied on the pre-apocalyptic surveillance and infrared alarm system. However, after the apocalypse, these high-tech measures were completely ineffective. It was only because the natural disaster was so severe, and this place was far from the city, that ordinary people would have used the wooden frames and calligraphy in this house as fuel. Watching Jiang Yan remove a piece of calligraphy, Hua Bao skillfully removed all the paintings from the wall. "Mom, here." Hua Bao had just handed the calligraphy and painting on the vine to Jiang Yan, when it disappeared in an instant. Jiang Yan had collected all the paintings exposed upstairs into her space. "Mom, are you going downstairs?" "Yes." Jiang Yan continued downstairs with Hua Bao. Downstairs was the antique furniture area. There were mostly Ming and Qing dynasty furniture, and wood carvings, made of mahogany, rosewood, golden nanmu, red sandalwood, and agarwood. Jiang Yan was a little stunned. If these wooden pieces had been kept before the apocalypse, they would have been worth far more than the paintings and calligraphy by the unknown artists upstairs. She quickly collected the furniture and continued downstairs, only to notice that the staircase, starting at the entrance, was completely covered in ice and snow. "Mom, are we still going down?" Hua Bao reached out through the vines, probing but finding no cracks. Jiang Yan took out a wooden hammer and tapped on the ice. She stood up with a hint of regret. "No, we can't go down anymore. Everything's frozen solid down there." Looking at the floor plan, the ceramics and bronzes galleries were downstairs. "So should we go back now?" Hua Bao seemed a little reluctant. Jiang Yan checked the time. It had only been less than 2 hours since she left. However, entering the space from here was clearly less secure than entering from the observatory room. "Go back first." One person and one flower emerged from the cave entrance. A cold wind blew snowflakes in her face, and Jiang Yan shivered subconsciously. Back at the observatory, Jiang Yan spotted Song Qian and Qin Lang from a distance. They were leading the others in stacking piles of freshly cut pine logs in a corner of the room. Su Dai was giving a soldier a haircut. It looked like the last one was left. Because she was using scissors, she couldn't just cut straight like the ladies. The soldier's hair was heaving. Lin Xiaowei took a bag from Zhao Yugong and, with a look of joy on her face, turned to talk to Su Dai. The iron pot was steaming, water was still boiling. Nearby, another large fire had been lit. Several soldiers, their hair still damp from fresh washing, gathered around it, warming themselves in a joyful atmosphere. Jiang Yan watched this scene, her thoughts fleetingly drifting back to the past. "Jiang Yan, you're back?" Lin Xiaowei finished her conversation with Su Dai, then turned and spotted Jiang Yan standing at the doorway, a smile on her face. "Guess what good stuff old Zhao found for us," she exclaimed in delight, waving the slightly heavy cloth bag in her hand towards Jiang Yan. "Food?" Jiang Yan gathered her thoughts and went inside. Su Dai, upon seeing her return, paused and grinned. "No, it's something that grows on trees. It's good for women's beauty and skin. I remember you even made a special feature in one of your beauty sharing episodes. On a tree? Edible? Beauty and skin?" Jiang Yan paused, then an idea struck her. "Peach gum?" Chapter 405. "Yes." Su Dai smiled and nodded, swallowing. "I heard from Dr. Lin that we have some sugar and aviation jam in our supplies. We can make some sweet soup later. It's great for beauty and nourishing the skin." "Beauty and nourishing?" A nearby soldier couldn't help but laugh. "Sister Dai, we're lucky to have enough to eat right now. Beauty and nourishing, that's something from memory." Su Dai glared at him confidently. "With Jiang Yan and Yi Qing here, are you still worried about starving?" Jiang Yan has some mysterious supplies, Yi Qing is a skilled hunter, and nearby there are vast expanses of dead forest and endless snow. They are now considered wealthy in the apocalypse. Su Dai sincerely believed that Song Haitao's suggestion to move everyone to the observatory was the smartest thing to do. If they continued to stay in the original AS area, even if they didn't starve to death, they would sooner or later freeze to death. Even if they could catch a giant mutant fish there, eating fishy sashimi every day wouldn't be enough for their stomachs. Another soldier chimed in. "Sister Dai, it's always better to plan ahead." "Of course, I understand that." Su Dai pouted, about to argue, but Jiang Yan smiled and raised her hand to stop her. Have you noticed the temperature is starting to rise? One thing is that the water is freezing a little slower than in the past few days, but it's not too noticeable. Song Haidao came up from downstairs with a few elderly men. Seeing Jiang Yan, he nodded amiably and continued, we just did some calculations. If the temperature continues to rise tomorrow, it's very likely that the extreme cold will soon pass. The extreme cold they were referring to was temperatures of -40 degrees Celsius or below. Once the temperature rose above -40 degrees Celsius, both travel and cold weapons could be used normally. The success rate of returning to Yaobin base would be significantly higher. However, that also meant that hostile forces trapped elsewhere by the extreme cold were also ready to make a move. Su Dai heard this, and her hair-cutting speed increased. Wow! Doctor, so we won't be trapped here anymore. She still hoped to return to Yaobin base as soon as possible. At least there, she and Sun Jingtao would have separate rooms, making both work and living much more convenient. However, after the incident in the AS area, no one knew the exact situation at the base. Yes, Song Haidao said, a hint of solemnity creeping into his face. Jiang Yan noticed. Doctor, you're worried. Sister Yan, you know, once the natural disaster simulator is running, it won't stop. The end of one type of natural disaster is inevitably accompanied by the beginning of another. According to the calculations Dr. Song and Dr. Zhang just made, there's a high probability of extreme freezing rain or hail. Sun Ziqing, who was standing beside Song Haidao, continued. Before the apocalypse, freezing rain and hail were probably nothing to fear. But now, everything has changed. No one knows whether the hail will be the size of goose eggs or ostrich eggs. Besides, they don't know when such a natural disaster will strike. If goose egg-sized hail falls while they're halfway there, they won't even have a place to hide. It's okay. Freezing rain is freezing rain. It's better than freezing my hands and feet. Besides, we all survived earthquakes, nuclear explosions, meteorites, and other disasters. I believe our good luck will continue. Su Dai hadn't expected this. She finished her casual comment, then noticed Lin Xiaowei beside her, her eyes already red. Dr. Lin, what's wrong with you? Su Dai asked, puzzled. Jiang Yan handed her a packet of tissues. Dr. Lin, don't worry, Miao Mi will be fine. And Yaobin base shouldn't be in any trouble either. Su Dai, Lin Xiaowei didn't take the tissues, but instead wiped her tears with her clothes. Thank you, keep them. Tissues, another luxury item in the apocalyptic world. Okay, it's New Year's Eve. We be fine, said Sun Jingtao and Qin Lang, who had finished setting up their pine wood. Sorry. Lin Xiaowei, not usually the type to whine, wiped her tears and turned to light the fire. Jiang Yi, following behind Song Haidao and the others, rubbed his hands and glanced at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, is there enough fuel in the snowmobiles to get back to Yaobin base? Jiang Yan didn't know why he asked. Yes. The temperature is too low right now, so the two snowmobiles are running on ethanol. But if the temperature rises later, either aviation gasoline or regular gasoline can be used. After getting the answer, Jiang Yi looked at Sun Jingtao and the others and said, how about we modify the sled during this time? Do you mean to add a roof to the sled? Sun Jingtao immediately understood. Jiang Yi nodded. Yes, if we were to travel further, we have taken this wood with us. If we made it into a roof, it would provide shelter, and if anything went wrong, we could dismantle it and use it as fuel. The long journey he was talking about was actually just the journey from the observatory back to Yaobin base. It wasn't a long distance. But there was uncertainty about the direction and location, so no one knew how long the journey would actually take. Su Dai said, if all else fails, we can just wait here for the rescue team. Didn't Mo Shiryao say the other day that there's a deputy leader named Qin at the base, and once the extreme cold weather passes and they can get out, they definitely come here first to find us. She had cut everyone's hair today. Seeing everyone so energetic, she felt a sense of accomplishment, and her overall state of mind was exceptionally good. Jiang Yi suddenly glanced at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, what do you think? Before Jiang Yan could reply, the sound of clattering footsteps could be heard from behind. Yi Qing's back. Everyone turned to see Yi Qing, his hair covered in white snow, dragging a canine the size of a baby elephant. Oh my! Xiao Yi finally made a haul. Amazing! Everyone was excited to have new food. I think Yi Qing can be called the best hunter of the apocalypse, bar none. One warrior joked, then stood up and walked out with another. Yi Qing, we help you get it. Yi Qing waved his hand. No, it's not heavy. Xiao Ye's figure and aura are like the hero of a comic book. Su Dai was the most excited of the group. Unexpectedly, Yi Qing placed the massive canine on the side in the snow instead of bringing it inside as usual. He strode into the house with long legs and removed his goggles. Only then did everyone see him clearly. He looked a little solemn. Xiao Yi, did you hunt a mutant wolf? No. It was a mutant hound. Yi Qing shook his head, then glanced at Song Haidao and Jiang Yan. That hound has markings from the Yaobin base. Yaobin base? Zhang Yongyan was stunned. The hounds at our Yaobin base aren't this large. Yi Qing, because it's undergone a secondary mutation. And, if I'm not mistaken, the markings on the hound indicate it's from the Musen base. Everyone was stunned. A secondary mutation at the Musen base? That means this hound from the Yaobin base has been in a laboratory like S&P. Chapter 406. Jiang Yan walked outside and took a look at the mutant hound. Sure enough, she saw a cast iron brand with the letter MS on its hind leg. The letters MS looked specially designed, with a touch of artistic flair. I heard that eating dog meat can keep out the cold. Why don't we try it tonight? Jiang Yi suggested. The rest of the group fell silent. In particular, several soldiers had previously taken hounds on patrol at the base. To them, hounds weren't just ordinary animals, but more like comrades in arms. But now it was the end of the world, so they naturally wouldn't starve. They just needed some psychological relief. Jiang Yan didn't think too much about it, simply saying, I suggest leaving this hound outside overnight. Yi Qing nodded in agreement. Are you also worried that it might dissolve like those mutant snow wolves? Yes. As Jiang Yan finished speaking, the snow outside suddenly thickened. Song Haidao's brow furrowed. Looks like another snowstorm is coming. Let's all head inside. Everyone entered the house and began preparing lunch. Preparing, in fact, meant adding some snow water and food to the leftover beef broth from the previous day. Jiang Yi borrowed an axe from Zhao Yugong and went to work on his craft. By the time lunch was ready, he had chopped a pile of neatly cut wood and made a dozen simple stools. All the stools used mortise and tenon joints. Not a single nail was used. Of course, there were no nails available. Kongwu had previously disliked Jiang Yi, but now he was genuinely impressed. Jiang Yi, I didn't realize you had such skill. My hobbies before the apocalypse were fishing and carpentry, Jiang Yi said, a hint of disappointment flickering across his smiling face. Before the apocalypse, I had a completely complete collection of tools in my DIY carpentry workshop. After the apocalypse, he initially collected everything he had and carried it with him. Unfortunately, both the hammer and the axe, both rare tools, were eventually robbed. We're running out of time today. I make 2 simple tables for everyone tomorrow, Jiang Yi said, returning the axe to Zhao Yugong. That night, everyone spent the first New Year's Eve since the apocalypse. The fire crackled with sparks. Su Dai insisted on staying up late, so Sun Jingtao stayed by her side. Lin Xiaohui and Zhao Yugong, missing their daughter far away at the Yaobin base, showed no signs of sleep and joined in the fire, chatting intermittently. The rest of the group had grown accustomed to going to bed at sunset, so they barely made it until 9 or 10 o'clock, when they all began to yawn. As usual, Jiang Yan avoided everyone and entered the space. After washing up, still feeling no sleep, she took out her pad and flipped through the gala from last year's New Year's Eve to watch. Halfway through, Huabao, who was gorging herself on gold bars next door, exclaimed in surprise, Mom, look! The space has been upgraded again. Hearing this, Jiang Yan drew back the bedroom blackout curtains and gazed toward the sky above the stream. Sure enough, a dazzling golden light flickered on the space upgrade progress bar. The stream below had widened and deepened. Looking further into the distance, the black soil, once planted with vegetables, fruits, flowers, and trees, had doubled in size. A green forest had appeared at the edge of the previously green meadow. The trees, with their straight trunks and dense foliage, were unfamiliar to Jiang Yan. However, what surprised her most was that the sky above the spiritual spring, which had always been shrouded in mist, was now empty. Could the spiritual spring have materialized? Jiang Yan's heart began to pound wildly. She jumped out of bed impatiently and strode towards the spring. As usual, her fingers traced the wall around the spring. The touch of the cool stone made Jiang Yan's pupils shrink. Huabao, come quickly. We have the spiritual spring. In the past, every time her fingers passed over the wall of the spiritual spring, it felt like they were passing through thin air. Spiritual spring? Huabao, bewildered, leaped out of the window. Jiang Yan, with a fleeting thought, fetched a cup of water and excitedly scooped it into the clear spring. This should be drinkable, right? Jiang Yan hesitated, looking at the water in the cup. Huabao, help me get a chicken. Although she had a good idea, she still didn't dare act as a guinea pig herself. At that moment, the chickens, ducks, and geese in the space were napping under the fruit trees. The Huabao vine stretched out, instantly snaking a rooster over. Jiang Yan handed the cup over, and the rooster immediately opened its mouth to take a sip of the water, tilting its head back and swallowing. She continued feeding it, and the rooster drank 4 or 5 more mouthfuls before tilting its head to the side and stopping. Keep an eye on it. Let me know if anything unusual happens. Jiang Yan had just finished speaking when she noticed that the rooster in the Huabao vine seemed to have changed. Its eyes were brighter, its comb was redder, and its feathers were more beautiful. It even gained strength, flapping its wings in an attempt to break free from the Huabao vine. Is it my imagination? Jiang Yan was stunned. Huabao also thought the rooster looked more appealing. Mom, it shouldn't be. It suddenly moved the rooster further away from the vines with disdain. This rooster seems a little smellier than before. Smelly? Jiang Yan leaned in and sniffed. When she saw a thin layer of oil on the rooster's comb, her eyes lit up. With another thought, she took out a cotton swab and wiped it across the comb. Mom, what are you doing? Huabao was puzzled. Looking at the oil on the cotton swab, Jiang Yan was delighted. Sure enough, those novels aren't lies. This spiritual spring should have a cleansing effect on the drinker. Jiang Yan stayed awake all night. When she woke the next day, the rooster had fallen asleep in the cage Huabao had woven with vines. Huabao let it go. According to the instructions, Huabao hurriedly retracted the vines. The rooster also woke up. Freed again, it trotted proudly and swiftly toward the orchard. Soon, it flapped its wings and soared to a high branch, crowing loudly. Wow, Mom, this spiritual spring water is magical. Normally, this rooster wouldn't be able to fly that high. Huabao, who had been chasing chickens and ducks, said with authority. Jiang Yan took a deep breath and returned to the spiritual spring. She took a cup, scooped a small amount, and took a sip. To her surprise, the spiritual spring water tasted clear and sweet, better than any mineral water she had ever tasted. She scooped another cup and drank it in one gulp. A magical thing happened. As the water entered her body, Jiang Yan felt herself lighten. It was a very comfortable feeling. Soon, tiny black stains appeared on the pores of her arms. Jiang Yan smelled a faint stench emanating from her body. Chapter 407. Jiang Yan entered the bathroom and washed herself from head to toe 2 or 3 times, until no more black oil could be seen on her skin. Then she dried her hair and left the room. Turning the corner, she saw Yi Qing and Song Qian. Yi Qing, good morning. Song Qian, Jiang Yan, why don't you get some more rest? It was only around 8 in the morning, the corridor was dark, and the sky outside was just beginning to brighten. Jiang Yan smiled. I can't sleep. Let's go check on that hound from yesterday together? Yi Qing's gaze paused on Jiang Yan's face, and he subconsciously sniffed. His 5 senses, after their enhancement, though not as strong as Jiang Yan's, were clearly much stronger than Song Qian's. The corridor was dimly lit, but he could clearly sense that Jiang Yan's face looked different from yesterday. If there was a difference, it was that she looked more refined. Also, he could smell a faint fragrance from her. It wasn't perfume, nor was it shampoo or shower gel. It was a very natural, refreshing scent. This fragrance brought an inexplicable sense of light and joy. The oppressive feeling brought on by the dim hallway's light was instantly dispelled. Yi Qing felt a little puzzled, but he couldn't bring himself to ask. The 3 of them arrived upstairs one after another. Kong Wu, who was on duty during that time, had fallen asleep by the doorway fire, clutching his submachine gun. At the sound of footsteps, he suddenly opened his eyes and glanced toward the stairwell with alarm. Seeing the 3 of them, Kong Wu grinned. Good morning, brothers and sisters. Go and rest, we take your turn. Yi Qing glanced out the window and saw white snow seeping in through the cracks in the wooden fence. Their entrance and exit was through the window with the shattered glass. After the blizzard arrived again yesterday, the intense wind and snow poured relentlessly into the house. Luckily, after lunch, Jiang Yi took advantage of the darkness before nightfall to build a wooden staircase and placed it under the window. He also built a wooden fence to block the window. It looked like the snow had piled up even deeper outside overnight. Kong Wu stretched, rubbed his eyes, and stood up. It's okay. I just took a nap and I'm awake now. You need to go outside, he said. Yes. Yi Qing walked up the wooden staircase and peered through the gap in the fence. The snow outside is a meter deep, but the blizzard has stopped. A meter? Kong Wu gasped. If we remove the fence now, won't all the snow fall in? Probably not, Yiqing said. He reached out to hold the fence, pushed it hard, and then removed it. A pile of snow had been squeezed together, revealing a meter-wide platform of ice and snow outside the window. Xiao Yi, I envy your strength. Song Qian removed the ordnance shovel from behind him and shoveled a few steps onto the platform. Yiqing smiled faintly, but said nothing. If last night's blizzard had come a few more times, we'd probably be buried inside. Kong Wu looked out the window and curled his lips. Song Qian smiled, not really. If it really doesn't work out, we can move upstairs. The building they were in had several more floors above it. But without exception, they had all been looted. Yiqing and Song Qian went outside, followed by Jiang Yan and Kong Wu. The hound Yiqing had left outside yesterday was now completely buried under the snow. Song Qian frowned. Xiao Yi, I remember that hound was as big as a baby elephant. Logically, a meter-deep snow shouldn't be able to cover it. Even if it were, there would still be a bulge or something. But now the surroundings looked perfectly flat, which made people suspicious. Let's dig it out first, Yiqing said, taking out his military shovel. The two of them began to dig carefully. Kong Wu didn't have his military shovel with him, so he turned back and took out the iron pot he had cleaned last night. Today's snow is all fresh, and it's readily available. I get everyone some hot water. With that, he quickly scooped up half the pot of white snow and brought it into the house. Xiao Kong, good morning. Good morning, Dr. Lin, Captain Zhao. It doesn't feel as cold today as yesterday. Indeed, it seems the doctor and the others were right. The extreme cold is almost over. The cheerful voices of Lin Xiaowei and Zhao Yugong could be heard from inside the house. Over here, Song Qian and Yiqing dug for a while, and then paused simultaneously. This hound has also been injected with the nanovirus. Jiang Yan walked over and stared at the transparent crystals in the snow pit, stunned. It seemed that mutant animals hunted outdoors wouldn't be eaten immediately. What is this? Her gaze paused at a few strands of black material near the snow pit. Yiqing and Song Qian then noticed that the white snow was interspersed with strands of bubbly black material. As she spoke, Jiang Yan reached into her backpack and pulled out a long sword made of a special metal material from the AS zone. With a gentle poke with the tip of his sword, some carbonized substance fell out. Yiqing reached out and took the black substance in his hand, rubbing it slowly. The snow next to it is green, and these black ones are probably the skin of a hound. Although he was wearing gloves, his movements were very careful. The skin must have been corroded and dehydrated by the strong acid, carbonizing it, hence the black color. Skin? Carbonized by strong acid? Song Qian and Jiang Yan had long since returned their chemistry knowledge to the teacher. Jiang Yan was surprised. But I remember that the mutant snow wolves before dissolved themselves, leaving no fur behind. Could it be that the nanovirus content in this hound isn't high enough, and the acidity generated isn't enough to melt the fur? Yiqing frowned. Possibly. As soon as he finished speaking, Kong Wu's heartbreaking scream emanated from inside the house, followed by the sound of a cup falling to the ground. The three of them were stunned for a second, then instinctively ran back inside. Xiao Kong, what's wrong with you? Lin Xiaowei and Zhao Yugong were stunned by the sudden bleeding from the corner of Kong Wu's mouth. Lin Xiaowei turned to get the medicine box, while Zhao Yugong hurried over to support the staggering Kong Wu. Xiao Kong, are you poisoned? Sit down and don't move. Kong Wu had been boiling water. When bubbles began to form at the bottom of the pot, he assumed the temperature was rising. Thirsty, he scooped half a cupful and drank it, only to experience this. Kong Wu, fighting back the pain of his internal organs, croaked, "There's something wrong with this water." The moment he drank the water, it felt as if a stream of burning molten lava had corroded everything from his lips to his tongue, from his mouth to his throat, and finally his stomach. Everywhere the lava touched, it rapidly melted and festered. Swallowing pain shot through his internal organs. Is there something wrong with the water? Lin Xiaowei, holding the medicine box, glanced at the bubbling, steaming water in the iron pot, then at Kong Wu, whose mouth was still oozing blood. She immediately realized something. She put the medicine box down with a bang, grabbed a metal box containing cold water near the fire, and ran to Kong Wu. Quick, drink this water. And then, spit out everything you can. Zhao Yugong didn't react. Wife, this water? The room temperature was too low, and any water stored in the house would soon freeze. So, to ensure a constant supply of fresh water, everyone placed several metal boxes near the fire to store excess cooking water. This water is left over from yesterday. We all used it to make soup. It's fine. The water Kong Wu just drank was made with fresh snow water this morning. Chapter 408. Lin Xiaohui spoke as she poured the water from the box into Kong Wu, whose mouth was covered in blood. Kong Wu endured the excruciating pain and spat out the remaining snow water, but most of it had already been swallowed. He could feel the agonizing sensation of the area where the snow water had passed through, gradually rotting and decaying. Song Qian, Jiang Yan, and the others rushed into the house. Seeing Kong Wu, his mouth and floor covered in blood, his forehead covered in beads of sweat, they were frantic and frightened. Kong Wu. His lips must have been the first to come into contact with the snow water, and now, not only were they bleeding and festering, but a part of them had already begun to turn black. Is this snow water acidic? Yi Qing glanced at the bubbling iron pot, then thought of the carbonized wolfhound fur he had seen outside, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. As soon as he finished speaking, a chill ran down the spines of the others. Lin Xiaohui, it should be. If it's externally contaminated, it's fine. Just rinse with running water to dilute the acid. Now that Kong Wu has drunk it, this, even with the most advanced gastric lavage machine, it wouldn't be enough, not to mention this post-apocalyptic world where nothing is left. Though Lin Xiaohui possessed some of the common apathy of post-apocalyptic life, as a doctor, she was accustomed to treating and saving lives. Having spent some time with Kong Wu, she had long since come to regard this cheerful and energetic young warrior as her own brother. Now, seeing Kong Wu bleeding from all his internal organs, unable to do anything besides giving him water to dilute the acid, her eyes suddenly welled up. Although Jiang Yan had bought a ton of items in her space, she was at a loss as to what to do in this situation. Dr. Lin, is there anything I can give Kong Wu? Lin Xiaohui finally realized that Jiang Yan seemed to have some medications, but the hemostatic drugs she thought of were quite niche, and she wasn't sure if Jiang Yan had any. She continued, omeprazole enteric-coated capsules, sucralfate suspension gel, Yunnan buyout capsules, among others. Xiaoya, help me look through the medicine box. I remember there's amoxicillin in there. Let me look. Jiang Yan noted Lin Xiaohui's words, quickly set down her backpack, and pretended to search inside. With a flick of her mind, she produced a Yunnan buyout capsule from her space. Lin Xiaohui was a little surprised at how she could conjure up such a medication, but now wasn't the time to dwell on it. She quickly reached out and took it. Jiang Yan, do you have clindamycin gel or metronidazole ointment? She removed the capsule and fed it to Kong Wu, who was semi-conscious from the pain. These medications were originally used to treat gastrointestinal bleeding after heavy drinking, but now they were just a makeshift solution. As for the two mentioned later, they treat external injuries. Jiang Yan quickly pulled out a tube of clindamycin gel, along with a bottle of iodine and a bag of medical cotton swabs, and handed it to her. Yes. I do it. Frowning, Song Qian took it. He dipped a cotton swab in iodine, and carefully cleaned the wound around Kong Wu's lip before applying the gel. Kong Wu looked at the others and tried to speak, but swallowing felt like being burned by a red-hot iron. His heart felt like it was being continuously doused by pots of red-hot molten iron. He was in so much pain. It wasn't just ordinary pain. He felt like he was about to pass out from the pain. Song Qian saw clearly what was going on, and his eyes suddenly reddened. The two had come all the way from enemy to this point, a long and arduous partnership. Setting that aside, as comrades in arms, they shared a special bond that was inexpressible. He reached out and grasped Kong Wu's hand tightly, his gentle tone laced with both command and pleading, Kong Wu, you're not allowed to sleep. He was afraid if he fell asleep, he'd never wake up again. Kong Wu blinked weakly. Yes, Captain. There was a lot of commotion upstairs, and since it was time to get up, Song Haitao, Su Dai, and the others had also come up. Song Haitao and the other elders were shocked and hurriedly strode towards Kong Wu. Little Kong, Sun Jingtao, and several other soldiers, assuming Kong Wu was under attack, leaped out the window with their rifles in hand. Soon, seeing the empty space outside, they jumped back with sullen expressions. Dr. Song, please don't get too close, Song Qian said softly, glancing at them with a pained look in his eyes. Oh yes, that's right. Make sure the small holes allow for air circulation. Song Haitao quickly led everyone out. He took a deep breath and said seriously, Xiao Song, what's wrong? Kong Wu. Su Dai was bewildered, tears streaming down her face. Xiao Yi, what's wrong with him? What's wrong? Sun Jingtao couldn't help but squat down in front of Kong Wu. Looking at the dying Kong Wu, he clenched his fists, unsure what to do. There's something wrong with the snow water that accumulated last night. Yi Qing frowned, and with his bare hands, he lifted the nearly boiling iron pot from the charcoal fire. The iron pot had begun to become mottled from the snow and the high temperature. Clearly, it had been corroded by the snow. If even an iron pot could handle this, one could imagine what Kong Wu, a mere flesh and blood, would be like. Su Dai, always checking Jiang Yan, glanced around but didn't see her. She asked, puzzled, "Hey, where's Sister Yin?" Mo Shiyao frowned. If she was mistaken, Jiang Yan had just quietly gone downstairs. Yi Qing only then realized Jiang Yan was gone. Just as she was about to go look for her, she saw her appear from around the corner. Holding a small, translucent bottle, she walked over to Kong Wu and half knelt. "Dr. Lin, this is the life-saving potion Chief Mo gave me." She had just entered the space, found a small bottle, and filled it with some spiritual spring water. To be honest, this spiritual spring water did have a cleansing effect on her. But in Kong Wu's case, she had no idea if it would be effective. However, considering his current condition, the spiritual spring water at least had no side effects, so she could only try it out. Furthermore, Jiang Yan was worried that Kong Wu might not be able to adapt to the products within the space, so she only filled half the spiritual spring water and mixed the rest with some mineral water. When everyone heard the words life-saving potion, and it was Jiang Yan who brought it out, their eyes lit up. Though Lin Xiaowei was anxious, she was the type of person whose mind became clearer the more she treated patients and saved lives. She reached out to take the bottle, looking at the liquid inside, which looked like ordinary water, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. Life-saving potion? Jiang Yan, yes. I don't know if it will work for Kong Wu's current condition, but I give it a try. When Kong Wu heard it was a life-saving potion, and that it was specifically given to Jiang Yan by Mo Jingxing, his eyes, which had been semi-conscious, suddenly opened. He wanted to refuse. But the slightest movement in his mouth, throat, and internal organs felt like they were being thrashed with a spiked electric drill, rendering him unable to utter a single word. Chapter 409. Kong Wu. Sun Jingtao saw blood foam oozing from the corners of Kong Wu's mouth. Lin Xiaowei, seeing this, no longer caring that the life-saving potion in her hand looked like mineral water, said, "Su Dai, please give me a spoon and a bowl." "Okay, Dr. Lin." Su Dai wiped her tears, and quickly turned to hand her the only spoon and bowl. "Dr. Lin, what are you doing?" Song Qian was puzzled as Lin Xiaowei methodically unscrewed the bottle, and poured a small amount of potion from it. You can't feed it directly from the bottle. If Kong Wu can't swallow it, the potion will be contaminated, Lin Xiaowei explained, carefully scooping a spoonful and feeding it to Kong Wu. Unfortunately, Kong Wu's throat was damaged, and he had lost the ability to swallow. Most of the potion, along with the blood foam and rotting flesh, was reflexively vomited out. Song Qian glanced at Sun Jingtao beside him. "Old son, come hold little Kong." "Okay." Sun Jingtao reached out and took Kong Wu. Song Qian gritted his teeth, gripping his jaw and forcing him to open his mouth, then tilted his head back slightly. Lin Xiaowei, seeing this, quickly scooped a few spoonfuls of the medicine and poured it in. Those who were leaning in close felt a cold sweat break out on their backs. They saw that Kong Wu's mouth was covered in bloody holes, and his tongue had already turned a little black. Lin Xiaowei's eyelids were throbbing, but as she watched the medicine flow down his throat, her heart, which had been hanging in the balance for a long time, finally relaxed a little. She didn't know if she was seeing things, but she felt as if the rotten flesh was rapidly separating where the medicine flowed, as if fresh flesh were slowly growing. Soon, the three of them had gulped down the entire bottle of water. Kong Wu's mouth was filled with blood, and being pinched by Song Qian's hands felt like torture. But he knew Song Qian was doing this for his own good. As the so-called life-saving potion entered his mouth, Kong Wu's eyes, which had been half conscious and half closed, suddenly widened. He felt as if a gentle stream of warm water flowed through his body, already burned and shattered, gently soothing every damaged cell. The dense area occupied by pain seemed to be gradually decreasing. But he still couldn't speak. Jiang Yan, standing by, was secretly astonished. She could actually feel new cells rapidly dividing and regenerating where the spiritual spring water had passed. Zhang Yongyang could clearly see that Kong Wu was in much better condition than before. This potion seems to be effective. "Jiang Yan, do you still have this potion?" Song Qian couldn't help but look at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan didn't try to hide it. "More. But let's see the effects first, and then feed him some more later." Although she had previously tested it on the rooster in the space, Jiang Yan didn't want it to be too strong, fearing side effects. Song Qian hadn't expected Jiang Yan to agree so readily, and felt a little guilty. "I know this potion was given to you by Chief Mo, and it's extremely precious. But I swear in my lifetime..." He was interrupted mid-sentence by Jiang Yan. "Brother Song, let's not talk about this." "Okay." Song Qian frowned, and secretly clenched his fists. Kong Wu couldn't move too much. A warrior had already brought up the snow wolf pelt from downstairs. Seeing he couldn't help much, Jiang Yi borrowed an axe from Zhao Yugong and asked a soldier to help him carry a pile of pine wood upstairs. Soon, 2 men came down carrying a wooden bed with mortise and tenon joints. Even though it's padded with snow wolf fur, the ground is still too cold. Thank you, Song Qian said sincerely, looking at Jiang Yi. You're welcome. Several people lit a new fire beside the bed, and carefully placed Kong Wu on it. After drinking the potion, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of dirty blood. He was now in much better condition, and some color was gradually returning to his pale face. Seeing that the ulcerated wound on his lip had begun to scab over, Song Qian finally felt relieved. Little Kong, get some sleep. Kong Wu looked at everyone with red eyes, his eyes filled with regret and apology. If he hadn't been so anxious to scoop up some water, he wouldn't have caused so much worry, and he wouldn't have even used up the life-saving potion that Chief Mo had given Jiang Yan. As if reading his mind, Song Qian said directly, Little Kong, don't overthink it. Close your eyes, and get some sleep. Kong Wu blinked weakly, his eyes reddening even more. Song Qian clenched his fists. That's an order. Kong Wu finally closed his eyes for a second. Jiang Yan, thank you. Lin Xiaowei breathed a sigh of relief and handed the translucent bottle to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was about to take it when Imo Shiryao raised her hand and took it. Jiang Yan, can you lend it to me? Sure. Let's take a look too. Song Haitao and the others were also curious about the life-saving potion. As a high-level scientific research team member at Yaobin Base, they knew a few secrets about the base's top secrets. But they had indeed never heard of this life-saving potion. Imo Shiryao frowned slightly as she stared at the unremarkable translucent bottle in her hand. Thinking of her second brother, Imo Jingxing, who had suddenly vanished without saying goodbye, she felt a pang of pain. Back at the base, thanks to the Imo family's background, she had the best of everything. Imo Jingxing had also had weapons and crucial life-saving potions specially prepared for her. But the most precious and special herb was the antifreeze. It was just that when she was kidnapped by her grandfather and eldest brother, she hadn't had time to take these supplies with her. But the life-saving potion in Jiang Yan's hand was something she had never seen before, and she had never even heard Imo Jingxing mention it. She handed the bottle to Song Haitao and the others, her gaze fixed on Jiang Yan's fair, delicate face. In terms of beauty and figure, whether before or after the apocalypse, Jiang Yan was truly a stunning beauty. As for her fighting prowess and marksmanship, they were impeccable. There was some mysterious power within her, though she couldn't quite put her finger on it, she could sense it. But was this the reason her brother treated her better than his own sister? After all, her brother wasn't the kind of man who would forget his loyalty for the sake of beauty. Imo Shiryao was deeply puzzled. Even though she knew Jiang Yan had saved her, she shouldn't have such a petty mentality. But Imo Shiryao still felt a little uncomfortable. Especially since Jiang Yan said she still had some of that life-saving potion, that meant it wasn't the only one. So why didn't her brother leave her some? Jiang Yan had strong senses, so she naturally noticed the look in Imo Shiryao's eyes. Shiryao, what's wrong? She raised her eyes, and gave him a calm look. Jiang Yan, did my brother really give you this potion? Imo Shiryao took a breath, her tone slightly resigned. Chapter 410. Jiang Yan had long guessed Imo Shiryao would ask this, and couldn't help but smile. Of course. Using Imo Jingxing as a shield wasn't a bad idea. Even if Imo Shiryao went to him to confirm it after returning to the base, she wasn't afraid. Imo Jingxing was a smart man, and would probably keep it a secret for her. If he didn't, it wouldn't be a big deal. Oh! A hint of disappointment flashed in Imo Shiryu's eyes. Given it at the base? Yes. Jiang Yan nodded, instinctively reaching up to touch her nose. Halfway through, she realized it was a subtle body movement when lying, so she quickly feinted and gently lifted her hair at the side. To Imo Shiryao, this gesture seemed quite charming. Her eyes froze for a moment, her lips pursed tightly, and she fell silent. Just that gesture and expression from Jiang Yan had inexplicably captivated her, even a woman like her, let alone her brother, who had been single for many years. Doctor, what should we do now? Seeing Kong Wu finally fall asleep, Song Qian stood up. Song Haitao glanced at the mottled iron pot. There's definitely something wrong with this water. Now I'm worried that the ice and snow buried underneath has also been contaminated. Doctor, the ice and snow underneath should be fine. Yi Qing explained the wolfhound's autolysis and the carbonization of its fur. Except for Song Qian and Jiang Yan, everyone else gasped. Zhang Yongyang rubbed his fingers and analyzed. So, These mutant animals injected with the nanovirus will likely radiate heat from their internal organs during autolysis. As the animal carcass radiates heat, it will melt the ice and snow surrounding it. This ice and snow is highly corrosive and will dehydrate and carbonize the animal's skin before the virus in the internal organs does. Everyone knows that carbon is a super stable substance in nature, which is why it survives the autolysis process. Everyone, so? Song Haidao took over. So, this corrosive white snow is ineffective at low temperatures, and it won't penetrate like water. Well, Song Qian, take someone to dig up some of the old snow. However, test a small amount of the snow with raw meat before boiling it. Although testing it with raw meat every time before boiling water is troublesome, it's necessary for everyone's safety. Okay, doctor. Song Qian called to Sun Jingtao and Zhao Yugong, and the others left with the ordnance shovel. Yi Qing glanced at Song Haidao. Doctor, should I pour out the water in this pot? The temperature was so low that the boiling water, just moments after being moved away from the fire, was already starting to freeze. Song Haidao was about to say yes when Jiangyan walked over. Wait. As she spoke, she pulled a small bag of notes from her backpack. Everyone, pH test paper? Zhang Yongyang and a few elders recognized it immediately. The rest of the group was incredulous. You actually have this? Who in the apocalyptic world would carry pH test paper? It was simply too outrageous. Even though they knew Jiangyan was unusual, this item was still too rare. Yeah. Jiangyan had already torn open a piece and dipped halfway into the water. Jiangyan, how come you even have this? Su Dai expressed everyone's confusion. I found it when I went to the school lab to buy something for free. I didn't know if it would be useful, so I kept it, Jiangyan said without hesitation. Everyone was shocked again, oh my god. But this time, the shock wasn't from her words, but from the fact that the test paper in Jiangyan's hand had turned a bright orange the moment it was placed in the iron pot. Most people had long since returned to their teachers with their textbook knowledge. But this color was shocking, and everyone had a distinctly ominous feeling. P is high in base, P is low in acid. This means the acidity is excessive. Su Dai was actually a poor student in school, but she had a knack for memorizing formulas, like they were etched in her memory. Jiangyan checked the chart. The acidity is at least 4. Because the lowest mark on the scale was 4, it was likely even lower. Otherwise, Kongwu wouldn't have been so injured. Everyone gasped, shock. Also, the lower the temperature, the higher the pH. At this low temperature, the acidity is around 4. Zhang Yongyang sighed and whispered in Song Haitao's ear, Old Song, it seems we're truly powerless in this weather war. The acid rain before the apocalypse was caused by human pollution, which released large amounts of acidic substances into the atmosphere. Even though industrial production has long ceased, these blizzards contain so much acid, and the acidity is quite high. It's simply incredible. Song Haidao glared at him. Didn't millet and rifles win in the past? Zhang Yongyang, Old Song, the past was the past, and the present is now. I know you don't want to boost others' morale and undermine your own prestige, but this is the truth. Besides, now it's clearly a competition of technology. Whoever has the most advanced technology will win. But when it comes to science and biochemical research, the other side has no bottom line or principles, and we... He shook his head and fell silent. All they could do was study lab mice, animals, and plants. But the other party had already used humanity, even the entire planet, as experimental material. The others didn't think as far ahead as they did, but their expressions were also grim. Originally, they thought they have enough to eat and drink, but now... I go pour out the water. Yi Qing stood up, picked up the iron pot, and headed outside. He poured out the water, dug another snow pit, and poured some of the theoretically uncontaminated snow layer below into the pot, wiping the surface clean. The iron pot looked ugly now, but there were no more suitable cooking utensils, so he had to make do. By the time he had half filled the pot with crushed ice, Song Qian, Sun Jingtao, and the others had returned. Unlike the fresh powdery snow above, the accumulated snow below had long since solidified under gravity into a layer of ice. They simply chiseled off a few pieces and carried them back. He boiled water, and as the crushed ice melted, Jiangyan tested it again with the test paper. This time, the paper didn't change color. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Qing helped Sun Jingtao, and the others carried the ice in, sniffing. Do you smell anything? Smell? Everyone looked at each other for a second, then instinctively glanced at the iron pot. Sun Jingtao, Song Qian, and Zhao Yuang nodded. It's a bit stinky. Normally, ordinary odors wouldn't be noticeable. After all, everyone was already marinated. But yesterday was New Year's Eve, and almost everyone had a haircut and washed themselves. So the smell in the room was very noticeable. Song Qian and the others had just returned from outside, so they were more sensitive to odors. The three of them walked around the room for a while, their noses raised like puppies, when Yi Qing walked directly towards Kong Wu. It's coming from Kong Wu. Everyone was stunned, then hurried over. They saw what looked like shiny, dark brown beads of sweat oozing from Kong Wu's face and exposed neck. Very thin, small, dense, and smelly. Like chicken manure or rotten eggs. Could it be that drinking that life-saving potion can excrete harmful acidic substances? Lin Xiaohui squatted down first, glanced at Kong Wu's eyelids, and felt his pulse. Xiao Kong seems to be doing better than before. The wound on his lip has begun to heal. Chapter 411. Jiang Yan feigned surprise. Really? I didn't expect this life-saving potion to be so miraculous. Everyone was also stunned. One soldier was puzzled. Isn't the water that Brother Kong drinks clear, colorless, and odorless? Why is his sweat so pitch black and smelly? Song Qian narrowed his eyes slightly. I guess it's detoxification, just like Dr. Lin said. The soldier was surprised. Detoxification? Isn't that water acidic? Then it's probably a chemical reaction caused by the neutralization of acid and base. Su Dai analyzed, raising her chin. Everyone suddenly understood. These stains sticking to your body aren't only unpleasant to the senses, but they also clog your pores and hinder the excretion of remaining toxins. Let me help Kong Wu clean them first, Song Qian said, glancing at Jiang Yan, Mo Shiyao, and the others. They immediately understood. I'm going out for a walk, Jiang Yan said, and without waiting for Mo Shiyao and the others, she headed out the door. It was still over 60 degrees Celsius outside, a bit better than before, but Su Dai and Mo Shiyao couldn't stand the cold either, so they had to go downstairs to the seed bank. As for Lin Xiaohui, she was a doctor. The sight of corpses and naked bodies of the opposite sex had become commonplace in recent years, but out of courtesy, she still went down one floor. Afraid Kong Wu would get cold after undressing, Yi Qing built a fire nearby. Song Qian and Sun Jingtao carefully undressed Kong Wu halfway. Yi Qing dug out a towel, filled a pot with hot water, and added crushed ice. The three of them worked together to gently wipe Kong Wu's body. Jiang Yan left the room, somewhat bored, looking at the sparse meteorites poking out of the snow not far away. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Huabao, how about we go treasure hunting? Treasure hunting? Huabao's eyes darted around, looking around. Aside from the distant black pine forest, all he could see was white. Mom, is there a museum buried beneath the snow? Or are you going to rob a tomb? He gazed at the black pine forest, puzzled. When he was learning on the computer, he remembered that black pine forests like this seemed to have a lot of tombs. Of course not, Jiang Yan said with a smile. She took out her snow goggles, put them on, and then walked out, taking 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. When they reached a spot where no one could see clearly, she stopped in front of a 3-meter square meteorite, raised her hand and patted it. Let's get started, baby. Huabao, Huabao, Mom, are you going to store this in your space? Jiang Yan, yes. She suddenly realized that these meteorites were large and heavy. Perhaps they could be used as alternative primitive weapons in the future. Huabao, when the meteorite landed, the snow was covered in them. Why didn't you collect them? I didn't think of it then. Jiang Yan chuckled. Oh, okay. Huabao curled her lips, expanding her body. A vine stretched out toward the meteorite, then quickly burrowed into the ice below. It wasn't so much digging as pulling. After its vines had latched onto the meteorite embedded in the snow, a simple tug loosened it. Without the ice clinging to it, Jiang Yan gently touched her finger and collected the meteorite into her space. Soon, a small crater, like a moon, appeared on the rolling, smooth snow. An hour later, Jiang Yan, figuring Kong Wu should have finished cleaning, turned and returned. Seeing her, Yi Qing's slightly furrowed brow relaxed. Jiang Yan, you're back? Yes. Jiang Yan removed her goggles and looked at Kong Wu. Is Kong Wu feeling better? Much better. No more black sweats. Yi Qing said, handing a bowl of warm water to Lin Xiaohui. Lin Xiaohui took it and spooned it into Kong Wu's mouth. I feel a little strange. After giving him the water and resting Kong Wu on the snow wool fur, Lin Xiaohui stood up and said to Jiang Yan, his stomach and intestines are damaged. In principle, his digestive and absorption functions should be impaired. But those potions were absorbed so quickly, and even circulated throughout the bloodstream. Such medicine is extremely rare. Jiang Yan pondered for a second. I guess this situation must have been taken into consideration when developing this potion. That's true. Lin Xiaowei didn't think too much about it. Jian Yin thought of something. By the way, if his digestive and absorption functions are temporarily ineffective, would amoxicillin still be effective? Yes. Lin Xiaowei leaned close to her ear, somewhat awkwardly whispering, have Song Qian and the others administer the medicine through the rectum. Jian Yin was momentarily petrified. Huh? Lin Xiaowei, this method is a bit far-fetched, but it's actually been used clinically, and it's proven effective. Jian Yin, oh. It seemed like she had more strange knowledge. Mom, I feel a little strange. Transparent Flower Treasure leaned over to Kong Wu, sniffed, and suddenly spoke. What's going on? After drinking that spiritual spring water, you smelled fragrant all over, but this little brother doesn't seem to have any scent at all. Jian Yin sniffed herself, but perhaps her sense of smell had adapted, so she didn't smell anything. As for Hua Bao's claim that she had a scent and Kong Wu didn't, she speculated that it was because of her identity as the Space Master. A month passed in a flash. Except for the snowstorm on New Year's Eve, there had been no more sour snow. The temperature began to rise, gradually, from -60 degrees Celsius to around 40 degrees Celsius. While still cold, at least everyone had adapted. Song Haitao and the others were planning their return to Yaobin base. Kong Wu was still unable to speak, and was extremely sleepy, but after Jian Yin fed him several doses of spiritual spring water, the ulcer at the corner of his lip was gradually healing. The pain in his mouth and throat was also gradually improving, and he was able to swallow. Jian Yin requested several night watches. When she and Kong Wu were alone at night, she had Hua Bao guard the stairs, and then throw Kong Wu, who had been injected with an anesthetic, into the space several times. With the spiritual spring water and spatial healing, Kong Wu's body recovered quickly. Jian Yin continued to drink the spiritual spring water herself. She felt that the spiritual spring water's physical benefits were faster than those of the spatial healing. She seemed to be more resistant to cold. After confirming these effects, she occasionally secretly added some spiritual spring water to her bone soup. Everyone felt that their bodies were not as cold as before. But no one suspected it, simply assuming it was due to the rising temperature outside. Zhang Yongyang and several elders felt it more clearly. They had all suffered from various medical complications before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, medicine became scarce. Even though they were the pillars of the base, they still had to face the problem of a shortage of effective medicines. Originally, they'd been struggling to hold on, but unexpectedly, after spending some time at the observatory, they seemed to be feeling better. The pain from the complications had lessened considerably. An elder, thinking of the animals that had initially mutated after the natural disaster, asked, could we be mutating too? It's hard to say. It could just be our imagination. We have to wait until we get back to base for testing. Others were unsure. But, after this time of recuperation at the observatory, I feel like my old arms and legs are feeling a lot better. That day, after lunch, Song Haitao, while everyone was together, said, in a few days, once Kong Wu is recovered, we head back to base. Any questions? I agree. No problem. Everyone raised their hands when they heard they could return to base. Just then, an eerie hua-hua sounded from behind them. Everyone was startled and turned to see Kong Wu, who had been lying there resting with his eyes closed, half sitting up with one hand, smiling at them. Kong Wu, was that you making that sound? Everyone was shocked and delighted. Kong Wu hadn't spoken in a long time since drinking the sour snow. They had always assumed that even if he recovered, he would likely be mute. Jian Yin was also shocked, because that hua-hua laugh sounded exactly like Hua Bao's. Just as she was wondering, Hua Bao angrily jumped onto her shoulder. Mom. Kong Wu stole my line. Chapter 412. Jian Yan's eyelids twitched. I hope I'm not hallucinating. Kong Wu laughed eerily again, looking at everyone. Jian Yin, Su Dai rubbed her hairy arms, feeling a faint chill. Kong Wu, are you possessed? Kong Wu's laugh was over, his lips parted, and he stared at Jian Yin, speechless. Kong Wu, are you trying to say something? Song Qian strode towards him. As he reached him, Kong Wu's eyes closed, and he fell asleep. Song Qian quickly squatted down, reached out to support his head, and carefully placed him back on the bed. Everyone looked at each other, their gazes finally lingering on Jian Yin. Jian Yin, that life-saving potion, doesn't it have any side effects? Jian Yin shook her head. Probably not. Everyone was puzzled when Kong Wu opened his eyes, and turned to search. Seeing Jian Yin, his eyes lit up. Sister Yin. His voice was a little hoarse and slurred, but this was the first time Kong Wu had spoken in a while. Everyone was shocked and excited. Kong Wu, You can speak now. Jian Yin walked over with a gentle smile. Kong Wu, we're all here. Yes. Kong Wu's Adam's apple moved, probably swallowing. Kong Wu, please don't speak for now. Song Qian looked at Lin Xiaowei. Dr. Lin, please come and check on Xiao Kong. Okay. Lin Xiaowei walked over and, as usual, examined his pupils and felt his pulse. Then she looked at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, can you lend me your flashlight? Thank you. Here, Jiang Yan handed it to her. Lin Xiaowei fished out the last medical cotton swab and turned on the flashlight. Xiao Kong, slowly open your mouth. Like me, ah. Kong Wu slowly opened his mouth. Ah. Yi Qing and Sun Jingtao all came over. How's it going? Lin Xiaowei took a deep breath and said nothing. Su Dai reached out and tugged at Sun Jingtao's clothes, her face filled with worry. Xiao Kong, no, stay the same. Sun Jingtao shook his head, pursed his lips, and said nothing. Lin Xiaowei looked at the saliva-soaked cotton swab, her brows relaxed. Xiao Kong, swallow. The room suddenly fell silent, with only Lin Xiaowei directing Kong Wu's responses. Jian Yin looked at Kong Wu. For some reason, she could sense his recovery from the spiritual spring water. She could even feel it from the others, who drank a small amount of the diluted spiritual spring water, though not as clearly as Kong Wu's. However, with Dr. Lin Xiaowei around, she didn't need to say anything for now. Lin Xiaowei continued to ask, Kong Wu, can you move now? Yes. Slowly stand up, raise your hands, close your eyes, stand on one leg. Switch legs. Lie down and take off your socks. Everyone was puzzled as to why Lin Xiaowei, after examining Kong Wu's mouth, was asking him to do these strange movements again, but they didn't ask, fearing it would bother her. After a while, Lin Xiaowei breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, I'm fine. Song Qian looked at her with concern. How's it going, Dr. Lin? Yes, how's it going, Dr. Lin? Everyone looked at her. Lin Xiaowei, still in shock, took a deep breath. Jian Yin, this life-saving potion is a medical miracle. Everyone, Jian Yin thought so, but remained calm. What do you mean? Xiao Yugong was anxious. Honey, stop keeping us in suspense. What's going on? Not only have Kong Wu's external injuries healed, but the features and functions of his mouth and throat have also fully recovered. He's practically as good as new. Lin Xiaowei exclaimed. Try giving Kong Wu some broth at noon to see how his stomach reacts. But I suspect his stomach is fine too. A soldier asked, then what did you mean by tickling his soles and asking him to stand with his eyes closed? Lin Xiaowei explained, he's been losing consciousness so often lately. I was worried there might be something wrong with his central nervous system. Fortunately, the tests came back clear. Song Haitao nodded. We find out the details when we get back to base, and use professional testing equipment. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Su Dai tugged at Sun Jingtao's arm and sighed, Xiao Kong survived this ordeal, he surely have good fortune in the future. Song Haitao suddenly thought, when we get back to base, we have to ask Xiao Mo if there's any more of this life-saving potion. See if we can create some? Zhang Yongyan curled his lips. Old Song, it's a little risky. Mo Shurya was already a bit sensitive about Jiang Yin having the life-saving potion, and hearing him say that, her curiosity intensified. Uncle Zhang, what do you mean by a little risky? Xiao Mo didn't tell us about this wonderful thing before, and we never heard of it. So it might, very likely, be from outside. Zhang Yongyang paused. Also, such a miraculous potion is probably very difficult to extract. Do you know yew trees? Paclitaxel, the effective breast cancer treatment drug, is extracted from mature yew trees. Yew trees grow slowly, and it takes 3 mature yew trees to produce 1 gram of the drug, making it like liquid gold. So I suspect the life-saving potion Xiao Mo gave Xiao Jiang is likely the same. Another point, Zhang Yongyang didn't say to her face, I don't know if I'd be able to see Mo Jingxing this time. Or more pessimistically, I don't know if I can successfully return to Yaobin Base, or if Yaobin Base will still be the same as before. Zhang Yongyang's words made sense, and everyone agreed. That's right. Jiang Yan listened to their analysis with a faint smile, not participating. A few days passed, and the temperature continued to rise. Since his last conversation, Kong Wu hadn't made that eerie hua hua laugh again. He could speak for longer and longer periods, his pronunciation becoming clearer and clearer. However, he always looked at Jiang Yan with a sincere gaze. This gaze, devoid of any romantic affection, was more like recognition and admiration. Jiang Yan didn't understand why Kong Wu acted this way, and could only pretend to ignore it. Yi Qing and Song Qian also noticed something was wrong. Finally, Song Qian couldn't stand it anymore. That night, while Jiang Yin and the others were asleep, he, who was on night watch, came straight to the point and said, "You kid, don't let your imagination run wild just because Jiang Yin gave up her life-saving potion to save you." Sun Jingtao, who had been keeping watch with him, also said, "Kong Wu, you're not thinking of giving yourself to me, are you?" Hearing their words, Kong Wu suddenly became anxious. "No, definitely not." He spoke with fervor. "Jiang Yin will always be my sister, my real sister." Song Qian and Sun Jingtao, I don't want to give myself to her. If Jiang Yin needs me in the future, I will pledge my life to her and never back down. Song Qian and Sun Jingtao, Chapter 413. Time flew by and it was April, the temperature rising to -38 degrees Celsius. Though snowstorms occasionally occurred, everyone finally didn't have to stay cooped up in their rooms. Early in the morning, Zhao Yugong and Sun Jingtao led a few soldiers out to cut down pine trees. Su Dai and Lin Xiaolui relaxed for a rare moment, calling out to Kong Wu and the others as they built snowmen nearby. Everyone was chatting and laughing, the warm and joyful atmosphere reminiscent of the new year before the apocalypse. Song Haidao gazed into the distance with a telescope for a moment, then turned to Jiang Yin and Song Qian and said, "Kong Wu is fully recovered, and the temperature is suitable. Why don't we set out tomorrow?" Kong Wu had not only recovered, but he was also more agile and stronger than before. Even the way he looked at Jiang Yin was full of stars. No one was surprised. However, they suspected that Kong Wu's improved health might be due to the special hormones in the life-saving potion. Jiang Yin suspected that Kong Wu's change in attitude toward her was probably due to his drinking of the interstellar spiritual spring water. After asking Hua Bao, she also didn't know. She didn't delve into it any further. She felt that she could only observe and summarize some of the functions of the interstellar space. Next to her, Song Qian heard Song Haidao's words and nodded. "Doctor, no problem." Jiang Yin also said, "I go fill up the snowmobile later." "Leaving tomorrow?" A soldier rubbed his hands reluctantly. "Doctor, can I ask a question?" Song Haidao nodded. "Go ahead." "Soldier, we have food and water now, and we've been safe here for 2 months. Why don't we wait until the temperature rises a little before returning? Wouldn't it be easier and more convenient then?" Song Haidao said, "Once we can move out, others can too." This others refers more to the hostile forces. "Soldier, but don't we have Sister Yin and Yi Qing? And Brother Song and Captain Zhao and the others, as well as us warriors, and plenty of weapons. Even their current lineup, in this apocalyptic world where everything is scarce, is simply too impressive." Forget it, he witnessed Jiang Yin rescue everyone from the snow wolf's jaws in the AS zone. According to his understanding, it's not impossible for Jiang Yin to single-handedly take on an entire company. Song Haidao glanced at him without elaborating, saying, "There's always someone stronger than the strongest. Remember, in combat, don't overestimate your opponent, but don't underestimate him either." "Soldier, Besides, the weather has been relatively stable for a while since the last acid snow. Can you guess what the next disaster will be?" The soldier shook his head. "No." "That's right. We still have to return to base. That's our own territory, and we can adapt to any change." Song Haidao spoke earnestly, glancing at the other elders. He himself was a soldier, and when he was flying fighter jets, his physical fitness was second to none. Although his later journey into space had affected his health somewhat, compared to other ordinary people, he was still overwhelmingly strong. But Zhang Yongyang and his companions were mostly elderly people, with complications that would worsen with age. Only by returning to base could they find timely help if they encountered any problems. The key is that this group of scientists can only play their true role if they return to the Yaobin base with complete facilities and equipment. Here, more like an old man living a life of idleness. Lacking a cause to strive for, not only him, but also Zhang Yongyang and the others, have aged considerably in the past 2 months. The young soldier, Doctor, was about to say something, but Song Haidao stopped him with a look. "Xiao Lu, while it's freer here than at the base, can you stay here forever? Remember, you have a country before you have a home. It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it's harder to go from luxury to frugality." During their time away from home, the soldiers didn't have to train or go on missions, and they become accustomed to a somewhat relaxed, free, yet warm life. Song Haidao's words hit home for the young soldier, and he lowered his head in shame. "I understand, Doctor." Song Qian feigned anger and punched him. "All that time studying has been wasted." The young soldier hunched his shoulders. "Captain Song, I was wrong." Jiang Yin stared into the distance, her brows furrowed. From the distant pine forest, faint sounds of fighting could be heard. Captain Zhao and the others, had they encountered some bad guys? No one else noticed. Jiang Yan was about to go check it out when she saw a small, dark figure nearby. Pulling out her binoculars, she saw Zhao Yugong and his men. Beside Ji Qing and Sun Qingtao, there were several other unfamiliar figures. All wore snow goggles, their faces and necks tightly covered, making it impossible to discern their expressions. But judging by the gestures of those strangers, they were likely people Zhao Yugong and his men knew. Following behind were several other people and 2 enormous musk oxen. Jiang Yan whispered, "Doctor, there are strangers." Strangers? Song Qian cautiously raised his binoculars, then breathed a sigh of relief. They're probably from the Yaobin base. But why are there only these few? Kong Wu and Su Dai, who were building snowmen nearby, immediately put down their snowballs, and came over upon hearing that someone from Yaobin base had arrived. "Sister Yan, lend me some." Jiang Yan handed him the binoculars. Kong Wu focused his attention on the musk oxen at the back of the group. "Holy crap! Are they riding on musk oxen? Incredible! Let me take a look too." Su Dai and Lin Xiaowei also took the binoculars. Song Haidao pondered for a second, then turned and went inside. "Xiao Jiang, Xiao Song, come in." Inside the house, several elderly men were chatting and warming themselves by the campfire. Although the temperature had risen to over 30 degrees Celsius, they didn't dare stay outside for long. Seeing Song Haidao, with a serious expression, walk in with Jiang Yan and Song Qian, he couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Old Song, what's wrong?" "Some people have arrived, some of them supposedly from the Yaobin base. But I have a bad feeling," Song Haidao said, looking at Jiang Yan and Song Qian. "I take old Zhang and the others down to the seed vault for some shelter. You guys should test these people first." Song Qian, "Okay, doctor." "Okay." Jiang Yan nodded. "But they came back with Zhao Yugong and the others. Even if you go down now, wouldn't it be a bit?" The implication was that if they were truly from the Yaobin base, then perhaps they all revealed who was at the observatory during their casual conversation. "Little Zhao isn't one of those young recruits. He knows his limits," Song Haidao said, sending the older men downstairs. The seed vault downstairs had a light source, a warm temperature, and some barbecue and water. They could stay there for a few days without any problems. "Okay. Doctor, don't worry." Jiang Yan nodded, and she and Song Qian left the house at the same pace. Zhao Yugong and the others were already very close. Jiang Yan quickly explained everything to Su Dai, Lin Xiaowei, and the others. "Ah, so they might be bad guys? Oh my god, I thought we finally saw reinforcements." Su Dai curled her lips, her originally joyful smile instantly disappearing. Jiang Yan glanced at her. "Not necessarily, but it's always better to be cautious. Don't have the intention to harm others, but always be on guard." "Doctor, you're really thoughtful." Lin Xiaowei, who was standing beside her, sighed, pretending nothing had happened, and went back to making snowmen. Chapter 414. Just as the snowman was completed, Zhao Yugong, Sun Jingtao, and a group of men approached, dragging a pile of pine branches. Today, they hadn't ridden snowmobiles, simply hauling a few sleds. However, the sleds they towed only had a few branches. The remaining 2 sleds, each loaded with branches, were pulled by one of the musk oxen. The remaining musk ox had a large bundle of belongings strapped to its back, unsurprisingly belonging to the strangers. Jiang Yan. Song Qian. "Look who we met." Approaching, Zhao Yugong patted an equally burly man beside him, and introduced him cheerfully. "The base has sent someone to look for us. Let me introduce you. This is Zhang Ruijie." As he finished speaking, Zhang Ruijie pushed his goggles back on his head, and pulled down his mink scarf, revealing a square, bearded face. He looked at Jiang Yan and Song Qian, stood up straight, saluted Song Qian, and glanced at the rest of the group, a simple smile on his face. "Hello everyone, I finally found you." The rest of the group also took off their goggles. Jiang Yan then noticed that there was another tall, attractive girl in the group. The girl's features were full of heroic spirit, and her gait was straight. She must be a female soldier. Looking at her, Jiang Yan's guard inexplicably dropped. "Zhang Ruijie and I met once before, at the base," Zhao Yugong chuckled, then continued, "Brother Zhang, please introduce the rest of us." Zhang Ruijie smiled and said, "This is Etienne. This is Shiqin. They all joined the Yaobin base a while ago." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, and glanced at Etienne and Shiqin. It had been freezing cold outside a while ago, yet the 2 of them had somehow managed to find the Yaobin base. Their abilities were not to be underestimated. Zhang Ruijie then introduced the names of the remaining men one by one. Unlike the heroic aura emanating from Tianyu and Shiqin, those men were clearly not regular soldiers. However, Jiang Yin and the others had spent considerable time at the Yaobin base, and knew it was different from other bases. In other bases, ordinary people needed to go out and forage for supplies, paying daily fees to gain base residency and food distribution. Yaobin base, on the other hand, had a complete industrial chain within it, and was buried deep underground, making entry and exit not only secretive, but also extremely inconvenient. Thus, tasks like foraging for supplies and food were essentially handled solely by the soldiers. Ordinary civilians, in turn, were the ones best protected. However, because the number of soldiers was limited, some non-staff members would be accepted to join in the search and other tasks. Jiang Yin and the others were aware of this. These people were most likely non-staff members. After introducing them one by one, Zhang Ruijie took the lead and walked towards Jiang Yin, raising his hand and saying, "Miss Jiang, I long heard of you." Jiang Yin gently shook her hand back. "Hello." Everyone was wearing thick leather gloves, so she wasn't too reluctant. "How about we go inside first?" Song Qian suggested, glancing at the ice shards on the people. "Okay." Zhang Ruijie nodded, turning to glance at the two musk oxen. "Is there a place to tie them up?" "I do it," Kongwu jumped out. "Leave it to me." He was thrilled to see the two musk oxen. Su Dai too. Not to mention that this time it was a live musk ox. They hadn't seen a live animal in a long time. The sled behind the musk ox pulling the sled was removed, and the supply rack on the other musk ox's back was also removed. "Does this ox need some water?" Lin Xiaohui asked. "Yes. It's okay. I have Lao Jin get it later." "Thanks for the reminder," Zhang Ruijie said politely. Zhao Yugong chuckled and pointed at Lin Xiaohui, saying, "Brother Zhang, that's my wife, Lin Xiaohui." "Oh, hello, sister-in-law," Zhang Ruijie apologized quickly. "I need to get to know everyone later." Zhang Ruijie glanced at Kongwu and Su Dai, who were standing beside Lin Xiaohui. Song Qian noticed his gaze on Su Dai and reminded him, "Let's go inside and warm ourselves by the fire." "Okay." The hats, scarves, and shoulders of the several people were covered in white ice shards. After stamping their feet at the door to shake off the ice and snow, they followed Song Qian up the wooden stairs into the house. The temperature inside was noticeably higher. Entering, Su Dai filled a pot of hot water from a nearby pot hanging over the campfire. She then retrieved a few carved pinewood cups, scooped some water into them, and passed them around. "Everyone, drink some hot water first to warm yourself up." These wooden cups were made by Jiang Yi during this time. Not only did he hollow out the core of the tree to make wooden cups, he also made chopsticks, wooden bowls, and numerous small stools with mortise and tenon joints. They looked quite good, but lacked polishing tools, so they looked a bit crude. However, apart from Jiang Yin and a few soldiers carrying tactical backpacks, Song Haitao and his men were short on bowls and chopsticks. These simple, crude wooden objects were a far cry from the primitive life of the hand-to-hand craftsmen of the past. "This?" Zhang Ruijie marveled, taking a sip of the pine-scented hot water. "We actually have a skilled craftsman in our team?" He smiled, glancing at everyone in the room. "Yes, he's a skilled worker." Zhao Yugong knew Jiang Ye's IT expertise, but such a detailed introduction wasn't necessary in this situation. "Here?" "No, he's sleeping downstairs." The group had originally decided to return to base tomorrow, so today's daytime training and classes were cancelled. Jiang Yi went downstairs to sleep after lunch. Imo Shiryao had been downstairs all day and hadn't come up. Zhang Ruijie uttered an "oh," his gaze quickly grazing on the wooden bed in the corner of the room, padded with snow wool fur, where Kongwu had slept. That white fur looks dense and warm, and it looks familiar. After Kongwu recovered, he stopped sleeping on it. But the simple wooden bed remained. Kongwu, who had just walked in, explained casually, "Snow wolves. We encountered a mutated snow wolf." "Mutated snow wolf?" Zhang Ruijie and his group were momentarily shocked. "That's right, you don't know." Back then, Kongwu was about to talk about the attack by the snow wolf and the battle between Jiang Yin and Yi Qing when Lin Xiaohui reached out and pulled him back. "Xiao Kong, will you help me feed the cows?" Kongwu scratched his head. "Okay." Zhang Ruijie saw the two men leave and stood up, looking at the window and doorway. "This place is easy to defend, but it's far from Dongshan City. You actually found a place to take refuge here. That's impressive." "Not bad." Song Qian had been silently observing the expressions and eyes of the others. Seeing that he had something else to say, he got straight to the point. "By the way, You came directly from the base? What brought you here? Yes, from the base. Zhang Ruijie gulped down his glass of water before continuing. After the AS unit suddenly broke away on its own, we received orders. It was just that the temperature outside was too low at the time. The base sent out several teams in temperature-controlled suits, but all returned empty-handed. Zhang Ruijie finished his words and sighed. So, the base ultimately had to suspend their plans and wait for the temperature to rise before coming out to search for you. Speaking of which, weren't Dr. Song Hainao and the others with you? Chapter 415. Hearing Zhang Ruijie's question, Song Qian, Sun Jingtao, and the others immediately became alert, their eyes simultaneously turning toward Zhao Yugong. According to Yaobin Base's confidentiality regulations, the AS zone's independent departure from the base was likely known only to the base's top brass and a few personnel. To the ordinary people in the base, the tremors and external collapse caused by the AS zone's departure were more like a high-magnitude earthquake. The fact that Song Haitao and the others were also in the AS zone wasn't a secret. Zhang Ruijie and the others had been ordered to leave the base to search for the others, so they naturally knew the list of people in the AS zone. However, wouldn't they have been surprised to see a special metal structure of that size fall to the ground? But they never expressed any surprise, as if they had expected everyone to live there. Unless, on the way here, Zhao Yugong had already given them a general overview of the situation. Or, in other words, Zhang Ruijie and the others already had a good idea of their whereabouts. Zhao Yugong was stunned for a second at the probing looks from Song Qian and Sun Jingtao, but quickly realized Zhang Ruijie and I once had a fight while patrolling the base. So, we kind of got to know each other. When they came over just now, we thought they were from Lion Base or some other base, and we almost got into another fight. We were so busy reminiscing about the past that we didn't have time to explain our situation here. Song Qian instantly understood. Zhao Yugong trusted Zhang Ruijie and the others, but not completely. Yes. Look at my impatience. This seemingly irrelevant remark suddenly caught Zhang Ruijie's attention. He gave a wry smile and turned to a burly man standing at the door, saying, "Old Lu, bring some food in. We eat and talk." "Okay, Brother Jia," the burly man said, turning and leaving. He soon returned, carrying a leather bag. As he passed by Yiqing and Jiang Yin, their brows furrowed slightly. The room was thick with pine wood, which had been burning constantly, so the scent of pine was strong. But as the burly man passed by them, a faint, nauseating odor emanated from him. This odor came from the body of someone who had been consuming two-legged goats for a long time. The wind was blowing outside, and the area was open, so the two of them didn't notice it. Jiang Yin knew that the Yaobin base, like other bases, had many outsiders and a mixed bag. Before entering the base, many people had eaten two-legged goat. But almost everyone stopped eating two-legged goat after entering the base. Those with the worst diets only ate dried rats, dried earthworms, and the like. And now, the smell of Old Lu. Zhang Ruijie reached for the leather bag and pulled out some military compressed biscuits. "These are what we brought with us when we left the base. Let's have some." Seeing the biscuits with the Yaobin base logo on the packaging, Song Qian and Zhao Yugong suddenly felt that they had been too petty. But reason and past experience told them to remain vigilant. Song Qian reached for the stone-frozen biscuit and took a bite. "By the way, how long did it take you to get here from Yaobin base? Let me see how long it would take us to return." Zhao Yugong also asked, "Did you mark the route along the way? Also, is it just you?" Zhang Ruijie didn't hide anything. Over 50 teams were divided into 3 groups, conducting a 360-degree sweep. Our team is specifically heading towards the observatory. After all, this is one of the few commanding heights in Dongshan, and we can contact Newson Base for help. By the way, Zhang Ruijie paused, have you used astronomical equipment to contact Newson Base? How? Song Qian feigned confusion. It was Song Haitao who had mentioned the ability to use equipment at the observatory to contact Newson Base. People of their rank at the base were completely unaware of this. Although Zhao Yugong knew Zhang Ruijie, Song Qian knew nothing about him. That meant his status was quite ordinary. A flicker of suspicion flashed across Zhang Ruijie's eyes. He stood up and pointed toward the door not far away. That radio telescope in that white tower-shaped building. As he spoke, another burly man hurried back from a distance. With a serious expression on his face, he quickly entered the house and whispered something in Zhang Ruijie's ear. Zhang Ruijie's expression remained unchanged, but his eyebrows and the corners of his lips twitched reflexively. The subtle expression caught the attention of everyone present. Song Qian deliberately pressed the issue. "Brother Zhang, you just mentioned using equipment to contact Newson Base. How do we do that? No, it's okay. I might have misremembered. Zhang Ruijie chuckled again. By the way, Dr. Song and the others. He was only halfway through his question when Song Qian took over again. Brother Zhang, what's the situation at the base right now? They didn't know about Mo Jingsheng's sudden disappearance, nor about Mo Shuifeng and Mo Zhongqing's sudden betrayal. They didn't know how much Zhang Ruijie and the others knew, so they didn't ask directly. Instead, they tried to probe them in subtle ways. It's business as usual over there. But a while ago, there was a major virus outbreak at the base. Zhang Ruijie collected his thoughts, mulling over his words for a second before speaking. Virus? Yes. But this virus seems more artificially created. From areas A to F, the lower the level, the more susceptible the elderly, the weak, and the disabled are to the virus. It's more like the base is conducting some kind of targeted population cleansing. Zhang Ruijie finished speaking, and everyone present was shocked. The artificial release of a virus for targeted cleansing, such a thing happening at the Yaobin base, was like a kind-hearted person with upright values suddenly going crazy and attacking people in a newspaper. It's illogical and unreasonable. Sun Jingtao jumped up. Are you sure about the targeted cleansing of Yaobin base? I heard about it, too. We were on a mission during that time, and when we returned, the number of people in the base's lower-class residential areas seemed to have decreased significantly. Zhang Ruijie finished speaking, then looked at Song Qian and the others with a searching expression. The current head of the base is Deputy Chief Qin. It's said Chief Mo has been missing for a long time. At this point, Song Qian and the others couldn't play dumb any longer. We heard about it too, so why hasn't he returned yet? No. No one knows where they went. Zhang Ruijie said, giving Song Qian and the others a meaningful look and smiling. After the AS district separated from the base, I thought you knew. Zhao Yuan spoke with conviction. No, we don't know. We don't have much contact with the chief. He was just a small-time patrol captain in charge of base patrols. This position was neither high nor low in the base. If it weren't for his acquaintance with Jiang Yan, he would never have gotten involved in the AS district incident. It happened so suddenly, we're not sure. Song Qian also shook his head. Before the apocalypse, all communication and contact was simply encrypted phone calls or text messages. After the apocalypse, occasional contact could be made through walkie-talkies. But it was extremely easy for the enemy to eavesdrop. So, relatively important matters were discussed in detail in person. Then Miss Jiang and Brother Qin Lang, don't you know either? Zhang Ruijie turned his head sharply, looking at Jiang Yin and Qin Lang, who were frowning in thought. Chapter 416. Suddenly called out, in front of so many people, Qin Lang's face grimaced. I don't know. Not to mention that the base leader's whereabouts weren't something a subordinate like him should be concerned about. Even if he knew, he couldn't have spoken directly in front of so many people. Furthermore, Zhang Ruijie's tone made it sound as if he was deliberately concealing the truth from Song Qian and the others. The soldiers were generally straightforward in their interactions, which inexplicably made Qin Lang feel somewhat disgusted with him. Rejected, Zhang Ruijie wasn't discouraged. He looked directly at Jiang Yan. Miss Jiang, how about you? In truth, he hadn't taken his eyes off Jiang Yan since the moment they met outside. It's just that he had been cautious the entire time, keeping it a secret. The long conversation with Song Qian and the others earlier was merely prelude. I'm not sure either. But I have something I'd like you to look at. Do you recognize it? Jiang Yan said, removing her backpack and pulling out a small black card. She handed it to Zhang Ruijie. Song Qian, Yi Qing, and the others were puzzled, wondering what Jiang Yan had given them. And why had she suddenly produced such a card? It was daytime, but the light inside was average. Zhang Ruijie muttered, oh, and reached out to take it. The moment he saw it clearly, his pupils constricted and his fingers tensed, but his expression quickly returned to normal. This looks a bit like a base ID card. When Jiang Yan didn't respond, he turned it over again, running his finger along the edge of the card. This abbreviation for MS, could it be Musin Base? This CXX looks like a person's name. Musin Base ID card? Song Qian and the others were all shocked. Jiang Yan had never mentioned or taken out such a card before. However, after working with her for so long, Song Qian and Sun Jingtao had a rough idea of her intentions. Zhao Yugong was slow to react, asking in confusion Jiang Yan, how did you get a Musin Base ID card? Jiang Yan replied calmly, I found it. She had found the card from the interlayer of Zhang's small sleeping bag at Hentang Tower. The card looked quite sophisticated, featuring not only the base logo but also her initials. A small raised area in the middle seemed to contain a chip. Ignoring the exterior design and the chip's location, the card bore a striking resemblance to Shweki and Maichu's work ID card she had found in Xiangqing. So, she suspected this ID card was more than just a way to enter and exit the base or store points. It was likely used to gain access to certain locked rooms. Suddenly showing it to Zhang Ruijie was just a test. This card may have a special use. Please keep it, Miss Jiang. Zhang Ruijie rubbed the raised area of the chip with his fingers and returned the card to Jiang Yan. I heard the Musen base is built high in the mountains. I wonder how much you know about it. Jiang Yan glanced at him calmly, her tone neither hurried nor slow. Well, everyone knows something about the 5 major bases established after the apocalypse: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. However, we only know their names. As for the others, I'm just as clueless as you are. However, recently, many small, informal bases have appeared in many places. If you pass by these bases in the future, please be cautious. Especially Miss Jiang. And Zhang Ruijie glanced at Su Dai and Lin Xiaowei, these 2 beautiful women. It's best to stay away from these bases. Su Dai was a beauty, and not particularly old. Lin Xiaowei wasn't quite. But at first glance, she had some hints of a married woman. Jiang Yan listened to him, pondering internally. This person, so vague and real, it was hard to make a definitive conclusion. The others chatted about some matters at the base. Jiang Yan felt the air was stuffy, and the conversation was boring, so she simply left. Seeing this, Yi Qing and Su Dai followed. I go down to the White House and take a look, Yi Qing said, quickly heading towards the tower-shaped building. Jiang Yan, why do I feel dizzy just listening to them talk? Su Dai muttered, tugging at her down jacket. Jiang Yan broke off an ice chain from the windowsill and examined it with boredom. Normal. The information obtained after the apocalypse was almost always fragmented. What everyone knew was only a partial picture. To be able to see or deduce the bigger picture from the details, one has to rely on oneself. Su Dai curled her lips. I don't think they're good people, but I don't understand why Brother Song and the others are talking to them so seriously. And Sun Jingtao, he wasn't such a slow-witted person before. It must be because Shiqin is pretty. Humph. I'm still here, and he dares to tear down the roof. Okay, Brother Tao isn't that kind of person. Jiang Yan smiled, her gaze pausing on a nearby musk ox. The musk ox was dragging a large supply rack on its back. But judging by Zhang Ruijie and the others, they showed no intention of unloading the rack. Su Dai could sense that something was amiss with Zhang Ruijie and the others, so she didn't believe that Song Qian and the others, former Special Forces reconnaissance soldiers, wouldn't notice it. Let's wait and see what happens. After all, everyone will be leaving for Yaobin base tomorrow, and Zhang Ruijie and the others must be aware of this. If they're going to do something, they most likely do it tonight. If they don't do anything, then using their help to safely escort Song Haitao and the others back to base wouldn't be a bad idea. Jiang Yan, if old Sun really does that, you have to take care of it for me. Su Dai, noticing Jiang Yan's nonchalant demeanor, couldn't help but come over and take her arm. Jiang Yan was actually a few years younger than she was. But she had long considered Jiang Yan her pillar of support. Jiang Yan didn't try to persuade them, but simply smiled and said, okay, I take care of it for you. Then shall we go in? Su Dai glanced inside the room, still somewhat worried. At that moment, Shiqin, who had been silent until then, was talking to the others. She didn't know what she said, but everyone burst into laughter. Okay. The 2 of them entered the room one after the other. At the same moment, footsteps echoed from the stairs, and Mo Shiyao and Jiang Yi appeared inside. Miss Mo? Zhang Ruijie's eyes widened upon seeing Mo Shiyao, and he stood up with a formal salute. He Tianyu and Shiqin were slower to react. They glanced at each other subconsciously, then stood up immediately after. Miss Mo. Mo Shiyao used to be a domineering, arrogant young lady at the base. It was only during her time with Jiang Yan and the others that her personality became gentler and more reserved. Seeing an unfamiliar person, her cold side instantly emerged. Please sit down. Zhang Ruijie automatically ignored her cold response. Instead, his eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, I didn't expect Miss Mo to be here. Apparently, Dr. Song and the others are here too. Chapter 417. Before Mo Shiyao could reply, Zhang Ruijie said, we brought some medication for the 3 highs and diabetes. It's not much, but it might be helpful for them. Several of the old doctors had suffered from the 3 highs and diabetes before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, their diets became even more unbalanced. Although they were emaciated, their symptoms showed no signs of improvement. When Jiang Yan left the AS zone, she had secretly found some for them from the space. However, when she purchased medicine, she hadn't purchased much of this type of medicine. Later, after Jiang Yan obtained the spiritual spring, she occasionally secretly added some spiritual spring water to everyone's food, which did help alleviate their discomfort. Mo Shuyao didn't answer immediately. Instead, she looked at Song Qian. Seeing him nod slightly, she said, "They are. But they're not feeling well, and are resting downstairs." While they were chatting, Sun Jingtao went downstairs and told Song Haitao and the others about the situation upstairs. Now that Song Qian had spoken, Jiang Yan suspected it must be Song Haitao's decision. Zhang Ruijia's previously clenched fists relaxed upon hearing this. "They'd be fine right here." Xiqing glanced at him and asked, "Brother Jia, can I get the medicine in?" Zhang Ruijia nodded. "Yes. By the way, about the base." Mo Shuyao, upon learning they were coming from Yaobin base, briefly inquired about the situation. Zhang Ruijia quickly shared what he knew. The content of his conversation was similar to what Song Qian and the others had discussed earlier. Mo Shuyao's eyes reddened slightly as she subtly inquired about Qin Zipeng. Unfortunately, Zhang Ruijia said he wasn't directly under Qin Zipeng's orders, so he didn't know much. As he said this, Song Qian and Jiang Yan exchanged a glance, but didn't ask any further questions. Soon after, Yiqing returned, covered in snow. Jiang Yan looked up, seeing he had something to say, and left. Yiqing glanced around the room and whispered, "The bodies down there have been cleared." Jiang Yan buried? Yiqing, "No. They were all tied together and placed behind the door." Jiang Yan, Yiqing, if I'm not mistaken, they should leave one person and a musk ox to carry the bodies away tomorrow. Jiang Yan suddenly realized, "You mean, that's actually food?" It was always dozens of degrees below zero outside. Though the bodies had been dead for a long time, they were still perfectly preserved. Yiqing nodded. Jiang Yan, Then be careful on your night shift, she warned. According to the schedule, it was Yiqing and Kong Wu's turn to watch tonight. During their chat earlier, Zhang Ruijia and Yi Qianyu had insisted on volunteering to share the night watch. Song Qian agreed without a second thought. Yiqing, okay. Zhang Ruijia turned his head and saw the two chatting at the doorway. He couldn't help but jokingly say, "Miss Jiang, you and Yiqing have the cutest height difference," Yi Qianyu replied. Zhang Ruijia smiled, a subtle hint of malice flickering across his lips. Everyone instinctively glanced at the two, each smiling knowingly. Next to the tall and sturdy Yiqing stood the petite Jiang Yan. At first glance, the handsome men and beautiful women were a feast for the eyes. Night quickly arrived. Song Haitao and the others arrived. However, they were supported by several young soldiers. They had previously drunk a small amount of spiritual spring water, and their health had improved significantly. But now, the elderly men looked frail and exhausted. Song Qian and the others knew this was just a trick by Song Haitao and the others. They trusted Zhang Ruijia and the others, but as long as they didn't return to Yaobin base safely, they had to remain vigilant. Qin Lang asked, "Doctor, now that we've taken the sleds, should we load the supplies now or early tomorrow morning?" Although the temperature outside had risen, the daylight hours hadn't increased much. They could only make all their preparations under cover of darkness and set off at daybreak. Song Haitao shook hands warmly with Zhang Ruijia and the others before saying, "Early morning." The house they were staying in was originally an astronomical museum, and it was quite large. But now, with the addition of Zhang Ruijia's group, the place suddenly felt crowded. After dinner, some of the elders went back to rest as usual. Song Haitao stayed behind, warming himself by the fire, chatting idly with Zhang Ruijia and the others. In the iron pot on the campfire, hot water bubbled. Zhang Ruijia drank from a cup and asked, "Doctor, when that acid snow fell, you didn't ingest anything by mistake?" Song Haitao smiled, "No. The fact that Kong Wu had been injured by the accidental ingestion and had been cured by Jiang Yan's life-saving potion had become a secret." Zhang Ruijia was incredulous. "You're so lucky. Many of us had our tongues, mouths, and intestines rotted away. Many died." "It's not easy," Song Haitao sighed. Zhang Ruijia said, "Cryptic, in the future, as temperatures rise and global oceanization progresses, once this acidic snow trapped beneath the snowdrifts melts, the consequences will be disastrous." "I don't know." Song Haitao nodded and said, "Yes, but the water is relatively easy. The most serious impact will be on land. Melting acidic snow means that the few remaining land areas will also be affected by acidification. This will pose a significant challenge to both human farming and survival. Doctor, how can the water be easy? Zhang Ruijie suddenly changed the subject. Not to mention our country. So many valuable things in the world are currently buried under ice and snow. When global oceanization occurs, won't everything be buried deep underwater? Song Haidao poked the fire with a branch. Seeing he didn't respond, Zhang Ruijie persisted. Doctor, do you think we give up searching for those underwater items because of the sour snow incident? We do our best, and leave the rest to fate. Song Haidao glared at him coldly, stood up, and casually picked up a torch made of bundled pine branches. I'm getting sleepy. You guys keep watch while I go to bed. Okay, good night, Doctor, Zhang Ruijie said hastily. Watching Song Haidao disappear down the stairs, Zhang Ruijie turned to look at Yi Qing and Kong Wu, who were on guard duty. You've been working hard lately. Why don't you get some sleep? I wake you in an hour. Kong Wu smiled. No need. I'm wide awake now. Yi Qing nodded, crossed his legs casually, clung to his submachine gun, and closed his eyes. The early morning hours quickly arrived. Watching Kong Wu nodding like a chicken, Zhang Ruijie gave He Tianyu a look. Brother Jia, I go drain the water, the latter whispered, rustling to his feet. Okay. Zhang Ruijie finished speaking, and Yi Qing, still resting with his eyes closed, suddenly narrowed his eyes a fraction. Soon after, a starting gun rang out from a distance, and a colored flare was fired into the air. Chapter 418. Kong Wu, who was deep in sleep, suddenly woke up and glanced at Zhang Ruijie with a wary look. Brother Jia, did you hear anything just now? Yi Qing also opened his eyes. It sounded like a starting gun. He stood up and strode out of the house. After the flare was launched, it would slowly descend under the parachute. When he approached, the flare's light had dimmed, but a faint glow was still visible. It's a flare. He turned and looked at Zhang Ruijie with a probing look. What do you mean by firing a flare in the middle of the night? The flare can transmit up to about 33 kilometers. Given the distance between Yaobin Base and the observatory, this should have exceeded that distance. Of course, it's also possible that he wasn't transmitting to Yaobin Base. However, if there were relay points in between, then signal transmission wouldn't be a problem. Zhang Ruijie cursed inwardly, then put on a smile and said, It's an agreement we made with the base. After midnight, if everything is safe and they found you, they send out a signal flare in response. Yi Qing glared at him coldly. Then why didn't you tell the doctor or Brother Song? Ah, it's all my fault. I forgot. Zhang Ruijie rubbed his nose guiltily. Oh, really? Yi Qing didn't completely expose him. Of course. Zhang Ruijie smiled sheepishly, got 2 cups of hot water, and handed them to the two of them. Yi Qing took them, but didn't continue the conversation. It's our turn to stand guard now. You guys go to bed. Zhang Ruijie glanced outside. Okay. I wait for Xiaohe. Not long after, He Tianyu returned, breathing out white air. Seeing Yi Qing and Kong Wu, awake and glaring, his pupil shrank, and he nearly missed a step. Why are you two awake? Kong Wu sneered, thanks to you. He Tianyu looked at Zhang Ruijie, whose face was sullen, and then at Yi Qing, whose gaze was cold, and was stunned. Okay, is the water ready? Zhang Ruijie broke the awkward atmosphere. He Tianyu grumbled, yeah, I almost froze to death. Let's go! Let Brother Yi and Brother Kong watch over the back while we go downstairs to rest. Zhang Ruijie said, pulling Yi Tianyu downstairs. At the corner, he slapped him on the head. Didn't I tell you to stay away? He Tianyu said aggrievedly, Brother Jia, I already walked far enough. It's dark outside, and the snow is so deep. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to come back. Who would have thought they could still hear me even after walking so far? Zhang Ruijie snorted coldly, have you forgotten that Yi Qing is an evolved human? His hearing and vision are superior to those of ordinary people. He Tianyu's gentle demeanor changed, and his eyes were fierce as he said, if you ask me, Song Haidao and the others are down there. If we just drop a bomb, won't that take care of everything? You're stupid. Those old bastards Jiang Yin and Mo Shiryao are all big fish. You're going to kill them all and hand over their bodies? He Tianyu clenched his fists. Then capture them alive. Zhang Ruijie was nearly in tears. We're so few. We're like an egg against a rock. How can you possibly win? After Mo Shuifeng and Mo Zhongqing defected, some of their men who remained at Yaobin Base had escaped during this period. Of course, most people obeyed the state and the authorities, and wouldn't change their minds just because of changes from above, so they remained where they were. Zhang Ruijie was one of the core members who defected from the base. It was also because so few people defected from Yaobin Base, so the only ones assigned to him were He Tianyu and Shiqing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wanted such a fool, no matter what. Now, we can only wait for reinforcements. Hopefully, they arrive before we leave tomorrow. The two of them muttered a few more words before quietly descending in the dark. Upstairs, after Zhang Weijie and He Tianyu's footsteps had faded, Kong Wu stood up and checked at the stairs. Then, he returned and sat down next to Yi Qing, puzzled. Yi Qing, aren't we going to tell Captain Song and the others about this? Not yet. But they made their cards known now, right? Not really. Kong Wu still paced back and forth, worried. Yi Qing patted his shoulder and soothed him. Don't worry, Kong Wu. Brother Song and the others are well prepared. Kong Wu was a little confused. Yi Qing analyzed slowly. It's clear that Zhang Weijie's words about sending a small team to conduct a sweeping search for Dr. Song and us are true. But once they find us, how will they get us back? That's the problem. So they definitely call for reinforcements. The observatory is easily defended and well protected. Rather than encountering the enemy halfway, it's better to let them come to us. Perhaps we can even use their strength to defeat them. Besides, the probability of them engaging us directly is very low. They most likely integrate first, and only turn against us once we subdued Dr. Song and the others. If I'm not mistaken, Zhao Yugong began to suspect his identity the moment he met him, Yi Qing said, standing up and grabbing some pine wood to add to the bonfire. Kong Wu was surprised. I'm not saying anything bad about Yi Qing, but you're obviously younger than me. How come you see things so clearly? Jiang Yan analyzed it for me earlier. Yi Qing smiled. Oh my god, my sister is the original one. Kong Wu sighed, his mind finally coming to its senses. So, are we playing the long game, trying to catch the big fish? Almost. But not too long, just one night. Yi Qing finished, pulling a bar of chocolate from his pocket and handing it to him. Just to add, when daybreak comes, we might have a tough battle to fight. Kong Wu was stunned for a second. Isn't this the chocolate Sister Yan gave me earlier? Why do you still have it? Yi Qing touched his nose. I saved it. I didn't eat it. Jiang Yan had given it to him when they were chatting outside. Okay, get some sleep. I keep watch, Yi Qing said. He stood up and walked to the stairs, concentrating and listening for a moment. Aside from a few snores, there wasn't much noise. He went back outside, took out his binoculars, and peered around. As he watched, he actually spotted a faint flame not far away. Just then, the sound of footsteps rustled from the stairs. Kong Wu was about to close his eyes and pretend sleep when Song Qian and Jiang Yan appeared at the stairwell. Brother Song, Sister Yan, why are you here? Kong Wu was halfway through his sentence when he saw Qin Lang, Sun Jingtao, and the others following him up. Following them were Song Haitao and Mo Shiyao. The remaining elders were nowhere to be seen. Kong Wu was instantly surprised and delighted. You're all here. What about Zhang Weijie and the others? Qin Lang grinned. They were hit by Sister Yan's powerful tranquilizer gun. They won't wake up for a while. Seeing everyone settle down, Song Haitao's eyes brightened. Tomorrow morning, we deliberately delay our departure. We wait for reinforcements to arrive, and then we decide. Chapter 419. A soldier paused, puzzled, and asked, Doctor, if the enemy reinforcements are very powerful, wouldn't we be caught in a trap? Others also expressed concern. Yes. It's icy and snowy outside right now. If we encounter enemy reinforcements out there, we'd be in a very vulnerable position, Song Haitao said gravely. He glanced at everyone, his gaze pausing on Jiang Yan's face. Xiao Jiang, what do you think? Jiang Yan was the one who knew all the weapons in the AS area's ammunition depot. There was even a tank in the depot. But such a heavy object wouldn't be suitable for transport in the snow. Yes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. There are many buildings here, which can at least serve as temporary shelter. Jiang Yan finished speaking, pulling out a crude pencil drawing from her pocket. This is the layout of the observatory complex before the apocalypse. We are here now. She pulled out a flashlight from her pocket, shone it on the drawing, and immediately made arrangements. There is a hidden high point here. Song Qian will be responsible for sniping and observation. Song Qian nodded, okay. A soldier asked, just Brother Song? Jiang Yan nodded. Song Qian used to be our Aming's top-ranked sharpshooter. Song Qian, He was secretly shocked. This was the first time he had heard Jiang Yan describe him. How did she know? But he didn't ask in the end. After all, now was not the time for such idle chatter. Qin Lang is in charge of this place. Jiang Yan pointed to another secondary high point. Xiao Yugong was anxious. What about me? Jiang Yan smiled. You are familiar with Zhang Weijie and the others. You will continue to play against them. 2 plans for tomorrow. First, if the enemy arrives in small numbers, we can handle it alone. In that case, Dr. Song, you can just hide safely. Once we dealt with their reinforcements, we immediately depart for Yaobin base. Second, if the enemy arrives in large numbers and is very powerful, you must relocate immediately. Of course, a third possibility isn't ruled out. Jianyan paused. Everyone, what? Song Haidao took over. Maybe Xiao Jiang and Xiao Song are overthinking it. Zhang Ruijia and the others are in cahoots with us. However, the probability of that happening is quite low. Kongwu said casually, I think it's probably the third possibility. Otherwise, if they were truly bad guys, their current behavior would be a bit ridiculous. Old Zhang and the others have been captured many times since the apocalypse. They won't let us die, but they try to coerce us into submission. Song Haidao paused, taking a deep breath. After the apocalypse, some people were frantically stockpiling supplies. Those who had already capitalized on the right time and place were the first to turn their attention to scientists, who could change the future. This was especially true of those with distinguished achievements in biology, aviation, medicine, biochemistry, and other fields. Most scientists had strong values and strong beliefs. But a small number, whether willingly or forced, became accomplices to the evil, accepting the thief as their father. This is why so many secondary mutant animals and humans escaped the laboratory. What Song Haidao didn't mention was that without Yi Qing and Jiang Yan, the other party's methods might have been simpler and more brutal. Jiang Yan continued, if it's the second scenario, then Brother Tao, you and Shi Yao will be responsible for evacuating the doctor and the others. Jiang Yan had already decided on a relocation location. One was to a building far from the current one. That building wasn't tall, almost completely covered in snow. Not only would it be inconspicuous, it was also not far from the mountaintop museum she'd previously explored. If the enemy came in force, relocating them, there wouldn't immediately draw suspicion. Sun Jingtao and Mo Shiyao exchanged a glance and nodded, okay. After everything was arranged and everyone confirmed everything, Jiang Yan found an excuse to have Yi Qing fetch the weapons she placed in a corner. For ordinary soldiers, it was basically just replacing magazines and collecting a few smoke and blasting grenades. Everyone thought Jiang Yan and Song Qian were being overly fussy about this sudden arrangement, but having not been on the battlefield for a long time, they were still a little excited. As for the body armor, Jiang Yan had secretly given it to everyone once before in the AS area. Now, at least everyone had one. Watching the soldiers sharpening their weapons, Su Dai felt like she was dreaming. Just yesterday, everyone was eating, sleeping, and playing house, and then the next day, they woke up to a completely different world. Sun Jingtao, sensing her confusion, explained, we're just planning and preparing for the worst. Maybe nothing will happen tomorrow. Su Dai glanced at the dagger she'd been given for self-defense. I never seen everyone this nervous before. Before, it was extremely cold, and no one could withstand the chill. Now it's different. We can adapt to the outside temperature and move freely, and so can everyone else. Oh! Song Haidao, seeing that everything was almost done, ordered, let's go. There are still 3 hours until 5. Everyone, go back and rest for a while. Everyone filed downstairs, and the crowded room suddenly became empty and quiet. Jiang Yan also went downstairs, but she didn't go to the seed bank. Instead, she stopped on one of the floors. Leaving Hua Bao outside on guard, she went straight into the space. 5 a.m. arrived quickly. The powerful anesthetic Jiang Yan had injected Zhang Ruijia, and the others only lasted 4 hours. When they woke up, they felt dizzy. Thankfully, looking around, they saw that, except for an old scientist who was awake and rubbing his legs, the rest of the group was still sound asleep. Zhang Ruijia murmured a greeting. Good morning, Dr. Leng. Good morning. The old doctor rubbing his legs was Leng Yufei. Before the apocalypse, he was a leading figure in AI applications in China. He was considered one of the team's top researchers. He was small and thin, and with a much more reserved and calm personality, he didn't stand out among the other researchers. Zhang Ruijia simply scratched his hair, walked over to him, and asked concernedly, what's wrong with your leg? Leng Yufei paused. I had frostbite before, so it might be a relapse. Zhang Ruijia pulled a small bottle of ginger powder from his backpack. I don't have any medicine, but I do have some ginger powder. Would you like to try applying it? Leng Yufei didn't refuse and took it. Thank you. The rest of the group gradually woke up. Some rubbed their sleepy eyes, some yawned, and some hummed habitually. What time is it? Exactly 5 o'clock. Dr. Song, my leg is a little sore. How about you go up first? Lung Yufei poured a little ginger powder into his palm, added a little water, and then rubbed it gently on his calf. Song Haida rubbed his head and said, I feel a little dizzy too. Did I catch a cold from going outside yesterday? The other old men also looked unwell. Chapter 420. Doctor, why are you all feeling unwell? Sun Ziqing murmured, then reached out and patted his head. I see. I guess it's because the temperature rose yesterday, and you guys insisted on going out to see the snow. Zhang Weijie listened to him, looked at the group of old, weak, and disabled people, and smiled to himself, but didn't show it on his face. He looked at Song Qian, who was checking his backpack next to him, and suggested, Captain Song, should we load the supplies first this morning? Song Qian tightened his combat gloves. Yes. Zhang Weijie, how about letting the doctor stay downstairs and rest? We load the supplies, and call them back before we're ready to leave. They're old, and getting up so early is really not easy for us, He Tianyu said beside him. Song Qian pondered for a second before saying, yeah, no problem. Doctor, you should rest up down there, Song Qian said, patting Sun Jingtao on the shoulder. Old son, why don't you come down here too? If we need anything up there, you can be there right away. Sun Jingtao, okay. Su Dai looked at Song Qian and grabbed Sun Jingtao's arm. Honey, I want to come with you too. We're all carrying heavy stuff anyway, so I thank them later. Zhang Weijie couldn't help but smile. I do your share. Thank you, brother Jia, Su Dai said sweetly. Without further delay, everyone, except Sun Jingtao and his wife, and the remaining senior scientists, went upstairs in the dark. Upstairs, Yiqing and Kong Wu were already awake and waiting for them. Where's Jiang Yan? Zhang Weijie realized that Jiang Yan wasn't visible in the crowd either downstairs or upstairs. Yiqing said calmly, she's busy. No one asked any further questions. They were supposed to be packing supplies, but the remaining supplies had already been consumed. They were mostly just bundling the collected pine wood, pots and pans, and remaining food onto the sled. During their time at the observatory, they had no shortage of firewood. However, the pine trees produced a lot of smoke, so Lin Xiaowei and Su Dai simply made a lot of smoked meat and barbecued meat from the animals they had hunted. There was still over 100 pounds of food left. The rest was divided among each person, who kept a small amount for future use. As several soldiers grunted and grumbled as they carried the red sleds down from the building, Zhang Weijie and He Tianyu looked shocked. These sleds looked like they belonged to Musen Base. How did you get them? Fate, Yiqing said coldly. Ignoring Zhang Weijie's inquiring expression, he changed the subject and asked, Brother Jie, the temperature has risen quite a bit lately. I imagine a lot of people and animals are out foraging. Are you sure the markings you made are still there? Zhang Weijie patted his chest and said confidently, don't worry. Even if the markings are gone, I can still get you back to base. That's good, Yiqing said, casually picking up a few torches and handing them to the others. These torches were all made by Sun Jingtao and his team from pine branches during this period. The hollow tops of the torches were stuffed with sawdust. Since pine branches are rich in resin, they quickly ignited within a minute of being placed on the fire. Let's go! Some people held torches to illuminate the area, while others began carrying supplies. Their coordination was quite orderly. However, the temperature was freezing, the sled was slippery, and everyone's hands and feet were frozen, making their movements clumsy and slow. The load, which should have taken half an hour, took almost an hour. The men Zhang Weijie had brought with him fed the 2 musk oxen some water and dry sawdust. The sky finally brightened. Fine snowflakes drifted lightly across the sky. Yiqing and Song Qian exchanged a glance, then simultaneously gazed off into the distance. Maybe they were just overthinking it, and that He Tianyu's flare last night had brought back comrades, not the enemy. After unloading the supplies, Zhang Weijie stared at the 2 snowmobiles, his eyes wide open. You actually have this. He reached out to touch the front of the vehicle and swallowed hard. Can I ride one of these later? A nearby soldier sneered and muttered to another, these abacus beads are practically falling on my face. Sorry, I can't, Yiqing said, shaking his head. Besides, don't we have reinforcements? They should have better transportation equipment, right? They can't just come to us on foot? The Yaobin base also had a number of snowmobiles, sleds, and other snow transportation equipment. Oh yes, I almost forgot. Zhang Weijie smiled sheepishly, took the binoculars from his waist, and peered into the distance. Huh? Why haven't we seen anyone yet? Could it be that they didn't receive the signal from last night? He Tianyu approached. How about I try firing another flare before daybreak? Zhang Weijie frowned. How many more? One, Tianyu said, lowering his voice. I fire from here. The location will be more accurate. Okay. Bang. Whoosh. Another red flare flew into the air. Everyone watched it with a touch of trepidation. More than 10 minutes passed, and still silence filled the telescope. The group stood at the door, feeling the cold. After leaving 2 people on guard, they returned to the house. How about we go on our own? Song Qian glanced at Zhang Ruijie and asked tentatively. Zhang Ruijie frowned. How about we wait a little longer? Then you wait while I go check around, Song Qian said, calling Qin Lang to join them as they went out. Zhang Ruijie's gaze paused for a moment at the sniper rifles on the 2 men, but he said nothing. A few minutes passed, and Tianyu, who was guarding the door, finally spotted another flare through his telescope. Brother Jia, there's a response. They're probably only about 3 kilometers away. Great. Zhang Ruijie's eyes lit up, and he looked at Zhao Yugong and said, Brother Zhao, you can go get Dr. Song and the others upstairs in a bit. Zhao Yuong, okay. Zhang Ruijie glanced around again, his brow furrowed. Huh? Why don't I see Miss Jiang? Shiqing glanced at him. Brother Jia, it seems Miss Jiang doesn't live in the seed bank downstairs. Lin Xiaohui explained, she's a misophobe. She prefers quiet and doesn't like crowded places, so she lives alone upstairs. Jiang Yan hadn't lived with him since the AS area. She knew she didn't like crowded places. As for her misophobia, she guessed. After all, when a bunch of grown men get together, snoring, grinding their teeth, and farting are inevitable. Although the men's and women's areas are separated by a distance, given the apocalyptic environment, people aren't too shy. However, just because she and Su Dai could accept it didn't mean Jiang Yan could. Mo Shriao couldn't accept it either, but she had no choice. Jiang Yan, on the other hand, clearly had a choice. How about I go up and call her? It's so cold, and a girl. Shiqing glanced at Zhang Ruijie and immediately turned to head upstairs. Before Lin Xiaohui could call her, Jiang Yan, fully armed, emerged from the hallway. Seeing her, Shiqing smiled politely. Ms. Jiang, good morning. Zhang Ruijie's frown immediately relaxed. Good morning, Jiang Yan replied lazily, looking barely awake. Chapter 421. Jiang Yan, are you okay? Lin Xiaohui asked with concern, noticing her unusual state. Jiang Yan instinctively reached out to cover her abdomen and sighed. Ah, there are those days every month, and today just happened to be one of them. She spoke neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for everyone present to hear. Or rather, for Zhang Ruijie and Tianyu to hear. Yi Qing had initially noticed her condition and wanted to inquire about it, but upon hearing this, her ears flushed and she fell silent. Lin Xiaohui uttered an "Oh, I was wondering why you just come down now. I still have some brown sugar in my backpack, but I can't leave right now. I get you some brown sugar water," she said enthusiastically, about to go get some, but Jiang Yan grabbed her. "Thank you, Dr. Lin. I just rest for a while." She gave Lin Xiaohui a subtle wink. She did have her period today, but it wasn't as exaggerated as she claimed. After all, as long as one possessed the space and the spiritual spring water, menstrual cramps, and uterine coldness were nothing to fear. Lin Xiaohui immediately understood, knowing she was deliberately showing weakness in front of the 3 of them, and so she chimed in, "Okay, then you should rest a bit." Zhang Ruijie listened to the conversation, but it was difficult to interrupt, so he said, "Yes, Miss Jiang, you should rest well inside." Jiang Yan nodded, clutching her stomach as she sat down by the fire. "Yes. Brother Jia, I leave the outside to you." She then gave Yi Qing and Zhao Yugong a look. Zhao Yugong was stunned for a second, but Yi Qing understood. "Don't worry," Zhang Ruijie said, and with a certain smugness, he led Tianyu and Shiqing out the door, with Zhao Yugong and Kong Wu quickly following. Outside, 3 of the 4 strong men Zhang Ruijie had brought stood guard, while the remaining one had disappeared somewhere unknown. "Jiang Yan, be careful then." Yi Qing glanced at Jiang Yan before leaving. "Are you really alright?" Lin Xiaohui sat down beside Jiang Yan and whispered. "I'm fine." Jiang Yan smiled, removed her gloves, and warmed her hands over the campfire. She appeared to be warming herself by the fire, but in reality, she was concentrating, using her mind to sense the locations of Song Qian, Song Haitao, and the others. Yes, this was what Jiang Yan had discovered earlier. It was as if those who drank the spiritual spring water had automatically been implanted with a small tracking device. With just her concentration, she could sense the location of anyone who had drunk the spiritual spring water within a certain range. It was like different points appearing on a 3D map with a limited range. However, these points would glow differently depending on the amount of spiritual spring water consumed and the distance from the location. Kongwu had drunk the most spiritual spring water and was now outside the door, so his glow was the brightest. Song Qian and Qin Lang, already well hidden on the high ground outside, were the next brightest. Song Haitao and the others in the underground seed vault hadn't drunk much, were the farthest away, and had the dimmest light. But Jiang Yan could clearly sense a small, dense cluster of dots moving upward. Another dot was moving even faster, but she couldn't guess who it was. She and Lin Xiaowei appeared to be resting by the fire inside, but their attention was fixed on the door. Suddenly, the room fell silent, save for the crackling of sparks. Then Xiao Yugong suddenly said, "Didn't they say they were about 3 kilometers away? Why can't I see them clearly?" Zhang Ruijie said, "Maybe they started climbing." Although it was called a mountain climb, it actually started halfway up the mountain, so the distance wasn't far. He Chanyu suggested, "Why don't we fire a shot into the air and see if they respond?" "Are you stupid? We're at the top of the mountain. What if the gunfire accidentally triggers an avalanche, burying the people below?" Zhang Ruijie slapped him. Jiang Yan's brows relaxed at his words. She hadn't considered the possibility of excessive volume triggering an avalanche. But the next second, her brows furrowed again. She seemed to faintly hear the sounds of intense gunfire, but it wasn't very noticeable. "Jiang Yan, what's wrong?" Lin Xiaowei noticed her expression was off, thinking she was feeling unwell again. "I'm fine," Jiang Yan whispered. "Stay inside by the fire. I go check outside." "Okay." As Jiang Yan reached outside, she could hear the gunfire grow louder. However, Zhang Ruijie and Zhao Yugong, who were peering down with binoculars, hadn't noticed anything. Seeing her emerge, Yiqing walked over and said, "Something's wrong." "Yiqing, can you help me remove that ice chain?" Jiang Yan asked, pointing to another house in the distance. The house was just behind the white tower-shaped building, but closer to the foot of the mountain. "Yes." The two of them walked towards the side, one in front of the other. When they were a little further away, Yiqing said, "Jiang Yan, I think I heard gunshots." His 5 senses were weaker than Jiang Yan's, so he wasn't entirely sure. Jiang Yan nodded, "Me too." Even if there was a gunfight down there, it was unclear whether it was friend or foe. Naturally, the two couldn't abandon the others and go down to investigate. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan said, "Let's wait and see." "Yes," Yiqing said, raising his hand and detaching the ice chain from over 2 meters high for Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan took it, examined it, and threw it away. Zhang Ruijie, on the other side, hadn't taken his eyes off them since they left. Seeing Jiang Yan throw the ice chain away, he couldn't help but sneer. The other burly man who had disappeared walked over and whispered in his ear, "Brother Jia, the doors and windows around here are all sealed tight. There's only one window on the roof that's broken, but it's a bit off the ground. We just need to guard the doorway." Zhang Ruijie nodded and handed the binoculars to He Tianyu next to him. "They're so slow. I'm almost cross-eyed. You keep an eye on them for a while." With that, he turned his usual gaze towards Yiqing and Jiang Yan. With their backs to the others, they could only see Yiqing pick off a few more ice chains and hand them to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan took them, examined them, and then threw them away. Zhang Ruijie chuckled, "What brats." Shiqing stared at the two men from behind, warily asking, "Brother Jia, are they plotting something alone there? What are you thinking?" Zhang Ruijie glanced at Xiao Yugong and Kong Wu, who were busy checking the sled nearby, then turned to glance at Lin Xiaowei, who was dazed by the fire in the house, and sneered, "It seems we overestimated them." "No, it wasn't us who overestimated them. It was the higher-ups who overestimated them. Once the reinforcements arrive, we'd be able to wipe them out in one fell swoop. It'd be a piece of cake." Elsewhere, Jiang Yan, holding an ice chain, concentrated and listened for a moment before saying, "The gunfire has stopped. It sounds like a snowmobile is coming towards us." "Snowmobile?" Yiqing was startled. "I don't see any vehicle up ahead. Could it be coming from the side?" Not only did they not see a vehicle, they didn't even see anyone. That's understandable, considering they were at the top of the mountain. It's impossible to see everything happening halfway up the mountain. Chapter 422. Before they knew it, the sky had brightened a little. Jiang Yan glanced at the sky. "I have a feeling, if nothing unexpected happens, we see the sun soon." They hadn't seen sunlight since leaving Anming. She felt like she was going moldy. Yiqing took off her snow goggles and looked up, her lips curled up. "Your intuition seems pretty accurate. Miss Jiang, aren't you coming back yet?" Zhang Ruijie, who was in the distance, couldn't help but ask, noticing that the two had finally left their ice chains behind. Jiang glanced at him calmly. Now, the engine noise grew closer, until even Zhao Yugong and Zhang Ruijie could hear it. So someone from the base is driving down to pick us up. Old Zhao, we're in for a treat. Zhang Ruijie was wary and confused at first, but then a smug smile appeared on his face. Zhao Yugong remained calm, his face trembling with anxiety. If they're not driving, are they walking? Or maybe riding a cow like you guys? Zhang Ruijie choked and glanced around. Where are Song Qian and Qin Lang? Why haven't they returned in ages? Kong Wu feigned innocence. Who knows? They just like to run around. Zhang Ruijie narrowed his eyes and looked at He Tianyu. Go and see. The people from the base will be arriving soon. Don't make them wait. That would be bad. After that, he instructed the remaining 2 strong men, you go down too and bring Dr. Song and the others up. Okay. The 2 men slung their submachine guns over their shoulders and went inside and downstairs. The remaining 2 men, one on each side, patrolled the outside of the building. After making all these arrangements, Zhang Ruijie suddenly realized that he was a little impatient. He quickly smiled awkwardly at Zhao Yugong and Jiang Yan and said, well, I gotten used to making arrangements at the base lately, and I'm a little overwhelmed. It's okay, Jiang Yan smiled, non-committal. The buzzing sound grew closer. Jiang Yan shoved her hands in her pockets, ready to draw her gun at any moment. She quietly concentrated and sensed that Song Qian and Qin Lang were still standing. The dense cluster of dots representing Song Haitao and the others had moved upstairs. Soon, snowflakes kicked up by the wheels appeared in the telescope's tube. Zhang Ruijie suppressed his excitement. They're finally here. As he finished speaking, He Tianyu, who had gone out to look for Song Qian and Qin Lang, returned. Brother Jia, we can't find them. Zhang Ruijie turned his head and glanced inside. Lin Xiaowei, who had been warming herself by the fire, was no longer on the wooden block. But Zhao Yugong was still standing beside him, so he didn't think much of it. He Tianyu glanced into the room and sensed something was amiss. Why haven't old Lu and the others come up yet? It's taking so long to just go down and call a few people? Zhang Ruijie glared at him. What do you know? Maybe one of Dr. Song and the others is feeling unwell and delayed them. Only Sun Jingtao and Mo Shiyao were downstairs. The rest were elderly, weak, and infirm, unable to lift or carry anything. The 2 underlings could go down and simply draw their weapons, catching them by surprise. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to resist. Zhang Ruijie felt immensely pleased at the thought of his flawless arrangements. Not far away, snowmobiles came into view. The snow was so thick it was hard to tell how many there were. The driver and the person in the passenger seat holding the binoculars were bundled up so tightly that it was impossible to tell who they were. Zhang Ruijie was still lost in his dream of claiming credit and receiving a reward when the car stopped in front of the building. Jiang Yan stared outside the car, seeing streaks of dried, dark red blood and shredded flesh, her brow furrowing slightly. The car door opened, and 2 burly, upright soldiers stepped out. Zhang Ruijie was about to greet them, grinning, when one of the soldiers removed his sunglasses and pulled down his windshield mask. He said to Zhao Yugong, Old Zhao, long time no see. Jiang Yan, Yi Qing, Kong Wu, The 3 of them were bewildered. Zhao Yugong paused for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Hui Yang. Yes. Hui Yang smiled and nodded, glancing at the rest of the group. Finally seeing you all. Zhang Ruijie looked from Hui Yang to the distance, his face agape for a second. Shiqin and He Tianyu's eyes also flashed with shock. We had originally planned to wait for the temperature to rise a bit before setting out to look for you. We didn't expect to receive a signal flare last night. Deputy Chief Qin, upon hearing the report, said it was highly likely you were at the observatory, and he immediately arranged for us to come overnight, Hui Yang said, looking into the room. By the way, is everyone here? Zhao Yugong excitedly asked. Not yet. Dr. Song and the others are still downstairs. Soon, several more snowmobiles pulled up. Several soldiers with rifles disembarked. Zhang Ruijie's legs trembled, but he quickly composed himself and walked towards Hui Yang. I fired the signal flare last night. Hui Yang glanced at him, his eyes darkening for a moment, but then a smile broke through. I was wondering why, when our car drove over here, you seemed prepared guarding the door. He cast a sharp glance at the nearby sleds and 2 snowmobiles laden with supplies. But have you prepared these sleds and supplies? When he saw the 2 musk oxen, a subtle flicker of vigilance flashed in his eyes. Zhao Yugong explained, Brother Zhang and the others found us yesterday. It was fate. We had originally planned to return to base today. No wonder. Hu Yang retracted his gaze. Captain Zhao, please call the rest of the group over. We better hurry back to base. I go. Before Zhao Yugong could say anything, Kong Wu had already turned and gone back into the house. Hu Yang turned to the soldiers and said, "You stay with him, in case the doctor and the others get sick." Yes. The soldiers quickly followed. It seems we misjudged Zhang Ruijie and the others, Yi Qing muttered, glancing at Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin recalled the gunshots she heard earlier, then stared at the damaged and blood-stained cars. She shook her head and said, "Not necessarily." Jiang Yin had already let Hua Bao out the moment the car stopped. "Someone's injured, but they're still in the car." Yi Qing, Zhao Yugong finally recovered and walked over to Jiang Yin and Yi Qing, who were standing in the corner. "By the way, these are Jiang Yin and Yi Qing. You should have heard of them. By the way, Yi Qing, this is Hu Yang. He's in charge of a special team, and he hasn't been at the base much, so you might not have heard of him. I heard a lot about you." Hu Yang shook hands with Jiang Yin and Yi Qing separately, then suddenly frowned and turned to Zhao Yugong. "If I remember correctly, Miss Mo and sister-in-law seem to be?" Zhao Yugong nodded. "Yes, they're down there too." Confirming that they were also alive, Hu Yang's brow relaxed. Chapter 423. Hu Yang looked at the two people standing on Zhang Ruijie's left and right. "Who are these two?" "This is He Tianyu, and this is Shiqin. They both joined our base later." Zhao Yugong didn't know much about them, and only briefly introduced them. Hearing Hu Yang proactively questioning his subordinates, Zhang Ruijie's previous concerns were immediately alleviated. Jiang Yin tugged at Yi Qing, send Song Qian and Qin Lang back. "Okay," Yi Qing said, turning and leaving. Zhao Yugong turned his head to glance inside the house. Seeing that Lin Xiaowei hadn't returned yet, he quickly called out, "Wife!" He Tianyu exclaimed, "Huh? Why haven't they come up yet?" Zhang Ruijie, remembering his previous arrangements, frowned. Just then, footsteps were heard from inside the house. Kong Wu and the soldiers, who had followed him downstairs, came up. Hu Yang and Zhao Yugong glanced behind them. "Where are the doctor and the others? Why haven't they come up yet?" "They said they came up on their own. They're not old enough to need our help yet," Kong Wu said with a grin, turning to wink at the soldiers behind him. The soldiers hurriedly said yes, yes. Jiang Yin, She didn't know if it was because Kong Wu had drunk too much spiritual spring water, but she felt he was lying. But what was the reason for his lie? Just as she was wondering, she saw Kong Wu and several soldiers quietly approaching Zhang Ruijie and the other two. The next second, two of them, they immediately seized Zhang Ruijie and He Tianyu. Although Shiqin was a girl, her reflexes were very quick. The moment the two soldiers approached her, she twirled to the side like a loach, dodging them. She swiftly raised her gun and pointed it at the nearest soldier's forehead. "If anyone dares to move, I shoot him." The others, including Hu Yang and Jiang Yin, were stunned. Zhang Ruijie, whose arms were tightly gripped by Kong Wu and a soldier, struggled briefly. "Little Kong brother, what are you doing?" he said, then scolded Shiqin. "Shiqin, put your guns away. We're all on the same side." "We're all on the same side?" Kong Wu sneered. Hu Yang raised an eyebrow, glanced at the others, and said calmly, "Kong Wu, what's going on?" Jiang Yin sensed it with her mind, and a dense mass of dots appeared at the stairwell. "What's going on?" "Zhang Ruijie, why don't you explain yourself?" Kong Wu said, then shouted into the room, "Brother Tao, you can come out now." As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Jingtao emerged, pushing two heavily bound men. Mo Shiryao followed behind, two guns in hand. Following them came Song Haitao and the others. Zhang Ruijie then remembered his earlier arrangements, his face paling. He gritted his teeth and said stubbornly, "Brother Sun, what's wrong with him?" Sun Jingtao glared at him, ignoring his pretentious question. "Sister Shiqin, surrender?" Zhao Yugong found a rope and tied Zhang Ruijie tightly, then looked at Shiqin. Shiqin sneered, "Even if I die, I find someone to take my place." "Shiqin, you've been sniped right between your eyebrows." Zhang Ruijie turned his head, and saw a red dot between Shiqin's eyebrows. He glanced around, seeing no one else. Thinking of Song Qian and Qin Lang, who had disappeared early that morning, a sudden realization dawned on him. Realizing his plan had been seen through, he lost his composure and angrily shouted, "You guys are such good at pretending." Shiqin, who was pointing a gun at a soldier's forehead, suddenly felt a thin metal wire tighten around her wrist. She hissed in pain, her wrist loosened, and the gun fell to the ground. Everyone was stunned, thinking someone had remotely injected her wrist with an anesthetic. Only Jiang Yan knew that Hua Bao had secretly employed some subtle tactics. A nearby soldier kicked the pistol aside, then pounced like a hungry tiger, snatching it away. Without a counterweight, Shiqing kicked the soldier beside her. Though she shared Jiang Yan's slender build, her moves were fierce and powerful, and the two soldiers besieging her were quickly defeated. One of the soldiers' wrists snapped with a sharp twist from her. Hui Yang didn't give the order to shoot, clearly intent on capturing the three alive. I don't like bullying the weak with numbers, especially not against girls. Except, however, female enemy soldiers. Kongwu said, then kicked them. Shiqing staggered in pain. She didn't hold out for long before being subdued. Song Qian, Qin Lang, and Yi Qing approached. They were holding two equally bound men. Captain Song, Hui Yang saluted. Mo Shiyao, Song Haitao, and the others also emerged. Ms. Mo. Dr. Song. Hui Yang saluted again. Xiao Hu. Hui Yang. Song Haitao and Mo Shiyao were quite familiar with Hui Yang. However, having been underground, they were puzzled to see someone from the base arriving. Su Dai followed Sun Jingtao, looking at the snowmobiles and the group of soldiers outside, as well as Zhang Ruijia and the others who were tied up. She felt completely dizzy. Su Dai approached Jiang Yan, glanced at the unfamiliar Hui Yang, and whispered, Jiang Yan, they really are bad guys. But why are they here? Her confusion was the same as Song Haitao and the others. Jiang Yan smiled. It's a long story. Perhaps you understand later. Xiao Hu, what's this? Song Haitao asked anyway. Dr. Song, the daylight hours are short, and our arrival here is rather coincidental. To avoid further complications, why don't we head back to base now? As for the rest, we tell you about it on the way, Hui Yang said, turning his head and giving Zhang Ruijia and the others a cold glance. As for these few, we interrogate them along the way. Several soldiers stood at attention and responded, yes. The supplies had been gathered in advance. However, with the advent of snowmobiles with roof-mounted loads, those sleds were no longer useful. Yi Qing and Jiang Yan had originally wanted to ride snowmobiles, but considering they needed to discuss some details with Hui Yang and the others on the way back, they had to give the vehicles to the two soldiers. As for the two musk oxen, they were also assigned to the two soldiers. Looking at the two wounded and bleeding soldiers in the last car, Song Haitao and Song Qian grew increasingly confused. Were you attacked on the way here? Yes, Hui Yang nodded. Everyone get in the car first. I report the details to you later. Okay. Lin Xiaohui fished out a simple medical kit. I go bandage their wounds. Okay, thank you, sister-in-law. Hui Yang looked from Lin Xiaohui to Jiang Yan, Mo Shiyao, Yi Qing, Song Qian, and the others, a smile playing on his lips. Doctor, your team is quite well equipped. Song Haitao nodded slightly and smiled. Not only is it well equipped, but you also got a lot of luck. Chapter 424. Song Haitao briefly and clearly described to Hui Yang what happened after the AS zone was ejected, as well as Jiang Yan and Yi Qing's battle against the mutant snow wolves. However, he didn't mention Jiang Yan's possession of the storage artifact, her departure for the Yunding building, or her discovery of the Musen base conducting human feeding and mutant experiments. After hearing this, the usually calm and composed Hui Yang exclaimed, So, the AS zone is still stuck on the Nanpan River? Yes, it's most likely covered in ice and snow, Song Haitao said, sighing. That building is entirely made of special metal materials, and is very valuable. Once the extreme cold weather passes, and the ice and snow begin to melt, we have to find a way to get it back to Yaobin base. Hui Yang nodded, yes. Elsewhere, Lin Xiaohui quickly bandaged the two injured soldiers. Doctor, I'm fine, she said, signaling that they could leave without waiting. Okay. Hui Yang was about to get in the car when she noticed Mo Shiyao standing nearby. Ms. Mo, get in. Mo Shiyao's eyes welled up. Hui Yang, I need to ask you something privately. Okay. Hui Yang walked over. Are you going to ask about Chief Mo? Mo Shiyao, yes. Still no news, Hui Yang said, reassuring her. But Miss Mo, you know, for soldiers like us who are ready to sacrifice our lives for our country and our people, no news is the best news. Mo Jingsheng was the base leader and her brother. But he was also a soldier. What about Qin? Outsiders didn't know her relationship with Qin Ziping, so it was difficult to ask directly. Hui Yang thought she was concerned about why he was being arranged, so he explained, Deputy Commander Qin is very good, but things have been very busy at base lately, and he's been a bit overwhelmed, so he can't lead the team on this mission. That's not what I meant. Mo Shiyao took a deep breath. Forget it. Let's get in the car and return to base first. Okay. The convoy began to head back. Jiang Yan looked out at the endless white snowfields, and suddenly a complex mood took hold. Finally, they were returning to base. These past few days had been like a bizarre dream. There were dangers, but also warmth. Song Qian watched the soldier driving the car with familiarity and wondered, the compass can't be used now. How do you know the direction? Sun Jingtao asked. Also, Zhang Weijie fired a flare. So how did you receive it? I explained it to you one by one. Hu Yang smiled and pointed into the distance. Can you see what's there? Everyone followed his gesture. Isn't it nothing? Use a telescope? Okay. Jiang Yan also took out her telescope and took a closer look. At the far end of the snowfield, a seemingly inconspicuous, but clearly raised bulge of ice and snow came into view. A soldier took over. The wind and snow haven't been as severe lately. Our Yaobin base has begun deploying personnel to build numerous sentry towers radiating outward in a circular pattern within a 50-kilometer radius. Jiang Yan knew that the towers had been built recently because, if they had been built earlier, even a blizzard, let alone a meteorite landing, would have buried them all. Another thing is that most people can adapt to the current outside temperature by simply dressing warmly. These watchtowers are used both for monitoring the outside environment and for navigation. After all, iconic locations like the Dongshan Observatory are easy to find, but finding our way back to base is far more challenging. Everyone suddenly understood. As for the flares, the soldier turned to look at Hu Yang. Captain Hu, I focus on driving. Can you explain this? Okay. Hu Yang smiled and spoke concisely. Everyone listened, feeling somewhat bewildered. It turned out that after the extreme cold weather, Yaobin base had begun preparing to search for the AS zone and the whereabouts of Song Haitao and the others. They had originally planned to set out in the near future, but unexpectedly, a dozy moment last night brought a sudden realization. A watchtower closest to the Dongshan Observatory saw the flares and immediately relayed the information to the base watchtower. Qin Zipen couldn't be completely certain that it was Song Haitao and his group currently at the Dongshan Observatory. He was certain that someone was there, and they weren't ordinary people. After all, ordinary people couldn't possibly fire a flare. Besides, the observatory and the seed bank hidden beneath it were also extremely important. That's why Hu Yang's team was dispatched. Because this was the first time they had been sent out since the extreme cold weather, the team was heavily armed. Unexpectedly, the team, who had arrived at the foot of the mountain in the dark of night, had planned to rest for a while before resuming their climb at dawn, encountered another strange group at first light. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. Strange group? Hu Yang. Yes, there were quite a few of them. Some were warriors, some were ordinary people, and some were extremely tall and deformed individuals. Jiang Yan recalled the scene at the Yunding building. They were mutants injected with hormones and viruses. The soldiers and ordinary people were in the front, and the mutants were some distance away. Hu Yang and his team initially thought the group was from a sister base, so they didn't open fire. But when a civilian in the back accidentally fell into a snow cave and was rescued, the mutants devoured him right in front of the soldiers and ordinary people. They knew they weren't facing a regular army. Or rather, not a legitimate base. Naturally, the two sides engaged in combat. But because they were the raiders, armed with heavy weapons and operating in the shadows, the enemy was largely unprepared, and their entire army was quickly annihilated. Song Qian, so you didn't leave two people alive? We did, but before we could interrogate them, they committed suicide, Hu Yang said, his face growing grim. But I can tell from their clothing and accessories that they're from Musen Base. Musen Base has its own totem. That totem is the musk ox. Yaobin Base doesn't have musk oxen, but they heard of them. Sun Jingtao glanced out the window. The car had already left the mountainside and was speeding across the snowy plains. Didn't we return the same way? We didn't see the bodies. It wasn't snowing today. If there were bodies on the road, we'd definitely see them on our way back, unless we took a different route. Hu Yang explained, I had the scene cleaned up. Although it hadn't snowed, there was plenty of powder snow around, making burying the bodies easy. The driver interjected, so, are they stalking a mantis while stalking a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? Yes, of course. We were also lucky, Song Haitao concluded with a genial smile. Chapter 425. The snowmobile continued its journey, its path stretching to nothing but an endless expanse of snow. The vehicle Hu Yang and his companions were riding in was a 7-seater track snowmobile, originally designed to accommodate 6 people, excluding the driver. However, Jiang Yan and Mo Shiryao were small, and since there were no rules in the apocalyptic world, with Song Haitao, Song Qian Yiqing, and Sun Jingtao, 8 people were squeezed in. On the way, Song Haitao, Hu Yang, and Song Qian chatted about the recent changes at the base. Sun Jingtao, Yiqing, and Mo Shiryao occasionally chimed in. Jiang Yan was the most relaxed of the group, closing her eyes and resting. Gradually, everyone noticed something was amiss. Yiqing casually glanced out the window. Has anyone noticed the weather looks a bit strange right now? Song Haitao took off his goggles, glanced at the sky, and frowned. Yes, a little. I remember the sky was bright before we set out this morning, but now it looks much darker. Hu Yang picked up his binoculars and glanced into the distance, then instructed the driver, Zhu Ming, drive as fast as you can while ensuring safety. Yes, said Zhu Ming, who was driving, gripping the steering wheel tightly with both hands and pressing the accelerator hard. Driving fast in the snow can cause swaying. Everyone tried to find a place to hold on. Everyone's expressions froze. Okay. Their car was the lead car, and with its increased speed, the others quickly sped up to catch up. Sun Jingtao thought of something. Come to think of it, the last time we went to the Yaobin base, we took the underground tunnel. Are we going to go underground first this time? No, there's a secret main tunnel. You find out soon. Hu Yang said, then picked up the binoculars and glanced out the window. Song Haitao silently counted the days. Could it be another natural disaster? Ever since the extreme cold weather, the environment outside has been stable for quite some time. New natural disasters appear with no particular pattern, so everyone could only silently pray that nothing unexpected would happen before they could safely return to base. The convoy continued on its way for a while, and Zhu Ming, who had been concentrating on driving, said, Everyone, we'd be at the entrance to the base's underground tunnel in a few minutes. Everyone looked ahead and saw a vast mountain range stretching out before them. However, the mountain was completely covered in snow, a vast expanse of white, with no trace of a tunnel visible. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, a sharp, skidding sound suddenly came from behind them. Jiang Yan, who had been dozing off, suddenly opened her eyes and turned to see that a snowmobile following closely behind had skidded. It was either the driver's skill or the vehicle's performance, but the vehicle, after being thrown out, quickly returned to its normal course. As she turned around, Jiang Yan, whose eyesight was excellent, saw her pupils shrink. What's that? Yiqing, where? Jiang Yan, behind us. As everyone turned their heads, Zhu Ming glanced in the rearview mirror. Isn't that a sandstorm? Behind them, a black wall as high as the sky appeared on the once boundless white snowfield. The black wall, whipping up a blanket of snow, was rapidly approaching them. Several cars behind them also clearly sensed something was amiss. In the car following closely behind, Zhao Yulong opened the window and asked in a piercing voice, Doctor, is the black blizzard coming again? It's black storm. Tell everyone to get back to base as soon as possible. Song Haidao's mind raced. After a moment of shock, he quickly opened some of the windows and shouted back, spread the word. Wear masks if you have them, and cover your mouth and nose if you don't. The moment the windows opened, everyone felt a gust of icy wind, like a sharp blade, slicing at their faces. Song Haitao quickly closed the windows. Quick, let's put on our masks or scarves, he said, pulling his scarf over his face. The car was crowded. Jiang Yan twisted her body to remove her backpack, fished out several protective masks, and distributed them to everyone in the car. Wow! Miss Jiang, you're so well equipped. Zhu Ming was concentrating on driving, not daring to slow down. Song Qian, in the back seat, helped him put on his mask. Not bad, Jiang Yan said, turning to glance at the cars behind. They were racing against time against the black storm behind them, and she couldn't afford to worry about the people in the car behind them. Yiqing, sitting in the passenger seat, put on his mask and glanced in the rearview mirror. Doctor, what is a black storm? How come I never heard of it? The black wall they had seen earlier seemed much taller. Perhaps due to the snowflakes, the color had taken on a grayish hue. But even though the color had lightened, no one dared to let their guard down. After the meteorite landed, we encountered a black blizzard. But that black blizzard fell from above, and it was simply because of a hint of dust. Song Haitao reached out and grabbed a handle tightly, pausing before continuing. A black storm can be thought of as an intensified sandstorm. Generally speaking, strong winds of force 8 or above sweep large amounts of dust and other fine particles high into the sky, forming a swirling wall of wind reaching 500 to 3,000 meters high. The dust carried by the storm rolls forward, drifting thousands or even 10,000 kilometers at high altitude. The black blizzard before barely obstructed your breathing and vision, But now, you can think of it as a high-speed belt of sand and dust sweeping towards you. Everyone's heart sank. The dust was fine. They had protective goggles and masks. The sand and gravel at high speeds was as sharp as some weapons. Damn! I was saying I've been so lucky lately, with so few natural disasters. I never expected that. Zhu Ming cursed as he watched the black storm approach in the rearview mirror. It's really endless. Sooner or later, I'm going to blow up that natural disaster simulation lab, he said angrily, his foot on the accelerator. Sun Jingtao's brows furrowed into a ridge. I've seen scenes like this in a wasteland movie before. Once a car or person is caught in it, the chances of survival are practically zero. He was deeply worried about Su Dai in the car behind him. If it weren't for the limited seating in the car, and Song Qian's insistence that they discuss some matters on the way back, he probably wouldn't have separated from Su Dai. At this moment, Sun Jingtao felt a surge of regret. He clenched his fists, a sense of unease rising within him. Comrade Zhu, how long will it take us to reach the base tunnel entrance? Zhu Ming glanced at a nearby shaped sentry tower and replied, 5 minutes. 5 minutes? Hui Yang was stunned. Didn't we just see the entrance? Why is it taking so long? Zhu Ming's tone was filled with self-blame. Sorry, Captain, I was driving too fast and missed a sentry tower. We have to take a short detour. Everyone was a little surprised, but couldn't say anything. To be honest, identifying the route with the naked eye alone is indeed not easy. Hui Yang was slightly startled, but didn't seem to blame him. Don't blame you. Focus on driving now, and don't take the wrong turns again. Usually, someone would be assigned to help the driver check the route. Today, there were not enough people, so he had to rely on himself. Being able to drive this fast was already quite impressive. Yes. Zhu Ming pursed his lips. Sun Jingtao, worried about Su Dai, couldn't help but say, if I had known, we would have returned later. Song Haidao took a deep breath. It's useless. Wherever the black storm passes, no grass grows. Those houses will probably be swept away. Even if they hid in the underground seed vault, the area above them, more than a dozen meters above, was buried in gravel and dust. It would be no different from entering the tomb of the living dead. Song Haidao's words made everyone's heart sink again. If reinforced concrete houses could be swept away, what about the cars they were riding in and the soldiers in the watchtowers? Everyone felt that the remaining 2 minutes were a race against death. The car suddenly fell silent. After a few seconds, Mo Shiryao broke the silence. I'm curious. Since the entire world is frozen, with ice and snow covering everything, where does all this sand and dust come from? And where did this black storm appear out of nowhere? The world we're in can't possibly be a simulation, right? Or perhaps, beyond us humans, there are higher dimensional beings. Her last 2 words sent shockwaves through everyone's hearts. They all knew that the natural disasters they were experiencing originated from the disaster simulation laboratory. But even if the technology behind the lab's creation was truly advanced, some things clearly defy common sense. For example, Jiangyan's storage artifact, which they had never seen before, and the snow wolves that mutated on demand, etc. As the most influential scientist in the car, Song Haidao was also secretly shocked for a second by Mo Shirya's last, whimsical statement. In his view, humanity was a tiny drop in the ocean of the vast universe. Every day they lived was a mere simulation of their own life's trajectory. But, as someone of his status, he naturally couldn't utter such words. This disaster simulation laboratory could easily be called the 9th wonder of the world. Jiangyan pursed her lips, pondering Mo Shirya's speculation in her mind. It wasn't impossible. After all, she had been reborn, and the world had already ended. What was there to fear? The idle chatter of the few people didn't lighten the atmosphere in the car. Instead, it made it even more depressing and heavy. Silence fell once more. After a while, Hui Yang spoke. Zhu Ming, how long do we estimate it will take to reach the tunnel entrance? Zhu Ming had been intensely focused on the steering wheel, his entire body tense. Captain, estimate 1 minute. Everyone felt a sudden sense of relief. However, the black storm behind them was drawing ever closer. As Song Haidao had said, wherever the black storm passed, it not only stirred up wind and snow, but also blew away much of the ice deposited beneath. There were also a few scattered black figures, who, after tumbling twice, vanished without a trace. The dark, sky-high wall was like a hungry, bloody maw, eager to devour the beetle-like snowmobiles, occupants and their belongings. Zhu Ming's car accelerated, drifting across the slippery ice. Everyone clutched the handrails tightly, their palms clenched with a layer of sticky, cold sweat beneath their leather gloves. The car swayed so violently that Mo Shiryao nearly vomited. Veins etched themselves on Zhu Ming's forehead and arms. Of the 8 people in the car, Song Haitao, the oldest and seemingly the frailest, was in the best condition. After all, for someone who had soared several times before, this little drift was just an appetizer. With the exception of Jiang Yan and Yi Qing, everyone else clenched their teeth. Song Haitao then said, "Fortunately, this black storm is coming from behind. At least we can still escape to the base. If it had hit us head-on, we'd probably be dead." "So we're still lucky," Yi Qing echoed, reassuring everyone. Even so, Sun Jingtao's heart still rose to his throat as he watched the black storm behind him and the snowmobile swaying in its wake. As the black storm drew closer, Jiang Yan telepathically instructed Hua Bao, if we can't get to the base before the black storm arrives, see if there's any way to prevent the storm from blowing the car away. She then opened the car window a tiny crack. "Okay, Mom," Hua Bao said, slipping through the gap. It hopped nimbly between several snowmobiles, briefly looking for areas where it could wrap its vines around it, and made up its mind. "We're here." Zhu Ming's eyes lit up, and he turned on the headlights and began frantically signaling ahead. After the high and low beams flashed for a few seconds, there was a loud rumble. 2 white gates slid open horizontally to the left and right on the previously white mountainside directly ahead. A pitch-black, dimly lit tunnel appeared at the end of the road. The tunnel was short, and it looked like there was another black door at the back. Jiang Yan was secretly surprised. "Is that snow on the mountain fake?" "Some are real, and some are fake, but you can't tell without careful observation," Hui Yang explained, pinching his palms hard, suppressing the urge to vomit. Zhu Ming slowed down slightly. He reached out, pulled out a black sign from the side, and handed it to Yi Qing in the passenger seat. "Yi Qing, help me put it right in front of the car window. They need to do a sensor." "Okay." Within seconds of Yi Qing placing the sign, the black door in the tunnel opened, and the passage seemed to extend further. Jiang Yan had good eyesight, and could clearly tell that the tunnel wasn't very long. It seemed that the tunnel exposed above was only a section, most likely going further down. Whirl! As she pondered, the snowmobile received a powerful thrust, sweeping a cloud of snow into the tunnel. Jiang Yan felt a strong push on her back, clearly caused by an external force. The snowmobile behind her followed closely behind. At this moment, the sky had completely darkened. Or perhaps it was the black storm that was approaching. Chapter 426. Boom! A strong wind, carrying thumb-sized pieces of gravel, snow, and ice, hurled its way madly into the tunnel. The tunnel was already dim, and visibility suddenly decreased significantly. The sound of rocks hitting the car windows rang out, sending shivers down their spines. "Oh my God, this isn't a sandstorm, this is a gravel storm." The cars behind. Yi Qing looked in the rearview mirror. Aside from the snowmobile following closely behind, there was no sign of any other cars. He hesitated for a moment before making up his mind. "Stop the car. I get out and help them." Zhu Ming's car was still moving forward, with no intention of stopping. With this strong wind, if you get out, you get blown away too. Although Sun Jingtao saw the car behind him approach, he was also worried. "Yes, I want to get out too." Zhu Ming took a deep breath and glanced at the silent Hui Yang in the rearview mirror. "Sorry, I can't stop now." He was no rookie. After the apocalypse, he had participated in many activities with Hui Yang and had risked his life, or seen others risk theirs, to save others many times. In the past, in such a situation, his first reaction would have been to get out and save people. But after experiencing so many times, like the Calabash brothers saving their grandfather, he had to accept that in certain special moments, he needed to make careful choices. This was what the apocalypse taught him, and it was also the hidden iron rule that the team led by Hui Yang later developed to reduce casualties. Sun Jingtao turned to look at Hui Yang. Before he could say anything, Jiang Yan said, "Don't go down yet. The wind is blowing into the tunnel, so there shouldn't be any big problems." Without Hua Bao, even if the wind was blowing toward the tunnel, the last 2 cars would likely have been swept away, with a small chance of being smashed directly into the mountain outside the tunnel. But the moment the black storm approached the cars, Hua Bao's vine swooshed out like an octopus. Taking advantage of the moment, the cars were caught in the wind. With a slight exertion, they snatched up the cars that were about to fly away and sent them into the tunnel. Before Jiang Yan finished her words, Yi Qing and Sun Jingtao saw the snowmobiles disappear. Just when everyone thought the cars coming sideways from behind were about to be blown into the wall by the wind, they landed on the ground at a buffering speed. Pa! 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 There were several sounds of heavy objects falling to the ground, as if some objects had been blown in by the wind. Hu Yang then gave the order. Zhu Ming, stop the car. Yes, Captain. Zhu Ming quickly turned off the car. The car door opened, and Yi Qing, Sun Jingtao, and the others headed straight for the cars behind. The moment Mo Shiyao got out of the car, she leaned against the front of the car and vomited violently. Jiang Yan handed her a half-filled bottle of mineral water and turned to walk toward the cave entrance. The passage was filled with gravel and dust, and the windows of the snowmobiles behind were covered in spiderweb-like cracks. The tires of the last two snowmobiles were flat, covered in large and small pieces of gravel. Captain, there are protective masks in the last car. I get some for the two in the middle, Zhu Ming said, jogging toward the last car. The rest of the group also went to the other cars to check for injuries. Jiang Yan's attention was fixed on Hua Bao at the cave entrance. Hua Bao, come in quickly. Mom, the black storm is too strong. The tunnel door won't close. I helped them first. Hua Bao, having saved several snowmobiles, quickly expanded to its full size. Immediately, her vines darted through the air, weaving a large net that tightly covered the tunnel entrance. Okay, then be careful. Okay. To prevent others from noticing the obvious changes at the cave entrance, the mesh of Hua Bao's net gradually became smaller and denser. Jiang Yan could clearly feel the sand and gravel blowing into the cave gradually dwindling. The cold wind that had previously whizzed into the tunnel also began to weaken. Still, thousands of pieces of gravel pelted Hua Bao's vines like darts. Jiang Yan knew Hua Bao wouldn't feel the pain, but seeing this grinning flower silently bearing it all, her eyes suddenly reddened. A slippery stone swooped down and struck Jiang Yan in the face. Her upper body dodged swiftly, and her feet reflexively stumbled. Just as she was about to regain her balance, a hand came from behind and firmly grasped her arm. Be careful. Jiang Yan turned around. It was Yi Qing. Seeing her steady footing, the other person quickly retracted his hand. Thank you. You're welcome. Boom! The tunnel door finally closed successfully. The moment the tunnel door closed, Hua Bao transformed in a split second and rushed in. Mom, did I do well just now? Hua Bao jumped onto Jiang Yan's shoulder, his scarlet tongue habitually licking his fangs. Jiang Yan felt an indescribable bitterness in her heart. Yeah, great, superb. Upon hearing this, Hua Bao chuckled triumphantly. Off to the other side, everyone in the following cars got out. Aside from the two soldiers injured before heading to the observatory, several others sustained minor injuries. Mostly, they had hit their heads when the car was swept up by the black storm, but none of them had any external injuries. A few others experienced nausea and vomiting after drifting through the snow. The rest were generally fine. The supplies previously tied to the car roof, swept away by the black storm, were scooped up by Hua Bao's vines and thrown back. The soldiers quickly gathered the supplies together. Hu Yang said, the car can only go so far. We have to walk the rest of the way. So everyone, check the important supplies. Take what you can take with you. Anything you can't take with you, put it all here. We arrange for someone to deliver it to you later. Lin shall we, clutching a first aid kit, said palely. Well, thank you, Captain Hu. Just then, a soldier suddenly said, didn't you notice just now? It was like an invisible hand saved us. Another added, the angle of the wind was such that we were already flying, and then, surprisingly, we were pulled back. I'm a staunch materialist, but just now, I truly felt like we were being blessed by the gods. Yes, yes. Several people silently closed their eyes, clasped their hands together, and chanted something. Hu Yang actually found this a bit strange as well. However, his position prevented him from saying anything inappropriate. He simply glanced at a few soldiers and feigned anger. You made inappropriate remarks. Go back and write a self-criticism. The soldiers, who had sincerely thanked him, stood at attention. Yes, Captain. One moment serious, the next playfully grinning. I finally managed to save my life. If I'm asked to write 10, I'm happy to do it. Hu Yang raised an eyebrow and glanced at the soldier who had spoken. Okay, then as you wish. Write 10. The soldier curled his lips and made a zipper gesture. Captain, I was wrong. The survivors laughed heartily. Looking at the dark, chilly tunnel, everyone's heart suddenly brightened and warmed. Finally, home. Song Haida glanced at Jiang Yan secretly, but unfortunately, she was wearing a mask and glasses, so her expression was invisible. Still, he had a feeling that the fact that everyone had survived the black storm today was likely due to her covert intervention. Just like when the AS zone landed before, except for the people lying in the hibernation capsule, there was basically no damage. Chapter 427. Gathering their belongings, Jiang Yan and the others followed Hu Yang. After winding a few turns from the parking lot, They began to descend a narrow spiral staircase. Not far away, metallic rails and an open-top mine cart appeared in Jiang Yan's view. This was a deeper and longer tunnel. The walls on both sides of the tunnel were covered with barbed wire, covered with a lot of dimly glowing fluorite. Jiang Yan, is this the tunnel that led from Lian Base to Yaobin Base? Hu Yang explained, no, that tunnel is deeper. This is another exit. Several soldiers responsible for reception and inspection had already arrived. Although Hu Yang was leading the team personally, the soldiers still used detectors to check everyone's belongings as usual. After boarding the small mining cart, Hu Yang explained, after the extreme cold weather, the world will become oceanized. Most of the Yaobin base will be submerged, but some will remain above water. This exit is one of them. Jiang Yan nodded and said, oh. It seemed she didn't know much about the Yaobin base. Kong Wu asked, puzzled, won't the acid snow corrode the base's outer walls after it melts in the water? Hu Yang raised an eyebrow. Acid snow? What acid snow? Song Qian explained the previous situation, and Hu Yang finally realized the base leader should know this information. I must have been on a mission at the time and missed it. Hu Yang remained silent about the mission, and no one bothered to ask. Song Haitao said, probably not. First, the acidity of the snow will be diluted after it melts. Second, the base was built using the latest high-tech metals, which are cold-resistant, heat-resistant, and corrosion-resistant. He then turned to glance at Zhang Yongyang and the others, who were happily chatting. By the way, old Zhang, you guys were tossed around in the car just now. Are you all okay? In order to race against the black storm, the drivers of several vehicles were driving their snowmobiles like sports cars. Luckily, their driving skills were excellent, otherwise, a single slip would have thrown them all out. Good, very good. Zhang Yongyang laughed. I thought my old arms and legs were gone, but I didn't expect my thighs and calves to be sore after all that running. The remaining elders nodded in agreement, we too. Everyone's at their accommodations tonight. Let's rest for a night or two, Song Haitao said, looking at Hu Yang. Xiaohu, please contact the base hospital and try to get everyone a checkup the day after tomorrow. Everyone's condition has been improving for no apparent reason lately, and he's a little suspicious that some kind of mutation has occurred. Okay, doctor, Hu Yang nodded. After returning to base safely, everyone was in high spirits, with the exception of Zhao Yugong, Lin Xiaowei and his wife, and Mo Shiyao. Mo Shiyao, lost in thought, stared blankly at the bottle of mineral water Jiang Yan had given her. She was puzzled. In such weather, the water in their backpacks was practically frozen. The bottle in her hand was now frozen, but when Jiang Yan had given it to her, it was clearly fresh water. As for Zhao Yugong and his wife, they were both excited and distressed, especially after learning about the outbreak of a virus at the base that claimed many lives. Hu Yang and Zhao Jichao weren't close, so naturally, they didn't know about their daughter Miaomi's condition. It's okay, my dear, Miaomi will be fine. Besides, the virus primarily kills the elderly and the sick. Miaomi isn't one of them, Zhao Yugong whispered, holding Lin Xiaowei's hand. Lin Xiaowei remained silent, secretly wiping away tears. The small mining cart shuttled up and down for a long time before stopping at the ochre-red official entrance to the base. In the distance, the heavily armed soldiers, now all wearing protective suits, caused Jiang Yan's brows to furrow. Zhang Yongyang and several elderly men were stunned, saying, Xiaohu, the virus at the base. It's basically gone. To prevent a recurrence, we increased our security measures at the checkpoint. By the way, everyone should put on medical protective masks. In crowded areas, wear masks as much as possible, Hu Yang said, having a soldier distribute new medical masks to everyone. Jiang Yan had also given several people medical masks, but they were already covered in a thick layer of dust and ripe for replacement. An hour later, Jiang Yan and Sun Jingtao parted ways with Zhao Yugong and his wife, and finally returned to their original rooms. After they had previously disappeared for no reason along with the AS zone, the room they had been assigned remained. Jiang Yan, get some rest first. We can get together later. Su Dai, observing the room still in pristine condition, was in a wonderfully good mood. Jiang Yan smiled. I won't get together. I'm planning to sleep in forever today. Su Dai had no choice but to say, okay, then. We talk after you rested. She turned to look at Yi Qing. Xiao Yi, then you're coming? Yi Qing glanced at Jiang Yan out of the corner of her eye. Thank you, Sister Dai. I won't be coming either. I want to go back and rest. You brat. Su Dai punched him, and then immediately went back into the house with Sun Jingtao. Jiang Yan returned to her room and closed the door. Looking at the plastic curtains and bed, and the pile of pots and pans she bought for show, she suddenly felt a sense of security she had never felt before. Although she had the shelter of the space, after all the wandering, she suddenly felt this sense of security even more palpable upon returning to the base. Perhaps it's because humans, since ancient times, have been accustomed to living in caves, protected by their hard shells, that this sense of belonging is ingrained in our genes. Jiang Yan checked the room thoroughly, confirming that no one had entered before she took Hua Bao and headed straight into the space. The next day, she slept in the space all day. Upon waking, she ate and drank, enjoying a long-awaited moment of relaxation. On the third day back at the base, there was a knock on Jiang Yan's door. Jiang Yan and Hua Bao had been staying in the dimension, lounging on lounge chairs by the pool, listening to music and basking in the sun. She naturally didn't hear the knock. But suddenly, several small dots of light popped up in her mind. One dot was brighter, the other three dimmer. Jiang Yan was surprised and delighted. So, even if someone drank the spiritual spring water, she could detect it even if they weren't in the same dimension. She quickly wrapped herself in a down jacket and down pants, fully equipped, and then left the dimension with Hua Bao. Opening the door, Jiang Yan smiled gently at the worried faces of Kong Wu, Sun Jingtao, and the others outside. "Sorry, I fell asleep. You're all in a group." Their eyes lit up, and the worry on their faces instantly vanished. Kong Wu patted his chest and said, "Sister Yin, my dear sister, you almost scared us to death." Yi Qing was so anxious that he almost broke the door in. Chapter 428. "Sorry, I was so sound asleep," Jiang Yan said, then noticed the noisy footsteps and children's chatter coming from the hallway. Su Dai and Sun Jingtao turned around and greeted them with a smile. "Captain Zhao, Dr. Lin." It was Zhao Yugong and Lin Xiaowei. Jiang Yan leaned over and saw two people holding hands with one. No, a group of children. In addition to Miao Miao, there were two little boys and a little girl. The three children's eyes were red and swollen, probably from crying. Su Dai called out to the three children in a gentle voice, "Hao Yue, Hao Tian, Xiaofei." "Auntie Su," the three children said crisply. Jiang Yan was stunned. "Zhou Hao Yue?" Yi Qing explained in a low voice, "We learned yesterday that when Wanli died in the previous viral attack, it said the child in her womb contracted the virus first, and then passed it on to the mother. She only has 3 children left. Sister Dai felt sorry for them, so she adopted them yesterday." Jiang Yan glanced at Lin Xiaowei, who was holding the 4 children. "So?" Yi Qing said, "Dr. Lin was taking Miao Miao to the mall to buy new clothes for the new year, so she took the 3 children with her." Jiang Yan uttered an "oh," her heart sinking slightly. It was surprising that when Wanli, having finally escaped the clutches of the demon, still couldn't make it. Seeing her vacant eyes staring at the children, Sun Jingtao remembered what Jiang Yan had said when they met again at the base. He couldn't help but say, "Jiang Yan, if we set out to search for the great national weapon later, we will arrange for these 3 children to accompany Miao Miao and leave them to be guarded by the base." The implication was that the team wouldn't be held back by the arrival of a child. Su Dai, for some reason, loves children now, and is nostalgic. Sun Jingtao finished, looking at Su Dai with a look filled with heartache and guilt. Jiang Yan nodded, non-committal. After all, whether to adopt or not, Su Dai and Sun Jingtao were independent individuals with the right to make their own decisions. She also noticed that after the apocalypse, people initially became selfish. But gradually, perhaps because people began to miss the good times before the apocalypse, or perhaps for some other reason, the kindness and maternal instinct within people gradually emerged. Perhaps this is one of the differences between humans and animals. Jiang Yan thought of something. "Do you two still have enough points? If not, I go get you some this afternoon." "Yes, we still have plenty left from the one you gave us last time," Sun Jingtao said, giving Jiang Yan a thankful look. "Zhao Yugong helped me apply for a single dormitory right next door, so the 3 kids can stay here tonight. Due to the virus, the base's population has shrunk significantly. Many dormitories have become vacant." As they spoke, Zhao Yugong and his wife and several children approached. Uncle Sun, Brother Yi, and Jiang. The children were quite sweet-talking, especially Zhou Haoyue. Even after so long, he looked at Jiang Yan with the same admiration he had back in the Repulse Bay neighborhood. The children's eyes were clear and innocent, evoking an inexplicable pity. Jiang Yan couldn't help but rub her head and squatted down. "Are you still in school?" The secret direct passage Hui Yang had taken them through on their return this time didn't pass through the lower levels like ZYX. Zhou Haoyue pursed her lips. "No." Next to her, Zhou Haotian straightened his small back a little and answered for her. "And Jiang, my sister, and I are going to participate in training and competitions at the base." "Training and competitions?" Jiang Yan suddenly became curious. Zhao Yugong smiled and pulled the two children aside. "Okay, Haoyan and Haoyue, your Aunt Jiang Yan and I have something to discuss. Can we talk about it later?" "Yes." The two children nodded shyly. "Jiang Yan, how about we talk while we walk?" "Where are we going?" Jiang Yan finally realized that Yi Qing and the others had come to her to discuss something. "We're going to the base hospital for a checkup." "You forgot. Dr. Song said he arranged a comprehensive checkup for us. Also, afterward, we need to meet the current head of the base, Qin Zipeng." "Jiang Yan, now? I just had breakfast." "It's okay. The base has advanced testing equipment. Breakfast won't affect blood tests or anything like that," Lin Xiaohui said. Jiang Yan glanced at the four children. "Are they getting a checkup too?" Lin Xiaohui nodded. "Yes." "Okay, wait a moment," Jiang Yan said, returning to the room and, as usual, shouldering her black backpack. Closing the door, she magically pulled a handful of candy from her pocket and handed it to the four children. "Eat it after your checkup." "Thank you, Aunt Jiang Yan." The four children's eyes lit up the moment they saw the candy. Zhou Haotian and Zhou Haoyue brought the candy to their noses, sniffed it, and then reluctantly put it back in their bags. "Mom, here's some candy." Miao Miao, the younger one, took the candy and handed it directly to Lin Xiaohui. Her docile demeanor made everyone burst into laughter. Lin Xiaohui smiled and pushed her fist back. "What Auntie gave you is yours. Miao Miao, take good care of it." "Okay, thank you, Mom," Miao Miao said, smiling broadly, imitating Zhou Haotian and the others. She brought the candy to her nose, sniffed it, and then carefully put it back in her pocket. Kong Wu sneered. "Oh, kids are the best. And Auntie Jiang Yan gave me some candy. Sister, my dear sister, I want some candy too." He ignored everyone's gazes, and actually started to act coquettishly with Jiang Yan. Although the others knew he was a little off after drinking the life-saving potion, hearing his words still froze them for a few seconds. Jiang Yan smiled, then actually pulled a candy from her pocket and handed it to him. For no other reason than that, she once again felt that what Kong Wu said and the emotions he expressed were genuine. The group headed towards the base hospital. Along the way, they attracted the attention of many base residents and patrol soldiers. After all, the contrast between Yi Qing, who stood 2 meters tall, and the children, who were just over a meter tall, was stark. However, because Yi Qing, Sun Qingtao, and Zhao Yugong were all armed, everyone dared only observe from a distance and hesitated to comment. As they walked, Zhao Yugong explained, the base has added 2 new training camps for the surviving children. The Yaobin base has sufficient food reserves and industrial chains. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, those living there won't have to worry about food and drink for at least 2 years. This virus wiped out a portion of the population. Perhaps because of this, or perhaps for other unknown reasons, increasing the base's fertility rate and training children to become future pillars of the base have been put on the agenda. Jiang Yan was stunned. Increase the fertility rate? In an apocalyptic environment, it's still unknown how long the average person can survive. Who would want to have a child and endure such apocalyptic suffering? But Zhao Yugong said, yes, the base offers many rewards. Pregnant women not only don't have to work to earn points, but they also receive additional points every month, more than enough for the child and mother to live on. Chapter 429. Lin Xiaohui added, in this apocalyptic environment, most people certainly don't want to have more children. However, earning points without working is very attractive to most ordinary people. In the Yaobin base, points are awarded based on work. As long as you complete the assigned work on time, to quality, and in quantity, you won't starve to death, but you won't be full either. Being able to stay home and be supported by the base is the dream of most ordinary people. So wouldn't that mean some people keep having children and then not work for long periods of time? Jiang Yan recalled a situation that existed in some sparsely populated Western countries before the apocalypse. Of course, but the base doesn't object, Lin Xiaohui said, sighing. Actually, I figured it out now. If you have the means, why should you have to work? Even if you want to demonstrate your value, there are plenty of places to do it. It doesn't have to be through a job assigned to you that you don't actually enjoy. Zhao Yugong, standing next to her, reached out and tugged at her clothes. Wife, this is a bit politically incorrect. Perhaps realizing his words were a little blunt, he softened his tone. You're the angel in white, the one who's always needed. What would happen to the patients if you stopped working? So, I have to work, right? But actually, after all this time out there, after being separated from Yami for so long, I really thought about this. Well, now our family is reunited, and Miao has a new friend. Isn't that wonderful? Xiao Yugong said, looking lovingly at Miao, who was holding his hand. Zhou Haoqian and Zhou Haoyue, for some unknown reason, loved following Jiang Yin, walking at her side, like two little tails. Zhao Xiufei was more reserved, remaining silent except for politely greeting a few people, but he also followed the Zhou siblings. Su Dai looked at the three little ones, and said jealously, "Hubby, I adopted them all, so why aren't they close to me at all?" In terms of approachability, she was much more approachable than Jiang Yin. Sun Jingtao smiled and soothed her. They probably haven't seen Jiang Yin in a while, so it's a new experience. It's only your first day with them, so take it easy, and everything will be fine. What he didn't mention was that, in his understanding, children who had experienced apocalyptic circumstances often harbored a certain admiration for the strong. Although Jiang Yin didn't appear to be armed, and was wearing a very ordinary down jacket, not their combat uniform, she still exuded an air of unwarranted trust. Although the children were small, they had a keen eye for people, no less discerning than adults. That's right, Su Dai was quickly persuaded, smiling. If you can't beat them, join them. I'm going to follow Jiang Yin. Following simply meant holding Jiang Yin's arm. Sun Jingtao, The base hospital was still some distance away, and everyone wandered around the beehive for a long time. Lin Xiaowei had previously worked at the base hospital, and was particularly familiar with the route. However, because she had just returned and had just seen her daughter, she and Xiao Yugong had both taken a few days off and hadn't returned to work yet. Along the way, Jiang Yin learned some new regulations from Xiao Yugong. These regulations were all imposed by Qin Zipeng, who was in charge of base management, in addition to new ones issued after the virus outbreak. In addition to the birth points bonus policy mentioned earlier, all children born at the base, regardless of their location, will undergo standardized intelligence and balance tests upon turning 6. At 12, children will participate in the base's unified military training. After turning 16, those who pass the screening test will also receive weapons training. Jiang Yin was secretly shocked. In this precarious apocalyptic environment, Qin Zipeng could still propose these regulations that care about the future of the base. This man, Qin Zipeng, likely has ideas not much different from Imo Jingxing's. The other screening mentioned by Zhao Yugong was recently proposed by Song Haitao after his return. Song Qian told me this morning that when we go looking for those great national treasures, in the past, we likely used small robots to carry out operations in areas too narrow for adults to pass through. But now, once we're outdoors, robots are useless, and we're left with raw manpower. So, the doctor will select some children with good physical fitness, give them a short training session, and then add them to the team. Zhao Yugong finished speaking, casually glancing at Zhou Haoqian and Zhao Xiufei. However, these children are actually part of the base's training of future forces, and they're participating in actual combat training in advance. Jiang Yin glanced at Zhou Haoqian and the others. Captain Zhao, are they going to participate in the training as well? Probably. However, the screening the doctor mentioned is very strict. They meet the age and height requirements, but there's no guarantee they make the cut, Zhao Yugong said. He then added, it's quite a coincidence that Su Dai adopted them. If they make the cut, it would be the best of both worlds. Jiang Yin shook her head, disagreeing with his words. Outside the base, it's not like inside. This national level $0 purchase sounded like an extremely glorious mission, and it was exciting. But even without considering the possibility of future natural disasters, the actual dangers they faced were no less. As for the so-called narrow passages, she had Hua Bao, so she didn't have to worry. But of course, she couldn't tell Song Haitao and the others about such things. Lin Xiaowei slowed down her pace and pointed to a room ahead, a hexagonal honeycomb with a red cross on it. We're here. 2 armed soldiers stood outside the room, and the door was closed. Lin Xiaowei stepped forward, scanned her ID card and fingerprint, and the door swung open with a swish. The smell of disinfectant filled the air. Everyone followed in. Jiang Yin walked in, looking at the brightly lit and bustling hospital interior, and was secretly shocked for a second. If you ignore the dimness and silence outside, the scene inside is exactly like the pre-apocalyptic world. A nurse approached. Please take your temperatures and put on your masks. Not far away, Song Qian, Song Haitao, and the others were already there. Seeing Jiang Yin and the others, they came over with a perky look. Xiao Jiang. Jiang Yin. Unlike Jiang Yin, Su Dai, and the others who chose to stay home and rest after returning, Song Haitao, Zhang Yongyang, and the others have been busy since their return. Song Qian and Qin Lang too had bags under their eyes, practically looking like Toad brothers. Jian Yin. Jian Yin smiled brightly. Doctor, are you here for a checkup today too? Song Haitao said cheerfully, we finished our checkup yesterday, and today we're here for a follow-up. I have good news for you. The results of this checkup are exceptionally good. Song Haitao said happily, looking at the others. I think you young people will do even better. Chapter 430. 3 days later, the physical examination results came in. Jian Yan's indicators continued to lead, with Yi Qing close behind. To everyone's surprise, Kong Wu's indicators were actually ranked third. Because he accidentally drunk the acid snow, his physical examination included an additional organ test. Unexpectedly, the results showed nothing was wrong. Everyone was amazed at the life-saving potion Mo Jingxing had given Jian Yan. However, the doctor didn't have much to say about the improvement in the others' indicators. Yi Qing's hormone levels are decreasing. His indicators, aside from his own personal factors, are also partly due to hormones, the doctor said. Yi Qing was an evolved human and had been exposed to hormones and other medications in the S&P lab, so the doctor explained. For the others, however, the doctor would only provide the overall results. The details of the tests were considered confidential. Jian Yan had previously undergone a special physical examination during her aviation training and knew her situation was unique. The results of this physical examination also surprised her. She naturally knew that the difference was mainly due to drinking the interstellar spiritual spring water. Zhang Yongyang was somewhat obsessed with evolutionary research. Doctor, what about the others? Have any special substances or mutational tendencies been detected in their bodies? The doctor shook his head. No. The indicators are just better, but otherwise, nothing special. Su Dai suddenly had a thought. Survival of the fittest. However, this time is too short. Could it be some hormonal factor in the air? Similar to the aerosol-like virus that spread everywhere. Impossible, Song Haitao bluntly denied her claim. There are only a handful of people alive today who are exposed to the elements like us. Spreading hormones like this is neither feasible nor necessary. Song Haitao suddenly changed the subject and looked at Jian Yin. Jian Yin, what do you think? Doctor, this is all too technical. I don't understand. Jian Yin smiled, choosing to play dumb. Song Haitao didn't continue the conversation, instead saying, okay, everyone's had enough rest. Let's officially resume training tomorrow, right? Okay. They had more work to do, so they didn't linger. Before leaving, Song Haitao suddenly patted Kong Wu on the shoulder. This is a blessing in disguise, kid. You must behave well next time. Don't let those bottles of life-saving medicine go to waste. Kong Wu grinned, then stood at attention and said seriously yes. I promise to train hard. After parting with Song Haitao and the others, Jian Yin and the others headed straight back to their residence. 2 months passed quickly. The temperature continued to rise, approaching 0 degrees Celsius. After 10 days and 10 nights, the black storm finally stopped. The outside world then calmed down for a while, with no new natural disasters. But the devastating black storm still had a significant impact on the periphery of the base. After the AS zone broke away from the base, the collapsed area had already been covered with ice and snow. Now, it was filled with gravel and rubble, forcing the base to evacuate personnel near the AS zone in advance. After the black storm ended, according to Song Haitao and his team, once the ice and snow melted, the land would be eroded by the accumulated acid snow. Therefore, in addition to the daily supply search teams, the base added several soil excavation teams. Aside from a few soldiers, the excavation team consisted mostly of pre-apocalyptic miners selected from the base. Using specialized equipment, they removed the gravel and ice covering the soil, then dug out the soil beneath, cube by cube, each stored in a snakeskin bag. No one knew how these small piles of soil had vanished from the outside and ended up in the corners of certain base warehouses. They only knew that they were solely responsible for the excavation, while another team would handle the rest. During this time, Jian Yin and her team met with the new base leader, Qin Ziping. The meeting was brief, primarily focused on explaining some precautions for the subsequent search for the Great Power's most powerful weapon. Qin Ziping was about the same age as Mo Jingxing, a military veteran. He was composed, but clearly lacked the sophistication and steadiness of Mo Jingxing. Jian Yan's identity as a reborn being and her special abilities were top secret, known only to Mo Jingxing. Therefore, Qin Ziping viewed her more as a team member, not as highly regarded as the already renowned evolved person Yi Qing. She actually enjoyed this state of mind, quietly participating in training, and in between, she quietly moved soil twice under the guidance of Song Qian and the others. Some of the soil was specifically transported to the plant cultivation area for use in plant cultivation research. Jiang Yin found an opportunity to mix some soil from the black soil in her own space with the soil. She had conducted a small experiment in her room, and the soil from the black soil in her space, when transferred to the real world, also had the effect of promoting plant growth. However, because Mo Jingqing was away, she could only carry out this work quietly. She spent the rest of her time confined to her room. Ever since being adopted by Su Dai, Zhou Haoyue had occasionally enjoyed hanging out with Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin had gradually grown fond of this little girl. With the large shelter of the base, Hua Bao could largely remain within the space, devouring the remaining gold. The space continued to upgrade, but with the spiritual spring now in place, Jiang Yin noticed little change, save for a larger area and the presence of many previously unseen plants. The results of the youth training class selections, as Zhao Yugong had mentioned, were in. Jiang Yin was surprised to find that both Zhao Xiaofei and Zhou Haoqian had successfully passed the selection process. Their physical qualities weren't particularly impressive compared to their peers, but their mental fortitude was exceptionally solid. Recalling their upbringings, Jiang Yin felt a pang of emotion. Later, a major crisis erupted at the base. Some of those who had consumed the two-legged sheep developed a prion attack, which quickly spread to others. The base's population dwindled again during this crisis. The number of personnel originally selected to join the search for the Great Power's weapon had dwindled. After two major outbreaks of the virus, the base discovered that many individuals from Yuzhen and Lian bases had infiltrated. Although thorough personnel screening had largely eliminated these undesirable elements, a sinister atmosphere still hung over the base. The temperature finally rose above freezing, the sun emerged, and a warm breeze began to fill the air. Jiang Yin felt the departure date drawing nearer. That day, she had just pulled a storybook from her backpack and handed it to Zhou Haoyue when there was a knock on the door. Jiang Yin opened the door and saw Li Haoyang and Song Qian standing there. Her eyes lit up. Li Haoyang, you're back? Yes, Miss Jiang, Chief Mo is back too, Li Haoyang said with a gentle smile. Chapter 431. Jiang Yin was stunned, somewhat incredulous. Leader Mo is back too. Li Haoyang, yes. Song Qian, standing next to Li Haoyang, couldn't help but smile at Jiang Yin's expression. When I heard the news, my expression of shock was exactly the same as yours. Jiang Yin, The news hasn't been officially released yet. Only a few people at the base know about it, Li Haoyang said, lowering his voice. He just met with Deputy Leader Qin to discuss recent events at the base. He's currently meeting with Dr. Song and the research team. He said he'd meet with you privately after the meeting. Mo Jingsheng's schedule couldn't be disclosed to the public according to regulations. However, Jiang Yin's identity was quite special, so Li Haoyang chose not to conceal it. Jiang Yin said, "Oh," and then asked, "Will I go with you now?" "Yes, Miss Jiang, please go alone," Li Haoyang said, glancing at Song Qian beside him. "We promised that what happened in the AS area last time won't happen again." Jiang Yin was stunned. "You all know?" "Yes," Li Haoyang nodded awkwardly. "So this time, I asked Brother Song to come with me to find you just in case." Jiang Yin couldn't help but smile. "The last time it came to notify me, it was a stranger. I still trust you." Li Haoyang felt even more embarrassed. "Thank you. Shall we leave now?" He glanced at Zhou Haoyue inside. "Okay." Jiang Yin entered the room and gently instructed Zhou Haoyue. "Haoyue, I'm going out for a while. Can you go home first?" Zhou Haoyue nodded obediently. "Okay, Aunt Jiang." Hearing this, Song Qian half-jokingly and half-seriously asked, "Little Haoyue, why haven't you changed your tune yet? Jiang Yin and Yi Qing are only a few years apart in age. Why are you calling Yi Qing brother and Jiang Yin auntie? You're making her sound old." Zhou Haoyue was both respectful and fearful of soldiers in combat uniforms. Although she was somewhat familiar with Song Qian, the sudden reprimand from him, with his serious expression, instantly made her head droop in fear. "Song brother, you scared the child," Jiang Yin said to Song Qian in a feigned irritation. She reached out and rubbed Zhou Haoyue's head, saying softly, "Okay, it's just a code name. Haoyue, call me whatever you like." Zhou Haoyue slowly raised her head, pursed her lips, and then said, "Sister Jiang. I want to call you auntie, not to call you old, but because—" Her eyes reddened, instantly filling with tears. Jiang Yin was stunned and quickly grabbed a tissue from the side to wipe her tears. Outside, Song Qian's brows furrowed. He hadn't expected his casual remark to bring a child to tears. He remembered Zhou Haoyue. Despite her youth, she was known for her endurance. Why? Jiang Yan asked, wiping her tears. Zhou Haoyue sniffed, her voice growing timid. Because? And he sounded most like a mother. She shook her head, still not daring to speak out. Nothing, Sister Jiang. Go ahead and do your work. I be going home first. She then picked up her storybook, wiped her tears, and went next door. Su Dai opened the door, and was stunned to see Zhou Haoyue, her eyes red. When she caught sight of Li Haoyang and Song Qian at Jiang Yan's door, she was startled again. Li Haoyang, you? Yes. Sister Dai, we're back. Li Haoyang nodded slightly at Su Dai. We're a little pressed for time, we visit you later. Su Dai understood instantly. Then you go ahead and get busy. Come back for dinner. She knew Li Haoyang must have been sent to see Jiang Yan. Although she had experienced the previous incident, she felt more at ease with Song Qian's presence. As usual, Jiang Yan shouldered her black backpack and walked quickly with the two of them towards the base's chief's office. Li Haoyang and Song Qian were both on regular duty hours, so they were noticeably quieter. Li Haoyang chose not to discuss their recent activities, so Jiang Yan didn't ask. After all, if she really needed to ask, perhaps asking Mo Jingsheng would be more direct. The chief's office was a newly renovated area, and the door was filled with soldiers on duty, armed with live ammunition. Perhaps it was the incident in the AS area, or perhaps Mo Jingsheng's return, but Jiang Yan felt a distinctly subdued atmosphere as she walked along. She hadn't felt this way when she and Song Haidao and the others had come to see Qin Zipeng before. She arrived just in time, and from a distance, she saw Song Haidao and the others leaving. She didn't know if it was because they'd been working frantically since returning to the base, but she felt like Dr. Song and the others had aged considerably. Reaching the office entrance, Song Qian paused. Jiang Yan, I won't go in. I wait for you outside. Okay. Jiang Yan followed Li Haoyang into the maze-like office area. After meandering for half a minute, the two stopped at the door of a room. Miss Jiang, please wait a moment. Li Haoyang stepped forward and knocked. Captain, Miss Jiang is here. There was no answer from inside. Just as Li Haoyang thought Mo Jingsheng hadn't heard him, and was about to knock again, the door creaked open from the inside. Mo Jingsheng, standing tall and handsome, dressed in a formal military uniform, appeared before them. He looked a little tired, yet exuded a heroic spirit. Seeing Jiang Yan, Mo Jingsheng's stern expression softened, and a smile played at the corner of his mouth. He said, Jiang Yan, long time no see. Captain! Li Haoyang stood at attention for a second and saluted. Captain Mo, long time no see. Jiang Yan smiled politely, secretly examining Mo Jingsheng from head to toe. Entering the room, Jiang Yan sat down on the sofa. Mo Jingsheng poured her a glass of water and took a seat across from her. He sat upright, looking at Jiang Yan with interest. Why, after not seeing you for so long, are you doubting my identity? Jiang Yan had previously told him about Dr. Chu Hui's heart transplant at the Blazing Flame base. No, it's just a bit of an occupational hazard. Jiang Yan smiled sheepishly, realizing he'd seen through her probing. However, seeing the small scar on his right jaw, she became puzzled. Captain Mo, are you injured? Mo Jingsheng nodded. It's from when I left the base. It's nothing serious. Jiang Yan uttered an "oh," then hesitated. Captain Mo, have you been? I went somewhere else recently. It was urgent, so I didn't have time to tell you. Mo Jingsheng finished, then took out a black envelope with dark patterns and handed it to her. Dr. Song and Qin Zipeng have all told me what happened recently. I'm sorry, I promise you I ensure your safety during our collaboration. I just didn't expect that, in the end, not only would you be in danger, but you ultimately saved the day. So, this is my personal compensation, Mo Jingsheng said, pointing to the black envelope. Open it and see? Chapter 432. What's this? Jiang Yan glanced at the envelope and reached out to pick it up. The envelope was made of a special material and had never been opened. It looked a bit like the ones high-end shopping malls gave to SVIP customers before the apocalypse, with delicate, three-dimensional black patterns printed on it. It also looked like a hard card was placed inside. However, Jiang Yan noticed a CN Aerospace logo and a rocket logo in the lower right corner of the envelope. Mo Jingsheng continued, the method for opening it is the same as decrypting the treasure map. However, that map has your password preset, and this one, the fingerprint you enter now, will become your initial password, he continued. Jiang Yan then noticed a familiar triangle symbol on the back of the envelope, where two diagonal lines intersected. Captain Mo, you're not giving me a shopping card, are you? she said with a smile, and as Mo Jingsheng instructed, she gently pressed her thumb on it. A miracle happened. A bright light flickered along the triangle, revealing an opening along two diagonal lines on the envelope. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. She hadn't expected an envelope to be so high-tech. It looked like the shopping card inside wasn't just any ordinary shopping card. Could it be the savings card for the remaining gold and jewelry Mo Jingsheng owed her? Thinking so, Jiang Yan pulled the card out. SS Area C Card No. MJS. Usage and Precautions. Jiang Yan looked at the words on the card, and was stunned for a second. Is this a SS Area boarding card? If she remembered correctly, when she first arrived at Yaobin Base, she passed by the Silver SS Area, known as the Final Noah's Arkansas. It was an area within the base accessible only to a very small number of high-ranking officials and top personnel. Looking across the entire country, there are fewer than 50 people qualified to ride. Mo Jingsheng smiled and nodded. Yes. But this, it seems to be your card. Jiang Yan paused slightly, as she looked at the abbreviations MJS. She knew what the card meant, and quickly put it back into its envelope, returning it to him. Captain Mo, I can't have this card. This card was made during the construction of the Yaobin Base, an SS zone, in the early days of the apocalypse. It can only record fingerprints once, and cannot be replaced. Mo Jingsheng said, standing up. Jiang Yan, the weather is getting warmer, and our snow dragon will be setting sail soon. We have underestimated the enemy's strength and capabilities. To be honest, we are currently adding some weapons to the snow dragon, but it is likely that you will need to maintain a lot of support during the rest of the voyage. Mo Jingsheng said, clenching his fist at his side slightly. According to the instructions, 2 teams of elite soldiers were to be secretly dispatched to protect Jiang Yan, the chosen one, after she arrived at Yaobin Base. But in the end, after the events of the AS zone, it was Jiang Yan who protected everyone, especially Dr. Song and his team. So, if there truly was someone who could lead the remaining survivors and all of humanity's technology and civilization to survival, then it must be Jiang Yan. And the SS zone was the last chance for survival for the surviving humans of the entire nation. He offered this opportunity to her without regrets. Jiang Yan didn't understand his long-term thinking. She simply assumed he was afraid she'd back down at the last minute, so she said, I know, and I have no intention of backing down. Besides, I signed an agreement with the authorities, and I'm committed to keeping my word. Mo Jingsheng turned around, a hint of apology flickering across his handsome eyes. Most importantly, I still owe you some gold. Something has happened recently, and it's very likely that the delivery of this gold will be later than I promised. Jiang Yan, Okay, that does sound a little depressing. After all, Huabao has almost devoured the pile of gold in the space. However, now that she has the spiritual spring, the space's area and biodiversity are somewhat richer. The only difference is that Huabao doesn't seem to have changed much during these 2 space upgrades. The length and number of its vines remain the same. Also, the true nature of Huabao's devouring function remains unknown. But regardless, she's not as anxious as before. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan smiled calmly and said, as long as the authorities keep their promise and replenish it for me when the time comes, it'd be fine. Of course, but Mo Jingsheng paused. Will the delay in the arrival of gold affect your artifact? Jiang Yan relies on that artifact, and it seems to be somewhat dependent on gold. So, rather than being concerned about the impact of the official delay, he was more concerned about the artifact's impact on the subsequent treasure hunt. Yes, but it's not a big deal. Jiang Yan chose not to hide it. Hearing this, Mo Jingsheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief and changed the subject. Dr. Song also knows about your storage artifact? Jiang Yan nodded, part of it. Mo Jingsheng frowned. Once we set out, the artifact won't be hidden. However, everyone involved will sign a confidentiality agreement, and the soldiers responsible for escorting us will be carefully selected. However, there are some professionals and researchers in the team. We can only use the shackles of agreement to control them. For the most part, you still have to be careful. Warriors can be chosen. Professionals and researchers are already scarce. The confidentiality agreement they signed, to put it bluntly, protects against gentlemen, not villains. Okay. Jiang Yan nodded, then a thought occurred to her. By the way, I remember the treasure hunt atlas said the first destination was Musen Base. Will we still follow this plan when we set out later? When he heard about Musen Base, Mo Jingsheng's expression grew wary and serious. We need to make adjustments. I already know about the secret collusion between Musen Base and Lion Base, and that they noticed you. Mo Jingsheng returned to sit across from her. Tomorrow, you, Dr. Song, and I will reconfirm the specific new itinerary. Here he went, pushing the card towards her again. Please keep this card. Jiang pondered for a moment, then finally took the card. Miss Mo, Chief Mo is in a private meeting inside. Please wait a moment. Li Haoyang's voice suddenly rang out from outside. Mo Shiryu's voice grew louder. No, I'm going in. My brother's been back for so long, why can't I, his biological sister, see him? Mo Jingsheng's room was actually quite soundproof, but Jiang Yan's hearing was impeccable. After hearing Mo Shiryu's words, she realized that Mo Jingsheng hadn't seen her since his return. Seeing her calm and composed demeanor, Jiang Yan stood up and politely said, Chief Mo, since there's nothing else, I take my leave. Bang, bang, bang. Mo Shiryu began pounding frantically on the door. Brother, open the door. It's me. Chapter 433. Outside, Li Haoyang and several soldiers on duty were at a loss for words. They couldn't just drag Mo Shiryu out, so they could only continue to persuade her kindly. Miss Mo, Commander Mo has previously instructed that you won't be seen for an hour. Hearing this, Mo Shiryu became even more furious. All the grievances she had endured recently, and the pain of being betrayed and abandoned by her family flooded back to her. I'm not just anyone. I'm his sister. Inside, Mo Jingsheng, as if oblivious to the noise outside, looked at Jiang Yan calmly. There's one more thing I need to ask you. Commander Mo, please speak, Jiang Yan said, glancing toward the door and whispering, Commander Mo, your sister is at the door. Mo Jingsheng didn't immediately visit his sister after returning to the base. It was his family and personal matter, so Jiang Yan didn't hesitate to ask. I know, Mo Jingsheng took a deep breath and said sincerely, and thank you for saving Shiryu this time. Jiang Yan was startled, then reacted instantly. Mo Jingsheng had met with Song Haitao, Song Qian, and the others beforehand, so he naturally knew everything that had happened along the way. Judging from his words, Song Haitao likely hadn't told her about the life-saving potion. I know your sister used to have some private disagreements with you, but she's actually quite kind-hearted and has a clear sense of what she loves and hates. The only problem is that she's a bit willful, spoiled by me and... Mo Jingsheng's eyes darkened. But I only have one sister like her. She'd join us on the treasure hunt. I hope... Jiang Yan knew what he was going to say, and couldn't help but interrupt. Chief Mo, Shiryu is a good girl. We gotten along well lately, so you don't have to worry too much. The two were of similar age, but their personalities and approaches to life were vastly different. Sometimes, she even envied Mo Shiryu, her impulsiveness, her boldness in love and hate. After a new life, she found herself more conflicted when dealing with some people and situations, lacking Mo Shiryu's freedom and straightforwardness. Or perhaps, their different upbringings had shaped their distinct personalities. Somehow, Jiang Yan's mind drifted back to memories of her childhood. Mo Jingsheng, noticing her sudden lapse into deep thought, didn't interrupt. Faintly sensing Mo Jingsheng's gaze across from her, Jiang Yan quickly pulled her thoughts back. By the way, Chief Mo, what did you ask me to do? Mo Jingsheng realized he'd been distracted for a moment, and coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment. The ice and snow are starting to melt, and it's fallen into the AS area outside. I'd like you to help bring it back. Jiang Yan nodded. No problem. The water outside is still very shallow, with limited buoyancy. Furthermore, retrieving such a large object in an exposed area would be a bit sensitive. So, I can only give you. Arrange a small boat. As for the crew, you can choose a few you trust. Mo Jingsheng, Yi Qing, Song Qian, Sun Jingtao, or Li Haoyang and Qin Lang. Or anyone else, you decide on the accompanying crew. Jiang Yan declined without a second thought. No, I can do it alone. I believe in your personal abilities, but I'm worried that with the rising temperatures, more people will be out and about. Having them here can help you avoid any unnecessary trouble. Jiang Yan insisted, really? Just give me a speedboat. Mo Jingsheng had no choice but to obey. Okay. He changed the subject. In a couple of days, I take you to see the snow dragon and its accompanying weapons. Hearing this, Jiang Yan's face lit up. In our base? Mo Jingsheng smiled and nodded. Yes. Jiang Yan thought of something. By the way, everyone in the base should be your people now, right? Yes, why? Jiang Yan, I want to donate some items to the base, mainly vegetables and fruits. She had previously kept the fruits and vegetables in the space largely untouched, thinking she would use them when she had the opportunity to establish a base. Yes, she had once secretly dreamed of building a small, utopian base when the time was right. But now, with the increasing area of black soil in the space, She felt that the fruits and vegetables she grew would soon catch up to the stock she had purchased before the apocalypse. Of course, after returning to the base recently, she had also secretly given some to Su Dai and the others. With the fresh vegetables and meat, Miao Miao, Zhou Haoyue, and the other 4 kids' appetites visibly increased. Mo Jingsheng raised an eyebrow and glanced at her, his tone tentative. Fresh? Yes. How much? Jian Yan thought for a moment. Let's donate 1 ton each of leafy vegetables and root vegetables. Okay, I thank you on behalf of the base. However, these were purchased before the apocalypse, so you should keep some for yourself. Mo Jingsheng naturally knew that she had bought a lot of rice, flour, grain, and oil before the apocalypse, but she had no idea that her space could also grow fresh produce. Okay. So, is there anything you want? Besides gold and jewelry? Jian Yan thought for a moment. I'd like to study at the rice cultivation facility for a while before I leave. She was self-taught in agricultural cultivation, but rice cultivation was the only thing she was completely baffled by after watching videos. Also, I remember there are some animals in the breeding area at the base that were collected before the apocalypse. Can I adopt one? Just a cub will do. At this point, Jian Yan regretted not buying some cattle, horses, or other animals to bring into her space before the apocalypse. She now had a space full of chickens, ducks, and fish, thanks to breeding with eggs, chickens, ducks, and other eggs. But she felt the animals in her space were too monotonous. Mo Jingsheng was stunned by this request, but readily agreed. Okay, no problem. Then I take my leave first, Jian Yan said, rising. I leave early tomorrow morning to bring back the AS zone. Okay, I have Li Haoyang take you to the base entrance then. Mo Jingsheng stood up to see her off, almost forgetting his sister was still at the door. He opened the door like a gentleman and said, Be careful when you go out tomorrow. As he finished speaking, he met a pair of large, red, and puffy eyes with a row of gossipy, shocked eyes. Li Haoyang subtly suppressed the corners of his lips that were curling wildly, and exchanged glances with the remaining soldiers. Brother, Mo Shiryao said, eyes red and biting her lip as Mo Jingsheng opened the door himself. Seeing it was Jian Yan, she parted her lips, then pursed them in frustration, cursing silently, humph, forgetting your loyalty for the sake of beauty. Even so, she took a deep breath and greeted Jian Yan. Jian Yan. She was wearing training clothes, her fair face flushed, her hair a little damp and messy. She must have learned of Mo Jingsheng's return, and immediately requested leave from the training ground to rush back. Jian Yan felt a little guilty when she saw her, but remembering she was also discussing serious matters with Mo Jingsheng, she suppressed her embarrassment. Shiryao. Li Haoyang and the remaining soldiers looked at Mo Jingsheng with gossipy eyes. Their leader usually showed concern for his subordinates, but his tone was clearly not this gentle. The latter suddenly realized what was happening, and the gentleness on his face vanished, replaced by a cold expression. Li Haoyang, escort Jian Yan back. Yes. Before Li Haoyang could even crack a smile, he quickly stood at attention and saluted. Mo Shiryao entered the house angrily, and plopped down on the sofa. Brother, you didn't even tell me you were coming back. Humph. Before Mo Jingsheng could begin to explain, she suddenly curled up on the sofa, hugging her slender body, tears streaming down her face. Brother, are you going to do the same as Grandpa, Big Brother, Dad, and Mom and abandon me? Chapter 434. Mo Jingsheng had just closed the door when a flash of panic crossed his calm, hard heart. From childhood to adulthood, his sister had never cried so hard. Even at the funeral of her father and mother, who had died for their country, her eyes were red, her fists clenched, and she nearly broke a tooth, but she hadn't shed a single tear. But now? Mo Jingsheng sighed deeply, walked over with heavy steps, leaned down slightly, and gently rubbed her head with his large hand. Silly. The first thing he did when he returned was to see Mo Shiryao. Seeing that she was fine and training diligently in the gym, he hurried back to the office to meet with Qin Zipeng and the others. He was her brother, but he was also a soldier of the nation, the leader of the base, and even more. But he couldn't bring himself to say such words in front of his sister. Because, in front of his sister, he was her only living relative. Mo Shiryao cried even louder, as he gently caressed her head. Mo Jingsheng didn't try to stop her, simply saying softly, Shiryao, I know you're upset. If you want to cry, just cry. I know you blame me for leaving without saying goodbye. You can hit me or scold me if you want. He offered his arm. Mo Shiryao wiped her tears, and snot at his words, grabbed his hand, and wanted to bite it hard to vent her anger. But then she thought about his sharpshooting skills. If she bit him, what would happen to her brother if he encountered the enemy? She wanted to punch him hard, but even though he had changed into a clean military uniform, he couldn't hide his fatigue. She didn't know if he had any injuries. Mo Shiryao, at a loss for words, became even more furious. Brother, why did you leave without saying goodbye? Brother, do you know that Grandpa and Big Brother tied me to a chair and I almost died? Mo Shiryao began to rage hysterically, unleashing her inner frustration. Afterward, she lowered her head again and burst into tears. Mo Jingsheng frowned, then stroked her hair like a kitten, remaining quietly with her. He couldn't answer his sister's questions. Unless he lied. But he didn't want to lie to his sister. After a while, the wailing died down. Mo Shiryao's tears dried, and her voice grew hoarse. Mo Jingsheng remained silent, fetching a hot towel and wiping her face. After wiping her face, Mo Jingsheng looked at her hands, seeing the pile of frostbite marks on them. His heart tightened. Does it still hurt? Are there any other injuries? Concerned words flowed into Mo Shiryao's ears, like streams of warm water, slowly soothing her wounded heart. Mo Shiryao stopped crying, her hysteria having subsided. Brother, where have you been all this time? Mo Jingsheng was silent for a moment before saying, to a more dangerous place. I left in such a hurry, so... He took a deep breath, his eyes unconsciously glancing at the map on the wall. Mo Shiryao understood. Her brother must have been carrying out a state-class secret mission. He would never reveal such a mission, even if he died. She sobbed, her gaze fixed on the black envelope on the table, her pupils shrinking. Brother, this is... When she recalled the black card Jiang Yan seemed to be holding when she left, her eyes widened, and her hoarse voice suddenly rose a few notes. Brother, did you just give Jiang Yan the only escape pass from the SS area? Mo Jingsheng's eyelids twitched, and then he remembered that he hadn't hidden the envelope containing the card. Yes. Why? Mo Shiryu's thoughts, which had just calmed down, suddenly surged again. She stood up suddenly and asked in a questioning tone, Did you also give her a few bottles of life-saving potion? Mo Jingsheng raised an eyebrow. Life-saving potion? Jiang Yan followed Li Haoyang into the corridor leading out of the office area. As they walked through the maze, Li Haoyang explained, the base has multiple exits in every direction. If you're going to salvage the AS zone, I suggest exiting through the base entrance you returned from. It's a bit of a walk to the water, and I have someone hook a small boat to the back of the car. The other exit is near the water, so you can sail directly, but the direction is different, and the compass isn't working right now, so searching might be more difficult. Jiang Yan paused. Can you just give me the boat? I go by myself. As for the direction, as long as we can return the same way, Huabao will be enough. Li Haoyang paused, then advised, Miss Jiang, I went out this morning, and the water was covered in ice. Driving the boat by myself might be a bit inconvenient. There are also a lot of rotting corpses, and you might encounter people from other bases, large and small, searching for supplies. Finding the direction is also difficult. It would be easier with some help. It's okay, I can handle this myself. Okay, I apply for a special metal detector later, and you can bring it with you. Before Li Haoyang escorted Jiang Yan out, Mo Jingsheng had specifically instructed her to follow Jiang Yan's lead, so he didn't want to insist too much. Okay. Jiang Yan nodded, glancing at Song Qian, who was anxiously waiting not far away, and smiled, just take me here. Okay, see you tomorrow morning, Li Haoyang said, waving at Song Qian. As they walked towards their residence, Jiang Yan told Song Qian about her plan to search the AS area the next day. She had originally considered going quietly, but then she realized that if he and Yiqing didn't know where she had been, they might go crazy again, so she couldn't hide it. Like Li Haoyang and the others, Song Qian was still a little worried about her going out alone. Are you sure we don't need to go? No, Jiang Yan smiled. You're worried about the corpses floating in the water after the ice and snow melt, and the bad guys you might encounter. We encountered plenty of them back in Anming. Song Qian wasn't as optimistic as her. Jiang Yan, that was just the beginning of the apocalypse. The bad guys you encountered were, to put it bluntly, ordinary people with a bit of bad intentions. Anyone still alive now is no ordinary person. Even after a few months, those mutants might have undergone new changes. Resources are scarce right now, and the AS zone is made of special metal materials. Mo Zhongqing and Mo Shuifeng know about this. If things go wrong, they send people to look for it. You're going it alone. It would be better if you had a helper to help you sail the boat. Jiang Yan knew that Mo Jingsheng and Song Qian weren't the type to be nagging. They were so concerned for her. But she didn't want to continue arguing, so she simply said tactfully, you forget, I'm not an ordinary person either. If you go, it will only hinder my performance. Song Qian's throat choked upon hearing this, and he didn't know what to say. He pondered for a few seconds before saying, "Melting snow is colder than falling snow. So you should wear more clothes tomorrow." Chapter 435. The next day. Jiang Yan had just emerged from the space when Li Haoyang arrived at her door at the agreed time. "Miss Jiang, may I come in for a moment? I have something for you." "Okay." Jiang Yan opened the door and let him in. Because Jiang Yan was the only one living in the house, Li Haoyang didn't want to go too far inside. After gently closing the door, he pulled a square, somewhat bulky device from his tactical backpack. "Miss Jiang, this is a special metal detector. It can detect special metals within a distance of 1,000 meters. We need it when we go out later to check for other survivor bases underground or inside the mountains. There are only 2 in the entire base, so please return it to me after you're done with it." "Okay." Jiang Yan reached out to take it, using her backpack to toss it into the space. "This is a biochemical respirator. Chief Mo specifically instructed you to wear it when you go out. You don't need to return this." Jiang Yan took it and tossed it into her backpack. "Is the boat ready?" "Yes, it's at the entrance to base number 4. I take you there." "Okay." The two of them walked out and headed towards the base tunnel. The door next door opened gently, and the tall figure of Yi Qing stepped out. Watching Jiang Yan and Li Haoyang's retreating figures, his handsome brows furrowed slightly. Sun Jingtao walked over and gently patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, Jiang Yan will be fine." Back then, in the freezing cold, with a black blizzard and encountering a meteorite formation, Jiang Yan went to Yunding building alone and returned safely. Not to mention now that the weather has improved, it would be as easy as pie for her to go out and come back. Yi Qing curled his fingers. "I'm going with her. Actually, I won't hold her back." "You?" Sun Jingtao chuckled and punched him hard. "I feel like you're acting more and more like a nagging little woman." "Okay, old son, how can you talk like that?" Su Dai tugged at Sun Jingtao and said to Yi Qing, "Xiao Yi, stop doubting yourself. Jiang Yan must have her reasons for doing this." Sun Jingtao agreed, "Yes, my wife is right." Jiang Yan was chatting quietly with Li Haoyang when Hua Bao, who was leaning on her shoulder, gossiped, "Mom, Yi Qing is looking at you from behind," reluctantly. Jiang Yan, Reluctantly, this child's vocabulary is really becoming more and more sophisticated. She seemed to have guessed something, but she didn't look back. Instead, she quickened her pace. Arriving at the base gate, Li Haoyang raised his hand, and the gate swung open with a clang. A blinding light, accompanied by a chill wind, fresh air, and a few water droplets, burst in with a bang. Jiang Yan shivered subconsciously. Song Qian was right. Melting snow is colder than falling snow. The temperature was clearly a few degrees above zero, yet it felt like she'd been transported back to dozens of degrees below zero. Although her body had been transformed by the space, enduring both cold and heat, she still felt the basic sense of temperature. Jiang Yan was momentarily stunned, looking at the water dripping from the base gate and the gurgling stream on the glacier outside. "The snow is still melting, so we're essentially walking on the glacier. We take you and the boat to a deeper part of the stream. The rest is up to you." Li Haoyang stepped aside and opened the car door for Jiang Yan. A boat-carrying cradle was mounted behind the car, and a military amphibious craft was already suspended behind it. It might be called a boat, but it was more like a car. At least at this moment, before entering the water, the amphibious craft's 3 tires were still attached. Jiang Yan knew that the surface of the water outside was formed by melted snow. Although the temperature had risen, there were still some areas where the water was shallow and lacked buoyancy. An amphibious craft like this solved this problem. Luckily, she had also learned how to operate such a craft during her training. She glanced around, her eyes lingering on the 2 spiral metal fittings on the bow. "What is this?" "This is an icebreaker. It prevents large ice blocks or icy accumulations from making it impossible to pass." Li Haoyang finished, about to say he would follow, but when he saw Jiang Yan get into the car with a relaxed and confident look on her face, he stopped himself. The car began to move over the glacier. It felt like they were heading down from the top of the mountain. All the way down, there were trickles of water everywhere. The terrain outside had changed significantly, but Hua Bao quickly reconstructed the route it had taken. It created a map in Jiang Yan's mind, and Jiang Yan told the soldier driving the vehicle the direction. The soldier was shocked and confused, puzzled as to how he could find his way across such a vast expanse of glacier, but he still carefully followed the instructions. After driving for over half an hour, the car slowly came to a stop not far from the vast ocean. On the calm surface of the water, Faint black spots of varying sizes could be seen. The operation of this amphibious boat is the same as that of a speedboat, but there are a few details I share with you separately, Li Haoyang explained carefully. Jiang Yan listened carefully and asked a few simple questions. Then, Li Haoyang and the driver lowered the boat. Miss Jiang, we be waiting here. If you need anything, please use this to contact us. He then handed Jiang Yan a tuned walkie-talkie. Okay. Jiang Yan tucked it around her waist and boarded the boat. Under the worried and suspicious gazes of Li Haoyang and the driver, she navigated smoothly between shallow and deep waters. Once out of their sight, Jiang Yan handed the metal detector to Hua Bao. To avoid any accidents, the two of them returned to the foot of the observatory, then reversed toward the Nanpan River in the direction of the observatory. Jiang Yan drove the boat quietly, occasionally taking out her binoculars to scan the surroundings. Today was a sunny day. It was around 10 o'clock in the morning, and the sun had come out, though without any warmth. The water shimmered, but it wasn't completely empty. From time to time, one could see dark, dense swarms of plankton. Occasionally, one could spot dead branches, or the remains of unknown animals. Hua Bao's eyes darted around, wondering, Mom, will all the snow melt more and more? Yes. Once all the snow melts, the glacier we just passed will become the sea. Ah, wouldn't that mean we end up like Aming? Hua Bao thought back to the city during the previous rainstorm. Back then, the entire city was flooded, its surface littered with garbage and decaying corpses, a scene of hell on earth. Almost. Jiang Yan sighed inwardly. If, back then, the entire city was submerged to more than 10 stories, some high-altitude peaks and high-rise buildings might have a glimmer of hope. Now, once all the snow melts, these cities will likely be deeply submerged. Global oceanification is causing humanity a headache. Chapter 436. Jiang Yan piloted the amphibious boat for a while. As they approached the Nanpan River, they began to see more and more massive ice blocks that hadn't yet melted. Nature's uncanny handiwork, the jagged shapes of the ice blocks, gave the illusion of having strayed into the Antarctic. Soon, through the telescope, Jiang Yan spotted the floating corpse of a massive mutant. The cold temperatures had prevented the corpse from decaying, but from prolonged submersion in water, it had turned pale and swollen, its features horrifying and disgusting. Strangely, besides a dense swarm of tiny insects, the corpse was wrapped in coils of rope, as thick as wrists and resembling intestines. Just as Jiang Yan was about to see what the strange rope was, the rope, measuring over 10 meters long, began to slowly move. It's alive. Jiang Yan finally saw clearly that the intestinal-like creature was actually devouring the rotting flesh of the floating corpse. She had to hold onto the steering wheel tightly with one hand, otherwise she would have almost stumbled back in shock. Hua Bao noticed it too, searching her mind for a moment. Mom, this shape is a bit like the Antarctic nematode. It's about the same length, but not this large. The black worms on the corpse are shaped like water lice, but they're also a bit too large. It's large because it's mutated. As for the Antarctic nematode, Jiang Yan gasped. It seems like creatures from all over the world have likely mixed together. Not just those on land, like the snow geese and snow rabbits Yi Qing had hunted earlier, but also those in the sea. I wonder if large animals, like whales, and sharks survived this natural disaster. If they survived, would they also grow in size? Or perhaps, were they all mutating in ways that would improve their survival, perhaps by becoming smaller, or perhaps even smaller? Whatever the changes, Jiang Yan suspected, they had adapted not only to the differences between freshwater and seawater, but most likely also to the acidic water. After all, given the current water depth, the acid snow that had settled within the ice during the previous extreme cold had likely melted completely. The bottom ice, which had formed first and hadn't yet melted, and the surrounding mountains, acted like a giant container, mixing the melted ice and acid snow with the ice above. In other words, the acidity in the water hadn't been fully diluted yet, and the concentration was likely quite high. Speaking of the acid snow concentration, Jiang Yan peered over to glance at the hull. Sure enough, besides the icicles accumulating, the areas where the waterproof and anti-corrosion material had been applied were now showing signs of blemishes. Jiang Yan's heart was alarmed. Hua Bao, let's take a short detour. Can you find the spot we passed earlier? Well, as long as the diameter doesn't exceed the length of my vine, there's no problem, Hua Bao said, and the vine unfurled 360 degrees. Jiang Yan put down the binoculars and quickly steered, avoiding the dense ice and the decaying corpses. The special metal detector wrapped around Hua Bao's vines beeped. It handed it over. Mom, it's right ahead. Okay. Jiang Yan took a look and sped towards the right front. The closer they got, the shriller the beeping grew. Mom, we're above the AS zone we left earlier. Okay. Jiangyan slowed down and brought the boat to about the edge of the AS zone. Then she turned off the engine and pulled a bundle of barbed rope from the cabin. She handed it to Huabao. First, check to see if the AS zone is still frozen in the ice. Huabao didn't respond. Mom, I go down and see. Who knows, my vines might be strong enough to reach the AS zone. Yeah, that's fine. Huabao plunged into the water with a plop. As he fell, his vines began to extend rapidly. Jiangyan stared at the surface, silently praying that the ice that had previously frozen the AS zone would melt completely. Huabao quickly completed his investigation. Mom, the ice has melted all around. Only a few areas on the sides are stuck. I can handle them myself. No ropes needed. Luckily, the entire AS zone was built on buildings on both sides of the Nanpan River. There wasn't much contact with the ice directly below. Huabao tried to pull, and it worked. Jiangyan breathed a sigh of relief and reached out to grab one of Huabao's exposed vines. Huabao, make sure you reach the AS zone. With a thought, the entire AS zone, through Huabao's medium, instantly vanished from the water and reappeared in the spatial storage area. Before she could rejoice, a vortex formed beneath the entire ship due to the disappearance of a large building in the AS zone, sucking the ship downwards as it fell. Jiangyan froze and quickly started the engine. Huabao, previously submerged in the water, instantly felt the current pressing in from all sides. It leaped upward, lifting the amphibian from the center of the vortex. The boat seemed to soar through the air, landing on the water surface next to the vortex. Bang! The moment it landed, Jiangyan steered the amphibian against the vortex. The previously calm water surface was suddenly rippled by the massive vortex behind her. Unknown creatures tumbled out from the waves. Jiangyan didn't dare to dwell on it. She quickly circled around the edge of the whirlpool and headed back in the direction Huabao had pointed. After the water gradually calmed down and they were out of the danger zone, Huabao said, Mom, there seemed to be some living creatures in that AS zone. Thanks to Huabao's help, the process was a safe one. Jiangyan took a deep breath and slowed the boat. Did you see what those creatures were? No, just some dark shadows. I wonder what they were doing in there. Jiangyan smiled. On the seabed, some sunken ships become dens for sea creatures. This AS zone is likely one too. Huabao exclaimed in surprise. Doesn't that mean we not only brought the AS zone back, but we might have also brought back some food? I guess so. Jiangyan nodded, remembering something. The apocalypse began with a certain event. Afterwards, everyone had largely forgotten about it. But the radioactive materials contained in nuclear contamination aren't simply transported through water. It's very likely that they could be spread secondary through rain, snow, and other sources. In any case, the greater the geographical distance, the smaller the amount. If the world is now oceanized, then what about Xiangqing, where the explosion occurred previously, and other explosions and new leaks occurring elsewhere on the planet that they're unaware of? Jiangyan's thoughts were filled with horror. Zila, the intercom suddenly began to buzz. Jiangyan picked up the phone, and Li Haoyang's voice came over the intercom. Miss Jiang, have you arrived at your destination? Have you found it? Jiangyan knew someone was with Li Haoyang, so she didn't say anything. Yes, we're here, we got it, and we returned. So quickly. Li Haoyang was surprised and delighted. Are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. That's good. Be careful on your return. Okay. By the way, the ice and snow where we just took you has melted and collapsed. We meet you about 100 meters behind. Okay. Jiangyan finished speaking, picked up the binoculars, glanced into the distance, and was about to speed up when she heard a kota, and the boat suddenly froze. At the same time, a stream of icy water flowed into the corner of the cabin through the drain valve. Chapter 437. The power button on the amphibious boats displays screen lit up red. Huabao, sensing something was amiss, dove into the freezing water. Her mind told her, Mom, the propeller is entangled by the Antarctic nematode. Jiangyan couldn't help but sigh as she thought of the disgusting, white, slimy, intestine-like creature she had seen earlier. So annoying. Huabao cursed. Her small leaves transformed into metal blades, slicing through the tangled mass of nematodes in a few strokes. The motor at the rear of the boat began to chug again. As for the water backflowing from the drain valve, Jiangyan suspected it was frozen. Before Huabao could reach her, she retrieved a thermos of hot water from her space and poured it directly into the valve. After a few cups of hot water, the boat was underway again. This time, Jiangyan had learned her lesson and tried to avoid areas with floating ice. Despite the icebreaker installed on her bow, she soon heard a rustling sound from all around the boat as they neared the foot of the observatory. Huabao poked his head out to take a look, exclaiming in surprise, "Mom, it's crabs. Lots of them wearing woolen pants. They must have been attracted by the nematode carcasses." Jiang Yin, This was the first time she heard of crabs still alive since the apocalypse. She shifted the boat into low-speed self-driving mode, poked her head out, and took a look. It would have been fine if she hadn't looked, but she was startled. A dense mass of partially rotten crabs, waving their large claws, desperately crawled into the cabin. This crab was larger than an adult king crab, its legs covered in thick, black hair, and its body covered in dense patterns. The patterns weren't colorful, more like gravel or rubble, quite deceptive. Most importantly, the crab's abdomen seemed to have magnets, clinging securely to the outside of the boat. Jiang Yen couldn't help but gasp. If it were any other time, with so many crabs arriving, she would have considered it a feast. But now, the thought of the rotting corpses and sour snow in the water, along with those disgusting nematodes, made her hair stand on end. A gust of wind blew, bringing a foul odor to her nostrils. Only then did Jiang Yen notice that the bubbles from the crabs' mouths, now free of water, were tinged with sickly blood and yellow-green pus. "Mom, are we going to catch them all?" Hua Bao was already eager to try, extending her vines towards the crabs. Jiang Yen shook her head. "These crabs are questionable. We can't have them." "Okay, then I fan them away," Hua Bao said, and 12 vines whizzed toward the crab's legs. However, to its surprise, the crabs, which it had thought would be easily plucked away, were clinging tightly to the hull. It wasn't a difficult task for it, but it just took a bit more effort than it expected. Still, crabs were crawling onto the boat. Jiang Yin frowned slightly, and with a flick of her mind, she produced a flamethrower from space and fired directly at the crabs' backs. The crabs, heated by the heat, fell into the water with a plop-plop of red legs and shells. Soon, an alluring aroma filled the air. On the shore, Li Haoyang and Lili, the driver, watched eagerly with binoculars. Lili looked at the calm water, a little worried. "Brother Yang, is Miss Jiang going to take the boat out on her own? Will there be any problems?" "No." Li Haoyang wanted to say that even if something happened to them, the other party wouldn't be in trouble, but he felt a bit of a pessimist and didn't say it. Crack! The sound of ice cracking came from under his feet. Li Haoyang frowned and glanced at the ground. "How about we move the car back a bit?" "Okay." Lili got in the car and drove back a bit before stopping. Just then, not far away, a small black dot appeared on the shimmering water. Li Haoyang quickly picked up the binoculars. "It's Jiang Yin. She's back. Let me take a look." Lili didn't know what Jiang Yin was doing out there, and didn't dare ask. But since Li Haoyang was personally escorting her, it meant it was no small matter. "Awesome," Lili said, then reached out to touch his head, then puffed his palms up and glanced at the sky, wondering, "Brother Yang, have you noticed something different about the sun today?" "Yeah, it's warmer, especially now. I feel a warm sensation." Li Haoyang held out his palm mid-sentence. "No, it's not just warm, it's a little bit prickly too. I hope there's nothing wrong with the atmosphere," Li Haoyang thought to himself. Lili nodded. "I thought it was just my imagination." Li Haoyang frowned, preparing to tell Song Haitao and the others about this discovery once he returned to base. However, the base's scientific research team has a team dedicated to monitoring the external weather and environment, and they should also notice such changes. Just as she was thinking this, Jiang Yan's boat was already approaching. She was driving very fast. Soon, they reached shallow water and lowered the tires of the amphibious craft. Although she was a decent driver and boatman, she wasn't very good at navigating shallow, icy waters. This amphibious craft only had 3 wheels, and the slippery, wet surface made it very difficult to navigate. From Li Haoyang and Li Li's perspective, it looked like Jiang Yin was swerving on a disobedient 3-wheeled motorcycle. Li was a little anxious. "How about I go help her?" "Okay, there's a crack in the ice near the water, and the ice is very thin." "Be careful," Li Haoyang said, pulling out a rope and tying it around his waist. Jiang Yin on the boat saw Lili about to step into the water to reach her and quickly said, "Don't come over here, I'd be there soon." With that, she slammed the accelerator, and the boat sped towards them like a loach. Lili was startled and quickly took several steps back. "Miss Jiang, you're driving a bit too aggressively." Li Haoyang smiled but said nothing. Jiang Yin stopped the boat, and the boat slid a little further on the ice. Lili praised her sincerely. "Miss Jiang, you're a good boatman. Although the twists weren't pretty, it was still icy, and it wouldn't be easy for ordinary people to control. Thank you, Jiangyan thought to herself. If they hadn't had to go back the same way, and there were 2 people guarding them, Hua Bao would have easily gotten her and her boat to shore. She jumped out of the cockpit, and Li Haoyang came up to greet her. Did you encounter any accidents along the way? After saying this, he couldn't help but sniff. The sharp icebergs of ice surrounded them, accentuating the distinct aroma of charred protein from the ship's hull. Li did the same, even swallowing his saliva. The 2 exchanged glances for a second. Ms. Jiang, do you smell hairy crab? I smell spicy crab. Jiangyan chuckled. You 2 have quite a keen sense of smell. Li Haoyang, Li, Jiangyan, get in the car first. I tell you more later. After connecting the amphibious craft, Jiangyan climbed in and told him about the nematodes and crabs she encountered along the way. However, she didn't mention the impressive flamethrower in her space, only that she had made a makeshift torch out of oil and cotton to burn off the swarm of mutant crabs. Back at the base's entrance number 4, Jiangyan returned the metal detector to Li Haoyang. Li Haoyang jumped out of the car and was about to open the door for Jiangyan when a tall, handsome young man walked over before him. Chapter 438. Yiqing? Jiangyan was startled, and subconsciously glanced at Yiqing. Unlike the others, who were wrapped up like dumplings, Yiqing was resistant to the cold. Today, he was dressed in a tight black combat uniform, paired with clean, shiny high-top combat boots. His hair looked freshly trimmed, and he looked handsome and energetic. Yiqing wasn't actually very old, but after experiencing the apocalypse, the youthfulness on his face had faded, and he had become much more calm and reserved. As Mo Jingsheng's personal guard, Li Haoyang was one of the best in Yaoben base in terms of physique, appearance, and fighting skills, but he was clearly outshined by the more secure Yiqing. The latter leaned over slightly to open the door. Jiangyan said thank you and jumped out. Are you okay? Yiqing quickly checked Jiangyan from head to toe. Seeing that she was unharmed, his slightly furrowed brow relaxed. Jiangyan was bewildered. I'm fine. Why are you here? The national treasure hunt was about to begin, and Yiqing had been assigned to the core escort team of the Snow Dragon. Recent training had been intense, with no breaks at all. Any requests for leave required direct contact with Mo Jingsheng, and the requirements were incredibly strict. And his unexpected appearance here now surprised Jiangyan. You didn't have training today? Yes. But Yiqing said calmly, I asked for leave from Chief Mo. Jiangyan, In fact, as the car approached Gate 4 of the base, she had sensed through the spiritual spring water that someone was waiting there, motionless. She just didn't know it was Yiqing. Jiangyan glanced at him again and said bluntly, Did you come here specifically to wait for me? Yiqing's eyes flickered, and his ears suddenly blushed. Yes. There's something I want to talk to you about alone, he said, taking a deep breath. Jiangyan paused, worried. Is something urgent? Lately, every night, unless there were special circumstances, Jiangyan would go to Su Dai's house for free food and drinks. Not really, after all, she always left with a full bag and returned empty-handed. But as Su Dai and her friends would say, people need company when dining. The more people there are, the better the meal tastes. Especially with Zhou Haoyue and the others around. The dinner table was bustling with chatter, and it felt like a homely atmosphere. This warm and lively atmosphere was something Jiangyan had rarely experienced in both her previous and current lives. After all the setbacks they had endured, their relationship had become something akin to family. If anything happened, everyone would talk about it at the dinner table that evening. At this moment, Yiqing suddenly took a leave of absence to come talk to her. Jiangyan's first reaction was to wonder if something had happened to Su Dai and the others. Yiqing said, No, it's about me. It's not convenient to talk about it here. I tell you later. Jiangyan, Li Haoyang and Li, who were following behind, looked at each other for a second. Brother Yang, should we follow or not? According to Mo Jingsheng's instructions, Li Haoyang was responsible for getting Jiangyan safely out and back to the base, at least, back to Mo Jingsheng. After all, Jiangyan still had important supplies to transfer back to the base. Li Haoyang was silent for a second. Follow from a distance. Outside exit 4 of the base was a small, half-raised hill. The ice and snow had melted, and small streams trickled across the ground. Jiangyan and Yiqing checked their identities and entered the base. Li Haoyang and Li parked their car and followed. The entrance area was, as usual, pitch black. The 4 of them made many turns and boarded the small mine cart that led to the core area of the base. However, Li Haoyang and Li Li sat some distance away. Jiang Yan could be seen, but their conversation was inaudible. The cart sped through the dark tunnel. The clamor of what's more mixed with the cold wind made it impossible to speak, and even impossible. The two of them remained silent. Soon, the light began to brighten, and they had reached the station. Yi Qing jumped down first, then extended an arm. Jiang Yan, without pretense, supported him and jumped down. After a maze-like journey, and passing through several more gates, they finally entered the core area of the base. Looking at the honeycomb-shaped rooms everywhere, Jiang Yan felt a sense of peace. Yi Qing spoke. During our guard training this morning, we mentioned that after we board the ship, we will select one person from each of the guard groups to serve as special assistants for you and Dr. Song. However, this is just a plan and hasn't been officially implemented yet. However, I already applied to Chief MO for this. Jiang Yan felt relieved and asked in surprise, "Is this what you wanted to tell me?" Yi Qing, yes. Then why did you go and guard the base gate? Jiang Yan realized mid-sentence. He probably knew she was going out on a solo mission, and was worried, so he went to guard the base gate. Jiang Yan's blunt words only made Yi Qing's ears blush even more. He pursed his lips, offering no explanation. A hint of awkwardness lingered in the air. Jiang Yan changed the subject. What's a special assistant? It's someone who is solely responsible for your safety, food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Jiang Yan, The first half was fine, but the second half sounded a bit outrageous to her. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan said, food, clothing, shelter, and transportation? Shouldn't we choose a woman? Yi Qing said truthfully, our trip isn't safe. Besides, the people from Yuzhen and Lion Base are targeting you, not to mention other hostile forces lurking in the shadows. An average female soldier wouldn't be able to fight effectively. And, when I say food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, I don't mean living with you. You just be guarding the door during your rest time. Yi Qing added, fearing she might misunderstand. Jiang Yan. She has the powerful weapon Hua Bao, so why would she need a special assistant? After a moment's thought, she politely declined, saying, Dr. Song does need protection, but as for me, I can protect myself. Yi Qing seemed to have guessed what she would say, and without further explanation, simply said, I already applied to Chief MO. Jiang Yan. So what did he say? He said that ultimately, he have to listen to your opinion. Yi Qing paused, turned, and looked at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, do you agree? Jiang Yan firmly replied, no. She really didn't need protection. Although he had guessed the answer, a hint of disappointment still flickered in Yi Qing's eyes. He remembered what Su Dai had told him today. Jiang Yan would most likely respond to soft tactics rather than hard ones. He gritted his teeth, his voice instantly weakening. My health isn't very good. Jiang Yan's head shot up. What do you mean? The drugs, hormones, and viruses injected into me by the SNP lab are constantly evolving. I'm worried I might accidentally do something wrong one day. Seeing the resolute expression disappear from Jiang Yan's face, Yi Qing felt a surge of relief. He then continued, only you can save me like you did last time. And I can protect you just as well. At least, I'm more suitable than Song Qian and Li Haoyang. Yi Qing was clearly not good at lying, especially in front of Jiang Yan. As he spoke, his eyes flickered. Jiang Yan noticed it, but didn't expose him. Besides, the toxin-like substance in Yi Qing's body could actually be suppressed by the presence of black Tai Sui. She could just give him some more black Tai Sui to put on him. So his reasoning and logic were clearly somewhat untenable. However, Jiang Yan didn't say it directly. She thought for a moment, then looked up at him with a smile and said, Yi Qing, how about we have a fight? Chapter 439. Yi Qing looked at Jiang Yan with a serious expression, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Jiang Yan's lips curled, and she said, half jokingly, half seriously, if you beat me, I agree to your proposal. If not. Before she finished her words, Yi Qing's clear, bright eyes dimmed. I won't fight you. He lowered his head slightly, and took a deep breath. There's no such thing as fighting you in my vocabulary. Even if it's just a sparring match. The last few words abruptly cut off Jiang Yan's words. Li Haoyang stepped forward with a walkie-talkie, interrupting their conversation. Miss Jiang, Chief MO asked if we returned. I said we had, and he said if it's convenient for you, let me take you directly to warehouse number 9 to rendezvous. Warehouse number 9 was the warehouse where the large pile of gold given to Jiang Yan had been stored. It was very large, with high ceilings. Even if the AS area was retrieved, for safety reasons, it would have to be kept at the base. So Jiang Yan guessed that Mo Jingsheng wanted to store the AS zone there. Okay, Let's go straight there. She glanced at Yiqing. I have something to hand over to Chief Mo. Do you want to come with me? I'm not going. I wait for you at home. Be careful, Yiqing said, clenching his fist and turning away. He didn't even glance at Li Haoyang or Li Li. He was a little angry. He clearly had something else to say to Jiang Yan. What a great opportunity, but Li Haoyang interrupted him. He knew he was talking about something serious, but he was still angry. At home, waiting for you? Li Li approached with a curious expression. He wasn't familiar with Jiang Yan, but he had heard of Jiang Yan and Yiqing for a long time. Naturally, he knew a little about the small team of Jiang Yan, Su Dai, and theirs. Li Haoyang glared at him. When did you become so nosy? Jiang Yan watched Yiqing disappear around the corner, then retracted her gaze and explained, We're all close friends, and our dormitories are next to each other, so we're used to calling each other home. Li Li, having just been warned by that look, stole a glance at Li Haoyang and couldn't help but sigh, That's great. I envy you this kind of relationship. The word home was unfamiliar to him, and it was unfamiliar to many others. After the apocalypse, he had no home. The army was home, and the base was also home, but there was no warm warmth or loving parents. Somehow, a bitter feeling flickered in Li Li's heart, and he smiled bitterly to himself. Jiang Yan smiled, non-committal, let's go. Halfway through, Li Li returned to report back to the team, leaving Li Haoyang and Jiang Yan alone. When they arrived at the outer door of warehouse number 9, many people in white hazmat suits were already standing outside. Some carried pesticide spray barrels, others clutched fire hoses bulging with water, and still others carried fire tongs, rakes, nets, bags, and bottles. It was quite a scene. Miss Jiang, this way please. Li Haoyang led Jiang Yan into a side room. Looking at Mo Jingxing, also fully armed in a white hazmat suit, Jiang Yan was stunned. Captain Mo, what's this? The previous visit to warehouse number 9, with its numerous access control systems, was understandable, given the sheer volume of gold it contained. Now that the gold was in Jiang Yan's space, the two of them had no problem traveling. But what about all the hazmat suits? Mo Jingxing got straight to the point. Li Haoyang told me your ship encountered creatures, like mutant crabs and Antarctic nematodes? Jiang Yan, yes. Mo Jingxing, we suspect there may be other mutant organisms or virus remnants in the AS zone. For now, the AS zone will be stored inside the base, and the metals will be reused later. To avoid accidents, disinfection is necessary. Jiang Yan sighed, remembering a previous large-scale viral outbreak at the base. So, she understood the current mobilization. Indeed, it's right to be cautious. By the way, did you wear that protective mask when you went there? Mo Jingxing asked, glancing at the protective glove she had never removed. Yes, I did. Jiang Yan actually didn't wear one. She had no direct contact with the AS zone, she was simply tossed into space through the air. However, there was no need to explain to Mo Jingxing. A female soldier came over and led Jiang Yan to disinfection and change clothes. Then, Mo Jingxing led her through the outer door of the warehouse. After closing the outer door, he opened the inner door. The inner door was completely empty. Jiang Yan scanned the warehouse and waited until he had closed the inner door before asking, Captain Mo, are you sure the AS area is here? Mo Jingxing nodded yes. He had no intention of leaving. I'd like to stay here and witness this miracle with my own eyes. Is that convenient? Jiang Yan shrugged, of course. She took off her backpack, unzipped it, and reached inside. Mo Jingxing's serious expression vanished, and he leaned over with curiosity. That storage artifact is actually this backpack? Jiang Yan said calmly, you could say that. I always thought you obtained something like a space ring, Mo Jingxing said with a sudden smile. Jiang Yan was stunned. What's a space ring? Dr. Song told me it's something like a portable storage device in interstellar civilizations. Like an ordinary ring, it can be carried around and used to store mechas, weapons, or personal belongings. It's extremely convenient. Mo Jingxing paused. Sorry, we discussed your storage device behind your back and suspect it might be from a higher dimensional civilization. But Dr. Song is trustworthy, so don't worry, he added. Jiang Yan smiled. I know. This was also why she hadn't hidden her space ring from Song hideout during their time outside. Of course, the two of them would collaborate further, so they couldn't hide it. Captain Mo, are you ready to witness a miracle? She asked. Mo Jingxing nodded earnestly, holding his breath. Yes, I am. Afraid of missing any details, he didn't dare blink. The next second, a massive building, brimming with icy coldness, silently appeared before them. Crushed ice, mud, icy water, and an unknown soft substance flowed down from the entrance and walls of the AS area. The temperature of the entire warehouse suddenly dropped several degrees, and a strange, fishy smell filled the air. Soon, several mutant crabs emerged from the cracks. Mo Jingsheng's pupils shrank slightly, his heart and eyes filled with shock. The two of them left the building. The staff responsible for disinfection and sampling entered. Returning to the office and removing his protective suit, Mo Jingsheng's mood remained lingering for a long time. He knew Jiang Yan had a storage device, but Jiang Yan had kept it a secret. None of the footage of the supplies being collected had been captured by satellite surveillance. So Mo Jingsheng only knew that she had purchased many items, which had disappeared without a trace. The rest of his knowledge was based on deduction and speculation. Now, seeing the behemoth AS area appear before him, he felt his worldview completely overturned. "It's getting late. Let's have lunch here," he said politely, pointing to two steaming bowls of beef noodles that had just been served. Jiang Yan was about to refuse when Mo Jingsheng continued, "I just happen to have a few things to do. Let's talk while we eat." "Okay then." Jiang Yan didn't know what to say anymore and sat down across from him. "You're from Anming. I heard you can handle spicy food. This one's for you," he said with a smile, handing Jiang Yan one of the bowls of beef noodles, dripping with red oil. Chapter 440. This. Looking at the fragrant bowl of beef noodles before her, Jiang Yan couldn't help swallowing. The noodles were translucent white, soft, and chewy. The beef was small, each about the size of a little finger. It was garnished with 2 or 3 fresh mint leaves and a few small circles of bright red chili peppers. The ingredients looked few, but Jiang Yan knew they were incredibly precious in this end-of-the-world world of scarcity. Mo Jingsheng, fearing she might find them scant, explained, "The mint and chili peppers are both lab-grown, and the quantities are limited. As for the noodles, they're not from inventory, they were handmade today by the chef at the base." "Try it first?" Mo Jingsheng asked, handing her a pair of chopsticks. Before Jiang Yan could even begin to eat, Hua Bao had already slurped down a small leaf. "Mom, it's not poisonous." "Thank you, baby." Hua Bao's gesture warmed Jiang Yan's heart. There were many things along the way she hadn't considered, but Hua Bao had thoughtfully considered them. When it wasn't needed, it remained quietly, causing no trouble for Jiang Yan. Having Hua Bao by her side was her greatest reward and fortune in this new life. Although it wasn't poisonous, Jiang Yan frowned slightly as she gazed at the overflowing bowl of noodles with her chopsticks. Seeing she showed no sign of moving, Mo Jingsheng couldn't help but wonder, "What's wrong?" "It's too much. I can't finish it," Jiang Yan said with a wry smile. Before the apocalypse, the Clean Plate campaign was also advocated, but even if you couldn't finish your food, you shouldn't force yourself to eat. But now, wasting food isn't just shameful. If discovered by the base, you might face punishment. Hearing this, Mo Jingsheng smiled. "I thought the noodles weren't to your liking. If you don't mind, I help you?" he said. "Yes." "Then you watch." "Okay." In the end, only 1/3 of the noodles remained in Jiang Yan's bowl. Mo Jingsheng, somewhat surprised at how little she ate, shared all the beef cubes in his bowl with her. Jiang Yan didn't want to share any more and simply buried her head in her food. Although he said they were talking while eating, Mo Jingsheng was focused on his food, showing no sign of discussing work. He ate quickly though, probably a habit he developed during his early years in the military. Jiang Yan hurriedly finished her meal and finally said, "By the way, Commander Mo, I still have the ammunition depot in the AS area. Do you want to return it to the base?" "No, I have some more weapons for you after we depart," Mo Jingsheng said, taking a deep gulp from his water glass. Jiang Yan asked again, "What about the seed bank?" "These are all official assets, especially the seed bank, which was originally on the treasure map. We won't need them for now. When everything is collected, we make a unified transfer," Mo Jingsheng said, gulping down another glass of water. Jiang Yan, puzzled, looked up at him, stunned. Mo Jingsheng, usually handsome and stern, now had red eyes, lips, and face. Jiang Yan, "Captain Mo, do you have a food allergy?" They had just been chatting and eating noodles, and why did Mo Jingsheng suddenly look like this? This was the only possibility she could think of. "Yeah." A hint of embarrassment flashed in Mo Jingsheng's eyes. He gulped down another glass of cold water before saying, "I can't handle spicy food very well." The man shed blood but not tears. He hadn't expected that when he was helping Jiang Yan share the noodles, he hadn't noticed 2 slices of chili pepper hidden inside. He felt his mouth and stomach burning, a burning sensation. Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh as she pulled a bottle of Pepsi from her backpack. Drink this, maybe it help. Mo Jingsheng reached out and took it, smiling. It's not expired, is it? No. I'm kidding, Mo Jingsheng said, carefully unscrewing the cap. The cola showed no sign of spilling out, and he instantly understood that it had been taken from Jiang Yan's magical storage device. After all, Jiang Yan had been out and about, and if she had been carrying it with her, the cola would have bubbled the moment it was opened. He didn't drink it all in one gulp. Instead, he gave Jiang Yan half and began to drink. After a few sips of Coke, the burning sensation in his mouth and stomach instantly subsided. Mo Jingsheng then asked, "Can the things stored in your space ring maintain their original state?" Jiang Yan was stunned. "How do you know? This man's observation skills are a bit too good." Mo Jingsheng curled his lips. "The crushed ice in the AS area, the water, and this bottle of Coke all prove it." He glanced at his watch and changed the subject. "By the way, there were new discoveries at the Research Institute today." Jiang Yan, "What discoveries?" "The ultraviolet rays in the air are getting stronger. It's very likely that the ozone layer is depleting." Mo Jingsheng paused. "Also, global oceanization may be more severe and faster than we previously anticipated. The glaciers in the south and north poles are already melting at an accelerated rate." Jiang Yan was shocked. The glaciers in the south and north poles had already melted somewhat during the previous apocalyptic heat disaster. Now, with the glaciers in these two regions melting again, coupled with the vast amount of ice remaining on the planet due to the extreme cold, the number of areas on the planet facing seawater inundation will only increase. Hua Bao interjected, "Mom, even if all these glaciers melt and global oceanization occurs, it's impossible that even those high-altitude areas will be flooded, right? According to scientific calculations, if the Antarctic and Arctic ice caps completely melt, excluding the ice caps added by the extreme cold, sea levels will rise by approximately 65 meters. Many cities on the planet are only 20 to 30 meters above sea level. Setting that aside, the Antarctic ice cap holds 70% of the world's freshwater reserves. Once the glaciers melt and mix with seawater, which is mingled with decaying corpses, radioactive materials, and so on, water will become a scarce commodity for humanity. There's water all around. But it's all undrinkable water." Jiang Yan shared her concerns with Mo Jingsheng. "What you're thinking about is exactly what we're worried about right now." Mo Jingsheng frowned. "A treasure hunt won't take a couple of days, or even months, it'd likely take years. Drinking water along the way is also a problem. The base has some advanced filtration equipment, but things like radioactive materials require specialized, large-scale equipment to handle. So when the time comes, we put some of the ice and snow stored at the base into your space ring. Is that okay?" Mo Jingsheng had already accepted the concept of a space ring. Jiang Yan didn't correct him, nodding, "No problem." The thing she had the most in her space ring was water. That stream seemed to be an endless supply, inexhaustible. However, since the base had provided it, she would keep it for now. Knock knock, Li Haoyang called from outside. "Captain Mo, Researcher Zhang has an urgent report." "Come in." Mo Jingsheng sat up straight, his face suddenly becoming more dignified. Jiang Yan was about to stand up and say goodbye when he stopped her with a raised hand. "Let's listen together." Li Haoyang walked in with a thin, elderly man wearing thick glasses. The old man's face was solemn, and he held a stack of A4 sheets of paper. "Captain Mo, the test results for the organisms in the AS zone are in." "Yes, go ahead," Mo Jingsheng said, serious yet polite. Jiang Yan suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of oppression from his subordinates. Researcher Zhang began to speak. The mutant octopus sample detected a nuclear radiation dose of 300 millisieverts. Chapter 441. 300 millisieverts of nuclear radiation? Jiang Yan was stunned by the technical term she heard for the first time. Just as she was about to ask Hua Bao, the light computer, Mo Jingsheng interrupted Researcher Zhang and said coldly, "Just tell me the results." "Okay, Chief Mo." Researcher Zhang was old enough to be Mo Jingsheng's grandfather, but he held this young, accomplished, and decisive leader in awe. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, paused for a moment, and spoke succinctly. "The test results show, 1. With the recent melting of ice and snow, aquatic life has not only mutated and mixed with freshwater and marine life, but also exhibited signs of severe nuclear contamination. The source of the contamination may have come from a previous nuclear leak, or perhaps partly from the self-destructive explosion in Xiangqing. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that the contamination originated from other countries or regions. Or, we have a worst-case scenario." Researcher Zhang paused, his frail body trembling slightly. from the release of the Natural Disaster Simulation Laboratory. After all, the Natural Disaster Laboratory can produce acid snow, and adding some radioactive materials shouldn't be difficult. Mo Jingqing listened attentively, his brow furrowed. Any other findings? The data we just monitored shows that the ultraviolet rays in the air are becoming increasingly stronger. Furthermore, we detected a decrease in oxygen. We infer that not only is the ozone layer thinning, but it's very likely that the atmosphere is thinning as well. As researcher Zhang presented his report, Li Haoyang stood quietly by his side. He listened for a while, and subconsciously glanced at Mo Jingqing and Jiang Yan. With just one glance, Li Haoyang was stunned. Since the apocalypse, humans haven't seen sunlight for a long time. Mo Jingqing's return to his original pale complexion was expected, but those moist, red eyes, and slightly swollen lips. Oh, it must be the result of the heartbreak of the sibling reunion. But it seems like it only appeared just now, while he was having lunch with Jiang Yan. Thinking of this, Li Haoyang glanced at Jiang Yan with some curiosity. She looked calm, as if she was pondering researcher Zhang's words. Li Haoyang suddenly realized he was overthinking things and secretly pinched his fingers to bring his wandering thoughts back to normal. Researcher Zhang, taking all this into account, it's very likely that we won't be able to eat any animals or plants from the outside world anymore. Mo Jingqing clenched his fist, slowly rubbing his thumb and index finger together. Continue. We also detected a positive sign. The planet's magnetic properties are recovering. This means the compass will soon be operational again. Although the accuracy won't be high, it will be a significant aid to our subsequent search operations. Mo Jingqing breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Yes, very good. Also, considering the consequences of increased ultraviolet radiation, the base needs to expedite the production of a batch of UV-resistant protective clothing. Researcher Zhang finished, breathing a sigh of relief. That's all. Chief Mo, I completed my report. Mo Jingqing glanced at him approvingly. Do Dr. Song and Chief Qin know about this? Researcher Zhang, Chief Mo, we don't know yet. We came to you to report as soon as we got the data. Mo Jingqing raised his hand, pinching his brows, and instructed Li Haoyang, notify the core team to meet in the conference room in 10 minutes. Yes. Li Haoyang saluted and walked out. Researcher Zhang, you should also go and synchronize these materials. Okay, Chief Mo. Researcher Zhang also walked out. With only the two of them left in the room, the previous tense and stressful atmosphere instantly dissipated. Jiang Yan had been out and about all morning, and was just looking for an excuse to slip away when Mo Jingqing spoke up. Jiang Yan, what Researcher Zhang said will affect our future operations. You should come along. It wasn't a question, it was a statement. Jiang Yan, okay. Mo Jingqing suddenly glanced at her inquiringly. Jiang Yan, that life-saving potion. Jiang Yan's heart skipped a beat, but she feigned innocence as she glanced back. Question mark. Perhaps realizing his expression was too serious, Mo Jingqing raised the corner of his lips and smiled. Sure, Yao asked me about it yesterday, and I told her it was instructions from higher-ups. I don't have any left, so I give it all to you. Jiang Yan hadn't expected him to actually cover for her. Thank you. But wouldn't it be a bit awkward to let higher-ups take the blame? Hearing this, Mo Jingqing couldn't help but smile. I believe that if it wasn't Kongwu who was in trouble, but Shi Yao, or anyone else on the team, as long as you still had that life-saving potion, you would help, right? Jiang Yan nodded. Of course. So, I wasn't wrong about you, and neither were the higher-ups. We're willing to take the blame, Mo Jingqing said with a confident smile. He turned, picked up a laser pointer from the table, and began to study the map in the center of the room intently. The map was colorfully marked with parameters like altitude, longitude, and latitude. Jiang Yan had expected him to ask about the life-saving potion. But Mo Jingqing seemed uninterested and simply ignored it. This made Jiang Yan breathe a sigh of relief. But the higher-ups weren't mistaken about him. What did they mean? It sounded as if Mo Jingqing knew everything about his superiors. Jiang Yan speculated a bit, glancing at the dark circles under Mo Jingqing's eyes. Remembering what Li Haoyang had told him earlier on the way, Mo Jingqing had slept for less than 2 hours since returning to base. She couldn't help but ask, aren't you going to take a break? I'm not tired, Mo Jingqing said, continuing to read intently. Jiang Yan curled her lips, rummaged through her backpack, and with a thought, she pulled out 2 bottles of Starbucks coffee from her space and handed one to him. You have some. Thank you. Mo Jingqing took it and carefully put it in the drawer. This was Jiang Yan's first time attending a formal meeting of the base's top management. The meeting was efficient and professional, But because so many issues were covered, it was almost 6 in the afternoon when it ended. After the meeting, Mo Jingsheng had to discuss the next steps in Yaobin Base's defense with Qin Zipeng, so he arranged for Li Haoyang to personally escort Jiang Yan back. After leaving the core office area, Jiang Yan stopped Li Haoyang. Haoyang, I go back on my own. Li Haoyang was a little worried. For safety reasons, the roads near the core office area are periodically adjusted at the base. Miss Jiang, do you remember? These adjustments actually involve flexible switching of the honeycomb doors along the road. It's precisely because of these switching that this passageway feels like a maze. However, Jiang Yan has Hua Bao. Jiang Yan said confidently, yes. Don't worry. Okay, when you're back safely, call me on the intercom. Li Haoyang checked the time. It was the time when work and training ended at the base. After passing this core area, there were a lot of people outside, so there was no need to worry about anything happening to a girl like her. Okay. Jiang Yan said goodbye to Li Haoyang and headed towards her dormitory. Halfway through, a somewhat familiar yet unpleasant figure appeared before her. Hey! Miss Jiang. It was Qin Lei. When Jiang Yan returned to the base, Zhao Yugong and Lin Xiaowei had heard a lot of gossip about the base recently. Among them was the infamous Qin Lei, Master Qin. Chapter 442. Jiang Yan glanced coldly at Qin Lei, pretending to ignore him, but inwardly she chuckled. What a bummer. She raised her leg and pretended to walk past him, but unexpectedly, the man raised his finger, sneered, and the people behind him immediately surrounded Jiang Yan. Many passers-by passed nearby. But when they saw it was Qin Lei, they all shrank back as if they had seen the devil of plague, and hurried away with their feet greased. Qin Lei stared at Jiang Yan with a bitter look, as if he were looking at a little white rabbit in a cage, and tooted softly, Miss Jiang, it's been so long, you're even more beautiful. Look at that delicate skin, look at that curvy figure, look at this. His fingers traced the curves of her body, and he swallowed, his eyes eager to strip Jiang Yan naked. Mom, I'm going to rip his mouth off. Hua Bao raged, and the vines were about to burst out, but Jiang Yan stopped him. Jiang Yan's eyes were calm as she said calmly, Hua Bao, we can't attack here. The base is entangled with connections. She must deal with this person. But not now, and not here. Hua Bao had no choice but to retract the vines. My last separation has haunted me for ages. Today, I will not let you escape my brother's clutches again, no matter what. After saying this, he glanced to the side and grinned, of course, this time, that little bitch Mo Shuriao won't come to your rescue. Finding him with his lewd gaze, Jiang Yan suddenly felt her hands itch. The urge to kill someone reached its peak at this moment. She had thought that after Qin Zipeng became the base leader, her half-brother would be more restrained. She hadn't expected that, as the rumors had suggested, he would become even more domineering and arrogant. It said that during their time away from the base, Qin Lei brutalized and imprisoned numerous young women. Some were even very young. Su Mianmian, who had previously been with him, was crippled by his perverted Tory and ultimately became food for mutant dogs. There were countless such incidents. But the majority of the victims came from the lower classes, post-apocalyptic people who simply wanted to survive and protect themselves. Some of the survivors even came from the Flame Base or other smaller communities, where the ecology was particularly harsh, and were accustomed to such situations. Additionally, the base's management was clearly hierarchical, making it difficult for the voices of the lower classes to reach the upper levels. So, until now, his brutal acts had remained unknown to the base administrators. But they were still at the edge of the base's core area, surrounded by surveillance cameras. Jiang Yan thought for a moment, and came up with a plan. Seeing her silence and inaction, Qin Lei assumed she was frightened and grew even more arrogant. Oh, I forgot. I almost mistook you for Mo Jingsheng's woman. But, he changed the subject, his grandfather and brother are both traitors. Even if he returns now, the higher-ups won't give him a chance. How about it, Miss Jiang, you follow me and enjoy the good life from now on. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow and glanced at him. Very well, how will you take me to enjoy the good life, young Master Qin? Qin Lei was stunned, then instantly overjoyed. He who knows the times is a hero. Miss Jiang is truly a wise man. Then, come with me, Qin Lei said, moving to put his arm around Jiang Yan's waist. Halfway through, Jiang Yan dodged and evaded him. Qin Lei, thinking she was playing hard to get, reached out again, but Jiang Yan produced a dagger from nowhere. It's time for dinner. Take me to enjoy the good life first. Don't rush. Qin Lei glanced at the knife, pondering her words, his heart suddenly overflowing with joy. Great, great. A full stomach gives you the energy to work. Hee. I just like chili peppers, that's how they taste. He spoke lewdly, as he led Jiang Yin out to a side passage. It was a secret passage Jiang Yin had never been through before. She had been there before, but from the outside, it looked like a honeycomb with no way to get through. The passage had many doors, each with its own corresponding access control. Jiang Yin followed him for a while, and a stone-covered underground tunnel appeared before them. After walking a little further, a gate, unlike any other in the base's style, appeared before her. Qin Lei's mouth nearly split open with excitement. He nodded his chin slightly, and a guard following behind him hurried forward, scanned his fingerprints and retina, and opened the door. A pungent smell of blood, mixed with an eerie aroma, filled her nostrils. Jiang Yan's brow furrowed, as she faintly heard groans of pain and the barking of dogs. Qin Lei, walking ahead, excitedly clenched his fingers, then released them, then clenched them again. Finally, they reached the end of the room. Another door opened, and an even stronger stench of blood mixed with disinfectant filled the air. Snap! The lights in the room flicked on. Jiang Yan gasped at the scene before her. She saw a large, animal skin-covered chair with 5 sets of shackles. The chair and the floor were splattered with blood, ranging from dark to light. At the edge of the table was a panel covered with various sharp weapons and strange objects. There were barbed whips, candles, balls of varying sizes, and some unspeakable toys. From the ceiling, metal beams crisscrossed, dangling from them various ropes and tools. Hua Bao bared her teeth in anger and screamed, "Mom, this is a pervert, just like Shui Miao Miao." Jiang Yan quickly scanned the room, calming her expression and smiling. "Mr. Qin, didn't you take me to eat something delicious? This is the wrong place, right?" Her gaze paused at a corner of the room. There was a door there. It looked very secretive. "What's in there?" she asked. "There, wait until you and your brother are done enjoying the feast, then you find out when you go inside." Qin Lei had been secretly observing her expression since she entered the house. He curled his lips, his fingers unconsciously rubbing against his belt, a ridiculous grin on his face. "Miss Jiang, you actually have the time to observe me. I thought you'd go weak in the knees and beg for mercy the moment you came in." He walked over to the panel and picked up a barbed whip. Being served by a former internet celebrity would surely be more blissful than heaven. No wonder young Master Shui mentioned her to me. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. "Young Master Shui, are you talking about Shui Miao Miao? I hadn't expected that besides Mo Zhongqing and Mo Shuifeng, there were still remnants of the base." This remnant was actually Qin Lei. "Of course. Are you from the same hometown?" Qin Lei laughed wildly. "Ha ha. Looks like I'm one step ahead of him today." Bang! The door slammed shut. The person following Qin Lei pulled out a gun and pointed it at Jiang Yan. "Beautiful Jiang, as long as you obey, they're just pretending to be armed. Do you understand?" Qin Lei grinned, reaching out to slap Jiang Yan's face. With his hand halfway extended, a crack sounded, and Qin Lei felt both of his hands and 3 legs severed. A flash of light flashed, and half of his ear flew away, splattered with blood. Heart-wrenching pain coursed through every nerve in his body. Ouch! Amidst the screams, the head of the person pointing the gun at Jiang Yan was torn apart. Blood splattered everywhere. Qin Lei looked at Jiang Yan, who stood there with a cold smile, a bloody dagger in her hand. You really are a witch." Chapter 443. Jiang Yan half-crouched, her sharp dagger slicing across Qin Lei's face. Her voice was as cold and haunting as a ghost. "Shui Miao Miao, where are you?" The cold, hard touch made Qin Lei feel as if his cheeks were being corroded by strong acid, sending stinging pain through him. With his limbs broken, he was nearly fainting from the pain. Had he known, he wouldn't have bothered with this person. She was the one who left the AS zone with Song Haitao and the others and returned alive. Qin Lei's eyes widened in horror. They deliberately concealed your information? Where's Shui Miao Miao?" Jiang Yan, already growing impatient, placed the tip of her knife directly on his remaining ear. "If you still don't understand, I just cut this one off too." "Jiang Yan, I beg you, I really don't know." Qin Lei trembled, his teeth chattering. He just came here once, quietly, a long time ago. After the base purged the people from Lian Base and Musen Base, he hasn't been here since." Jiang Yan was secretly shocked. She hadn't expected that the elusive Shui Miao Miao had actually been to Yaobin Base. However, it was most likely when Mo Zhongqing and Mo Shuifeng were here. Jiang Yan stood up, took out her mask and put it on, pointing the tip of her knife at the small door nearby. "Where's the key to the house?" "Here, with me." Qin Lei had barely finished speaking when a key card floated out of his pocket. His eyes widened, speechless with shock. Jiang Yen Yu. Hua Bao, who had swiped the key card through the small door with the vine hooked to her, turned around and said, "Mom, we need fingerprints and retina scans." Jiang Yen nodded, "Take them there." "Okay." Qin Lei, still recovering from his shock, saw his body lifted by some force, along with his severed hand. Pained, frightened, and terrified, Qin Lei fainted before Hua Bao could even drag him to the small door. Snap! A bloody vine slashed his face, and Qin Lei, his skin torn and flesh exposed, awoke in excruciating pain. The door opened. Hua Bao found the switch and turned on the light. Jiang Yan's pupil shrank as she took in the scene inside, and the familiar smell of formaldehyde. There were several more rooms inside. One room was filled with animal cages, filled with women. They ranged in age from teenagers to 30-somethings. "Mom, they're all dead. Tattered clothing, torn flesh, their deaths horrific." In another, larger room, was an operating table, next to which lay a pile of men. Men with hollow eyes, their organs missing. However, the men's skin was a pale blue-gray, and they looked like they had been dead for a long time. Jiang Yan gritted her teeth, suppressing her anger. Where are the others? She suddenly felt that she had let Qin Lei off lightly by simply severing his limbs. She should have taken out a small hammer and smashed his arms and legs into pieces bit by bit. Qin Lei shuddered at the murderous intent emanating from her. His eyes grew blurry from the excessive blood loss. "What others?" Jiang Yan sneered. "This is such a large project. It's impossible that there are only a few of you, right?" Qin Lei felt a rope tighten around his neck. "Before, Xue Miaomia's people would come every month to do the work. I was only responsible for providing them with the necessary personnel." The intercom rang with a clatter. Li Haoyang's voice rang out, "Miss Jiang, are you back in the dormitory?" Jiang Yan checked the time but didn't reply. "Hua Bao, go check." Jiang Yan pointed to a corridor adjacent to the operating room. Hua Bao darted out. "Okay, Mom." A few seconds later, it darted back. "There's a secret passage here that leads outside the base." Jiang Yan interrogated Qin Lei a few more times, and when she saw he had no more useful information, she had Hua Bao throw him onto the table. Qin Lei fainted again. "Mom, what should we do now?" Jiang Yan remained silent, pondering for a second before retrieving a small, timed incendiary bomb from her space. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yan returned to the corridor. She had already entered the space, removed her blood-stained clothes, and changed into identical clothing and shoes. Suddenly, the alarm blared in the corridor. The intercom rang again. Jiang Yan picked up the phone. "Haoyang, I'm almost there. I didn't hear you just now." "Oh, that's good. Miss Jiang, you should get some rest." Li Haoyang breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Yan asked, "By the way, I heard the alarm going off inside the base. Did something happen?" Li Haoyang, there was a small explosion and fire in a long-unused temporary warehouse on the side of the base. Will it not affect the interior of the base? No. Each hive area in the base is independently zoned and can withstand even a nuclear explosion. Besides, that area isn't actually part of the base, Li Haoyang said confidently. "Miss Jiang, you should get some rest. Chief Imo asked me to tell you to check on the ship you're leaving on tomorrow morning." "Oh, the Shuilong?" "The Shuilong is used for Antarctic research. We modified it this time and changed its name to Xiaolong. Besides this icebreaker, there are other ships. It's too inconvenient to go into detail over the intercom, but you know when you see them tomorrow." "Okay." Jiang Yan hung up the call and glanced at the brightly lit supermarket at the base, which was quite crowded. She went in for a stroll. Back in the dormitory, she saw Yi Qin and Zhou Haoyue guarding her room door from a distance. Yi Qin paced back and forth and spotted her. Jiang Yan. He must have just returned from training. His clothes were damp around his neck, and sweat still clung to his forehead. "Sister Yin." The 4 little ones rushed over, their faces filled with worry. "Andy Su, Sister Yin's back." Miao Miao called toward Su Dai and the others' room. "He's coming, coming," Su Dai said, wiping the water off her clothes as she emerged from the room with Sun Jingtao and Kong Wu. Jiang Yan was confused. "What happened to you?" "Come inside first," Su Dai said, pulling Jiang Yan inside. A meal was cooking inside, the aroma of rice lingering in the air. "Are you okay?" Su Dai and Yi Qin checked Jiang Yan over, and seeing nothing unusual, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Yan remained bewildered. "No. Didn't the alarm go off earlier?" Old Sun quickly went to check with Zhao Yugong, who then contacted someone and learned that there had been an explosion and fire in a temporary warehouse off to the side of the base. Jiang Yan, and then what happened? Su Dai lowered her voice. Chief Qin's brother, that scumbag named Qin Lei, is dead. They say there's surveillance footage of him, and you entering the passage leading to that temporary warehouse. The fire inside has been put out. There are many decapitated and charred bodies. We're currently conducting DNA tests to confirm the deceased's identity. Serves him right. This scumbag should have died long ago, Su Dai said, reaching out and squeezing Jiang Yan's hand. Jiang Yan, you're doing this for the people. Old Sun and I have discussed this. If the higher-ups come looking for trouble with you, we all run away and not play along with them. Jiang Yan couldn't help but chuckle at this. How can you be so sure I killed him? She could easily kill a scumbag like Qin Lei. Jiang Yan wasn't afraid of anyone finding out about her. Not to mention, they couldn't find any evidence other than the surveillance footage. She had set off the incendiary bomb there simply because she didn't want to expose Hua Bao, the man who had decapitated so many people. Su Dai realized she let something slip and quickly said, of course you didn't kill them, but I believe you have the ability. And you were right to do it. By the way, there's another thing Captain Zhao just shared with us. It's outrageous, Su Dai continued, like a know-it-all. Didn't Yaobin base have a virus outbreak before? Jiang Yan, huh? Many people died back then. To prevent the virus from surviving and spreading, the base required all bodies to be cremated. And guess what happened? Sun Jingtao, standing beside her, gave a wry smile. Wife, just be frank. Don't keep me in suspense in front of Jiang Yan. Su Dai said mysteriously. Those bodies were transported, heading towards that temporary warehouse. Her words suddenly reminded Jiang Yan of the mutants and corpses in Yunding building who had been deliberately injected with viruses and hormones. What do you think Qin Lei is doing with these infected corpses? He's just a spoiled brat. He can't be like that pervert Shui Miao, right? Jiang Yan took a breath. Qin Lei and Shui Miao are secretly colluding. Sun Jingtao, Kong Wu, and the others opened their lips in shock. Yi Qing, unsure of what was going on, punched the wall. This Shui Miao, I must personally put an end to him in this lifetime. Chapter 444. After dinner, Su Dai pulled Jiang Yan aside and whispered, Jiang Yan, have you agreed to Yi Qing's request? Jiang Yan was slightly surprised. Not yet. Su Dai sighed. Old Sun told me that once we set out on the treasure hunt, everything on board will likely be managed like a regular military. Xiao Yi and I won't be able to freely come to you like we do now. If Xiao Yi has a mission assigned to him and runs to help you in danger, he'd be considered deserting his post and will be subject to disciplinary action. Jiang Yan thought about it and instantly understood. Without rules, there can be no order. Besides the soldiers, who make up the majority, participating in this national treasure hunt also include a number of scientists, professionals, and civilians like herself. Managing everything according to military regulations is unrealistic, but establishing some rules and regulations based on military procedures is to be expected. Jiang Yan's heart suddenly felt lighter. So, this is why Yi Qing suddenly came to her and offered to be her special assistant. It's not just a sudden love affair. Jiang Yan, Xiao Yi is a really nice person. Su Dai knew Jiang Yan didn't want to hear this, so she pursed her lips and continued cautiously, our journey hasn't been easy. No matter when the apocalypse ends, having someone who cares about you isn't a bad thing. Look, I train separately from Lao Sun every day now. Even though we're both at the base, I'm always worried about him getting into danger. Every time I get home, I worry about why he hasn't returned yet. And he's just as concerned about me. It's a kind of sweet burden, isn't it? Su Dai finished, tugging at her sleeve. Are you afraid of getting hurt if you open up? Jiang Yan had also heard that her mother had been tricked into going abroad for a diving trip and murdered by her unfaithful father, under the pretext of celebrating their wedding anniversary. She had always felt that Jiang Yan preferred solitude, not just because of the apocalypse, but primarily because she hadn't yet recovered from the trauma of her parents' marriage. Jiang Yan remained silent, unsure of what to say. The next day, when Li Haoyang came to pick Jiang Yan up, he brought news. Mo Jingsheng and Qin Ziping had both resigned as base leaders. Jiang Yan was somewhat shocked. Who will be in charge of Yaobin base then? The people sent from above returned with Chief Mo earlier. However, these matters haven't been officially announced yet. From above? Jiang Yan was puzzled. Changing commanders mid-battle is a major military taboo. Li Haoyang smiled and said, Miss Jiang, you don't think the Yaobin base represents the most powerful location in the entire country, do you? Jiang Yan was puzzled. Didn't I say before that the Yaobin base is the largest human survivor base? And the SS area here is known as the last Noah's Ark. Yes, it is the largest human survivor base. However, Chief Mo told me that we can't put all our eggs in one basket. Not to mention that before the apocalypse, we were one of the few great powers on this planet. The true strength of a great power can't be limited to this. There are many things the country has always been doing and striving for. It's just that our capabilities and authority are limited, so we're not aware of them. Li Haoyang was very secretive and didn't say it directly. Jiang Yan understood instantly. This is what Chief Mo asked you to tell me. Without Mo Jingxing's permission, the extremely confidential Li Haoyang wouldn't have spoken directly to her. She had grown accustomed to their way of communicating as they walked. Li Haoyang nodded and continued, because of the Mo Zhongqing and Mo Shuifeng incidents, and also because of Qin Lei's incident. Both Chief Mo and Chief Qin are responsible for negligence and corruption. Jiang Yan grew increasingly confused. These issues, except for Qin Lei's, have already been exposed. So before that? Any change of leader at a base requires a transitional process, unless there's an emergency. Li Haoyang finished speaking, then, noticing Jiang Yan's frown, added, "But there's something else I need to discuss with you." Jiang Yan, what? Although Chief Mo is no longer the base leader, Qin Lei's death was something he had already arranged before leaving office. It has nothing to do with you. There's also good news. Li Haoyang straightened his back a little. This time, we increased the size of the fleet and the number of soldiers on this treasure hunt, and Chief Mo will lead the team directly. Leader Qin will lead another team to search for any human survivors scattered across the land. If the nuclear contamination and radiation continue to intensify, or if we destroy the natural disaster laboratory, a planet-wide nuclear war is very likely to break out. Only by returning to the Yaobin base, which is capable of withstanding a nuclear explosion, can those humans truly survive. Li Haoyang provided an overwhelming amount of information, and Jiang Yan pondered for a long time before finally sorting it out. She suddenly realized that this treasure hunt wasn't as simple as she had previously imagined, a national-level $0 shopping spree. After all, in addition to facing the uncertainty of natural disasters, hostile forces were constantly lurking in the shadows. No one knew what the outside world looked like now. Also, Mo Jingxing and Qin Ziping's temporary appointments didn't seem like an opportunity to redeem themselves for their crimes, but rather a more important responsibility. Defending wasn't easy. Offending was even harder. As they neared the core office area, Jiang Yan suddenly remembered something. By the way, why haven't I seen Song Qian lately? He's one of the best marksmen in the base. He's been busy training and familiarizing himself with new weapons lately, Li Haoyang explained, then paused. Miss Jiang, please stay. I go and see Chief Mo. After a while, Li Haoyang emerged alone. Miss Jiang, Chief Mo has some urgent matters to attend to. We go first. Okay. Li Haoyang led Jiang Yan into a new area. Before Jiang Yan could react, she was already in a fully enclosed, encrypted elevator. Watching the elevator rapidly descend, she was secretly surprised and asked, "There are so many layers beneath the base?" Yes. The entire Yaobin base is vast. The upper areas of the base include plains and mountains. As for the lower areas, adjacent to the Lion base, they are buried underground. Of course, there are also areas that connect to the water. Jiang Yan felt more and more that she had underestimated the base's strength. A minute later, after passing through layers of heavily guarded checkpoints, a room several times larger than warehouse number 9 appeared before her. The first thing that caught her eye was a gray-blue icebreaker with the word Snapdragon prominently engraved on it. Jiang Yan was surprised. Is this the famous research vessel, the Shuilong? Yes. It's an icebreaker. It used to be red, to make it more visible before the apocalypse. Now it's painted gray-blue, and uses stealth and radiation-proof materials. Although the extreme cold weather has passed, there is likely still ice or large amounts of floating ice on the surface of the uncharted waters, making navigation difficult. So, using icebreakers is understandable. However, Jiang Yan's heart pounded as she looked at the radar-equipped and weaponized warships behind the Xiaolong. Are those ships also setting out together? Li Haoyang, Miss Jiang, you're amazing. You guessed it right. Jiang Yan expressed some doubt. Wouldn't this formation be too conspicuous? Wouldn't that just tell the enemy to fire at me? Don't worry. This will have a deterrent effect. Besides, 2 of the frigates are equipped with anti-missile systems. Anti-missile systems? Jiang Yan gasped. So this mission isn't just a treasure hunt? The imagined harvest was gone, and instead, she felt like she was on the battlefield. My life might be in danger. This time, Li Haoyang didn't answer immediately. He recalled what Mo Jingsheng had said to him, and after a few seconds of hesitation, he said solemnly, Miss Jiang, this time we're going on a national treasure hunt, sampling and scientific research after a natural disaster, and also to eliminate and recapture hostile forces along the way. Chapter 445. Jiang Yan reached out and touched the hull of the Xiaolong, somewhat incredulously. Eliminate the hostile forces? Just us? They even taken control of the natural disaster simulation laboratory. Not to mention the mutants and evolved humans they developed, the advanced technology and weaponry behind them are surely not inferior. In addition, Mo Jingsheng had previously mentioned that officials from multiple countries had dispatched an elite team specifically to search for and eliminate the enemy's ground base. Perhaps sensing Jiang Yan's concern, Li Haoyang quickly reassured her, Don't worry, Miss Jiang. We're preparing for the worst. Perhaps the encounters we encounter along the way will just be minor incidents. After this, he gazed at one of the frigates, his eyes gleaming as he spoke solemnly. However, our treasure hunt is crucial to the future of humanity and the survival of our nation. I'm honored to be a part of it. Even if it means sacrificing my life, I have no regrets. Jiang Yan then learned that all soldiers participating in this national treasure hunt had signed a confidentiality agreement and a life and death contract. The so-called life and death contract, in simple terms, was a statement of readiness to sacrifice their lives for the mission or their country at any time. In addition, those of childbearing age were required to preserve their sperm and eggs. Jiang Yan was shocked. Free donation? Yes. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Li Haoyang's eyes as he spoke of this topic. The environment outside the base is not good. Ultraviolet radiation and nuclear radiation could increase at any time. Although the base has prepared protective clothing, there's no guarantee that someone could be contaminated by the radiation. Jiang Yan's heart sank. Nuclear contamination could cause human fertility to decline, or even eliminate it. But wouldn't this be a bit cruel? Even if it were for the sake of humankind's continued existence, but the child might be born without parents, born in such apocalyptic conditions. Isn't that a bit too cruel? Though thinking this, Jiang Yan felt she wasn't qualified to judge. She saw what looked like a small crack in the wall behind the frigate. It wouldn't be noticeable to the average person without close inspection. Jiang Yan walked over and patted it, the sound muffled. Even through her gloves, she could feel the icy coldness of the wall. It was made of thick steel. Is there a warehouse behind this? Yes, Li Haoyang said without hiding anything. Only Chief Mo has the code to this warehouse. He take you in when he arrives. Jiang Yan nodded, understanding. The items in this warehouse were probably what Mo Jingsheng had told her to put in the space. Not long after, Mo Jingsheng arrived. Perhaps due to a change in his position, he was wearing a military uniform. It resembled a navy uniform, white. Broad shoulders, a narrow waist, long legs, and impeccable features. At first glance, he looked handsome and heroic. Jiang Yan couldn't help but take a second look. She thought to herself that before the apocalypse, Mo Jingsheng and Yi Qin could have debuted right where they were. Captain Mo's new role is captain of the Xiaolong, Li Haoyang whispered in Jiang Yan's ear, then stood at attention and saluted Mo Jingsheng. Hello, Captain. Mo Jingsheng arrived with several other soldiers, one of whom was Qin Lang. Jiang Yan hadn't seen him much since returning to the base from the observatory. At this moment, he was holding a strangely shaped instrument. Miss Jiang? Captain Mo. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Mo Jingsheng had the inner warehouse door opened. The warehouse also had 2 doors. The lights came on, and Jiang Yan was shocked to see the items inside. The first thing she saw was a mountain of rice, flour, grain, oil, and canned goods. Further in, there were some medical supplies. Further in, she seemed to see a dense network of helicopters, transport planes, submarines, deep-sea lifeboats, amphibious vessels, and something that looked like a nuclear submarine. There were also large bottles, and cans labeled liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen. Jiang Yan looked around and exclaimed in surprise, "This warehouse doesn't even have any pillars. This is..." Also, they were at least 100 floors underground, but the air inside was surprisingly fresher than in the corridors surrounding the dormitories upstairs. Fire sprinklers and smoke detectors were installed on the roof, and fire extinguishers and fire hoses were placed around the perimeter. There was also a makeshift rescue box, which, judging by the label, seemed to store some food, medicine, and drinking water. In short, this base was not only impregnable, but also had an exceptionally good ventilation system and supporting facilities. Qin Lang said proudly, "After all, our country is a major infrastructure power. These are nothing. All right, give me the instrument, and you guys can get out. Mo Jingsheng took the instrument from Qin Lang, scanned his fingerprint, and closed the door. Only 2 people remained in the vast warehouse. Jiang Yin, Captain Mo, am I responsible for collecting all this? Yes. Mo Jingsheng nodded, adding, for this treasure hunt, some supplies will be stored on board the ship, and there's also a dedicated freighter. The remaining, important supplies, will be placed in your space ring. Are we going to be gone for several years? Jiang Yin was puzzled. I saw an anti-missile system installed on the destroyer outside. An icebreaker, 2 frigates, and a destroyer, all named Xiaolong. It's just that they're divided into 1, 2, 3, and 4. She had asked Li Haoyang about this question before, but now she still hoped to get an answer from Mo Jingsheng. After all, his promise to her was to just collect the goods without worry. We're just preparing for the worst-case scenario, just in case. Those missiles, for example, are in rare stock. Each one is worth a fortune. We won't use them unless absolutely necessary. Jiang Yin, oh. Any more questions? Mo Jingsheng's lips curled, and he looked at her with a gentler expression. That's all. Jiang Yin breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at the device in his hand. What is this? An automatic scanning recorder, capable of automatically recording inventory items. The supplies in this warehouse have been individually accounted for. Subsequent withdrawals from your space ring will also require recording. Mo Jingsheng finished speaking, raising his hand in a gesture of please. Shall we begin? Jiang Yin was taken aback. Okay. Because the gold had been given to Jiang Yin en masse, she could simply give it all to her. Now, these supplies, from small items like rice, flour, grain, and oil to large items like radar and ships, were merely temporarily stored in her space. Therefore, keeping records of incoming and outgoing items is essential. However, Jiang Yin felt a certain amusement as she watched him diligently record and check things. The former base leader, now captain, had volunteered to be the warehouse manager to protect her space. Well, she was actually a warehouse manager. Half an hour later, the 2 very attractive warehouse managers looked at the empty room and breathed a sigh of relief. There were rest areas at the edges. Jiang Yin sat down and gently rubbed her arm. Every time she collected something, she had to lift her hand and touch it. After repeating this so many times, her hand was sore. Although Mo Jingsheng had maintained an upright and imposing posture throughout the journey, Jiang Yin could clearly see that he was actually very tired and was just trying to hold on. Wait here, I get you a bottle of water, Mo Jingsheng said, and was about to leave when Jiang Yin stopped him. I have some. She retrieved 2 bottles of water from her space and handed half to Mo Jingsheng. Mo Jingsheng looked at the unmarked bottle of mineral water in his hand and, without a second thought, unscrewed it and took a sip. It's only half full, obviously opened. Aren't you afraid I poison you? Jiang Yin joked. The other woman raised her eyebrows. She wanted to say she trusted her deeply, but then felt the words weren't quite right. I've been the target of assassination attempts, but I'm lucky enough not to be afraid. As soon as she finished speaking, Mo Jingsheng realized something was wrong. The water he drank seemed to disintegrate into countless thin, warm streams, slowly seeping through his body. The fatigue he accumulated during this period gradually washed away, and he felt an inexplicable sense of well-being. But what kind of mineral water is this? It's sweet and refreshing, not like ordinary mineral water, he said. Chapter 446. I bought this abroad a while ago. It seems to be taken from beneath the glacier, Jiang Yin said, taking a sip herself. She also added a small amount of spiritual spring water to the half bottle of mineral water she handed to Mo Jingsheng. Mo Jingsheng took a few more sips, confirming that his earlier feeling was not an illusion. Jiang Yin changed the subject. By the way, Chief Mo, when do we plan to depart? It depends on how the ice and snow outside the base melt. We leave when the water level is high, Mo Jingsheng said, standing up. It should be soon. Jiang Yin followed suit. Isn't it safe to sail outside now? Mo Jingsheng explained, destroyers have much deeper water lines than frigates, and the current water level isn't high enough for normal navigation. Jiang Yin became even more confused. What if we encounter low water levels along the way? Won't we just run aground? Actually, the scientists, professionals, and soldiers we're traveling with, as well as the large instruments and equipment we'll be using, will need different equipment depending on the location. So, you can just use these ships as mobile supply and escort platforms. Mo Jingsheng turned, looked at her and smiled. You should have attended the first 2 professional meetings. Jiang Yin smiled sheepishly. The 2 of them left the warehouse. Xin Lang and Li Haoyan came over. Mo Jingsheng had a meeting later. After leaving the warehouse, the two went their separate ways. Mo Jingsheng returned to the core area of the base, while Jiang Yin, before leaving, visited the base's agricultural planting laboratory to learn about rice cultivation from an experienced professor and a large grain grower. After saying goodbye to Mo Jingsheng, Jiang Yin closed her eyes and sensed the light. A tiny, faint glow was receding from her. She then discreetly sensed the others. She didn't know if it was the distance or the base walls were made of a special metal, but aside from a single, brighter spot, all she could sense was a scattered, faint glow. Jiang Yin guessed that the brighter one must be Kong Wu. She was curious. The spiritual spring water she'd taken in wasn't metabolized and excreted through urine. So what could these perceptible lights be? A half-month passed quickly. The compass's accuracy grew, and the temperature and water level outside the base continued to rise. Finally, they reached the point Mo Jingsheng had predicted, the point that would meet the destroyer's waterline. Everyone suited up and boarded the ship as planned. A destroyer, 2 frigates, a cargo ship, and an icebreaker, carrying over 300 personnel, quietly departed Yaobin base on a bright, sunny morning. Because ultraviolet rays were still intensifying, all cabin windows were fitted with UV blocking film. From the cabin, the shimmering, snow-covered landscape outside seemed gloomy. Aside from the soldiers on duty in protective gear, everyone remained largely inside during the day. Jiang Yin, Song Haitao, and Mo Jingsheng were assigned to the destroyer due to their special status and importance. The cabin lounge had been renovated. The 3-person room was adjacent, and a guardhouse was set up outside. Song Qian Yiqing and Li Haoyang each took shifts with a number of personnel. Brothers Zhao Yugong and Zhao Jiqiao each led 2 teams of soldiers to guard the other 2 frigates. Sun Jingtao, Kong Wu, Mo Shiyao, Lin Xiaowei, Su Dai, Jian Yi, as well as Zhao Xiaofei, Zhou Haoyan, and Miao Miao, followed the remaining scientific researchers aboard the icebreaker. Mo Shiyao and Su Dai were assigned to the temporary nursing team, while Lin Xiaowei was on the medical team. With a whistle, the national treasure hunt officially began. In the conference room, everyone sat at attention. Song Haitao's assistant, Sun Ziqing, stood before the projection screen, laser pointer in hand, and slowly explained the mission. To maintain confidentiality, the entire route was not explained to everyone until after the voyage. Jiang Yin had the treasure map and knew the destination. But she was also kept in the dark about the route. We'd bypass Musen Base this time and arrive in Rongqing in 5 days. Rongqing is a coastal port city, so the water level will be relatively deep. The previous dock is likely buried underwater, so we need a diving team and an underwater construction team to prepare in advance. Sun Ziqing outlined the general route and target location, along with the professionals needed for preparation and the materials and equipment likely to be used. As for the destination, it wasn't disclosed at the meeting. Jiang Yin recalled the treasure map in her mind, understanding that the primary purpose of going to Rongqing was to retrieve the several tunnel boring machines and 2 aircraft carriers stored there. Of course, there were other supplies as well, but the aircraft carriers and tunnel boring machines were the core. Sun Ziqing continued, afterwards, we reached Tianqing, which is at a higher altitude. Finally, we returned to Musen Base. After a meeting, Jiang Yin was already feeling suffocated. Feeling a little seasick, she glanced at the group of people still engaged in discussion in the conference room and approached Mo Jingsheng, saying, Captain, I'd like to request permission to go up on deck for some fresh air. Mo Jingsheng glanced at her, worried, and said, have Yiqing accompany you. Wear protective gear, and don't stay too long. Okay. Jiang Yin was about to leave when Zhang Yongliang approached. Little Jiang. Jiang Yin smiled politely. Dr. Zhang. Zhang Yongliang handed over an A4 sheet of paper. The test results for those items you gave me earlier are in. What are they? Mo Jingsheng leaned forward. Looking at the pictures of the severed limbs, his eyes froze. Yes, Jiang Yin paused for a moment before recounting her visit to Yunding Building. The items sent for testing were the packed 2-legged sheep from Yunding Building. This equipment, previously at the base, had been moved aboard the ship to facilitate further research during the journey. Zhang Yongliang said, we detected a large amount of hormones, a small amount of prion, some snail mucus extract, and some unknown viruses that self-phagocytose, divide, and regenerate. Jiang Yin was confused. Doctor, what do self-phagocytosis, division, and regenerate mean? Cells are constantly dividing, and in the process, they devour each other. It's a bit like a battle between the strong and the weak. The strong ones remain, continue to divide, and continue to devour each other. In the end, the winner is king. The entire process is a process of regeneration and evolution. Zhang Yongyang finished speaking, holding up his palm as an example. If our hand is accidentally injured, there are. Some will leave scars, while others heal quickly, leaving the skin as pristine as before. Part of the reason is that skin cells regenerate. Jiang Yan seemed confused. But the cells you tested aren't just skin cells that have the ability to regenerate and evolve? Yes, all cells have this ability. As for these hormones, they primarily regulate metabolism and reproductive function. We found progesterone and growth hormone, but the remaining unknown hormones haven't been identified yet. After hearing all this, Jiang Yan and Mo Jingsheng were both stunned. So what does this mean? Chapter 447. Zhang Yongyang frowned and lowered his voice. Captain, Xiao Jiang obtained these human remains several months ago. And now, several months have passed. So we infer that their research on immortals has made some progress. Unless... He paused, thinking rapidly in his mind. Jiang Yan, what? Mo Jingsheng, you're welcome. These hormones can be injected repeatedly, and after the virus has divided and evolved to a certain degree, it will cease to function due to reaching a certain concentration or value. This is unless a new culture medium, uncontaminated by the virus and hormones, is used. Zhang Yongyang finished speaking and took a deep breath. In other words, new human subjects will be needed for the experiment. If they don't have a suitable human as a new culture medium, the probability of the experiment being stuck is very high. Also, the stronger the culture medium itself, or if it's female, the better the experimental results will be. So Xiao Jiang, you must be extremely careful. Jiang Yan nodded. Okay. Mo Jingsheng glanced out the window with a sharp gaze and said nothing. Sooner or later, he would wipe out these demons, hated by both humans and gods. Jiang Yan left the conference room, and Yi Qing followed. I saw Dr. Zhang was talking to you and Mo Jingsheng about something. Nothing serious, right? No. Jiang Yan turned to look at him, remembering what Zhang Yongyang had said about viruses self-renewing and evolving. You haven't shown any abnormalities lately, have you? The sudden attention and concern made Yi Qing's ears blush. No. Everything is fine. Back in the room, Jiang Yan changed into protective clothing and donned a face mask. Yi Qing stood guard at the door. Seeing he was still wearing the same clothes, only with a face mask on, Jiang Yan was startled. Why haven't you changed? These suits at the base were rushed through. My size isn't standard, Yi Qing said with a faint smile. Besides, I can handle it. Jiang Yan was surprised. The UV intensity has increased significantly recently, and there might be nuclear contamination and radiation outside. Are you sure? Yi Qing smiled. Back in the S&P lab, I experienced even more severe UV rays and milder radiation. Or to be more precise, they had passively endured every possible post-apocalyptic survival environment. Some couldn't withstand the ordeal. Some died, some were disabled, and some were injured. Those who made it out of the lab had survived more than a dozen or so trials. After that, they had to use cold weapons to battle mutant giant rats and the like. Yi Qing, however, was one of the best who had managed to survive both the lab and the battle. Jiang Yan was skeptical. Wait a moment. She turned and went back inside. Soon, when Jiang Yan reappeared, she was holding a pink-gray sun-protective cloak from a prestigious brand. You use this for now, Jiang Yan handed it to him. Also, when we get up there, don't leave the cabin yet. Thank you, Yi Qing said, unable to refuse. In addition to the protective suits, the ship also had some similar cloaks, but he didn't think they were necessary, so he didn't go to claim them. On deck, the open space and fresh air finally eased Jiang Yan's seasickness. It was afternoon, and the sun wasn't as blazing as it had been at noon. Yi Qing glanced at the real-time monitor beneath the hatch and followed him out. He removed his protective gloves and felt the sun. Although the temperature had been rising recently, it was only around 10 degrees Celsius, a bit chilly. But the sunlight stung his palms. Jiang Yan stared at the white waves whipped up by the ship, lost in thought for a moment. Many detection equipment was now ineffective, and ship sailing had to constantly be wary of hidden reefs created by underwater structures. Therefore, the fleet was not moving very fast. Schools of marine and freshwater fish, as well as strange creatures, swam through the water, but no one cared to catch them. From time to time, the bodies of animals and humans floated by. The temperature was not high, so these bodies had not decayed. But due to the intense ultraviolet radiation, the previously swollen, white, and exposed skin was, without exception, covered in black spots. A closer look revealed a livid appearance, quite eerie. Jiang Yin approached a soldier on duty and asked, "Excuse me, where are we now?" The soldier replied, "Miss Jiang, we just left Danshan and are on our way to Fuqing." Fuqing. Jiang Yin picked up the binoculars and glanced around. Not far away, a few hilltops indeed appeared on the water. These hilltops were densely covered with ruins. Even from a distance, the devastation and desolation were palpable. Yi Qing looked ahead, his brow furrowed. Fuqing used to be a prosperous city with a large population. Now, I wonder how many survivors there are. Jiang Yin also felt a bit heavy-hearted. At first glance, the surroundings looked like they were on the sea surface. But the thought of the densely packed cities beneath the calm waters was palpable. Yi Qing glanced at the time. It was almost time for afternoon training. Let's go back. This voyage continued their schedule at the base, with various training and study sessions scheduled during the day and night. Yi Qing and his group focused on physical training, supplemented by space theory. Jiang Yin and Mo Jingsheng also had physical and theory training, but they were also preparing for the upcoming launch. So, some aviation training equipment was also brought aboard. Night soon arrived. Zhang Yongyang and a few others went up on deck and began scooping up some plankton and mutant fish from the bottom of the water, taking some seawater samples. A soldier looked at a newly caught grouper and swallowed. "Doctor, are these fish really inedible?" "It would be great if they were edible," Zhang Yongyang sighed. "We're only catching these creatures for nuclear contamination testing." Just as Zhang Yongyang finished speaking, a soldier monitoring the surrounding area suddenly exclaimed, "Doctor, look, what is that?" The group gazed at the sea in the dim light. A black wave appeared, rapidly sweeping toward the fleet. Insects. Densely packed with sharp pincers. A soldier quickly identified them. "Sound the alarm, alert the captain." In a top-secret command center on the top floor of an underground doomsday fortress, a gray-haired, yet awe-inspiring, elderly man was carefully examining a 3D map on a screen. A middle-aged man in a general's uniform knocked on the door and entered. The general stood at attention and saluted, then said respectfully, "Captain, the Xiaolong, led by Mo Jingsheng, has departed. The route is according to the final approved plan too, with the Musen base as the last stop." The old man nodded slightly, and tapped the screen. A simulated image of the Danshan area after extreme cold weather on the map instantly zoomed in. A route marked by arrows was quickly drawn, which was the route Jiang Yin and her team would take on this treasure hunt. The old man tapped his fingers lightly on the table. "The ship is full of key national personnel. Are all protective measures in place?" "General, yes, we arranged 2 frigates and a destroyer, and they're fully equipped with weapons and food." The old man listened calmly, then glanced at the map again, his gaze lingering on the coordinates of each destination. He instructed, "Prepare for ground operations in advance as well. Try to clear all unnecessary obstacles for them before they arrive." "Yes, Chief." "What's the current situation of the other joint operation team?" The old man's gaze sharpened, and with a flick of his finger, the 3D map on the screen switched to a world map. "They successfully reunited with the other national teams, and are now en route to the enemy stronghold we analyzed," the general said, adding, "Now that the extreme cold has passed, travel is much more convenient. Perhaps it won't be long before we find their ground base. It's just around the corner." The old man nodded solemnly, his eyes brightening. "Good." Chapter 448. Ding-ling-ling. Jiang Yin, who had just returned to her room after a nighttime space training session, was about to enter the space to rest when the alarm suddenly sounded. She hurried out the door, just as Song Haitao and Mo Jingsheng had just emerged from their respective rooms. "Captain, Doctor, what happened?" Before Mo Jingsheng could speak, Li Haiyang strode through the door, a burst of screams echoing from his intercom. Hearing the painful screams, Jiang Yan's brow furrowed. "Hua Bao, go check." "Okay, Mom." Li Haiyang saluted and reported clearly, word for word. "Captain, a large swarm of unidentified insects has been spotted on the surface, sweeping towards the fleet." Mo Jingsheng continued walking out, a trace of panic on his serious face. "I know. Are there any casualties?" "We don't have any destroyers or frigates yet, and we need to confirm the icebreakers and freighters," Li Haiyang asked. "Do we need to use firepower?" "Please give instructions. Turn off the lights, erect an electric fence, and notify everyone on deck, except for the soldiers, to retreat to the cabin. Also, from now on, activate Level 3 alert. No one is allowed to leave the cabin without permission," Mo Jingsheng said, pulling a pair of night vision goggles from his tactical bag and putting them on. "Yes, Captain." Li Haiyang hurried out. "Captain." Yi Qing and Song Qian, who had originally been on their turn to rest, also rushed over. "Let's go check it out together," Mo Jingxing said, striding forward with great speed. Jiang Yan followed them, hurrying towards the deck. Halfway through their journey, Hua Bao, who had gone out to investigate, returned, aggrieved. "Mom, I don't know who did this, but it's so meticulous. I can't find a way out, so you're the only one who can take me out." Several ships' hulls had been modified. The glass on destroyers and frigates was already bulletproof. The glass on icebreakers and freighters had been completely replaced with bulletproof glass, and all had been modified to be airtight and coated. The ship's ceiling was already excellent, not to mention that this one was a destroyer. Huabao circled around and couldn't find a single crack. Not even a crack. This was the first time it had encountered such a situation. Jiang Yan quietly grasped one of its vines and whispered, "Okay." Mo Jingxing, walking ahead of the team, made arrangements methodically as he walked. By the time they had finished, they had already reached the cabin door. The smell of blood wafted from outside. Mo Jingxing paused, instinctively turning back to catch sight of Jiang Yan. "Jiang Yan, it's dangerous outside. You and Dr. Song should go back first." The electric fence, after being erected, did indeed repel a large number of insects. But these insects were too numerous. Not only were they incredibly aggressive, but they also seemed to have wings, able to fly directly from the water onto the deck. Once on the deck, the insects moved incredibly quickly, biting anyone they encountered. Someone was already injured. Jiang Yan shook her head. "I can help. Just look." Mo Jingxing then noticed that she had a flamethrower in her hand. He frowned and said sternly, "You can go, but stay behind the door. We come in if we need anything." "That's an order." Now wasn't the time to dwell on this, so Jiang Yan didn't argue. "Okay." On each ship's deck, a team carrying special insecticides had already joined the battle. A pungent smell filled the air. Chirp, chirp. The sound continued to flood in from all directions. Strange. Bugs are attracted to light, but the lights are off, so why are they still swarming like crazy? Li Haoyang frowned, puzzled. Sun Jingtao's voice came over the intercom. "Dr. Zhang says these bugs are likely attracted by the lights and sonar simultaneously, requesting a temporary halt." Mo Jingxing's brows furrowed, and after a moment's thought, he decisively ordered, "Stop sailing. Observe the situation, then make a decision." "Yes." Several ships quickly stopped. The bugs continued to arrive. But gradually, as more and more bugs were eliminated and the waves around the ships dwindled, the number of bugs sweeping in dwindled. 10 minutes later, the last 2 bugs on deck were killed by the explosives, and the other was captured alive. For a moment, the surroundings returned to calm. Jiang Yan and Song Haida walked out. Hua Bao, who had jumped into the sea to devour and kill the insects frantically, scurried back silently. "Mom, I killed most of those bugs. It's a pity I can't be too far away from you, otherwise I have to kill them all." Not only could he not be too far away, but he also couldn't kill them too obviously to avoid noticing any abnormality in the water. Jiang Yan gave him a praising look. "Bao! Great job. Old Tian. Wake up! Woo!" A heartbreaking cry came from the freighter next door. Mo Jingxing glanced in that direction. "Let's go check it out." The accompanying logistics and construction teams were housed partly on the icebreaker and partly on the freighter. A smaller number were spread across 3 ships. The cargo ship had a specially converted, large kitchen. Most of the chefs for this trip were housed there. Li Haoyang hurriedly said, "Captain, it's a couple of chefs who came out on deck earlier to get some fresh air. The husband has been gnawed by insects, reduced to a pile of bones. He's no longer alive. During the day, the ultraviolet rays were too strong, so unless specifically requested, everyone had to stay in the cabin. Only at night could they go out on deck for some fresh air." 2 soldiers on the destroyer were also injured. One had bones all over his cheek, and the other had a broken arm. They were helped into the cabin. To prevent the insects from carrying viruses, the 2 injured were temporarily placed in the same room. After the doctor examined, disinfected, and sutured the wounds, the virus test results came back. Zhang Yongyan rushed over from the icebreaker. "It's not contagious. However, I recommend disinfecting the entire deck." Mo Jingxing nodded and glanced at Li Haoyang, who quickly made arrangements. Yi Qing and Song Qian, who had just participated in the rescue, had also returned. Both were covered in blood and mucus, but none of it was their own. Notify the biology professors for a short meeting. Next to the cabin where Mo Jingxing and Jiang Yan were staying was a small conference room, which he could use for impromptu meetings. Jiang Yan, completely awake, requested to sit in on the meeting. Mo Jingsheng never refused any meeting, as long as she wanted to listen. After everyone was seated, Sun Ziqing opened the route map and analyzed. According to our original plan, we should reach Rongqing in 5 days. What we don't know now is whether these insects are only in this area of water, or if they are widespread throughout the area. Furthermore, if nighttime navigation is hindered, our entire treasure hunt will be extended indefinitely. An elderly professor worried. With the glaciers melting and everything resurrecting, we wonder how many more mutated, aggressive animals will appear along the way. Mo Jingsheng frowned slightly and glanced around at everyone. Where's Dr. Zhang? Captain, Dr. Zhang is studying the insect he caught. He said he'd be right here? A professor explained. As he finished speaking, Zhang Yongyang, disheveled, walked in, carrying a specially made glass bottle. Seeing the shiny black insect inside, Jiang Yan's pupils shrank. It was a strange-looking arthropod, spider-like, with 8 long, black, and furry legs. Near its head and back, there were distinct gills. In the middle of its body, it had what looked like 2 pairs of fins. The fins drooped, making it impossible to tell their size. Perhaps because the lights in the room were too bright, the insect suddenly opened its mouth, revealing a row of sharp teeth and making a ferocious chi-chi-chi sound. Sorry, I'm late. Zhang Yongyang looked at the group sitting upright, subconsciously straightening his clothes, a flicker of embarrassment in his eyes. It's okay. Mo Jingsheng glanced at the insect. Dr. Zhang, did you find anything? Yes. Hearing this, Zhang Yongyang suddenly became a different person, as if a switch had been pressed. He said with great energy, not only is there a discovery, but it's a major discovery. Chapter 449. Nanochips have been detected within these mutant beetles, Zhang Yongyang said, placing the glass bottle containing the mutant insects in front of Mo Jingsheng. Captain, please take a closer look at this insect. Li Haoyang, standing beside Mo Jingsheng, stared at the ugly, chirping insects and frowned. Doctor, is your bottle secure? The others, having also witnessed these ferocious insects capable of swiftly reducing a person to a skeleton, gasped. Zhang Yongyang adjusted the frame of his glasses and said casually, it has to be secure. Mo Jingsheng reached out and took the bottle, examining it as he asked, what are the functions of the chips? One is for positioning, and the other is for explosion. However, due to the current failure of satellite positioning, these 2 functions are disabled as long as the controller is out of range. Also, this insect has no eyes, but is amphibious and has gills and lungs. It has fins like a flying fish and tentacles like a crab. The fangs in its mouth are similar to those of a piranha, and the suction cups on its chest are very similar to those of a chameleon. It looks like a new species that was randomly cobbled together. Everyone was shocked. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The insect in Mo Jingsheng's hand continued its shrill chirping. So, these insects are most likely from the SNP lab? Zhang Yongyang nodded. Not all of them. We took a sample, and not all of them have nanochips. It's likely that a batch of them were modified long ago, giving them an exceptionally high reproductive capacity. The subsequent ones are gone. After the apocalypse, due to the extinction of some species, the food chain of many species has changed. These insects should be able to hunt normally during the day, but at night, they're likely attracted to our lights. As for why they continue to attack after we turn off the lights, further research may be needed to determine the cause of the insect's attack. The sound is produced by the vibrations of their mouths and fins. Go and test the sound frequency band. If I'm not mistaken, this insect should be able to emit ultrasonic pulses like a dolphin. Mo Jingsheng paused for a moment, his gaze fixed on the ugly insect's fins, before returning the bottle to Zhang Yongyang. Also, it's not that they don't have eyes, it's just that their vision has degraded. Dolphins? Zhang Yongyang suddenly realized. The captain is truly amazing. Shall I go now? Mo Jingsheng nodded slightly. The glaciers are melting, and all things are reviving. Some animals lose their sight, but their senses of smell and touch become hypersensitive. The crowd murmured, discussing the situation, but all cast astonished glances at Mo Jingsheng. So young yet so erudite. A master of both civil and military skills, Jiang Yan was somewhat confused, and whispered to Sun Ziqing beside her, dolphins. What do you mean? Dolphins are incredibly intelligent and unique animals. They rely on sonar and ultrasound to sense and locate prey. The captain mentioned that it's most likely the sound produced by these insects, which creates ripples that reach our hull. Of course, it's not ruled out that our ship generated vibrations during navigation, colliding with the insect's pulse waves, triggering the attack. Sun Ziqing was halfway through his explanation when a flash of inspiration struck him. I almost forgot. Our ships use sonar to detect hidden structures and obstacles during navigation. It's very likely that this sonar collided with the insect's sonar. Jiang Yan seemed to understand, yet also seemed not to. Zhang Yongyang returned soon. The test results were just as Mo Jingsheng had predicted. This insect could indeed emit ultrasonic pulses. With the results came a countermeasure. Mo Jingsheng ordered the jammer activated, and the ship continued forward. However, because the sonar was disabled, the speed was temporarily reduced. Increase vigilance. Report any abnormalities immediately. Also, the research team must exercise extreme caution when taking samples later. Yes. Okay, Captain. It was almost midnight, and everyone dispersed. Jiang Yan returned to her room, washed up briefly, and went to bed. In the dark night, not far away, large, bizarre, unmelted icebergs flashed by. Jiang Yan rested her hand on her chin, staring for a moment. Then, with a thought, she retrieved a cup of brown sugar bubble milk tea from her space, and sipped it slowly. Okay, time to brush my teeth. Huabao also leaned against the window, his eyes darting. Mom, looking at it this way, it feels a bit like a trip to Antarctica. Jiang Yan smiled. A little bit. Before the apocalypse, how much did a trip to Antarctica cost? Tens of thousands, probably. She got up, brushed her teeth, and then fell asleep. For the next few days, the journey went on as normal. From time to time, they encountered mutated sharks and swarms of insects, but they easily avoided them. The research team sampling and testing on the road were mostly done during the day. When Jiang Yan wasn't studying or training, she spent most of her time in the space, learning to grow rice. In her free time, she continued to practice her marksmanship and combat skills in the holographic training chamber she had purchased from a foreign arms dealer. Huabao sometimes joined them, and their rapport was seamless. Before Jiang Yan left the base, the old professor who conducted agricultural research gave her a pile of coconut bricks. These coconut bricks, when added to water, would become large blocks, perfect for soilless cultivation. She took a few small flower pots separately. She soaked the coconut bricks in water to soften them, then added some interstellar black soil. Then, she sowed a few lettuce seeds on her balcony. That morning, Jiang Yan woke up, opened the curtains, and glanced out the window, stunned. The scene before her was a vast expanse of white, covered in icicles and icebergs, just like when she had just left Dongshan. She was a little puzzled. After all, the temperature should have risen as time went on. Besides, Rongqing was a coastal city, so the closer to Rongqing, the higher the temperature should have been. It seemed that the post-apocalyptic temperature could no longer be determined by the same standards as before. After washing up and eating breakfast, she went out and saw Song Qian on duty. Brother Song, are the captain and the doctor up yet? Song Qian answered truthfully, they were up before 5. Jiang Yan was surprised. So early. We encountered dense ice, and the captain is directing the icebreaker to open a new channel. Jiang Yan, When conducting Antarctic research, icebreakers are chosen so that when encountering ice, the bow can be used to break it apart. She hadn't expected to encounter one herself. I go up and see how it breaks through. I haven't seen it myself yet, Jiang Yan said, and was about to go up when Song Qian pulled her back. Jiang Yan, the icebreaker is sailing ahead of the ship. Unless you can send a drone up there, you won't be able to see it. That's right, Jiang Yan curled her lips. By the way, do you know where we are now? We reach Rongqing in one day, Song Qian said, explaining, icebreakers generally break ice in two ways, ramming and continuous ramming. His explanation was theoretical, and a bit boring, but Jiang Yan listened carefully nonetheless. Now that you heard that, aren't you less excited? Song Qian said, looking at her and smiling. Yes, Jiang Yan nodded. Thank you. You're welcome. Not long after, the icebreaker had cleared a channel. The fleet continued on its way. A day later, Jiang Yan, who had just finished training and was about to return to her room, heard her intercom ring. We arrive at our destination in Rongqing in an hour. An emergency has occurred. All core members of the Rongqing team assemble in the conference room. Chapter 450. Jiang Yan turned her head and glanced towards the ship's conference room. Many people were already hurriedly heading there. Jiang Yan. Yi Qing, sweat on his forehead, walked around the corner and just happened to see her. Let's go together. Jiang Yan nodded. Yes. When the two arrived at the conference room, it was already full. Sun Jingtao, Kong Wu Zhao Yugong, and others had also rushed over from other ships. Mo Jingsheng glanced around coldly, confirming that the core personnel were present, and said, let's begin. Okay. Song Hainao stood up, and at the same time, a drawing appeared on the projection screen. It was a cross-section of a warehouse. The cross-section was surrounded by blue, with data such as depth and pressure marked. Jiang Yan knew that this was the underground warehouse where Rongqing stored aircraft carriers and other supplies. The blue represented the seawater currently covering it. Everyone was confused, waiting for Song Haitao to speak. At our current speed, we expect to reach Rongqing Warehouse number 1 in an hour. However, we encountered a few unexpected issues, so I keep this brief. I finish my speech first. If you have any questions, please don't interrupt me. After I'm done, you can ask them all. Song Haitao coughed lightly and began. 1. The water quality monitoring results for this area are out. The level of nuclear contamination is several times more severe than in previous areas. The acidification is also more severe than in other areas. 2. Because Rongqing is close to the sea, there are a large number of mutant marine fish, including aggressive species like sharks. 3. Signs of 8-legged flying insects have been detected nearby. Song Hainao paused, and everyone gasped. The 8-legged flying insects were a temporary name given by the research team, referring to the previously aggressive flying insects that made a chirping sound. We can now preliminarily infer that the increasing ultraviolet rays are related to the depletion of the ozone layer and the thinning of the atmosphere. Therefore, it's very likely that with each passing day, the level of nuclear contamination and acidification will become more severe. Everyone was stunned again. In addition to the 3 problems mentioned above, we face several new ones. Song Hainao took a sip of water and continued. First, the current sea level is higher than we previously estimated. This means that the water pressure we face when reaching the submerged warehouse will be even higher. The pumping chamber's ability to hold out will be reduced, so the construction team must expedite the work. The Rongqing warehouse is underwater. If anyone were to enter and open it, a massive torrent of water would rush directly into it. Therefore, a dedicated team will secure a special cover, the pumping chamber, to the warehouse door using underwater construction techniques. Once Jiang Yan and her team reached the pumping chamber in the submarine, the construction team would use a pump to remove the water from the enclosure. Jiang Yan and her team entered the warehouse, returned, and then entered the submarine to pump water into the enclosure. The water depth was now far beyond the estimated range, so it was unknown how long the pumping chamber could withstand the water pressure. Furthermore, since the 8-legged flying insects had been discovered, working at night was significantly more dangerous than during the day. According to the plan, they naturally couldn't stay here overnight and wait until the next day to resume work. 2. This area had many mooring buoys deployed before the apocalypse. Now, their numbers are extremely low. We also arranged for personnel to conduct dive inspections, and they were recently damaged. Song Hainao had just finished speaking when the once quiet meeting room was suddenly shattered by whispers. Jiang Yan's brows furrowed. Yi Qing whispered beside her, "Someone got there before us." Mo Jingsheng glanced at the crowd, his gaze like a sharp blade gleaming with a cold gleam. Everyone's pupils shrank, and they instantly shut their mouths. This means that in addition to facing an increasingly hostile environment, we may also face an enemy lurking in the shadows. The enemy may be somewhere offshore, or they may have already lurked in the underwater warehouse. So, Song Hainao paused, looking at Mo Jingsheng. Seeing Mo Jingsheng nod, he continued, "To prevent artificial lighting from attracting unnecessary enemies and mutants, we decided to immediately arrange underwater operations upon arrival. 10 additional guards will be assigned to personnel participating in the warehouse operation. The diving suits you all wear are specially made, offering a degree of insulation, acid resistance, and protection. However, you must also ensure that your clothing and equipment do not become damaged or leak into water during construction and operations. Also, the seabed pressure is increasing. According to our reverse calculations, we estimate that the pumping chamber will not last more than an hour. Therefore, Song Hainao looked at Jiang Yan, the time it takes to enter the warehouse and dock must be kept within 50 minutes. Jiang Yan, no problem. She actually packed her things very quickly, taking only a second. However, she wasn't sure of the layout of this underground warehouse, and whether entering the core area was smooth. She hadn't expected this national-level free shopping mall to be so much more challenging than the one she previously visited. This was just the first stop. After Song Haitao finished speaking, everyone began to discuss the situation. Much of the language was technical, and Jiang Yan only understood a few things. Mo Jingsheng stood up and glanced at Jiang Yan. "Let's go and confirm the rest." Jiang Yan nodded. "Okay." Li Haoyang, Yi Qing, and the others followed. After entering the small conference room next door and closing it, Mo Jingqing said. For this treasure hunt, in addition to our own soldiers, we also be sending several teams to various destinations independently to help us clear obstacles ahead of time. Jiang Yan was stunned, having assumed that Yaobin Base was solely responsible for the effort. Do they know our treasure hunt route? Yes, Mo Jingqing said, his expression growing more serious. However, according to the original plan, after they eliminated the enemy, they wait for us at the site, or set up some kind of conspicuous buoy. Sun Jingtao frowned. So, Captain, you suspect they're in trouble? Mo Jingqing, yes. Mo Jingqing. So, once we reach the seabed, everyone must be extremely cautious. They can't get the aircraft carrier and other heavy equipment out right now, so it's not impossible for them to stay here and wait for the opportunity. Jiang Yin and the others nodded. Kong Wu scratched his head. I'm wondering if anyone else has that magical storage device, like Sister Yin? No, Mo Jingqing said firmly. The logistics staff brought over some hot chocolate. Several people drank. We were about to go into the sea for operations, so we couldn't eat a full meal. However, with the unknown future, we couldn't starve. Hot chocolate is high in energy, much better than a full meal. After Jiang Yin finished, her head felt dizzy. Half an hour had passed, and as they neared their destination, several ships had already entered emergency alert. The intercom suddenly blared, report, report, normal human and mutant corpses found. Dead about 3 days. Mo Jingqing abruptly stood up. Let's go check it out. Everyone was supposed to go up to the deck to prepare for the sea dive. When they arrived, the specialized teams responsible for hoisting and installing the pumping chambers were already busy on the deck. The temperature wasn't too high today, but because they were wearing heavy protective suits, beads of sweat covered their foreheads. Away from the operation area, several newly recovered bodies were laid out one by one. Those bodies were actually piles of bones covered in debris. The clothing and rotting flesh had been completely devoured by the plankton in the water. In addition, the skeleton had been exposed to ultraviolet light for several days, leaving the upper side looking like it was coated with soot. Not only was it pitch black, but it was also covered with a dense, honeycomb-like pattern of holes. When they approached, Zhang Yongyang and several senior professors were already there. These are mutants, and these are ordinary people. Before they could collect samples and send them to specialized equipment for testing, they could only distinguish them based on the size of their limbs. However, Jiang Yin noticed that the ordinary person was at least 1.9 meters tall. Judging from the bones, their build resembled that of a foreigner. Mo Jingqing crouched and observed silently for a few seconds. Then he stood up, took a thin stick from Zhang Yongyang, and pulled apart the bones of an ordinary person. A black metal plate was revealed around the person's neck. Li Haoyang was stunned and asked in astonishment, Captain, are these from that mercenary group? Mo Jingqing pursed his lips tightly, his expression more solemn than ever. After a moment, he said, the Rongqing underwater treasure hunt has been suspended. Jiang Yin and Dr. Song will remain on board. Yi Qing, Song Qian, you will be responsible for their protection. Jiang Yin was stunned. Then Captain. Mo Jingqing didn't answer, but instead coldly instructed Li Haoyang, organize the commando team to change into diving suits. In 3 minutes, follow me into the sea for exploration and secondary cleanup. Chapter 451. Li Haoyang clenched his fist and volunteered, Captain, you must take command. We don't know what dangers lie beneath the sea right now. How about I lead the team and go check it out? Mo Jingqing didn't explain, glaring at him with a commanding presence. This is an order. As soon as he finished speaking, the deck began to shake. Before anyone could react, the waves on the sea suddenly surged violently. Boom! 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 Not far away, several massive columns of water, carrying debris, shot up into the sky. Several ships were instantly tossed outward by the powerful force. The sudden change startled everyone. The professional team, previously busy on the deck, looked toward the sea in panic. Earthquake? Song Qian shouted to the nearby area, everyone hold on tight. Kong Wu took a breath. Oh my god, what's going on? Yi Qing frowned and rushed to Jiang Yan's side, grabbing her arm. Everyone, drop your work and retreat to the cabin. Mo Jingqing steadied himself, picked up his telescope, and glanced into the distance before shouting. Boom! Another loud bang. An even larger wave crashed towards the ships. Hua Bao's body rapidly expanded, and several vines quickly extended. Mom, can I help? Yes. Go quickly. Jiang Yan gasped, her eyelids throbbing. Be careful. Hua Bao, okay. The violently rocking ships gradually stabilized, thanks to Hua Bao's vines. Pop! A bloody severed hand landed on the deck in front of them. Mo Jingqing's eyes flashed, and he suddenly realized, it's an explosion. Quick, the entire fleet retreats. 10 minutes later, the water finally calmed down. The air was filled with the stench of seawater and blood. There's a bomb buried at the warehouse entrance. The construction team that went down earlier, along with our advance team, accidentally detonated it. 12 people all killed. Li Haoyang had just finished his report when the water began to shake again. Before Song Qian and the others could use their binoculars to monitor the area outside, Hua Bao whispered to Jiang Yan, "Mom, it's sharks and other piranha-like creatures. Those sharks look terrifying. They're almost as big as that icebreaker. They must have mutated. They even have teeth as big as mine. Ah, and a ton of bugs. How about I go take care of them?" Hua Bao licked his fangs with his blood-red tongue, eager to try. Those ferocious-looking giant sharks excited him greatly. It had never encountered such a formidable foe. Song Qian lowered the telescope and said, "There are sharks I never seen before, probably attracted by the blood. And those 8-legged bug-like creatures, probably drawn here by the shockwave from the explosion. Captain, how about we retreat?" he requested. Mo Jingqing's jaw clenched, anger gleaming in his red eyes. "Retreat first. Notice all submersible construction activities suspended." "Yes." Song Haidao sighed. "It's my fault for being so anxious. I wanted to collect the supplies during the 4 hours of daylight. If I had stayed longer." Mo Jingqing interrupted her mid-sentence. "Doctor, if we're talking about responsibility, it's me, the captain and commander-in-chief, who should bear it. However, now isn't the time to assign blame. The priority is to devise a solution and prevent further casualties." "Yes." Jiang Yan frowned, glanced at Hua Bao, who had already jumped into the water, and said nonsensically, "Captain, why don't we retreat too far? Those sharks seem to be fighting." Hua Bao couldn't stray too far from her. If the fleet moved too far, Hua Bao would have no choice but to retreat. In this area, if these mutant sharks remained, even without bombs, their chances of success would be almost zero. Unless, time was traded for space, slowly driving the sharks away. However, how long that would take, no one knew. Mo Jingqing understood her meaning and glanced at her. "Are you sure?" This sure was significant. Jiang Yan nodded, confirmed. The others were confused. "Confirmed what?" Mo Jingqing scanned the deck. "Have all ships check and confirm any new casualties. The destroyers remain in place for now, and all remaining ships retreat 1 nautical mile. Destroyers must be ready to retreat quickly and attack at any moment." Not far away, a soldier on guard duty asked in confusion, "With so many weapons on board, are we afraid of these sharks?" "You're foolish. Our weapons can easily kill these sharks, but have you ever considered what attracts them? If we kill the sharks, the blood and carcasses will only attract more sharks or other unknown, bloodthirsty, carnivorous creatures." The soldier choked and fell silent. "Oh my God! A fight has really begun. Is it true that one thing conquers another?" Kongwu held up his binoculars, gazing at the distant sea. He could only see the rolling waves and the occasional shark fin surfacing. Zhang Yongyang hurried over upon hearing this. "Little Kong, lend me your binoculars." This. He froze in his tracks after seeing the fierce underwater battle. These sharks have leopard patterns on their skin. They're the most ferocious leopard sharks in the ocean, and they're mutated leopard sharks. The creature that could restrain them, could it be a megalodon? Dr. Zhang, the megalodon is an ancient species, the true overlord of the ocean. It's long since become a fossil. How could it still be alive? Another old professor shuddered. It's not impossible. Don't forget, the S&P lab was able to create mutants and evolved humans, and that patchwork octopus. Extracting DNA from fossils isn't impossible either. Could it be that the octopus and the sharks got into a fight? While the size difference between the two is significant, natural enemies aren't all a similar size. That possibility can't be ruled out. The mutant leopard sharks are large, but their numbers are small. The octopus are tiny, but their numbers are huge, making them highly aggressive. The other old professor had just finished speaking when countless large whirlpools suddenly appeared on the water's surface. Those whirlpools were caused by several leopard sharks being dragged to the seafloor by some force. Boom! Another explosion. This time, however, the force was far less than before. Mo Jingqing stood firmly in his place, glancing at Jiang Yan from the corner of his eye. The latter stared intently at the distant water, a hint of worry in her eyes. He glanced at Yi Qing, who was clutching Jiang Yan's arm tightly with one hand, and said, "Jiang Yan, I need to tell you something." "Okay," Jiang Yan nodded, only then realizing someone was pulling her arm. Yi Qing, I'm fine. Yi Qing withdrew his hand. The two of them walked to the side, and Mo Jingsheng glanced into the distance before saying, your backup plan is impressive, but you must keep it hidden. Jiang Yan looked at Hua Bao, who, in the distance, stretched out 12 vines, dragged several leopard print mutant sharks to the seabed and devoured their flesh. She asked in confusion, what do you mean? The transparent Hua Bao was invisible to the others, only she could sense it with her mind. Unexpectedly, Mo Jingsheng had guessed it instantly after just a quick glance. Mo Jingsheng turned his head to glance at the others before whispering, a gentleman is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. Chapter 452. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow and glanced at Hua Bao in the distance. A gentleman is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime? Yes, Mo Jingsheng said, looking at her solemnly and saying, but don't worry, I will keep your secret and won't let the authorities or anyone else harm you. As Mo Jingsheng said this, Jiang Yan suddenly felt a strange feeling. She had felt the same way before, after she gave Kong with the spiritual spring water, when he spoke to her. She could discern the truth from Mo Jingsheng's words, not just Mo Jingsheng, but anyone who drank the spiritual spring water. It was just that the symptoms were more obvious in those who drank more. Besides being able to discern the truth from the false, those who drank the spiritual spring water seemed to be more inclined towards her. Similarly, the symptoms were more obvious in those who drank more. Ever since Kong Wu recovered, he'd been eager to open up to Jiang Yan all day and night. However, she herself didn't like this feeling. After all, everyone is an independent and free individual, and she wouldn't overuse it unless absolutely necessary. Seeing her silence, Mo Jingsheng grew a little worried. What's wrong, Jiang Yan? Nothing, thank you. Jiang Yan regained her composure and smiled. Li Haiyang's voice came from the side, the sharks are gone. Those 8-legged bugs and the unknown aggressive creatures are gone, too. Hearing this, Jiang Yan and Mo Jingsheng turned around simultaneously. From the perspective of ordinary people, the distant sea, once teeming with fish fins, had returned to a state of calm. No sharks or any other aggressive creatures were visible. However, the corpses of many 8-legged bugs lay floating on the surface. Zhang Yongyan exclaimed in amazement, an ant trying to shake a tree. I never thought these insects could actually be sharks' natural enemies. This discovery is a major feat in biology. If it's confirmed, it would definitely win a Nobel Prize before the apocalypse, another old professor said with lingering fear. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. From Jiang Yan's perspective, the well-fed Hua Bao had already swum back down the current. She didn't know how Hua Bao had managed to do it. The creatures whose flesh had been devoured clean hadn't left a single trace of blood. Hua Bao stretched out its vines, hooked onto the boat's rope, and in a few seconds, shrank and leaped onto Jiang Yan's shoulder. Mom, I threw the shark skeleton to the seabed as you instructed. Also, I detonated the remaining bombs hidden in the dark, as well as those ugly insects with nano-explosives in their bodies. Well done, Hua Bao. Jiang Yan praised him mentally. Mo Jingsheng glanced at Jiang Yan, and seeing her brows relaxed and smile, he breathed a sigh of relief. Almost an hour had passed. Although there were no threatening creatures in the water, the explosion had left it murky and visibility was almost zero. Li Haiyang approached and asked, Captain, Doctor, there are 3 hours left until dark. Should we continue the operation? Song Haidao frowned and looked at Mo Jingsheng. What do you think? Every day the operation is delayed adds another day of uncertainty. However, continuing the operation now would still be risky. Mo Jingsheng gazed into the distance, pondered for a moment, and made up his mind, delay 1 day. That night, everyone involved in the operation felt a bit heavy-hearted. No one had imagined that such a great danger lurked in a place once so inaccessible. Before bed, several commandos, who had been diving for a second reconnaissance, returned. A deep crater was created at the warehouse entrance, and fragments of a nameplate left behind by an official soldier were found. There are slight cracks on the metal door, but the interior appears to be unaffected. However, this also means that neither enemy nor enemy personnel remain. These explosives were planted before the enemy left. Of those mutant sharks, only skeletons remain, and there are many 8-legged insect carcasses on the seabed. The mortise and tenon joints around the warehouse door, which originally fitted the pumping compartment, have been deliberately destroyed. After the briefings, Mo Jingsheng, Song Haidao, and the others worked through the night to come up with a new plan. Jiang Yan, however, did not participate. She returned to her room early and entered the space with Hua Bao. During this time, the room was safe, and with Yi Qing and Song Qian taking turns guarding it, she didn't leave Hua Bao outside alone to stand guard. The next day, Jiang Yan woke up at dawn. After breakfast, she left the space and, as usual, opened the curtains. Looking out the window, Jiang Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. This. Outside the window, the shimmering water had vanished, replaced by a pile of black mud and countless mutated creatures and debris trapped within it. There were crabs, fish of all sizes, sea snakes, and loaches with half their bodies exposed. Some were gaping, their mouths agape, on the verge of death, others were already dead, their bodies a charcoal black. A faint vapor was evaporating rapidly. Jiangyan thought she was hallucinating and rubbed her eyes. Then she looked outside again, only to see the same scene. Hua Bao was also startled. "Oh my god! Mom, where's the seawater? Where's the seawater?" She quickly opened the door and knocked on the doors of her two neighbors. "Captain? Dr. Song?" Mo Jingxing and Song Haidao's rooms were tightly locked, and no one answered. Outside, the sound of running footsteps could be heard intermittently. "Jiangyan, are you awake?" Hearing Jiangyan's voice, Yiqing walked in calmly. He held a bowl of space fruit puree, a portion of compressed dry food, and a cup of freshly brewed instant coffee. "I got you breakfast." "Thank you." Jiangyan reached for the coffee. Seeing his calm expression, her anxiety immediately subsided. "Is something going on out there? How come I woke up to see this outside?" Jiangyan was at a loss for words. If she hadn't seen half a shark skeleton lying in the black mud not far away, she would have thought the entire fleet had been transported. No, the cosmic shifts in novels aren't this miraculous. Dr. Song and Mo Jingxing are already working on it. Yiqing handed her the compressed rations. "Eat something first, and I explain." Jiangyan had already eaten in the space, but she still reached out to take it, opened the bag, and took a small bite. "Our planet has experienced a magnetic pole reversal." Jiangyan was so surprised that she almost spit out the biscuit she had just bitten into her mouth. "Magnetic pole reversal?" "Yes. It used to happen only once every 42,000 years, but now, it happened suddenly. To be precise, it happened around 6 a.m. It was too early, and you were quite tired yesterday, so Mo Jingxing and the others didn't wake you up," Yiqing said, handing Jiangyan a compass. Jiangyan was stunned. The needle on the dial, which had originally pointed to the South Pole, now pointed to the North Pole. Jiangyan understood instantly. "So, that's why the seawater suddenly disappeared?" "Yes." Yiqing unscrewed the space puree and handed it to her. Luckily, it didn't disappear suddenly, so the ships weren't affected much. "I can't eat anymore." Jiangyan pushed the puree away. "Then, wouldn't it be easy for us to get to the warehouse now? Before, they had to dive and install a pumping chamber, but now, they can just go straight there." The distance from the ship to the warehouse wasn't far, and the ship had plenty of equipment and construction materials on board, so clearing a simple and safe route wouldn't be a problem. "It's better than before, but the geomagnetic reversal has increased ultraviolet radiation intensity dozens of times. The temperature has also soared to over 30 degrees Celsius today, so we can only postpone our operations until the evening. Due to the geomagnetic reversal, starting today, the days should be shorter and the nights longer, leaving us with more time." Yiqing paused. "There's another question. The magnetic pole reversal likely originated in the Natural Disaster Simulation Lab. We don't know how long it will last. Dr. Song and the others are currently in the conference room analyzing possible scenarios and corresponding countermeasures." Jiangyan was stunned. "You mean, if the geomagnetic field reverses again, the seawater that suddenly disappeared will return?" "Yes, if it returns, it might not be as easy as it disappeared suddenly. We might face a tsunami or other secondary disasters." Jiangyan, She picked up the intercom and was about to ask where Mo Jingxing was when Yiqing said, "All electronic equipment has been disabled due to the geomagnetic reversal." Jiangyan, She stood up and looked out the window, her brow furrowed. The fish that had opened their mouths when I left the space were now completely closed. At first glance, the scene was devastated, devoid of any sign of life. The mud was rapidly solidifying due to evaporation. It seemed that the creatures that had survived the extreme cold would soon be wiped out by this new natural disaster. Chapter 453. Towards dusk, Mo Jingxing returned, looking exhausted. Although the sudden disappearance of the seawater didn't cause major damage, some equipment and personnel sustained varying degrees of damage and injuries. As captain and overall commander, Mo Jingxing personally led a team to inspect and confirm all the ships, finally feeling somewhat relieved. "Jiangyan, change into your diving suits and oxygen suits. We be leaving in 10 minutes. Yiqing, you too," he said, then went inside. When he emerged, he was fully armed. The oxygen suit, another crucial piece of equipment, was equipped with an oxygen bladder. Wearing two suits on top of each other would be uncomfortable, but the more it suggested that tonight's mission might not be as simple as imagined. Mo Jingsheng added, to avoid any unexpected situations, come with me to store some of the oxygen tanks and submarine equipment in your space ring. Okay. When the three of them arrived on deck, the sun had already set below the horizon. Song Qian, Li Haoyang, and the others were already fully armed and standing nearby. Song Haidao, Sun Jingtao, and the others were also there. In addition to the core team, there was also an assault team carrying heavy weapons. Each person had two large diving fins hanging from the side of their tactical backpacks. At first glance, it looked both strange and amusing. After the geomagnetic reversal, all electronic equipment failed, and several soldiers had to manually lower the backup gangway. The nearby frigate had a helicopter landing pad, and there were also helicopters in the warehouse. Unfortunately, the helicopter's cockpit was also damaged after the electronic equipment failed. Mo Jingsheng gazed into the distance. We walk there in a bit. Jiangyan nodded. Okay. A soldier trotted over. Captain, the gangway is ready, and the ground is dry. Shall we depart immediately? Mo Jingsheng nodded slightly, glanced at everyone, and said loudly, we don't know when the geomagnetic reversal will return, so our next move is a race against time. I hope you be fully prepared and win our first battle of this trip. Everyone chorused yes. Are you all ready? Ready! Mo Jingsheng waved his hand with an imposing air. Let's go! Everyone filed down to the surface. Even through thick sols, protective suits, and masks, Jiang Yan could still feel the heat from the ground and air, and smell the strange odor that permeated the air. In just one day, the once thick mud had completely evaporated. The strange smell was mostly due to the secondary fermentation of the dead, mutated sea creatures. The ground was rugged and full of potholes. To avoid attracting new unidentified creatures with the excessive light, only a few people turned on their headlamps. A leading soldier, armed with a rifle, said, there are still some areas that haven't dried out yet. Everyone, please be careful when you walk. Okay. From the destroyer to the warehouse entrance was only about a kilometer, not far. But everyone was wearing diving suits, bulky protective gear, and tactical backpacks, and the lighting was very dim, so walking was difficult. The air was hot and smelly, and most people were sweating profusely after walking for a while. However, since the sun is out now, why not take off the protective gear first? Soldier A whispered. Soldier B said, you're stupid. There's ultraviolet radiation at night, too, just not as strong as during the day. Soldier A replied, the worst that can happen is your skin getting darker. What's there to worry about? Soldier B glanced at him. Didn't you attend the morning meeting today? The captain said ultraviolet radiation can cause skin cancer and other diseases, and even mutations if not handled properly. Are you sure you don't want to wear it? Soldier A fell silent. Yi Qing walked beside Jiang Yan. After a while, he grabbed Jiang Yan's backpack and said, Jiang Yan, I help you. Jiang Yan declined, saying, I don't need it. Why don't you go see Dr. Song? Although Song Haidao was older, he looked in better health than some of the younger soldiers, but Jiang Yan was still a little worried about him. So she arranged for Hua Bao to accompany him, just in case the ground was rough and he fell. Okay. Be careful then. Yi Qing walked towards Song Haidao. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the entrance of the so-called warehouse. Only then did Jiang Yan realize that this so-called warehouse was built on the edge of a cliff by the sea. However, the cliff wasn't very high, having previously been submerged by the sea. The previous explosion had ripped away a portion of the mountain, revealing a metal wall. But Jiang Yan could tell at a glance that this wall wasn't made of the same metal as the one at Yaobin base, but ordinary metal. Outside the door lay several large and small craters left by the explosions. In the largest crater directly in front of the door, several massive, mutated shark skeletons, now a charcoal color, lay. As if Mo Jingsheng had anticipated this, he said, set up a ladder. At the command, several soldiers carrying diamond-patterned anti-slip plates slung across their backs hurried to the front of the team. Yes. Whoosh. 2 steel cables shot to the metal gate on the opposite side of the pit. In less than a minute, a 1-meter-wide path was constructed. I go first, Li Haoyang volunteered. The members of the team now all had extensive training. A smooth, narrow single-plank bridge like this one was easily accessible to everyone. Not to mention, it was much wider than the usual training bridges and had safety ropes. Jiang Yan looked at the sheets in surprise. So thin? Can a person stand on it? Dr. Song said, yes, this is PEEK, a material that was widely used before the apocalypse. It's as light as plastic, but as hard and strong as steel. Before the apocalypse, most robots were made of this material. Jiang Yin nodded, suddenly realizing that being around Song Hainao always gave her a lot of high-tech terms. With that in mind, Jiang Yin had Huabao extend its vines to protect both sides of the ladder. Everyone who needed to enter the warehouse had already gone. Mo Jingsheng approached. Jiang Yin, you go first. I follow. Okay. The group reached the entrance. The assault team stood guard outside, while Mo Jingsheng led the remaining members into the warehouse. The warehouse wasn't particularly high-tech, it was just an ordinary pre-apocalyptic air raid shelter. However, this air raid shelter had a door leading to the sea, making it a semi-enclosed dock. After opening several extremely heavy iron doors, a long tunnel appeared before them. Sun Qingtao looked surprised. There's a light in here? Li Haoyang nodded. There's a backup power supply. It can withstand extreme tsunamis and earthquakes, enough for at least 10 years. After walking a little further, a dark wall appeared before them. Just as Jiang Yin carefully searched for the door handle, Song Haitao removed his gloves and placed his hand on it. A flash of light flashed, and a small green square appeared. He removed his protective mask again, and put his right eye close to it. Jiang Yin was surprised. With two beep, the door opened. Mo Jingsheng turned. Except for Jiang Yin, Dr. Song, Song Qian, Li Haoyang, Sun Jingtao, and me, the rest of you, stand guard at the door. Yes. Several armed soldiers turned. Mo Jingsheng gave a look, and Li Haoyang pushed the door open. Looking at the two aircraft carriers quietly placed in the warehouse, and the fighter jets and various advanced weaponry parked on them, Jiang Yin was completely stunned. A great power's heavy weapons. Seeing them firsthand was awe-inspiring. It was truly awe-inspiring. Chapter 454. Not only was Jiang Yin astonished, but Yi Qing, Li Haoyang, and the others were also astonished. The four had only seen these powerful weapons of great powers on television and online before. Now, seeing such a behemoth right next to them, a sense of pride welled up within them. Seeing the shock and awe in their eyes, Mo Jingsheng smiled slightly. You can experience it up close and feel it. You can touch the hull, but please wear gloves. No problem. Yi Qing finished his words, striding towards the aircraft carrier. Sun Jingtao, Li Haoyang, and Song Qian followed closely behind. Song Haitao had been on aircraft carriers many times before, so he remained quite calm. Jiang Yin turned her head and glanced at Mo Jingsheng. Why are you wearing gloves? Mo Jingsheng narrowed his eyes. These two aircraft carriers, along with their equipment and weapons, will need to be handed over to the nation later. Mo Jingsheng paused. After the handover, the carriers will undergo a comprehensive inspection. I don't want the authorities to find Xia and the others' fingerprints on them. That wouldn't be a good thing for them. Jiang Yin took a deep breath. She hadn't expected so many details. But then again, Mo Jingsheng's approach was indeed rigorous. He glanced at his tactical watch and pulled two special scanners from his backpack. We need to take inventory later, will you? Huh? Jiang Yin parted her lips. Do we have to count those fighter jets and stuff too? She had thought she could just stow the aircraft carriers away with a touch of her finger. She hadn't expected there would be so much more to it. Yes. But don't worry. This device automatically identifies, counts, and stores everything after scanning. Just make sure our data matches. Jiang Yin glanced at the aircraft carrier, seeing no end in sight. Even if the equipment could automatically scan, identify, and store items, simply walking around it would be quite a task. She thought for a moment, then remembered something in her space that she could use. Captain, can you ride a balance bike? Yes, Mo Jingsheng asked, puzzled. How? Jiang Yin had already taken off her backpack and pulled out two foldable balance bikes. Song Hainao, surprised to see him transformed, asked, Little Jiang, how do you manage to fit so much stuff into this treasure chest of yours? The backpack was ordinary, but the items she pulled out were clearly larger than the size of the backpack. It didn't make sense, and I didn't understand it. Jiang Yin smiled, Doctor, I don't know either. The two of them mounted the balance bikes and walked side by side. 20 minutes passed quickly, and the aircraft carrier and its fighter jets and other items were completely accounted for. Li Haoyang, Yi Qing, and the other four split into two teams, one on each side, inspecting the remaining storage rooms in the dock. Jiang Yin stood in front of one of the aircraft carriers and placed her finger on it. Did I take it? Mo Jingsheng, yes. Song Haitao, Yi Qing, and the other three stood there, eyes wide open, holding their breath as they watched Jiang Yan perform her magic trick. The next second, one aircraft carrier vanished. Jiang Yan also tucked the other one into the space. Looking at the bare rails left on the ground, they breathed a sigh of relief. Li Haoyang said, "There are several supply warehouses nearby, storing a lot of wartime food and supplies. There are also 2 equipment maintenance workshops, with aircraft carrier repair and maintenance parts. Should we take those as well?" Song Qian also said, "The area we're inspecting is full of logistics warehouses, storing ammunition and aircraft fuel, and there are also several medical supply warehouses. Let's take those as well." Jiang Yan nodded. "Anything that's freestanding and untethered should be mine." "I go with you," Mo Jingsheng said. Compared to the mighty weapons of a great nation, these were meager supplies. However, having a record is better than having none. "Okay." Jiang Yan collected everything, and half an hour passed. "Take a break. We'll be back in 10 minutes, Mo Jingsheng instructed, glancing at Jiang Yan, whose face flushed red. "Okay." Several people removed their protective masks and sat on the ground. Just as they were about to take a drink from their backpacks, Jiang Yan handed them a few bottles. "Take some of these." A small amount of spiritual spring water had been added to these bottles. Jiang Yan knew they were exhausted, and that drinking a little would help them recover quickly. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been very willing to let them drink the spiritual spring water. The more they drank, the more loyal they became to her. It made her feel like she had cast a spell on them. "Thank you." Yi Qing took it first, then moved closer to her. "Are you tired? I lend you my shoulder." He said the last part in a quiet voice, but just loud enough for everyone to hear. Li Haoyang was displeased. "My shoulders are broad too, and I can lend them to Miss Jiang." Mo Jingsheng punched him, feigning anger. "Whose are narrower?" Li Haoyang. "Captain, mine are narrower, the narrowest." Jiang Yan almost burst out laughing. Sun Jingtao laughed to smooth things over. "Forget it, I leave this opportunity to you singles." Song Haidao smiled at the young people, his wrinkled eyes moistening slightly. After resting, the group rose and headed back. "Huh, that's strange. Why do I feel like I suddenly regained my health? It's just..." Li Haoyang suddenly felt a stink on his body, but turning to look at Mo Jingsheng and the others, seeing their composure, he suppressed his doubts. He thought it was probably from sweating so much while walking. So what if it stinks? After all these years of being a soldier on missions, I only smelled good for a few days. Even after everyone safely returned to the ship, the compass dial still hadn't changed. That meant the magnetic pole reversal hadn't yet resolved. At this rate, the next day's ultraviolet radiation and the subsequent disasters would only get worse. "Huh, is it windy?" A soldier on deck monitoring the environment said, turning to the soldier next to him and saying, "Please ask Professor Liu and the others to come up." Professor Liu was one of the meteorological experts accompanying the team. A soldier on guard duty nearby was puzzled. "It's windy, so what's the big deal? It looks a bit like a tornado." Jiang Yan returned to the cabin, removed her protective suit, and then her diving suit. Her body was covered in a sticky, smelly layer of sweat. Not knowing when the vanished seawater would return, she left Hua Bao in the room as a precaution and entered the space herself. After a hot shower and a quick bite of self-heating hot pot, Jiang Yan returned to her room. Just as she had settled into her room, she heard a crackling sound coming from the window. Hua Bao crouched at the window, motionless, staring out. "Mom, there's a tornado." "This?" Jiang Yan gasped. "This natural disaster is endless and relentless." She opened the door, but Mo Jingsheng and Song Haidao hadn't returned yet. According to official regulations, according to Mo Jingsheng, after completing each mission, they were required to organize the materials into meeting materials. Jiang Yan was responsible for confirming the signatures for her portion and, temporarily acting as a file manager, storing these meeting materials in her space. Currently on duty at the entrance were Song Qian and 2 new soldiers. Jiang Yan. "Miss Jiang?" Jiang Yan nodded at the 2 soldiers, then looked at Song Qian. "Don't you want to rest for a while?" "As long as I'm not on a mission, I rest," Song Qian said. He added, "There's a tornado outside, but it won't have much of an impact. You should get some rest first." Jiang Yan glanced at the other areas, where soldiers were scurrying back and forth in the hallway. "Is everything okay?" Some of the containers on the freighter were swept away. On the destroyer, the searchlight and torpedo tubes were severely damaged, but the rest were repaired in time, so it's okay. Soldier A interrupted, "Fortunately, I heard that all the windows in our cabins have been retrofitted with bulletproof glass. Otherwise, the wind would have definitely destroyed them. Jiang Yan frowned. Just then, the ship shook violently. Soldier B said, "It's here again? I never seen anything like this before. This tornado keeps coming back. It's already come back 3 times. Jiang Yan, where are the captain and the others?" Song Qian said, "I don't know where they are, but the captain specifically told you to stay in the cabin." Jiang Yan glanced at several white-coated men carrying first aid kits and quickly walked out. "I go check." Song Qian knew he couldn't stop them, so he followed them. The tornado came and went all night, finally stopping at dawn the next day. Several ships were left in ruins. The decks were covered with a meter-thick layer of black gravel and dust, as well as the remains of many sea creatures. The men, wearing protective suits and enduring the oppressive heat, had just finished cleaning the decks when the wind started to surge again. "Let's retreat to the cabin first." "Yes." Jiang Yan stayed indoors all day. With no training or study planned, she simply continued tending to the few lettuces she planted in her pots. Because they used the interstellar black soil, the lettuces sprouted and grew small leaves very quickly. "Mom, it's all black dust outside now. Does that mean it's blocking some of the UV rays?" Hua Bao darted around the room. Jiang Yan paused while watering. "Yes, but we're trapped." Without the seawater, several ships were stranded. Adding to the thick dust, comparable to the previous black smog, they had no choice but to remain where they were for the time being. Hua Bao glanced outside. "It's like a demonic wind blowing outside. It's like the end of the world." Jiang Yan was left amused and confused by its words. "It's already the end of the world." Hua Bao, "Okay." A week later, the demonic wind finally subsided. Without the obscuring dust, researchers discovered that ultraviolet light intensity had increased again. The cancer risk has reached 100%. Mo Jingsheng had no choice but to order everyone to remain inside their cabins and avoid leaving unless necessary. During this period, every ship had suffered casualties. Cargo ships, not as sturdy as destroyers and frigates, suffered the most damage in the tornado. Additionally, due to improper operation by some crew members, oxygen tanks stored on board leaked, resulting in heavy casualties. Most of the exposed components on other ships were also missing. Although most were still in stock, Mo Jingsheng still ordered a redeployment of the entire treasure hunting team. Su Dai, Mo Shiyao, Jiang Yi, and the others also moved aboard the destroyer. Su Dai hadn't seen Jiang Yan for several days, and upon arriving, she grabbed her hand and nearly cried. Another week passed, and the compass needle began to deviate. Jiang Yan knew the magnetic reversal was likely over. Another fortnight passed, and some electronic equipment finally began to chime after a long absence. And the North and South Pole needles were almost returning to their original positions. The closer the magnetic reversal date approached, the more focused Mo Jingxing and Song Haitao became. The seawater was slowly receding, but that didn't mean it would return gently. Everyone was on high alert, preparing for the worst. A month later, the vanishing seawater finally returned, bringing with it a typhoon, a tsunami, and a second wave of insects. These insects weren't the 8-legged worms they encountered before. They were more like terrestrial creatures, adapted to the aquatic environment, and equally large. There were also several mutant tiger sharks, and several unknown creatures resembling electric eels, carrying nano-bombs in their bodies. Although the fleet was well prepared, it still suffered a significant blow. Thankfully, Hua Bao's covert prowess prevented at least a few ships from being swept away by the typhoon. 3 days later, the magnetic poles finally straightened, and the intensity of ultraviolet light in the air gradually returned to the level before the reversal. Another 3 days passed, and all ships were repaired and sailed again, heading for their next destination, Qincheng. Before the apocalypse, Qincheng was a city at an extremely high altitude. The temperature there was very low, and it was the centralized storage center for national big data equipment. In addition to the big data equipment, 2 of the few remaining precious lithography machines were also secretly transferred there before the apocalypse. Furthermore, there's a state-of-the-art AI research center there. A vast amount of scientific research data, covering astronomy, geography, biology, chemistry, history, culture, and more, is stored there in electronic form. With this data, human scientific research will at least not be set back by hundreds, or even thousands of years due to the apocalypse. Of course, there's one thing not mentioned on the treasure map. A portion of the nation's gold reserves is stored there. This batch of gold is part of the gold Mo Jingxing owes Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan is eagerly anticipating this trip. Or perhaps, after witnessing the majesty of China's domestically produced aircraft carriers, she's full of anticipation for every future treasure hunt. Time flies. Due to the constant occurrence of new natural disasters and occasional obstruction and confrontation by hostile forces, the treasure hunting team's original schedule has been repeatedly delayed. 3 years have passed in a flash. After storing the last gene bank material, which holds the future of humanity, into the space, Jianyan finally relaxes. There's one last stop, Musen Base. That legendary renegade base, colluding with the hostile forces represented by Shui Miaomiu. Standing on the deck, Jianyan gazed into the distance, a heavy heart welled up in her. Over the past 3 years, she had visited several locations and passed by several small bases, but without exception, she had seen nothing but numerous mutants. Shui Miaomiu and the so-called hostile forces, like playing hide-and-seek, had hidden themselves from the powerful Snapdragon. And according to Mo Jingsheng's latest information, the Musen base was likely the hostile forces' hidden headquarters within China. Jianyan reached out and stroked the dagger in her hand, a cold glint in her eyes. She was about to meet Shui Miaomiu. In this life, she would personally slay this ruthless, murderous scumbag. This was one of her few remaining wishes, if she were to be reborn. Mo Jingsheng's voice came from behind. Jianyan, I didn't expect you to be here. Jianyan turned and saw him, and Yi Qin walking towards her side by side. Behind them were Zhou Haotian and Zhao Xufei. The two little boys, still childish, clutched guns and looked incredibly energetic. In 3 years, they had grown rapidly, and were placed under Mo Jingsheng's personal care as potential fighters. Yi Qin had become more composed and, through his own strength, had risen to the position of deputy captain. He wasn't interested in official positions or fame. However, the fleet needed Mo Jingsheng, and talent like him. He could only accept the offer with a stern reluctance. Jianyan glanced at the time. It was exactly 10 o'clock in the morning. She smiled at the two and asked, "What's wrong?" She knew that unless there were special circumstances, Mo Jingsheng and Yi Qin wouldn't come to see her at this hour. Mo Jingsheng's lips curled up as he smiled. One good news, one bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Chapter 455. Jianyan smiled and said nonchalantly, anything's fine. Good news. Musen Base has been captured by our forces ahead of time. We can just go and take down the offshore launch tower. Jianyan was startled. Does that mean we can return to Yaobin Base early? Musen Base is different from other locations where major weaponry is stored. In other places, if you encounter hostile forces, you can simply attack them directly. But Musen Base, besides hostile forces, also contains many ordinary survivors and a number of scientists secretly held hostage by Shui Miaomiu. Outwitting them is the only option, not a blitz. The original plan allocated at least 2 to 3 months for the capture of Musen Base. She hadn't expected it to go so smoothly. Of course, she knew that other teams had been assigned to help them clear some obstacles, but judging from previous experiences, the hostile forces were clearly superior. She hadn't expected Musen Base, Shui Miaomiu's final stronghold, to be so vulnerable. How could it happen so quickly? Jianyan wondered. Mo Jingsheng didn't speak directly, but feigned mystery, saying, "We have an insider." An insider? Jianyan was surprised, but quickly understood. Both Lian Base and Musen Base had spies stationed at Yaobin Base. Yaobin Base, or perhaps some powerful spies from above, were sent in to disrupt the other. It was normal for them to go back and forth. Mo Jingsheng added, however, there's another reason. Too many people at Musen Base consumed two-legged sheep, leading to an extremely severe prion outbreak. Human-to-human transmission was evident, and coupled with the frequent disappearances of many ordinary survivors, this ultimately sparked public resentment. Jianyan felt a heavy weight on her heart suddenly lift. By the way, what's the bad news? Bad news, Shui Miaomiu escaped. Mo Jingsheng paused, glanced at Jianyan, and seeing her brow furrow, he said, he fled to Jinxin Base. Jinxin Base? Jianyan's composure faltered at the name. Could it be the rumored base belonging to the metal element, the last remaining of the 5 elements, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth? Yes. Then Jianyan glanced at the dagger in her hand. Will we go to Jinxin Base? The treasure map showed Musen Base as the last stop. After all supplies were stored, the entire fleet would return directly to Yaobin Base. Jinxin Base was said to be quite far away, and a special base capable of flexible movement at sea, with no fixed coordinates. If they returned from there, destroying the natural disaster simulation laboratory would likely be even more difficult. The multinational joint force had already reached the enemy's base on the ground. The ground and airborne attacks complement each other and proceed simultaneously. The airborne attack is time-sensitive, and the ground attack can't wait much longer. Thinking of this, Mo Jingqing shook his head. I won't go. Our priority now is to collect the supplies from Musen Base and immediately return to Yaobin Base. We must build the launch platform and prepare to destroy the natural disaster simulation laboratory and depart for Mars simultaneously. Don't forget, we already missed the Mars launch window. Every 28 months, there is a window for ground-based launches to reach Mars. It took 3 years to get there, and everyone has already missed it once. Once we reach Musen Base, my mission will be complete. I'm applying to go on my own? Before I leave, I hand over all the supplies to the nation, Jiangyan said, glancing off into the distance. After all, rebuilding the launch platform will take more than a day or two. Yi Qing clenched his fists. I go with you. Mo Jingqing looked at Jiangyan, then at Yi Qing, and couldn't help but laugh. You too, you're oversimplifying things. Jiangyan was puzzled. What do you mean? Mo Jingqing, Jiangyan, you collected so much stuff. Have you ever thought about where to store it after returning to Yaobin Base, even if you return it to the country? Not to mention everything else, there's no room for those aircraft carriers alone. Mo Jingqing, Yaobin Base is constructed of a special metal that can withstand nuclear explosions. But the biggest problem with a base like this is that the materials are missing. It's no longer possible to store it. We can expand further. Mo Jingqing, also, if the natural disaster simulator isn't destroyed, this planet could face complete destruction. What's the point of handing it over now? Jiangyan gasped. So, those things can't be handed over until everything is settled? That's what I mean. Mo Jingqing nodded. It won't be too short, so be prepared. Yi Qing's brows furrowed slightly, and he hit the nail on the head. So, after returning to the base, and before handing over the supplies to the country, will Jiangyan still be free? Yi Qing's words instantly enlightened Jiangyan. Mo Jingqing didn't answer directly. After a second of hesitation, he said, Jiangyan, victory is hard-earned. During this period after returning to Yaobin Base, you protect the national treasures, and the country will protect you. The meaning was obvious. If Jiangyan still didn't understand, she would be truly clueless. I know you both hate Shui Miao, but don't worry, the country won't let such a cruel traitor go easily. Mo Jingqing seemed to understand Jiangyan and Yi Qing's thoughts and continued, if you want to avenge your blood feud personally, I request that someone be sent to capture her alive. However, the news I received is that Shui Miao is no longer the same person you knew before the apocalypse. Jiangyan and Yi Qing asked in unison, what do you mean? Mo Jingqing, you know about artificial intelligence, but have you heard of brain-computer interfaces? Jiangyan nodded. I heard that Ma, who launched a bunch of Starlinks into space before the apocalypse, has been researching brain-computer interfaces. Mo Jingqing, have you heard of Organization L? Organization L? Yi Qing thought for a moment. I think I heard of it when I was in Xiangqing. Jiangyan, it's said that this organization is primarily composed of scientists. Even the ordinary members are highly intelligent, and their intelligence is less than perfect. 170 can't even join this team. However, after leaving the Xiangqing base, I haven't heard of this organization since. Mo Jingqing, SNP Laboratory is affiliated with this organization. This organization is composed of fanatics in the scientific community, some of whom are from foreign forces. However, their research scope is limited, and their expertise has its limitations. Therefore, the hidden forces behind Shui Miao have captured some of the scientists. The technology Shui Miao has obtained is more advanced than that of someone else, and has already entered clinical trials. The Shui Miao that many people have seen before is just a replacement for Shui Miao, who was found based on his height and appearance, and then had plastic surgery. The real Shui Miao studies immortality and genetic evolution. His limbs and torso have long been disabled. Now, he is just a freak with his brain stem still in a machine. Jiangyan was shocked. So, those mutated 8-legged bugs we saw earlier were indeed the product of the SNP lab, and Shui Miao used the same technology? Mo Jingqing nodded. That's understandable. Yi Qing was puzzled. Shui Miao is from Aming City. He committed all sorts of evil before the apocalypse, and certainly has some influence in the local area. But I still don't understand how he could possess such immense power. Jiangyan added, even if he's merely a public face for the forces behind the scenes, this research is incredibly cutting edge. How could he have the authority to use it for himself? Or, based on what you described, this longevity technology isn't even mature yet. What's the point of him being so impatient? Zhou Haotian and Zhao Xiaofei stared at each other, their eyes reddening. Shui Miao was not only Jiangyan and Yi Qing's enemy, but also the murderer of their father and mother. Whenever they recalled what happened in Repulse Bay, they wished they could immediately hack this perverted demon into pieces. The two were also somewhat bewildered by some of the technical terms Mo Jingxing and the others were mentioning, but they didn't dare interrupt to ask. Over the 3 years since participating in the treasure hunt, they hadn't neglected their academic studies, and would occasionally attend various study sessions with Song Haitao and the others. They had been exposed to the world through observation and observation. But today's conversation between the three of them was not only filled with information, but also seemed a bit far-fetched to them. The two were actually puzzled as to how Shui Miaomu had suddenly become so powerful. Have you ever considered that those mutants and creatures were experiments for the power Shui Miaomu represents? Could it be that Shui Miaomu's genes or characteristics matched or resembled those of the power behind them, making her their ultimate experiment? Jiangyan fell silent. Yi Qing stared at her, lips tightly pursed, silent. Chapter 456. Hey Sister Yan, look, what's that? Zhou Haoqian suddenly pointed into the distance. Jiangyan looked up and saw a military speedboat, loaded with armed soldiers, speeding toward the destroyer. Before the destroyer's guards could even begin to shout, they had already hoisted an official flag. Mo Jingxing glanced at the flag and said calmly, "They're our own people. If I'm not mistaken, they're from the Jinxing base." Jiangyan glanced at him. Jinxing base? Mo Jingxing smiled. Yeah. Speak of the devil, and he appear. Even so, we couldn't let our guard down. The next second, a voice came over the radio, demanding the other party slow down for boarding inspection. As usual, the destroyer launched a speedboat, and several soldiers sped off in it, stopping the boat. After confirming the inspection was complete, the two speedboats sailed towards the destroyer, one in front and one behind. Jiangyan glanced over. A majestic female warrior led the Jinxing base speedboat. A question suddenly struck her. By the way, Captain, I always wanted to ask, what's the significance of using the 5 major bases named after gold, wood, water, fire, and earth in the early days of the apocalypse? Lion base represents fire. Yaobin base represents earth. Muzin base represents wood. Jinxing base represents gold. After the apocalypse, numerous bases, large and small, have sprung up like mushrooms after a rain. However, at best, they are merely temporary shelters. In terms of scale, defense level, technological advancement, and resource reserves, they can't compare to the major bases. As Jiangyan calculated, her confusion grew. It seems there's no base representing water? Mo Jingxing curled his lips, remaining secretive. I don't know the specific reason. One theory is that it's inspired by the interplay of the 5 elements, but I can't comment on such matters. It's like why hospitals built during the Mask era were named Thunder God Mountain. As for the lack of water, the planet isn't short of water these days. Of course, there is some, as you find out later. Jiangyan and Yi Qing stared at each other. So what about the remaining Reborn? I don't think I heard of them either. Mo Jingxing's eyes darkened. They sacrificed themselves for their country, or rather, for the future of all survivors on the planet. Jiangyan was shocked. What do you mean? Not only do we have Reborn in our country, but other countries have them too, Mo Jingxing said, glancing at them. Pretend you never heard anything I just told you. Jiangyan glanced at Zhou Haoqian and Zhao Xiufei beside Mo Jingxing, and chose not to press the issue. Mo Jingxing had been injured repeatedly over time, having consumed a considerable amount of spiritual spring water to recuperate. If Jiangyan had pressed him, he would have confessed. But he had clearly chosen to remain silent, which meant it was likely a state secret. On the other hand, secrets known to those who shouldn't know aren't necessarily a good thing. This was especially true for children, like Zhou Haoqian and Zhao Xiaofei, who hadn't yet developed the ability to protect themselves. 2 weeks later, the Xiaolong fleet departed Muzin base, and officially set off for Yaobin base. A week later, after 3 years and 5 months, the Xiaolong fleet finally returned to Yaobin base. On their departure, they had a destroyer, 2 frigates, an icebreaker, and a cargo ship, totaling 368 personnel. By the time they returned to Yaobin base, only 198 men remained. Aside from a few elderly men who died of natural causes due to health and age, most of the remaining soldiers had died in the line of duty. Some logistics personnel also perished in unpredictable natural disasters. During a treasure hunt, the cargo ship laden with supplies was damaged by a hurricane and then exploded, sinking to the bottom of the ocean. Jiangyan also fully realized that despite her immense abilities, she couldn't save everyone. The spiritual spring water had the miraculous power to restore lost people, but it couldn't save those already on the brink of death. When they set out, every time she closed her eyes, and her subconscious tried to identify those who had drunk the spiritual spring water. Tiny dots of light and dark would appear in her mind. After returning, she deliberately tried not to think about those people, because if she closed her eyes carelessly, her mind would be filled with dense dots. The remaining 198 men had all drunk the spiritual spring water to some degree. Now, they were all genuinely loyal to her. After returning to the base, Jiang Yan, Yi Qing, and the others were assigned to a specific area by Li Hao, the current leader of the Yaobin base. In other words, the entire treasure hunting team of 198 people was concentrated in one area. Mo Jingxing, along with Song Haidao, and the rest of the research team, disappeared for a while. Jiang Yan guessed they had gone to report their progress to their so-called superiors. As the core of the treasure hunting team, Jiang Yan received the strictest protection and the highest level of care. Food, clothing, housing, and transportation were all top-tier amenities in the entire base. But to Jiang Yan, it felt more like she was living in a 5-star prison, under strict surveillance. After all, as Mo Jingsheng had said, any single item she had collected could revolutionize human history. Although the hostile forces hidden within the country had been temporarily dismantled, new covetous individuals were still possible. And the problem with those powerful weapons and high-tech products wasn't just a lack of storage space at the base. Under the current circumstances, it wasn't possible to immediately create an environment to store even a portion of these high-tech items. Jiang Yan's room, except for the bedroom and bathroom, was equipped with 360-degree high-definition infrared cameras. She simply didn't bother entering the space. The subsequent treasure hunts she visited all contained significant quantities of gold and jewelry. Mo Jingsheng had thus transferred all the gold and jewelry he owed Jiang Yan to her. After finding an opportunity to send Hua Bao into the space, she had been living outside. Every day she would visit Yi Qing, Su Dai, and the others to chat. The security level there wasn't as high as Jiang Yan's, but every time Jiang Yan went there, she was accompanied by at least 4 fully armed soldiers. After a few trips, Jiang Yan began to tire. The feeling of being constantly watched was truly unpleasant. She simply stayed in her room, pulling out the books she bought before the apocalypse from her space, and reading them one by one. After a while, she found serious books a bit boring, so she simply found a few online novels. She had gained the 2 golden fingers of space and flower treasure after her rebirth, so this kind of exciting novel setting was very familiar to her. She read with great gusto, finishing it in 2 overnight stays. Jiang Yan thought that when she had the free time in the future, she would write down her experiences exactly as they happened, turning them into an online novel. The apocalypse and natural disasters will eventually pass, and humanity will finally usher in its own light. By then, there won't be many survivors who can or have the energy to write online novels, right? But that's all for later. Jiang Yan thought of the pile of Lego toys and craft materials she spent a fortune on before the apocalypse. She gave some to Su Dai and the others, keeping some for herself. Whenever she had time, she assembled Lego sets and create handicrafts. Her days in the 5-star prison felt quite fulfilling. Yi Qing, Su Dai, and the others would come visit her. The group, just like before leaving the base, cooked hot pot, played cards, and chatted for hours, enjoying themselves. 3 months passed quickly. One day, Mo Jingxing, who had been missing for a long time, returned with 2 pieces of news. First, Shui Miaomiu was dead. The original and several clones had perished at the hands of Jean Roland, the head of the Jinxing base. Second, the higher-ups wanted to see her. Chapter 457. Several clones? What do you mean? Jiang Yan glanced at Mo Jingxing. Clones? Mo Jingxing's expression was a little serious. A bit similar, but, in the words of human genome sequencing experts, it's called mirror life. Mirror life? Jiang Yan was confused by this new scientific term. But that wasn't the point. Jiang Yan checked again. Are they all dead? Yes. We tested the DNA of the original and the clones, and they're all dead. We also rescued some scientists. Oh, and there was also a girl named Shui Qian Meishua, a relative of Shui Miaomiao, who had secretly helped us a lot before. However, the virus in her body mutated, and she died of ulcers all over her body. Jiang Yan, that girl must have been one of Shui Miaomiao's victims. A thought suddenly crossed her mind. I met Shui Qian Meishu before, back in Xianqing. She was driving a rose-red Mercedes-Benz with strange patterns all over its interior. I've seen patterns like these in many places. Also, when Shui Miaomiao was at the Flame Base, he specifically captured some young girls and locked them in pure gold cages. I didn't understand it then, But now I'm beginning to wonder if they're secretly carrying out some unspeakable activities. It's hard to say. These people, obsessed with their pursuit of immortality, have gone astray and committed all sorts of evil. Mo Jingsheng clenched his fists and continued, we suspect that the people behind Shui Miaomu initially wanted to use the perfect bodies and organs of others to achieve their own physical immortality. Perhaps, after realizing their physical immortality research had failed, they embraced another form of immortality, the immortality of the mind, using artificial intelligence and brain-computer interface technology. But now, his plan couldn't be realized. Once the natural disaster simulator was automatically run, it was like Pandora's box opened, unable to be closed again. Such a headstrong person simply cannot accept his own failure. In the end, the probability of him choosing to destroy humanity along with him is very high. Jiang Yan wondered, what if this person is a ruthless person and uses his own body for experiments? Just like Shui Miaomu? Mo Jingsheng shook his head. That's impossible. This experiment requires professional scientists and specialized equipment, and their ground base is already under our control. Our people abroad have also discovered large numbers of organs abandoned in formaldehyde. That means that after the apocalypse, some research was carried out simultaneously, both domestically and internationally. However, they subsequently invented new viruses and hormones, so crude methods, like organ transplants, were abandoned. However, they killed many people for this research, so even sending them to a military court would be a bargain. Jiang Yan fell into deep thought. It hadn't occurred to her that organ transplants, mutants, and evolved humans were merely sacrifices in the pursuit of immortality by those in power within the hostile faction. She had forgotten that Mo Jingsheng had mentioned this before. The other party activated the natural disaster simulator, essentially using the entire planet as a testing ground. And these surviving humans were merely guinea pigs, forced to undergo experiments under various natural disaster conditions. Since the ground base has been taken over, we can simply destroy the natural disaster simulation laboratory. How could he allow all of humanity to be buried with him? Jiang Yan was puzzled. Mo Jingsheng's eyes darkened. Perhaps a nuclear explosion is also programmed into the entire natural disaster simulation? Jiang Yan was stunned. If no one could destroy the natural disaster simulator, the entire planet would suffer endless natural disasters until it could no longer withstand them, and was completely destroyed. If someone were able to terminate the natural disaster simulator, it would likely trigger the system's self-destruct program. A devastating natural disaster, like a nuclear explosion, would be directly activated. These consequences are not impossible. Thus, successfully landing on Mars became the only chance for humanity's survival. Thinking of this, she asked, by the way, is the offshore space launch base ready? After the Xiaolong fleet returned to Yaobin base, Song Haitao and his team took the lead in establishing the offshore space launch base. Although subsequent natural disasters have been frequent, over 3 months have passed. A rough outline should be ready, right? Yes. The main project is undergoing final acceptance. After the foundation work passes in a few days, the space equipment you collected earlier can be handed over. If all goes well, it will coincide with the next Mars landing window. At that time, the destruction of the natural disaster simulation laboratory and the Mars landing will proceed simultaneously. Mo Jingsheng finished speaking, glancing at her with interest. You don't seem very interested in my second message? Being received by the higher-ups as a top contributor is something many people only dream of, but dare not even think about. But Jiang Yan seemed remarkably calm. Second message? Jiang Yan understood his meaning and sighed. Actually, I really want to quietly disappear after handing over the supplies. After years of Huabao's constant eating and chewing, the gold in the space was running low. The space and Huabao had undergone tremendous changes. New features she had never imagined had appeared. She really wanted to find an opportunity to see them for herself. Unfortunately, her cooperation with the country hadn't officially ended yet, so she wasn't truly free. She was always waiting for the day when she would regain her absolute freedom. Mo Jingsheng said, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. Where are you disappearing to? Jiang Yan smiled mysteriously. Secretly? His voice softened. Can I find you? Jiang Yan thought for a moment, then smiled. Probably. Not only could he find it, but anyone who had drunk the spiritual spring water could find it. Mo Jingsheng felt relieved. By the way, when you go to meet with the higher-ups, wait until all the supplies are transferred. That way, you feel less burdened. Jiang Yan gave him a grateful look. Okay. 6 months later. The window for landing on Mars has arrived. The sea-base launch base has been fully constructed and debugged. Several test launches were conducted in inclement weather, with some successes and others failures. Through the tireless efforts of all scientists, a navigation satellite with a very short lifespan and a very limited function has ascended into the sky. Qin Ziho has also returned. Over the past few years, he has led teams searching for survivors, bringing back many. According to the original plan, this would be the last time anyone would be brought back. All survivors, regardless of their previous classification, were assigned to the core area of the Yaobin base. The same approach will be applied to other large bases. If a nuclear explosion were to occur, the survivors hiding in the several major bases would be the last remaining humans on the planet. The bases store enough food and drinking water to sustain them for at least 10 years. The filtration equipment and liquid oxygen tanks within the bases can also provide at least 10 years of fresh air. Those traveling to Mars via the SS will attempt to build a new home upon landing. Once a home is successfully established, the remaining humans will arrive on Mars through the Mars immigration plan, little by little, like ants moving house. Of course, this is a hypothetical, idealistic scenario. At 12:30 a.m., the lights in the conference room in the core area of the base were brightly lit. Song Haitao stood in front of the screen, energetic, explaining the next day's plan. We calculated the weather forecast for the near future, and tomorrow afternoon at 3 p.m. will be relatively pleasant. At that time, the manned spacecraft bound for the natural disaster simulator will launch directly. After launch, those with SS Zone tickets should immediately return to base and enter the SS Zone. If anything unexpected happens, the SS Zone will launch directly to Mars. As he finished speaking, a list of passengers, marked with their professional specialties, appeared on the screen. This list was carefully screened, requiring not only qualified contribution points, but also suitable physical abilities. After all, not everyone can withstand the physical damage of a launch. Not to mention, reaching Mars takes time, and space travel is also a challenge for passengers. Aside from a few scientists, Jiang Yan didn't recognize most of the names. Because Mo Jingsheng had given her the boarding pass, her name was also on it. However, unlike the others whose names were followed by notes, like biologist or botanist, her field of expertise was marked with several asterisks. That meant the scope of her contribution was confidential. Some people looked at Jiang Yan. Ignoring the stares and suspicion, she searched from top to bottom, but couldn't find her name on the list. She looked at Mo Jingsheng, who, as if reading her thoughts, quickly wrote a line on the paper in front of him and handed it to her. He said he wanted to stay here and fight alongside everyone. Jiang Yan, On the stage, Song Haitao briefly outlined some pre-launch precautions. Then, his eyes moist, he glanced at the crowd and said loudly, "This planet we live on is the cradle of humanity, but humanity cannot live in that cradle forever. So, I wish you all in advance a successful mission to end the natural disaster. I also wish everyone on the SS section traveling to Mars a successful landing, to expand their territory, and to continue human civilization and the spark of the stars." Chapter 458. The next day, Jiang Yan and the others, awaiting news of the rocket launch at the Noah's Ark in the SS area, received devastating news. The crew aboard the manned spacecraft destined for space to destroy the Natural Disaster Simulation Laboratory, including their leader, Dr. Song Haitao, the IT expert Jiang Yi responsible for cracking the system key, and the other 6 crew members, all died heroically. The spacecraft was damaged in a clash with the Natural Disaster Simulation Laboratory's own weapons. The crew, who had a chance to escape danger, chose a self-destruct attack to completely eliminate the Natural Disaster Simulation Laboratory. After crashing into the Natural Disaster Simulation Laboratory, both the crew and the spacecraft were reduced to ash in space, leaving no trace. After hearing this news, Jiang Yan was completely stunned, tears welling up in her eyes. How could this happen? Aside from his age, Dr. Song Haitao had the most extensive space flight experience among the surviving individuals. The manned spacecraft had been modified, modeled after fighter jets, and carried artillery shells and other offensive weapons. Song Haitao's health had long prevented him from boarding a spacecraft. However, after drinking the spiritual spring water Jiang Yan had given him, he passed a series of equipment tests again. Even the scar on his face had completely healed. So, after this dangerous mission, he once again volunteered to go to the front lines. Before leaving, he said to several young astronaut candidates, who were also fighter pilots, "The odds of success on this mission are very high. I only have a few opportunities to achieve great things in my lifetime. Please allow this old man me to be selfish for once." The astronauts knew that Dr. Song Haitao wasn't saying this for personal gain. He simply wanted to give them, the young people, the chance to live a good life. Although the mission was a life-or-death experience, they still sincerely hoped for the crew's safe return. But they had no idea that their departure would be a lifetime away. Jiang Yin and several young soldiers were already weeping uncontrollably. Several veteran doctors, who had once worked with Song Haidao, also lowered their heads and secretly wiped away tears. Mo Jingxing's eyes were also red, but his rationality and the responsibility he shouldered told him that the current situation didn't allow him time for further grief. The doctors and their men destroyed much of the laboratory with their flesh and blood. Part of the disaster simulator's attack system was damaged, but... Jiang Yin, are you okay? He asked concernedly, ignoring the glances of those around him, as he pulled a tissue from his pocket and handed it to her. Post-apocalyptic tissues were incredibly precious. This pack of tissues was one Jiang Yin had given him earlier. Jiang Yin tried to hold back her tears, but tears and snot still flowed freely. She simply pulled a handkerchief from her pocket and wiped her face, suppressing a sob. Just say it, I'm listening carefully. The others also listened intently. Mo Jingxing. The core module of the Natural Disaster Simulation Laboratory activated its self-preservation program, and during the escape, it was sucked into a meteorite formation. The simulator has lost its offensive capabilities, but its core systems are still functioning. Jiang Yin gradually calmed down. Since it has lost its offensive capabilities, wouldn't it be much easier for us to destroy it now? Mo Jingxing frowned. In space, the magnetic field within the meteorite formation is problematic. This means that even if we launch a spacecraft equipped with offensive weapons, those bullets will not be able to reach the natural disaster simulator directly. The magnetic field of the meteorite formation will disrupt any precise attack. Jiang Yin, Captain Mo, do we only have one manned spacecraft capable of carrying weapons? A doctor namely asked. Mo Jingxing nodded yes. These weaponized manned spacecraft were a temporary project after the treasure hunt. After the apocalypse, technology and equipment were already severely lacking. Just researching and building two spacecrafts took all the effort. Another old professor said, the problem now isn't whether we have any manned spacecraft, but that even if we could take off, we wouldn't be able to attack that laboratory. Mo Jingxing paused, then gave the order, so, everyone, proceed with plan number 2 and take the SS zone to Mars. What do you mean, are you giving up on launching again? Li Hao and Qin Zipun approached. Going up is futile, everyone sighed. Mo Jingxing nodded. Those who can go to space are the pillars of the nation. The higher-ups don't want any more unnecessary sacrifices. Song Haidao's personal assistant, Sun Ziqing, wiped away tears and gritted his teeth. How about we study it further? Perhaps we can find a solution. I'm going to the bathroom. Jiang Yin glanced at everyone, an idea coming to mind. Mo Jingxing nodded slightly. When you come out, we set off from the SS area. Jiang Yin entered the bathroom and, with a thought, entered the space and brought Hua Bao out. Then, she changed her clothes. Everyone was stunned to see Jiang Yin, reappearing in a red and white space suit. Qin Zipun glanced at her from head to toe and said, Jiang Yin, this isn't the outfit you're wearing to Mars. Spacesuits are specially designed. Different destinations require different capabilities. To distinguish them, they are designed in different colors during production. Less than an hour until the optimal launch time, Chief Mo, I need to speak with you, Jiang Yin said, glancing at her watch and looking at Mo Jingxing. Mo Jingxing had now returned to his position as base leader, overseeing all space launch operations, no longer serving as captain. Okay. The two entered a small adjacent room. Before Jiang Yin could speak, Mo Jingxing, as if guessing what she was thinking, said, Jiang Yin, you bear the responsibility of the entire country's future. You cannot go. Jiang Yin said solemnly, only I can handle this matter. As soon as she finished speaking, Mo Jingxing felt himself lifted into the air by some force. Shocked, he struggled to break free, but found it futile. Could this be the backup plan for killing those mutant sharks? Yes, Jiang Yin nodded. My power is far greater than this. You must believe me. After she finished speaking, she glanced at the piranha plant, which had reached its maximum level after consuming all the gold. Jiang Yin wasn't completely certain. But even if she failed, the worst she could do was to burrow into the space and never come out again. But the heavy weapons she had previously stored would have to gather dust in the space storage area. Half an hour later, Jiang Yin and Mo Jingxing returned to the space launch site. 3 or 4 minutes later, the new manned spacecraft was ready. With a single ignition command, the rocket carrying Jiang Yin and an invisible piranha plant soared into the sky. Soon, the spacecraft entered its designated orbit. Time ticked by. Finally, the hatch opened, and Jiang Yan, dressed in her spacesuit, slowly emerged, following the training routine. On the ground, in the crudely constructed rocket launch control room, everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the large screen ahead. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Some even quietly clasped their hands together in prayer. Mo Jingsheng's brow furrowed, veins bulging on his arms. Snap! The moment Jiang Yan fully stepped out of the capsule, the screen suddenly went black. What's going on? Inspect quickly. The connector has been attacked by unidentified dark matter in space. The room erupted in panic. Captain Mo, what should we do? Mo Jingsheng pursed his lips tightly, his back covered in sweat. Everyone, hold your positions. Don't panic. He wanted to trust Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan also told him that to prevent her backup plan from being revealed, she might use some means to temporarily disconnect the screen. He was clearly panicking now, though he didn't show it in front of everyone. Jiang Yan, you must be fine. I won't let anything happen to you. In space, Hua Bao, resting on Jiang Yan's shoulder, began to grow larger. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Having completed its ultimate upgrade, it instantly released all its hidden vines. At the end of the 96 vines, 96 miniature heads, grinning like night-blooming Sirius, sprouted. Jiang Yan gazed at the meteorite formation in the distance and ordered, Hua Bao, go. Okay, Mom. A vine grasped her wrist, and the remaining 96 vines shot out like sharp swords. Vines rapidly grew longer and thinner within the meteorite formation. Soon, Hua Bao, unrestricted by the magnetic field, detected a distinct scent. Mom, did I find that laboratory? Jiang Yan grabbed the vine it had left behind. If we can solve it, we solve it. If not, we return to the space. Okay. Countless vines whirred and entwined themselves around the floating metal cabin. A cold, mechanical sound echoed from a corner of the cabin. Beep. Fatal danger detected. Mainframe and ground nuclear detonation commands about to be activated. Countdown 5, 4. Accompanied by the chime, thousands of invisible, powerful air currents emanated from the interior of the metal cabin. Before the cabin could crumble, 96 vines woven into an impenetrable net. 96 bloody mouths opened, emitting countless beams of golden light, devouring everything within. Ability name, Vines. Piranha plant. Current level, level 10, highest level, number of piranha plants. 1 plus 96, piranha plant vines. 1, main vine, plus 96, side vines, equals 97. Currently activated skills. 1, devour. 2, tame. 1, devour, highest level. The flower's lips possess a black hole-like swallowing effect, leaving no escape for all matter. 2, tame, highest level. The flower's dew becomes a spiritual spring. Depending on how much you drink, you gain varying degrees of taming and loyalty, dedicating the space's owner to you as your sole master. On the ground, the dark screen returned to life. The crowd cheered for a second, then stood there in complete silence. The entire screen shimmered with golden light, as if all the gold in the world had been crushed into dust and scattered across space. 3 hours later, the manned spacecraft returned from space and landed successfully. The hatch opened, and just as a group of medical personnel gathered at the door, they saw Jiang Yan walk out unharmed. This. Everyone was stunned again. After a long pause, someone finally shouted, Jiang Yan, hero. No, Jiang Yan, my god. My goddess. Jiang Yan. Mo Jingsheng was about to step forward to support Jiang Yan, when Yiqing rushed out from the crowd, his eyes red as he half carried her. Su Dai, Sun Jingtao, and the others followed behind, tears welling in their eyes, wanting to hug her but afraid to. They only learned later that Jiang Yan had temporarily gone to space alone. I say, you can't do this. The leading doctor nearly fainted from anger. Do you know the dangers your body faces when returning from space? Although the others had been carried out, Jiang Yan had walked out on her own, a clear difference. The medical team was still extremely nervous. Looking at Jiang Yan was more precious than seeing the national treasure, the giant panda. A flicker of embarrassment flashed in Yiqing's eyes, but he still said, I know. The doctor's anger intensified. You? You knew and still did this? Okay, listen to the doctor. Mo Jingsheng glanced back casually and reached out to pull Yiqing away. Yiqing still held Jiang Yan tightly. Up above, keep an eye on them. Mo Jingsheng had no choice but to whisper in his ear. If it weren't for someone up there watching with concern, would he have been given the first hug of the century? Yiqing took a deep breath, glanced at Jiang Yan with concern, and finally let go of her hand. Jiang Yan regained her footing and glanced at the sky. Before setting out, the sky was overcast. After returning, the sky was clear, with even a few white clouds visible. Is the natural disaster over? When I went there, looking down from space, the entire planet was covered in dense black clouds. When I returned, the clouds were still there, but the black had gradually faded to white. Have there been any changes in the ground monitoring? Jiang Yan asked, looking at Mo Jingxing. Is the natural disaster about to end? Yes, some air values have dropped today. I guess the atmosphere is repairing itself, and the UV index has begun to drop. The natural disaster is likely over. Does that mean our once vanished planet is about to return? What has already happened cannot be reversed. Mo Jingxing paused. However, we believe that through our unremitting efforts, we can make this planet and Mars once again the cradle of humanity. A day later, Jiang Yan embarked on the SS Zone's journey to Mars. Due to the complete destruction of the Natural Disaster Simulation Laboratory, the original plan to escape and migrate to Mars was restructured into a plan to migrate to Mars. The passengers were replaced by a group of scientists and senior infrastructure personnel, rather than a group of scientists. A year later, Jiang Yan unloaded a pile of cargo and returned alone. 3 years later, a new maritime city cluster, centered around the Yaobin base, was initially established. A new storage room for major national equipment was also completed. Several specialized warehouses, capable of meeting temperature and humidity requirements, with either constant or variable temperature capabilities, and featuring exceptional security levels, were also completed. Jiang Yan spent 7 days and 7 nights finally transferring all the supplies. Utilizing these technological artifacts that survived the apocalypse, the base developed several new technologies. Some holographic projection technology was also implemented within the base. Rainforests, gardens, blue skies, white clouds, everything looked like a beautiful scene before the apocalypse. Although it was all electronic gadgets, humanity had temporarily escaped the cold, drowsy environment of the base. Led by Mo Jingxing, Jiang Yan traveled to a certain apocalyptic fortress. She declined the high-ranking official positions and preferential treatment offered by her superiors. After donating a large amount of supplies to the base, she departed Yaobin base aboard the Xiaolong destroyer. The Xiaolong destroyer was one of the great gifts bestowed upon Jiang Yan by her superiors. It contained a modified, priceless anti-missile system and a range of advanced weaponry. Of course, the Xiaolong was no longer called the Xiaolong. It had been renamed Anming after Jiang Yan's hometown. It also symbolizes peace and brightness. Also, leaving Yaobin base with her were the 197 people who had previously participated in the treasure hunt. Among them were scientists, captains, soldiers, stevedores, builders, cooks, cleaners. The variety of jobs was staggering. They could have stayed at the base. However, because they had participated in the highly secretive treasure hunt, they were required to remain under the base's protection and surveillance for life. When everyone learned of Jiang Yan's departure, they all expressed their willingness to leave with her. The higher-ups followed everyone's choice, or more accurately Jiang Yan's. In the end, Jiang Yan agreed. As for Mo Jingxing, the treasure hunt's top survivor, he also wanted to go, but his responsibilities prevented him from doing so. After sailing for a day and a night, the destroyer came to rest near the nearest hilltop to Dongshan, one that hadn't yet been completely submerged by the sea. Jiang Yan led everyone ashore, and then, in full view of the crowd, she casually stretched out her finger and retracted the destroyer into space. Everyone was shocked, but they also accepted Jiang Yan's miraculous power with a sense of peace. Sister Yan, are we planning to build our own base here? A construction worker glanced at the rubble-covered hilltop, already thinking about how to construct a temporary base using the available supplies. But it would be great if we had some mechanical equipment like an excavator. He knew Jiang Yan had a treasure chest that could yield supplies no one could imagine. Su Dai also came over. Jiang Yan, I can help too. Let's see what I can do. Yi Qing, Sun Jingtao, and Li Haoyang also joined in. Yi Qing, Song Qian, and Li Haoyang originally had promising futures at the base, but they decided to follow Jiang Yan, forgoing everything the base offered. As for Kong Wu, as Jiang Yan's biggest fan, he had no desire to stray from her side. Mo Shiryao also approached. Jiang Yan, building a base here will require a lot of preliminary cleanup work. How about I go back and ask my brother or Zipeng to arrange for some soldiers to come over and help us? After Jiang Yan returned from Mars, she told her that she was actually engaged to Qin Zipeng. Although there were nearly 200 of them, only half of them were professionals. Jiang Yan retracted her gaze and asked with a smile, "Thank you, everyone. However, if there were a paradise before you, And this was the entrance to it. Would you prefer the entrance to be by the sea, or further away? A paradise? Everyone was stunned, unable to react for a moment. Sister Yin, we all know you have divine powers, but these are just ruins. How can there be a paradise? Yes, but with Sister Yin leading the way, it will become a paradise sooner or later. Everyone responded enthusiastically with compliments. Jiang Yin was a bit amused and confused. Hua Bao, can this taming function be cancelled or weakened? Occasional compliments can provide great emotional value. But hearing compliments every day has made everyone lose their true selves. She was actually a little tired of it. Hua Bao's vine swayed, tangled like steel wool. After a moment's thought, she said, Mom, the spatial spiritual spring has the power to tame people. Perhaps the water in that stream can weaken it. Jiang Yin wasn't sure if it would work, but decided to try it out when she could. Hua Bao worriedly said, but now they all return to their true selves. Aren't you afraid they betray you in the future? Jiang Yin shrugged nonchalantly. Don't you still have the ability to devour? Whoever dares to betray you, I devour them. Jiang Yin, what do you mean by paradise? Mo Shiryao walked over and took Jiang Yin's hand. You haven't encountered any problems since returning from Mars, have you? She suspected that Jiang Yin's sudden words might indicate she had contracted some space virus while working with the other scientists at their temporary base on Mars. Jiang Yin smiled, glanced at the crowd, and said loudly, Everyone, watch! The time has come to witness a miracle. As she finished speaking, a flash of white light appeared. A wall, like a barrier, appeared before them. What is this? Everyone stood there in astonishment. Some even thought the sleepwalker had pinched his thigh to wake him. Let's go in and take a look. Jiang Yin reached out and gently patted Mo Shiryao. Okay. Without hesitation, she stepped directly into the wall of light. The others followed suit. Looking at the lush green mountains, clear waters, blue sky, and white clouds before them, everyone was once again stunned. Oh my God, that's the legendary fertile black soil. That's a stream. That's a grassland. That's a forest. That's a mountain. That's the ocean, an unpolluted ocean. This water is cool and sweet. It's real, not a hologram. There are even earthworms in this black soil. Oh my God. That's real too. The seawater is a bit salty. And a bit bitter. Can I have a few of these green grasses? Everyone was so excited that tears welled up in their eyes. Jiang Yin, moved by their emotions, suddenly felt that backing up her space to reality had been a good decision. Yes, after Hua Bao devoured all the remaining gold and jewels Mo Jingsheng had provided her, Hua Bao was fully upgraded. The space was also fully upgraded. Despite its small size, the ecosystem of mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas was almost equivalent to a miniature planet. At the same time, the space activated a new function. As the space's owner, Jiang Yin could choose to copy her existing space to reality, also known as the real space. As for what to copy, she can choose freely. Furthermore, once this space is displayed, it will possess a powerful self-protection function. No one can enter without the permission of the space's owner. Those who drink the spiritual spring water and develop a loyalty towards Jiang Yin can be considered to have temporarily obtained the space's owner's permission. Furthermore, the real space can be moved at any time, easily controlled by Jiang Yin with a single thought. However, just like Jiang Yin entering and exiting the space, if the real space exists within water, then when everyone emerges, they will encounter water. This is why Jiang Yin placed the real space on this hill. Elsewhere, Su Dai recovered and wiped away her tears. Jiang Yin, is this the paradise you were talking about? Jiang Yin nodded yes. Hubby, I always said that clinging to Jiang Yin's thighs is the right choice for your whole life. Su Dai excitedly rushed over and hugged Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin, are you still in need of a bed warmer or a large pendant? Jiang Yin smiled, ask your old son first. Su Dai burst into laughter. Old son can't compare to you. Sun Jingtao grumbled, Jiang Yin, are you still in need of a male pendant? Su Dai turned her head and glared at him. Sun Jingtao, you're feeling a bitch today, aren't you? The two of them played and played, running towards the grassy area nearby. There, they lay on their backs, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds, their hearts awash with joy. Jiang Yin couldn't help but smile as she watched the young couple, still as loving as ever. Zhou Haoyan, Zhou Haoyue, Zhao Xiufei, and Miao Miao came over and said crisply, Sister Yin, are you still looking for a small pendant? One that can act cute and roll around? Another female soldier hesitated for a moment before asking, Sister Yin, are you still looking for someone to give you a back massage and sing some songs? For massage, Senior Technician number 38 of the Xiaolong is here. A burly man stepped forward, confidently patting his chest. He was the nutritionist and masseur from the previous accompanying team. Jiang Yan was momentarily at a loss for words. Sister Yan, can we live here? A ship's cook asked. Jiang Yan nodded again, of course. However, everything here is empty. We need everyone to build our own homes. I provide some supplies. Jiang Yan finished speaking, and with a thought, she pulled out a pile of machinery, equipment, and supplies. There were excavators, chainsaws, 3D construction printers, bricks, sand, mortar, and cement, tables, paper, and pencils. And, of course, plenty of food and drinks. Help yourselves with these food and drinks. Coffee, milk tea, cola, mineral water, beer, pizza, and everything in between were available. I be in charge of the design. I go cut the wood. I be in charge of the overall planning. Jiang Yan was delighted to see everyone so energetic. With another thought, she pulled out a pile of tents. You might have to squeeze in a few tents tonight. Such a beautiful place. I'd love to sleep on the grass. Me too. Me too. A soldier suggested, Sister Yin, have you ever thought about taking out that destroyer? There are plenty of cabins on a destroyer, so we could use fewer tents. Yes, Jiang Yin said, suddenly realizing. What's your name? Sister Yin, my name is Gu Chen. I got it. With the help of a 3D construction printer, several villas and a small high-rise building were quickly built. However, Jiang Yin didn't let everyone move in immediately. Rather, just like before the apocalypse, she ventilated the house and removed formaldehyde. Once the process was basically complete, she let everyone move in. Jiang Yin hadn't bought any furniture before the apocalypse. So, all the furniture was made by skilled craftsmen from the team. Almost all of it was handmade from wood. The black soil in the real world was also successfully utilized. The team had agricultural planting experts who took up farming, and they also led a large group of people to grow vegetables, fruits, and medicinal herbs. They were busy all day long. It's unknown where Jiang Yan got those eggs. Under the care of a dedicated person, the real world was soon overflowing with chickens, ducks, geese, fish, and even ostriches. Jiang Yan lived in the largest and most luxurious mansion built for her. However, on weekdays, she only considered this place a temporary refuge. Once she entered her home, she would return to her own dimension with a single thought. Jiang Yan hadn't left the spiritual spring, the apple pod, all the animals, and even the reindeer in her dimension in the real world. This place felt more like her own independent dimension. Time flew by. Soon, another new year arrived. After accompanying Jiang Yan on an inspection of the newly planted wheat, Li Haiying posed a question, Sister Yin, have you ever considered adding more people to our paradise? Now, in the real world, everyone had plenty of food and clothing, living a more carefree life than before the apocalypse. But outside the real world, although the natural disaster had ended, everyone was still forced to live in the underground base, leading a dull life day after day. I like to too. But it's not allowed here. Jiang Yan pointed to the sky. The space here is limited. We can only accommodate 200 people at the moment. There were 198 people left from the previous treasure hunt, and 2 more were left. Jiang Yan gave one spot to Imo Shirya's fiancée, Qin Zipeng, and kept the other spot for a rainy day. Qin Zipeng also drank a small amount of spiritual spring water. However, like Imo Jingxing, he wanted to join Jiang Yan, but had to shoulder the heavy responsibility of his family and country. Jiang Yan was also looking for ways to expand the space and the number of people allowed, hoping that one day more like-minded people would join. Whenever she had time, she would share the flora, fauna, and natural resources in the space, hoping to contribute to and improve the external environment in some way she could. That day was New Year's Eve. After finishing her reunion lunch with everyone, Jiang Yan went to the terrace alone, holding a glass of red wine. Su Dai and Sun Jingtao came out. Jiang Yan, tomorrow is New Year's Day. What are your wishes? Jiang Yan raised her glass to the bright moon. May all your wishes come true, and may the new year be peaceful and prosperous. What about you? Jiang Yan said, smiling gently as she glanced at Su Dai's belly. Su Dai had suffered a miscarriage before the apocalypse, and for some reason, it was difficult for her to conceive. Both of them had already prepared themselves for a life without children, which was why they adopted Zhou Haoyue and Zhao Xiufei. Unexpectedly, after living in this secluded paradise for so long, she would become pregnant again. Jiang Yan recalled the unfinished pink nursery she'd seen in Anming, and she was genuinely happy for them. I hope the baby is born safely, Su Dai said lovingly, gently rubbing her belly and glancing at her husband. Jiang Yan smiled. I definitely will. Jiang Yan, I have a small New Year's wish. Just as Su Dai finished her words, two imposing figures approached. They were Yi Qing and Mo Jingsheng. Behind them came Mo Shiyao, Kong Wu, Li Haoying, and their group. Su Dai was stunned. Captain Mo, why are you here? Mo Jingsheng smiled at Jiang Yan and got straight to the point. The Mars immigration plan has officially entered its second phase. The base there has been initially constructed. To thank you for your contribution to the country, the base will be named after your hometown. Mars will become humanity's second home in the future. When you visit Aming Base and see this name, you feel a stronger sense of belonging. Also, we'd like to invite you to join us on our next Mars patrol. Jiang Yan, do you like this New Year's gift? Jiang Yan didn't answer immediately, but shook the red wine glass thoughtfully. A cool breeze blew, and Jiang Yan, dressed only in a red dress, shivered slightly on her back. Seeing this, Yi Qing quickly took off his coat and draped it over her shoulders. Mo Jingsheng's eyebrows furrowed slightly, but he calmly changed the subject. I just heard you talking about your New Year's resolutions. What are they? Su Dai touched her belly again, looked at Jiang Yan, and said cautiously, I hope Jiang Yan can be my child's godmother. Godmother? Jiang Yan was startled, then amused. Of course. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Jingsheng steeled his resolve and said bluntly, since that's the case, then I apply. To be your godfather. Su Dai, Everyone, Yi Qing's ears flushed, and he stepped forward saying, I apply to be your godfather too. Su Dai burst into tears of joy, but then quickly realized, Jiang Yan, how about you accept them all? Jiang Yan. The situation suddenly fell into awkwardness. Everyone looked at each other, their gazes flickering between Jiang Yan, Yi Qing, and Mo Jingsheng. Mo Jingsheng coughed lightly, and changed the subject again. Jiang Yan, do you think it's appropriate to name the base after your hometown? Several waiters came over, bearing glasses of red wine and champagne. These bottles of wine and champagne were purchased by Jiang Yan in the kingdom of Gallic Rooster before the apocalypse, and each one was quite valuable. Jiang Yan poured champagne for Su Dai and the 4 children, then settled for a glass of red wine herself. The rest of the group also took a glass. Mo Jingsheng looked at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, you haven't answered me yet. Jiang Yan looked at him, then at the others, then took a sip from her crystal glass. Now that you mention it, something suddenly comes to mind. What? Everyone looked at her. Jiang Yan placed her glass back on the waiter's tray, reached out, and gently stroked the woolen ball in her arms. Her red lips curved slightly as she said, Wherever my heart is at peace, that's my home.